earlier. So there's a lot of time that passes in between. And crucially in that time, we have massive events like World War II, which went down. And now Mountbatten himself served in the Navy, rose to a very high position during World War II. And he was, again, not necessarily very successful. He was actually nicknamed in the Admiralty the Master of Disaster.
He lost one of his ships, didn't he?
He did. And I mean, he kind of beat up quite a few ships. He was actually seen as somebody who was really quite unreliable in charge of things, but he did have this glamour. And it's kind of interesting that if you speak to, of course, now, very few veterans are with us, but when you speak to people at different levels, the overwhelmingly the impression I got was that his juniors, men who served under him, generally loved him because he was incredibly charming. He was lovely. He'd remember their wives' names and their kids' birthdays and all this kind of stuff. He was very kind of good at engaging with people in that way. Whereas people who were sort of his fellow officers and sort of on a level with him tended to be highly, highly critical.
I had an uncle who had fought his way during the Second World War down through Burma, and this was famously one of the most grueling campaigns. They were fighting in the jungle.
Is this Kohima?
Kohima, down from Imphal. The Japanese came right up through Burma, got as far as a tennis court in Imphal, and there they were halted. And between the tennis court and the bungalow, there was a kind of, I think, a 1 month standoff, and then from this sort of high watermark, the Japanese are pushed down. And it's a horrible, horrible campaign. There are mosquitoes, there are mud, there is monsoon rain. It's ethically very complicated because a lot of the troops they're facing at various points are Indian troops who are now fighting for the Japanese, who've gone into the Indian National Army, and are followers of Subhash Chandra Bose, who's a great hero in India, little known in Britain, but increasingly one of the most prominent figures.
Oh, they're building very large statues to him in India. Very large statues.
Very popular statues, yes.
And my uncle, who was part of that, hated Mountbatten because he said that having fought all the way down, they got to Rangoon and they found that Mountbatten had just flown in by flying boat or speedboat or whatever it was, had taken all the best rooms in the Strand Hotel, and his staff had sort of set themselves up, and all these guys who were covered in leeches and stick thin, hadn't eaten a proper meal, found that sort of Mountbatten's and all his followers had sort of eaten up all the lobster and the prawns and everything else that they wanted to do.
Pristine, pressed white uniform, sitting there to take the glory. Yeah, I mean, this is a familiar story to anyone who's studied Mountbatten. And I mean, he had, by that time he'd become Supreme Allied Commander of Southeast Asia, a major theatre, as you say, in World War II.
And this was largely not because he was competent, but because he was beautiful and connected to the royal family. It was really that simple.
I mean, yes, is the short version of the answer to that question. I mean, there were other aspects to it, but yeah, his connections were very important. And he also got on very well with Winston Churchill, for instance, initially, although that changed later on. Him and Churchill were both absolutely obsessed with kind of innovative technology to win wars. They had a very close relationship around this. Not very successful really coming from either of them. But, so he did have these connections. And at the same time, of course, during the war, I mean, now his relationship with Edwina had gone through an enormous amount of complexity in the 20s and 30s. It had not been an entirely successful marriage, quite honestly. And
certainly not a very faithful one.
Well, yes, who cheated more? Because there are rumours swirling around the pair of them at this time.
Edwina cheated much more is the only conclusion you can realistically draw if you look at any of the evidence. It was very much her going off and having affairs with all sorts of incredibly interesting men of various types. And all the letters between them are really Mountbatten kind of, being sort of extraordinarily understanding about this a lot of the time. They used to, even within the family, they even had a name for her lovers. They'd call them the Ginks. These were the sort of men that clustered around her. And I mean, and he was very liberal about it. I mean, he went off and had a sort of consolation affair with this French woman, but he doesn't really seem to have done very much about that. He really just liked buying her presents and flirting. He wasn't, I don't think he really was, I know there are all sorts of rumours about him, but the impression I got overwhelmingly again and again from papers and from people who knew them is that actually Mountbatten wasn't a terribly sexual person. He was, he loved romance, he loved, the performance of it. But, and he may well have flirted with men and women and all. Well, it was this happened at the time as well. But he wasn't very up for it. So he used to write these very kind letters. And at one point, when Edwina actually was considering divorcing him, he wrote this very understanding letter about, never mind, we'll sort it out. I'm sure we all want the best for you and all this. But he was very nervous about being divorced. He wanted her to stay in the marriage, ideally. It was very important to him to keep that unit together, at least notionally, of a marriage.
So while this whole soap opera is unfolding, Mountbatten's back from Burma, and meanwhile, a Labour government has been elected in London. Churchill is kicked out, and Britain suddenly finds itself on rations, is impoverished, and is exhausted, and is facing for the first time the fact that having won the war, they're about to have to start losing the empire.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's really no money left. And
worse than that, they're massively in debt to the
massively in debt and not being helped out by the kind of Marshall Plan and so on, because we're not occupied or invaded. And
the Americans are very happy to having been great allies and super helpful and very close to the British during the war. They now realise that their interests are diverging. They do not want a British empire. They certainly don't want the British to hang on in India. And they're actually beginning to tighten the financial screws, which will encourage the Labour government to take the momentous decision finally to say that India can have its independence. What brings the Attlee government to make that decision?
Yeah, I think you can overstate the role of the Americans. They certainly had a natural disinclination towards empires, particularly the British Empire, of course, having thrown off that yoke themselves quite famously in 1776 or soon after. But they were quite careful about staying out publicly of most of these conversations. They, obviously would have preferred the empire to cease, but they were quite careful about how they put it. When the Attlee government came in, there were a number of factors, and it really was, the urgent factor was certainly financial, was the fact that Britain was broke, to put it in a very, very simple terms. But it was also ideological. Labour politicians have been arguing for home rule from the end of the 19th century for India. They had been advocating for this. Ramsay MacDonald was the first Labour Prime Minister who believed in Indian home rule and independence. Attlee, of course, had been out to India with the Simon Commission and so on. And, really ideologically, the Labour Party had no interest in continuing the empire, shall we say. And from the point of view of people at home, when you're looking at British soldiers come back from the war, India by 1946 was really beginning to be in a state of what we might really call civil war. It was being very underreported, but when you look at Indian newspapers from the time rather than British ones, you can see that the levels of violence were getting really high, and there were naval mutinies and so on, a lot of rebellions. And the only way traditionally to fix this in an empire would have been to send loads more British soldiers out there, and absolutely zero appetite for that in Britain.
Zero appetite, no finances, tired men. You've got two men though in this particular scenario who are very, very different. You've got sort of glamorous old Mountbatten who doesn't really take life very seriously from the sound of things, and you've got Clem Attlee who is on a mission to do something that will change history. How do they rub along together, and what brings them together?
Well, they don't necessarily get on particularly well one-on-one. But Attlee, obviously, during the war, as Churchill's deputy prime minister, effectively had knew Mountbatten, and in some ways it was quite a clever appointment, because in 1946, there was an effort, the cabinet mission plan, kind of a last effort to create a federal India that would have created a federation of Indian states, with the view to, after 10 years, a kind of referendum on did India want to stay together or be partitioned, or what would happen next. And I think most historians, I would certainly count myself among them, see that as really the last chance to avoid what would happen in 1947, partition and all the associated violence. But that had failed. And it failed, for all sorts of reasons, but really, if you want to pin one particular reason on it, Gandhi was greatly in opposition to that plan. So by the end of 1946, it was really looking desperate. And actually, Attlee is really trying to figure out, okay, look, we've got to get out of India. This is not working.
And there's a feeling also that if the British do cling on, that the two things are going to happen. A, they're going to completely lose control. And secondly, they're going to be supervising a bloodbath.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's no positive outcome at this point from that. And if you want something done quickly, not necessarily well, but quickly with great PR around this and a really good public image, the person to call
Dickie's your man.
Dickie Mountbatten. Yeah.
So, this idea of getting it done quickly. Now, there's a big question mark over who was in the biggest hurry over this. There's talk of deadlines. Now, who actually said, we have got a deadline in mind and it is going to be really, really soon?
Well, there's a whole progress of negotiations over this. But so when Attlee originally summoned Mountbatten, 18th of December 1946, so the end of 1946, so that's when he told him he wanted to make him Viceroy of India. Mountbatten was deeply unsure about this, and you can see from the correspondence between them that one of his big sticking points is Mountbatten said, I've got to have an end date. I can't do it if you don't give me some kind of end date. So what they agreed in the end is that the absolute firm end date would be the 1st of June 1948, but that would be flexible within a month. So there would be a little bit of flexibility on that. But that was the latest possible date. That was the kind of dead stop. And Mountbatten's instructions were that if negotiations had failed by the 1st of October 1947, that it was 9 months and he was out, whatever happened.
Alex, could you paint a picture for us now? We've got a pretty good image in our head now of post-war London, bomb damage everywhere, ration coupons, the country suddenly finding that it's got no money, everyone exhausted. What's going on in India? How bad is the violence? And how long has that violence been going on?
It's really bad, is the simple answer to that. I looked at newspapers from March 1947, so when Mountbatten went, so he arrived on 22nd March 1947. I looked at newspapers from kind of a week or so before that from all over India and traced some of the violence that was going on. And I mean, it was absolutely extraordinary. There were incidents all over India at that time. There were hundreds or even thousands of casualties even within that 1 week. And these were just the things that were being reported. So, who knows what else was going unreported. So I think it's not really an exaggeration to say that India was really on the tipping point towards a civil war at this point. It was in a really bad state.
And tell us about the different Indian leaders and their relationships. Who are the people that Mountbatten's going to have to be working with?
Absolutely. I mean, and to say about Gandhi, he's on the scene at this point, but his importance has been diminished quite substantially by 1947 as a negotiator. He was there, he was this kind of presence that was very important emotionally and so on, but he was not negotiating the details of this deal, really. He's more of a kind of guru in the background. The negotiators really, by this point, primarily you've got Congress and the Muslim League. And now bear in mind, 1946, they've all been through rounds and rounds of negotiation. They'd actually agreed, amazingly. But Gandhi had blown that one apart. In 1947...
What did they agree?
They'd agreed to the Cabinet Mission Plan.
Which was?
Which was the federalised India. And then after 10 years, some kind of referendum on whether that would continue. And I guess the real positivity about that plan, the positive over what would then happen, is that would have given 10 years for all those politicians to really build up some experience in office to handle it, for India to go through whatever political transition it would have done. And even after that point, had partition happened, it would have been, one can imagine it may well have been a much more civilised way of doing it, because there would have been, clear administrative units and a lot more local knowledge on behalf of Congress.
And negotiation. Just time for things to cool down.
Time for things to cool down.
But
exactly.
there is deep inherent mistrust between two of the major figures here. And we're talking about Jawaharlal Nehru, who is now the acolyte of Gandhi, who is leading Congress, and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who is the head of the Muslim League. Two men who actually, should have got on fairly well, but they do not. They loathe each other.
What is the point of difference? Because again, from the outside, you'd imagine both are anglicised, both of them smart dressers, both of them quite like a bit of glamour. In a sense, you'd have thought there'd be more difference between Nehru and Gandhi than there would be between Nehru and Jinnah. Why do these men now have a deep distrust of each other?
Well, I always think a little bit, it's like when you get the villain in a movie and they say, you're so like you and I to the hero. I think in a way there could not be two of Nehru and Jinnah. There were too many similarities in some ways. And and Nehru's relationship with Gandhi had also been very complex. loved him in many ways and, you know, was enormously close to him, but disagreed with him politically on almost everything.
And economically.
Absolutely.
And found him personally frustrating. I mean, there's that very famous line that's attributed to Nehru, that it costs us a fortune to keep him in such poverty.
I mean, you know, they had huge differences between them, but they did have a very close relationship, of course.
So paint a little picture of both those men.
So both of them had kind of, as you say, outwardly in some ways quite similar. They'd both grown up in a sort of very anglicised way. In fact, later in life, both of them had issues really with making speeches and speaking in Hindi in Nehru's case or Urdu in Jinnah's case, because actually they hadn't really spoken those languages in their households growing up. They'd had to really kind of learn them later on. So Nehru had grown up, he was the son of Motilal Nehru, who was one of the most important Indian politicians of the sort of early 20th century, an absolute force in Indian politics, very, very wealthy lawyer who had...
A man whose entire understanding of the British India had been changed by the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. From that point, he thought there could be no more truck with these people.
Yes, it was a real crucial breaking point for him. And he had previously very much tried to work with the British, had very much been, and, you know, had been very successful. The British loved him. They invited him to parties. He was wonderful, you know. So he'd gotten on very successfully. But yes, Amritsar was really a change point in his experience. And he was, you know, in the Indian National Congress, which at that time was extremely inclusive and broad. And it was only really kind of after the return of Gandhi in kind of, you know, around sort of 1917 to 1920. He
comes back from South Africa.
Yes, and introduces what is kind of a more spiritual dimension. And the effect of that is that people like Jinnah, well, specifically Jinnah, actually left the Indian National Congress because they were uncomfortable.
And it's because it's so Hindu. It's a kind of Hindu centric. You know, satyagraha. This idea of a spiritual awakening and ahimsa, non-violence. They're all very much rooted in the Sanskrit and scripture and Vedas and stuff. And it just really ticked Jinnah off because he's a secular man. He doesn't understand why this is all being dragged into parable.
Is the problem that it's religion, or is it the problem that it's Hinduism, or is it both?
I mean, it's both. He makes it quite clear that that's the sticking point. And he, at the same time, so Jinnah also, like Nehru, kind of had a less privileged background than Nehru. I mean, Nehru was from an extremely wealthy background and had gone to Cambridge and, you know, had all of this stuff. Jinnah was from a rather more humble origins, but both of them had, you know, become very, very successful lawyers, made a lot of money, became very wealthy and so forth.
And he's quite glamorous as a young man. I mean, what the trouble is that so many of, certainly my generation's views of Jinnah are formed by the wonderful Richard Attenborough Gandhi film, where Jinnah is the demon. He sits there kind of muttering, "I will destroy India."
And also humorless. You know, he's not fun. You know, you'd want to be stuck in a lift. And with Attenborough's characters, Nehru would be fun. Jinnah, you know, you'd want the engineers out very quickly. And the portrayal was not favourable of him.
No, I mean, it's a terrific movie, but my goodness, don't watch it for historical accuracy or balance.
And a lot of it derives from the version that Lapierre and Collins put out in Freedom at Midnight, which itself is fed to them by Mountbatten.
Yes, I mean, what happened with that book is that Mountbatten, you know, they interviewed Mountbatten very late in his life. And look, Mountbatten was never a person who was entirely given to, shall we say, a clear-eyed assessment of himself. He was always somebody who would have given you the absolute best possible gloss on whatever he had done. By late in his life, that had really gone to quite an extreme, to the point where he's just inventing stuff. And that book just took that all at face value, straightforwardly.
Let's take a short break. So let's go back to where we are in this timeline. So we've got Mountbatten, Clem Attlee saying, right, you need to go out. Mountbatten saying, give me a deadline or I'm not taking the job. He's going to an India where the two major protagonists loathe each other with a passion.
Again, we need to, I think, slightly say why that is. What's happened during the war to set those people against each other?
Well, it's not just the war. It goes back much longer than that. I mean, they had kind of there's all sorts of interesting personal connections between the two of them. India, despite the fact India is such a massive country, this political class was so small and so incestuous that actually, they had run-ins personally. And, even to the point where it was said that Jinnah had gone off to the UK and to London, had this very, very successful legal career, was doing very well. And the reason that he stopped that and came back is that somebody said that Nehru had said at a dinner party, Jinnah is finished. At which point he packed his bags back to India. I'm not finished. I'm getting involved again. Jinnah was this very glamorous figure. And they were absolutely, despite being so similar, they absolutely did not get on. By this point, after years of negotiation, they got on worse and worse. They really didn't trust each other's motives.
And in the beginning of the Second World War, all the Congress leaders had decided to take quite understandable umbrage at the fact that the British had not consulted them before declaring war. While Jinnah had supported the war effort and stayed out of jail.
Absolutely. So Quit India, of course, in 1942 had seen all the Congress leaders rounded up and put in prison because they had resisted the British leadership. The Muslim League, of course, had not done this, and as a result did extremely well politically because they were then really the spokesman with all the Congress people in jail.
Were able to campaign, and many Muslims who previously had seen a future in a united India and wanted to stay in India and with the Congress, sheer off and join the Muslim League. The Muslim League doubles the size of its catchment.
It's a huge recruiting event for the Muslim League.
So at what point does Mountbatten put his finely stitched shoe into this fray? And what immediately confronts him and his wife when he goes to India?
So when they arrive, March 1947, it becomes immediately apparent to them that the situation is considerably worse than they've been told. The day-to-day violence is out of control. And at this time, of course, the British troop numbers are only going in one direction, which is down. That's already happening. And not only is the violence out of control, but any means of possibly quelling it is rapidly receding.
This is because after the Second World War, troops that had been on fighting in India or fighting against Japan want their leave, they've had enough, and they're resigning from the army.
Partially there's that happening, but it's also the British government has a policy and the British services have a policy of drawing down troops in India that begins very rapidly and actually is supported by everybody. Nehru had this idea, many people did in Congress, and I know it seems really hard to get your head around now, but genuinely a lot of them believed that when the British troops went, there would be much less violence in India. They thought that the presence of those troops was a big part of that.
It's really weird that they thought that because, we had an echo of what was to come in partition in 1946, Direct Action Day, which was this appalling bloodlet that took place. The clashes between Hindus and Muslims is appalling. And the British, they had troops there at that time, but they don't go out. They do nothing. They lift not one finger to get involved in this until British interests are threatened. So it's very interesting. I've always been baffled by this, Alex, that they thought that the quick leaving of British troops would be okay and that they were all for it.
I know. I think in retrospect, as I say, it's really quite hard to get your head around how they thought was the case, but they really did. Nehru later said, a few months later, he admitted he'd been completely wrong. He saw that this had been a huge error. But I think, it's the fact is he wasn't the only person saying this. It really was quite a widespread thought. And partly that is related to ideas about divide and rule, which had been a genuine policy and which had certainly created a lot of trouble. But the problem is, I think by this point, that those feelings have become so endemic that they're simply removing perhaps what might have been originally the cause of that. The injury was open. It was too late to close that injury. But I don't think they really appreciated that. Everybody thinks it.
You have a very nice phrase in your book that I always remember about how by the time of the First World War, there was still very much a strong joint world between Hindus and Muslims, that a fish-eating Bengali Muslim would have more in common with his fish-eating Bengali Hindu neighbor than he would with the Pashtun up in the northwest frontier. And you had that lovely phrase that Indians, the boxes that the British made them ticks, didn't fit the diversity of their own identities or their own minds.
Yes, absolutely. And that really literally, because if you look at, and you have to go back a bit, but if you think about 1870, when they began to introduce a census in India, they were literally giving you boxes to tick. The British were literally introducing and concretizing, firming up these very precise notions of caste. There's quite a lot of evidence that actually before that caste was considerably more fluid.
Mm.
that codifying it in this way really reinforced it.
And
of course
indeed religious identity, because you have
absolutely.
you have fragments of it still, although it's almost dying now in India. But you know, Hindus and Sikhs going to Sufi Muslim shrines, and village Muslims going to temples and leaving offerings to village temple deities. That world, which is nearly over now, is beginning to fray for the first time.
Is that a deliberate campaign, or is that just because the British love bureaucracy and love boxes? I mean, I sort of wonder about this. I know there are many Indian historians who say this is, you know, from cunning central.
In my period, in the East India Company, I've always looked for the phrase divide and rule and never found it.
So I just wonder whether, you know, this idea of sort of corralling people into their ethnic and religious groups, which does happen over time during British rule, which may not have happened if the British weren't in charge. I mean, who knows with these thought experiments? But is it deliberate or is it accidental?
It comes up, so Willie, it comes up in Kipling. He describes it very clearly in the late 19th century, but no, your period, no. And it doesn't mean they use the exact words, of course. They don't write down on a piece of paper, now we're doing divide and rule. They just describe a policy. And I think it's, I mean, Anita, in answer to your question, I think it's kind of a bit of both. I mean, I think the British found India very hard to understand because it was massive and diverse and complicated, and there were lots of things they didn't. So in a sense, kind of putting it in boxes in this way was sort of, you could see sort of an attempt to understand it and quantify it in a way that was, you know, as you might say, loving admin, but could be a legitimate attempt actually to do that. But there was certainly, and I mean, you can see by the late 19th century very specifically attempts to pursue policies that would equate to divide and rule, even if those precise words are not used. So I kind of think there's a bit of both. But what I think we can potentially avoid the idea of is that there was some kind of brilliantly coherent master plan from London, because actually what there was always immense disagreement about how to do the empire. Should there be an empire? Are we just wasting money? What about people at home? All of this stuff was always under discussion. You know, not necessarily from a we must free the Indians point of view, but certainly from points of view of whether this was really beneficial and so forth. It was incredibly controversial all through the 19th century.
So Mountbatten steps into this divided political, religious land of schisms and mistrust. What does he make of the protagonist, and what does he start doing?
Well, quite quickly, I mean, what we can see, which I think is just extraordinary, is that within, you know, a very short period of time. Now, the Mountbattens had met Nehru once before in Singapore in 1946, at this rather extraordinary event where the crowds rushed forward, and Nehru and Mountbatten had to sort of lift up Edwina and save her from the crowds. So I suppose that had probably established a little level of intimacy between them that was probably quite unusual, because it was such a tumultuous occasion. But that was the only time they'd previously met. But what we can see is that extraordinarily quickly, the Mountbattens and Nehru became quite close with each other. And the way I can show that is by this photograph, which is in my book, and you can see it elsewhere as well, from the 28th of March. So that's 5 days after they arrived, very short period of time, where you can see it's in what was then Viceroy's house, of course, in Delhi. And it's during a garden party, a Viceroy's garden party. And you can see Edwina Mountbatten sitting on a sofa next to Nan Pandit, who was Nehru's sister. And Nehru is sitting cross-legged, as he often liked to, on the floor next to Edwina. Now, it's the most extraordinarily relaxed pose. And you could not imagine this photo existing with any previous viceroy. This is, you know, what this shows us is that very, very quickly they were very comfortable with each other, that they had a meeting of minds, whatever it was, and got on. It's an extraordinary image. So we know that they got on very well very quickly. And we also know that there wasn't such a good connection with Jinnah, that the Mountbattens failed to form such a close, easy relationship with Muhammad Ali Jinnah or with his sister Fatima, who's also incredibly important.
In fact, not only do they not establish a connection, but they actually find him chilly, reserved, and unpleasant.
Yes, they mostly do, or they begin to increasingly find that. I mean, they did try a bit at the beginning. It's necessary to say that they didn't arrive primed for this to be the case. This is what emerged, I think, from those relationships. And, you know, even at their first meeting, for instance, there was this sort of, but you see, again, this could have gone either way, but there was this sort of faux pas in that there they were having their photo taken at Viceroy's house with Mountbatten and Jinnah and Edwina, and they were having their photo taken, and Jinnah made this little crack about, as Edwina was standing in the middle of the three of them, he said, it's a rose between two thorns. But as he said that, Edwina moved around, so he was in fact in the position of the rose, describing the Mountbattens as the thorns. Which sort of, but they all had a good laugh about it. I mean, so that could have been fine. That could have established actually an intimacy, but for whatever reason, and it really is clearly a personality thing, and it's quite hard to trace exactly the progress of it, but it becomes clear that they just don't get on. And maybe that is partially also because the Jinnahs are very suspicious of this closeness with Nehru.
Now, can we just between us talk about the closeness with Nehru? Because so many rumours about a rapidly developing romance between Nehru and Edwina Mountbatten. How much is true and how much is hype?
I mean, it's completely true. The only question would be exactly at what point this friendship became a romance, which is very hard to prove. We certainly know that it had by late 1947, after partition. I think the kind of crucial question, which of course we cannot possibly answer unless the Mountbatten family, the Nehru Gandhi family and the government of India decides to release letters between them, is how soon that relationship developed between March 1947 and October 1947.
And when we say relationship, let's just call it out. It is a sexual, romantic, passionate affair.
Well, we don't know if it's sexual because we never know if it's sexual because I don't have a little periscope into their bedroom. But
I mean, the assumption, I think, and the general assumption is that it became sexual after independence and partition, that there was probably a sexual relationship in Britain, but it was probably a romance in India. Would you agree with that or not?
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that because I wouldn't take a position on whether it was sexual or not.
Because she's a very, very good historian who's not peeking under the sheet. That's why.
I have a little personal angle, I should say.
Brace.
That my father was around at this time as a young ADC, and he is ADC to a man called General Frank Messervy, who's in charge of Eastern Command and has been fighting the campaign in Burma. So he is the commander-in-chief and living in what's now Teen Murti House, and my dad, aged 19, is there. And I remember very distinctly when I was at university going to have dinner with my dad in his club, the Guards Club, where he met Mountbatten's ADC, Jim Scott. And Jim Scott said, "Oh, hello, Hugh. How are you? Very nice to see you. I can't tell you what such a funny thing happened. I had this woman called Morgan coming around, trying to find out about Dickie and Edwina. And I told them both that it was absolutely clean. Nothing happened at all. Ha, 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 ha." And the two of them collapsed into giggles, the implication being, of course, that it was definitely sexual. So that's my one little family anecdote.
My auntie says they definitely did it because I mean, it's based on nothing, but she says they did. So.
I think what I did find during the research for the book is a photograph, which again is in my book and now quite viral. I found the first photograph of the two of them holding hands.
Yes, you did. So here we are. We've got this complex, very human tapestry of relationships where some people like others more than others. And can it be really as banal as this as to why these human frailties lead to what will become one of the biggest bloodbaths in human history?
And today linger on as one of the big potential nuclear conflicts of the modern age.
Absolutely. No, it's not just about these personal relationships. It's about an awful lot of enormous global historical forces going on as well. But in terms of how the negotiations panned out that spring and summer, it had a lot to do with those personal relationships.
So when Mountbatten is sent out, the British still seem to want to keep India united. But the Muslim League have decided that they want their own country for Indian Muslims. And the reason they're giving is that they feel threatened by the Hindu majority. Tell us all about that. What's that about?
So you're correct. So the Pakistan movement had started in about 1930 when some students at Cambridge University of North Indian origin came up with this word Pakistan and the idea of separatism. And it was really...
The land of the pure.
The land of the pure.
Jinnah had initially opposed it.
Figure. And really, so I think, you've got a progression of him leaving the Congress over this kind of Hindu-focused spirituality that Gandhi was bringing in, which he disliked enormously, felt very uncomfortable with. And then after that, this kind of, when this idea came up of Pakistan, this was something that became quite appealing to him as a separation, increasingly feeling that a sort of very Hindu-dominated India would be a very dangerous place for Muslims to be.
And why do they think that? What's happening among the Hindu population to make them feel threatened?
Well, really, I think the religiosity brought in by Gandhi is something that a lot of people are uncomfortable with. And there's a sense that among some Muslims that really British rule is the thing keeping them safe from that majority. That's not among all Muslims, of course, but that is what some Muslims begin to think. And that's kind of really reinforced in World War II, when, as you say, lots of the Congress leaders are in prison and the Muslim League leaders are telling them this repeatedly.
So here we are, divided characters, suspicion, religious fervour being whipped up on both sides, in fact. But what does Mountbatten decide to do?
Well, he makes the rather extraordinary decision in retrospect to speed the transition of power up. He decides that, in his words, lightning speed is much too slow, that this end date of 1st of June 1948 is way too far away. And I think the really big factor in that is him realising how bad the situation on the ground in India is, that there's simply no way. I mean, you said earlier on, does the British government want to preside over a bloodbath? It becomes very clear that to him, that's probably going to happen. And with Mountbatten's great instinct for PR, he realises that it would be very, very bad for the British government to preside over such a thing, and that it's going to happen.
And indeed that the British troops might get caught up in it, and you might get again a repeat of 1857.
That you have two options. Either British troops get caught up in it, in which case that could go wrong in all sorts of horrible ways, or British troops have been almost completely removed, in which case it looks like massive negligence, which it indeed would be. Neither outcome is good for Britain. And you have to remember at this point, Mountbatten's job was to do what was good for Britain. That was what he had effectively been charged with. So he made this decision to speed up the transfer of power to the rather extraordinary date of 15th of August, 1947.
Now, many historians have taken the view that this was suicidal and that Mountbatten helped precipitate the bloodbath that came by that decision. Do you agree with that?
I don't. And the reason I don't is quite specific, is that I think, although he certainly made the decision on his own, he later tried to say that everybody had told him to do this. That's completely untrue. It was definitely just him. I think he genuinely was in a position where it was tricky to see what else he could do because of the troop situation. Because if Britain wasn't going to send more resources to keep the peace, particularly more troops, then I think his assessment was correct that he could not keep the peace. I think a lot of the kind of accusations focusing just on Mountbatten about speeding up this timetable for the transfer of power, the effect that has is to move focus from putting the blame on the British Empire and the whole way it was run. Much like, as you've written with Jallianwala Bagh, putting all the blame on Dyer ignores the fact that the British Empire was much more broadly violent in the way it was run. That this wasn't an exceptional event, actually. It was part of a pattern of violence. And I think when we look at trying to pin all the blame on Mountbatten for something that was quite clearly the result, actually, of 90 years of violent rule, of divide and rule, of failing to introduce democracy in any kind of reasonable timetable, very, very slowly doing so at the end, dragging the feet on things like dominion status that could have been done much earlier. I think really we have to be careful of just saying that one man is responsible for all of these failures, because that's just ridiculous. The climate had not been created by Mountbatten. And I think the argument that changing the dates at this point was the only factor in kicking all of those things off is just completely absurd.
So Mountbatten makes the decision that the deadline's going to be moved up and they are out of there. But there is another really very important decision that's been made at the highest level. And what is that decision?
That is the decision that India will be partitioned. That there is really at this point no way to persuade the Muslim League to stay within India, that it's too powerful, that you will not get an agreement on keeping the whole thing together. So partition of some form will occur.
And what does Nehru think about this? Because he's resisted this all this time.
I think he was heartbroken about it. But I also think he saw at that time that this was the only option. And I would say that there was something quite interesting, not just in Nehru's own thoughts about this, but actually you can really see this in Jinnah's thoughts too, and there's been lots of work on this by Pakistani historians, that actually they didn't necessarily assume this would be permanent. They certainly had thoughts that longer term this might come back together, and you can see that in things so simple as Jinnah never sold his house in Bombay.
Oh, interesting.
Malabar Hill.
Oh, interesting.
Indeed.
And even in 1947, even at the very end, he thinks that he can come and go from Karachi to Malabar Hill.
Yeah, completely. I mean, and I think they all assumed that there would be a point at least of congeniality, whether it would have been like we saw in Germany, of coming back together, a departition, a reunification, who knows? But I think they certainly saw, they were of the opinion that this would not be a permanent break to the extent it has been, for sure.
But this is a catastrophic cocktail now. So Mountbatten's hurry to get out, the decision or capitulation to this idea that the country needs to be divided in half. I mean, history revolves around huge characters, but it affects normal people. And so you've got people in particularly two areas of India. You've got the Punjab and Bengal who don't know if they're living on the right side or not.
Yes, and that's why you begin to see, when this all becomes very clear in July, that's the beginning really of those migrations that begin to happen before partition, is because people don't know which side of the line they're going to be on. So some people, the people with the money and the resources to do so, start moving at that point.
Tell us who Cyril Radcliffe is and what's his role in all this.
Yes, he comes in as terribly consequential and important at this point. Radcliffe was a British civil servant who was drafted in to draw this partition line. He'd never been to India before. He'd never really been east of, it's always said east of Gibraltar or something, but I feel like quite a lot of places
so there are all sorts of these things, or north of Paris. There's all sorts of
anyway,
of things,
he certainly, let's say legitimately, he'd certainly never been.
Not gone around.
Radcliffe had never been to India before. He did not know the territory, but that was sort of supposed to be an advantage, because he was supposed to be seen as not biased on that basis. So he was flown out rather reluctantly to draw this partition line. He was given a small committee of various Indian civil servants to help with this, and he was given this impossible job in a sort of rather biblical way of effectively 40 days and 40 nights to draw this partition line through Bengal and the Punjab.
And Jinnah has a very different conception of what he's going to get to what he actually is given. He thinks he's going to get great chunks of possibly even Delhi and great chunks of northern India, which he never gets. Yes,
well, I mean, obviously the Pakistan plan originally really relied on the whole of the Punjab and the whole of Bengal being part of a Pakistan. And in fact, Jinnah at some points was really very unhappy with it being partitioned, and, even said if it's going to be this moth-eaten thing, then, better to not have it, rather than have this moth-eaten version. But by this point, events are proceeding.
He also had an idea, I believe, that it wasn't going to be a kind of Muslim-only state. It was going to be another version of India where all different faiths would live, but under Muslim rule.
Yes, I think Jinnah, again, is somebody who'd lived in Britain for a long time. Of course, Britain, nominally a Christian country, in fact, with, religious figures in the legislature and so on. Even so, he'd seen this sort of country that could operate with theoretically a religious framework, but actually in a highly secular way. And I think he very much thought Pakistan could be this kind of, what he would have seen as a sophisticated, informed, democracy with tolerance and with, a kind of multiplicity of faiths and identities being allowed within it.
Well, I mean, eventually that is not what happens. And we're going to have a whole podcast on partition itself coming up. But Alex, I mean, it's so brilliant having you on this. Just talk us through the sun setting on the British Empire for the last time. How do they leave, and when do they leave, and what's going on around them as they leave?
Well, there's all sorts of complexity going on right up to the last minute, partly because the actual line of partition, now you mentioned your family being there asleep in the Punjab, not knowing where the line was. Well, they wouldn't know until after independence.
Now, see, this is really perplexing. So I think, just to make this very, very clear, the countries are becoming independent, and my family from the Punjab, and there are, countless families who are going through the same thing in Bengal. They have literally no idea if they're on the right side or not. They have literally no idea whether the stream is going to be divided from the dam, the village is going to have a line down the middle. They don't know anything. And is it Mountbatten's idea to keep that from them for a few days till after he goes, until after, he has his moment with the trumpets and the fanfare and the photo opportunity?
It suited the agenda that this wasn't published, and there was generally a feeling that if it was published, that violence would break out and that people would start moving in numbers. Of course, that's what happened anyway.
But 2 days later.
But not on Britain's watch.
Not on Britain's watch. So on the 14th of August, he takes the salute in what is newly born Pakistan. On the 15th of August, he does exactly the same thing on what is now newly created India. And there's a very, very famous speech given by Nehru on a crackling radio, which is very, I mean, it's still very powerful words now. I have the words. Do you want me? Alex, do you want to read them or shall I read them?
I think you should, Anita. I'd love to hear you read them.
I'll read them, okay. Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. A moment comes, which comes but rarely in history, when we step out of the old to the new, when an age ends, when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. That may be beyond us, but so long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over. And so we have to labour and to work, and work hard, to give our reality to our dreams. These dreams are for India, but they are also for the world.
Goodbye. Well, hello and welcome to Empire with me, William Dalrymple.
And me, Anita Arnold. I don't like this. Why are we doing it the other way round?
That was the longest pause ever.
Ooh.
But I won't get on your case.
I feel all
Anita. I won't get on your
discombobulated.
case. Anyway, today we have a particularly tricky guest, the wonderful Anita Arnold.
Oh, she's awful.
But she's written a very good book.
You could have given that much more of a tug.
She's written a very good book
It's
called
very sweet.
Sophia. What do you call her? Sophia, Princess
Sophia. She would have called herself Sophia.
Sophia, Princess, Suffragette, Revolutionary. And it is, I have to say, one of those stories that, as a non-fiction writer, when you see that somebody else has written it, you do suffer a little surge of envy because it's kind of a perfect story. It's an astonishingly good story. It takes our old friend the Kohinoor, which is why we're doing it now, almost as a sort of epilogue to our quartet of Kohinoor episodes. It has Ranjit Singh, Dulip Singh, but it has also a whole new world of people that link this astonishing world of the Sikh court and the Sikh wars and all that sort of extraordinarily exotic stuff happening in 1840s India with the new world. She is a suffragette. She meets Gandhi. She is part of the freedom struggle. She's facing off against Churchill. And so it's an extraordinary link between two worlds that seem sort of unbridgeable, and yet her life brings them together.
Oh, aren't you lovely? Aren't you lovely? I'd fastened my seatbelt and I'd put on my crash helmet for that introduction, but I think it got off quite well. How nice of you. Actually, a very, very learned and respected critic put it this way after the book came out, saying, "You, madam, are a lucky cow." Isn't that nice? To come across a story like that for your first book. And I'll wear that. I'll take it.
Has there been any book about it before, or was this literally one that you dug up from?
No. It was entirely born out of frustration. So the whole story of this book is, I mean, you know my long-suffering husband very well.
Wonderful long-suffering husband.
It was while I was on maternity leave, and there was, yes, my wonderful long. He's a very wonderful man. But during maternity leave, what happened was I was sort of trying to be very quiet.
I can't imagine you ever being very quiet.
It was my one and very short-lived Trappist silence phase. So I just turned off all radios and TVs, and I just read everything. That was everything, anything and everything. So which included sort of the kind of mail and local magazines and things that would have gone straight into the dustbin. And so it was one of these days when I was looking through a local magazine, and it said suffragette selling newspaper outside Hampton Court. And even though it was a sepia print, there was something about the picture that told me this woman, the suffragette, selling newspaper of the suffragettes, said suffragette revolution on the sandwich board next to her, was Indian. Well, even more than that, was Punjabi. I mean, you've heard of Gaydar. I always say this when I do the talk. We have Punjab. We Punjabis can tell another one from space. So that's what started it, really. I started trying to find out more about her, and then bored my husband rigid, and he said, just write it down.
I'm actually looking at the picture this minute, which is now, of course, on the cover of your paperback. And it does indeed show this woman in a very expensive fur coat. So she's not poor. Wearing a very fashionable, turned up sort of 1910 era hat. And she's standing by a poster board for the suffragette in huge block capitals. And the the one-word banner headline that you'd associate more with some sort of tabloid from today, but it just says "Revolution!" ! But this woman, who's clearly well off and is supporting the suffragette cause, is very clearly, as you say, an Indian face. It's a classic North Indian face, and very beautiful, actually. And she's and very striking. And you're right. These are two worlds which
I think so.
Two worlds which you wouldn't expect to come together. So what did you do when you were researching this? How did you put it together?
So I did. Being a journalist, I always take the path of greatest laziness. I rang up the magazine and I said, "Who's this then? Who that?"
And they literally, there wasn't even a caption.
Well, I mean, I might be in my sort of sleep-deprived, befuddled, state. I didn't catch it, but they said, "Oh, it's Sophia Dalip Singh." And I said, "Can you tell me anything about her?" And they said, "Well, Sophia Dalip Singh from Hampton Court is what we can tell you." And I was like, "This is really crazy." I guess making it worse. I'm a political journalist. Making it worse is my husband is a Singh and I'm now a Singh. So how do I not know about this woman? So I tried to find a book, because that's what a typically lazy journalist would do, and there just wasn't one. So then I did. I started researching this story as I would a contemporary story. I thought, okay, I'll look for cuttings, and I very quickly found that there were two piles of cuttings which bore no resemblance to each other. And they seem to be talking about a different person. So on the one side, there were cuttings about this beautiful society princess, and everything she wore was fashionable, and where she bought her jewels, and how she did her hair, and things like that. And on the other side, Harridan princess, traitor's daughter, ungrateful immigrant. And I thought, how are these two the same person? And that started the obsession.
And it is in a sense that conflict that animates the book. It is the charge that keeps the thing going, because she does indeed embrace completely different worlds, two utterly different worlds that you'd never imagine coming together in one life. So let's go back to her dad, who we've covered a little bit before in our Kohinoor episode, but in case the listeners here have not heard that, who was her dad, Dalip Singh?
So her father, Dalip Singh, was the beautiful boy king who Queen Victoria becomes obsessed with. He is dispossessed of his kingdom and of his Kohinoor diamond by Lord Dalhousie, who wants the diamond. He wants to have this experience of not only just taking the lucrative north of India, but presenting on this cushion the diamond that represents India to Queen Victoria. And in the process of doing that, this little boy is expelled from Punjab, and he's given to the foster care of a Scottish couple called the Logins. He decides he wants to meet the Maharani of the world at one point, and Queen Victoria really very much wants to meet him, because she keeps getting updates about how beautiful and wonderful and Christian he is. It's, he embraces Christianity as well, and by doing so really upsets his already heartbroken people in Punjab.
So he's the kind of model Victorian prince. He's absolutely poster boy for what the British would like the Indian princes to be: picturesque, gorgeous, exotic, and deeply loyal.
And for Victoria, even more than that, somebody who is deeply Christian, he's a gateway to the Christianization of India. His soul is saved, and maybe everybody else's soul can be saved in the same way. So there are many reasons that she's interested in him. But when he comes to England, he is completely sort of swept up in the royal family. He feels a member of that family. And it's only when he gets older, when he starts to think of a family of his own, and he realizes that he cannot actually live like his best friend Bertie, and he can't spend the money that the Prince of Wales is spending, and he can't leave to his children what he feels he ought to be able to leave, that he starts looking into the past and looking into how he was separated from his mother and forced to sign this treaty which signed everything over. And then he becomes this implacable enemy.
Just before we go there to that, in a sense, that divorce, to the moment that he turns against the royal family and begins to want to reclaim his lost kingdom. Just describe to me, because I remember you talking about this when you first came across the papers, the Queen and he sketching each other. Was it in the Isle of Wight?
Oh, they're lovely. Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, no, and this is a really controversial thing to say in India, because in India, this is a really simple, straightforward binary story of a rapacious queen who takes everything from this poor Indian child. The truth is always more complicated than that. So when Dilip first comes to England, just bear in mind he's been separated from his mother since he was an infant. He has no family around him, and he's swept up in this royal family and taken into the bosom of the family, which means he often spends time at Osborne House, which is the inner sanctum for Queen Victoria and Albert. It's where they get away from everybody. And so it's while they are there that this absolute love affair, and it's not a sexual love affair, but it is a real love, develops. The two of them spent ages, you're quite right, sitting and looking at each other and sketching each other. And these very tender portraits still exist in the royal collection. You can go and see them yourself. His impact on Victoria is even today evident, because you'll see this resplendent picture, this portrait that was painted by Winterhalter, which hangs of Dilip Singh, despite everything, despite this whole detonation of their relationship later, which still hangs in Osborne House. She writes in her diary about how sweet he is to, her youngest son Leopold, who has haemophilia and is really picked on by the other royal kids. But Dilip always sort of scoops him up and puts him on his shoulders. So there is a real tenderness, which then explains why, when he does start thinking of his own. First of all, she tries to arrange his marriage. I don't know if I mentioned that in the last time that we touched on Dilip Singh. But Queen Victoria tries to do exactly what his mother would have done in India, which is try and find him a wife.
And who does she want him to marry?
Well, she has another interest, who is Princess Gaurama of Coorg, who is also, the child of an dispossessed Indian royal who has converted to Christianity. I mean, in that case, her father sort of converts himself and converts her as an attempt to hang on to his kingdom.
And she's from Coorg in southern India.
Exactly right. And it's very beautiful. Very beautiful little thing.
South of modern Bangalore, up in the mountains.
Exactly. Beloved by her father, but is sort of given over almost as a gift to Queen Victoria, that, this is how much I trust you and I think you're going to do right by me and my kingdom. Take my daughter, and, she's your godchild now. And so this is a godchild of Queen Victoria. And she grows up in Britain, and she's quite flighty. She's quite a silly, giggly little thing. And when Dilip is first introduced...
And he's also a great beauty, like Dilip.
With this ambition Queen Victoria has that these two will marry.
And he's also a great beauty, like Dilip.
Yeah, very pretty. Little big doe eyes, big brown doe eyes. I mean, they do, they would have had beautiful babies. This would have worked. It would have been a beautiful thing. But it didn't work because he found her too flighty and too ridiculous. And also, I think, he was having affairs at this time, even at this time as a young man, with women in court who were desperately glamorous and worldly, but who thought it was fine to flirt and have affairs. But my God, they wouldn't marry him because nobody wanted mongrel children.
And again, just before we plunge into the descent, at his peak, he's not only very close to the royal family, he's got this enormous estate in Suffolk, Elvedon.
Yes, it's right on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. So if anyone's been to Thetford, that's sort of still the most identifiable place on the map. And it is crazy town at Elvedon. So he buys it because he wants to be near Sandringham. The Prince of Wales has just recently bought Sandringham. And anything Bertie can do, Dilip can do better. There is this kind of brotherly rivalry between them. So he buys this house that used to belong to Admiral Keppel,
That's my mother's
You have
family.
said this
Yeah.
before, that you're related to everyone, including God. Right. So the Keppel House is in Thetford, as it was this quite austere, looked like Sandringham, sort of a very big, blocky, a house of substance and seriousness. And he buys it, and then he completely wrecks it and rebuilds
in
it.
a sort of Mughal style. There's Mughal rooms, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, on the outside Italian, inside it is like a Mughal palace. I mean, there are furs and there are skins and there is gold and there is shisha work, mirror work on all the walls. What is most extraordinary, though, is the wildlife that he keeps outside in the grounds of Elvedon. So he has
baboons.
He has these exotic birds that are flown over every year. Oh, baboons chained up in the flower beds who are miserable and hate the local. There's a war that's going on that I found in a local newspaper between the baboon and the local jackdaw, which was sufficiently noisy that they wrote about it in their local flag. But then there's also, these parrots that he just keeps shipping over every year, which drop out of the sky like ripe pears. And he just ships in more because he's made this pleasure palace. He has a leopard pen outside the children's nursery. So they wake up to this sort of, the strange noises of wild animals, and that they grow up at this place. He's also made the premier hunting estate in England. So, the thing that the aristocracy loved to do more than anything in those times was get the biggest bag, sort of bang things out of the sky.
And Suffolk and Norfolk was very much the big shoot HQ, wasn't it? Those extraordinary shoots of the Victorian period when thousands of birds would be brought down.
And he's one of the best shots in the country. And you are literally talking about bags of thousands of birds, sort of a hunting party. He himself could bring down 900 birds in, a one day's outing. They're ludicrous, eye-watering numbers, his hunting statistics. But, replenishing all of this and keeping this kind of lifestyle so that the dukes and the duchesses and the Prince of Wales, is a regular guest at Elvedon. To keep up to that level, he keeps spending money that he thinks is his. He thinks that there is a settlement, an equitable settlement that's been made when he signed everything over, where he can carry on living like a Maharaja. But very soon, the bank, Coops in this instance, starts returning his bills, saying, "We're not paying this. You haven't got the money. We're not paying this." So he goes to the Secretary of State for India, saying, "Hang on a minute, but we agreed that you would let me live this lifestyle." And they said, "Well, don't know who agreed that, Your Majesty," but no. And so that sours the relationship.
So he begins to have to sell things off, or how does it play out?
He starts actually upping the ante. So he starts being even more profligate and spending even more money and sending the bills, daring them to give, to bankrupt him. And when it becomes clear that they really are going to bankrupt him, he then appeals to Queen Victoria and says, "Look, you've got to help me. This is crazy. Why am I being punished? I've been your most loyal servant. I've done everything that was expected of me. And also I was abused by your people as a child. This is not legal. What happened? This document cannot even be legal because I signed it as a minor. And you'd taken my mother away. And who did I have to counsel me?" And all of this falls on some rather deaf ears. I mean, Queen Victoria says, "I do feel sorry for your predicament." And she writes to others saying, "It is a shame. It's a shame what's happened." But she's like, "I'm not going to do anything. I cannot cost my government. This is, you've made this bed. Now you lie in it." So he then decides, right, if you're going to play like this, then I'm going to play nasty too. And he formulates this plan, which on paper, William, makes perfect sense. This is the time of the great game, as you know. So Russia is flexing like crazy. So he thinks, okay, you know what? I will go back. I will go back to India. The Sikhs will rise up for me, and the Tsar will come in on the other side, and we will pincer the British out of the north of India, and it's going to work. And that's his thought process when he drags his poor wife, who we haven't spoken about yet, who's also an extraordinary story, but his wife and his 6 little children on a voyage, a doomed voyage back to India. He sells everything in Elvedon to pay for this, including the pheasant eggs. I've seen receipts for the pheasant eggs that he sells to raise enough money to go back and start this war against Britain.
So how far does he get?
He gets as far as Aden. He gets as far as the Suez Canal. And then he is pulled off the boat, and his family is pulled off the boat by a sweating resident who doesn't know what to do with them because he still has royal status. You know, he's really famous. He's in everyone knows who he is. He's in newspapers. He's in imperial portraits, which still hang in galleries in this country. He is a friend of the Queen. And yet he's pulled off and he's looking for guidance. What shall I do? And they just say, just keep him till he cools down. And that is very much the directive coming from Queen Victoria. He needs to see sense and live within his means and just tell him to cool down. But he doesn't cool down. So he's held in this place in Aden. He is getting angrier and angrier and ratcheting up. His family are desperate. His poor wife, who is just such an extraordinary creature. She shouldn't be living this life. Bamba Müller. If we just sort of for 1 second look back, and I apologise if this is confusing, but just, previously on this conversation I mentioned, and we just have to look at Bamba for a moment. Bamba is not of royal blood. Bamba is a lot younger than him, and Bamba has been married to him because he's turned down all of the arranged marriages that Queen Victoria set before him. He's not interested in any of them. And at some point he starts to feel quite anxious, out of place, disjointed and rejected by all these women who will flirt and have affairs with him but won't marry him. So he starts to look for somebody who will be as much of an outsider in the court as he feels. And to do that, but he also wants a pure virgin because, he's clearly reviling everything that's gone on, the people that he thought he loved and thought they loved him. So he wants the complete opposite. So he goes to this mission in Cairo. And he asked them quite point blank, he says, do you have a girl I can marry? She has to be a virgin. She has to be pure. She has to be unworldly. And they say, we've got just the girl. And it is a young girl, an illegitimate child. Get this. I mean,
extraordinary story. If
you presented this as fiction back in the day, they would have turned it down. So she is the illegitimate daughter of a rich German merchant, Herr Müller, and an Abyssinian slave who has a baby. And instead of acknowledging the child...
it's straight out of Rider Haggard or something, isn't it? Yeah.
Isn't it? And he just leaves the daughter in this cloister to be brought up by the mission. And so they have this pure girl in Bamba who is so beautiful. I mean, that is the one thing again. She is, again, big brown eyes, huge eyelashes, round face, absolutely clear expression, completely guileless. And he meets her. She doesn't speak any English. He speaks no Arabic. They have to have a translator at their wedding. They meet once and he decides, yes, he's going to have her. Because she's a very impressive trinket. And also, it's going to slightly get up the nose of Queen Victoria. And Queen Victoria, to her credit, when he comes back and goes, ta-da, this is my wife. She doesn't speak a word of your language, but this is my wife who I chose all by myself. She embraces Bamba as well. She sort of sees Bamba as a really pious, lovely girl who should be protected. And he goes through this wild phase of sort of treating her literally like a trophy wife. She has to learn English haltingly to even communicate with her husband. But what he does is sort of even worse. He uses her almost like a mannequin. He starts designing her clothes for her. I mean, he designs her outfit. She wears fashions no one has ever seen in the world because they're a mixture of East, West, and there are ladies in waiting to Queen Victoria going, what the hell is he doing to that poor girl? Just leave her alone. And she is also permanently pregnant. She has 7 children, one of whom dies in infancy, but she's almost permanently pregnant to this point where, now if we can flip forward to Aden, she has now got these young children in tow and they're stopped.
So we have a pile of trunks, some young children, and Dulip Singh sitting in the British residency in Aden, unable to continue his journey to India.
Yeah.
What happens next?
No, can't go forward, won't go back. And won't go back. That's the thing. He can go back to England. He's invited to go back to England if he signs a paper saying he's going to behave himself. But he won't. And his youngest daughter, this is her first arrest, Sophia, at age 9, is sort of sitting there sweating in this heat, in this place that's not designed for children for such a long time, until Bamba can't take it anymore. And she says, look, please, for the children, can we do something? Can we do something for the children at least? Have pity. And he says, get out. You and them, just get out my sight. Because I am now the implacable enemy of the British and I've got no room for you. So this is, again, people who suffer trauma in childhood or, can be, it's a possibility, psychologists say they can, if it's a life unexamined, revisit those things on others. And that's perhaps what happens. He is a man who's been ripped away from his mother. He therefore has a really odd idea of how you treasure people who love you. And he treats them so abhorrently. Of course, I'm not saying that's the rule, but there are, some may say, mitigations to his behaviour, because otherwise how do you explain a man who just ejects his wife and these poor little children, sends them back? And he sends them back with an article that he puts in the newspapers saying, extend no credit to this family because I have no relations with Britain anymore. I am their enemy. I don't want a penny from you. And just, they don't speak for me. So it's such a brutal,
it's a desperate story. Does Sophia ever see her father again?
She will, but it will be under the most wretched circumstances. But, there she is. She's sent back with her 2 sisters. She has 2 older sisters, Bamba, named after their mother, Catherine, and 2 brothers as well, Victor and Freddie, who they're all sort of now at the mercy of the British state, whatever Victoria decides to do. Sophia is Victoria's goddaughter.
And this is 1886, 1887?
Yeah. So Victoria decides to step in and look after, this child because she owes it, and the whole family. And she does like Maharani Bamba. She thinks she's this good and pious woman. So she puts them up, first of all, in the best refugee colony ever thought of, Claridge's, for a while. So they put up in Claridge's for ages, until she then says, okay, there must be a ward. They must be made wards, and they must be looked after. And she puts them in the care of one of her equerries, Colonel Oliphant, who then looks after this family, but also spies on them regularly to see what kind of treacherous stuff Dilip might be saying and sending back to the family. But Bamba, Maharani Bamba, the mother of Sophia, is so desperately broken by what has happened that she turns into an alcoholic. And she is drinking herself to death in Brighton under the gaze of the Oliphants, who can do nothing about it. And the children are growing up feral. So there are all of these reports from Oliphant to Queen Victoria saying, okay, Dilip's out of the picture. He barely talks to his children. I mean, Victor has reached out a few times, but it's not really, there's not really a connection at all. 2 of the children are very anti-British and vocally so. Sophia's elder sister, Bamba, who now openly refers to Queen Victoria, just as her father did, as Mrs. Fagin, the receiver of stolen goods. Catherine, who cannot stand the British. And then little Sophia, who there is some hope for. So that's where they live, with poor old Maharani Bamba insensate with alcohol most of the time, just trying to numb the pain. And so, it's only months later where Sophia is just only been back for a little while, and she gets terrible typhus fever, which is the same thing that actually sweeps Prince Albert away eventually. But she is desperately sick, and they don't think she's going to make it. And Maharani Bamba, for the first time, sort of, that feeling of being a mother is obviously with her, but she's just incapable of doing anything about it. But she sits all night by her little daughter's bed on her knees, praying to the Lord to spare her daughter. And when in the morning Sophia opens her eyes, her fever is broken, but her mother's lying dead on the floor. She dies in the night while praying all night to save her.
So she's orphaned effectively aged 10.
Yeah, just completely without anybody in the world to look out for her, look after her. Yeah, apart from Queen Victoria and the Oliphants, who her sisters can't stand. By the way, her sisters despise the Oliphants. They think that they're spying on them.
Queen Victoria then steps in and gives them a grace and favour flat in Hampton Court.
Well, that comes a little bit later. At first, she steps in because the Oliphants report back that these 3 girls in particular, and Sophia, who is sweet of nature, unlike the other 2, who they describe as being awful. But Sophia is sweet, but they have no ability, because their mother has been so absent from their life and given them so little training. They don't know how to eat. They don't know how to hold knives and forks. They don't know how to dress properly. They've been running around, wildly, sort of bringing themselves up. So Queen Victoria steps in for Sophia. She sends her dolls, which are dressed properly, and tea sets to show, so that through play she can learn how to be a lady, and sends tutors to bring these girls up properly. All right, might be a bit late for the older 2, who are really wild-spirited, according to the Oliphant letters, but at least for her, send somebody to look after them. And one of the tutors that they send from the palace is a German woman who eventually will become the lover of Catherine, and they will have a glorious lifelong love affair and completely duck out of the British system altogether.
This storyline goes all sorts of places you don't expect it.
It's so crazy.
I think we probably, that sort of lesbian sort of diversion from the main thing is probably quite a good moment to take a break.
Yes.
So welcome back to Empire with me, William Dalrymple.
And me, Anita Anand.
Just to recap, what's happened to Dulip Singh at this point? We last saw him in Aden. Where's he gone?
Oh, it all just goes completely wrong for him. So he won't go back to Britain. He's completely washed his hands of his family. He ends up in France for a bit, where he immediately falls into a ring of British spies who disabuse him of his wallet, his means, his money, and they put a tracker on him. They have somebody who's sort of cozying up to him, being a friend. Christy Campbell's written a very, very good book about that particular section, the Maharaja's box. And he is tailed all the way to Russia, where the British are watching and reporting on everything he says and does. And sadly for him, the Tsar won't see him. And so he sort of stays in this terrible guest house waiting for months and months. By now he's shacked up with one of his girlfriends, because he is absolutely a philanderer who cheats on Maharani Bamber at any opportunity. And this is a chambermaid from one of the hotels that he frequents.
Tell me you've sold the film rights, please, immediately.
Oh yes, no, I have. No, it's in, as they say, development.
This is War and Peace meets
mad,
Sherlock Holmes meets sort of
crazy.
Passage to India meets Game of Thrones. It's got everything.
I mean, this is such a romp. I'm not doing justice to everything that's in the book, but there's so much that goes on. Anyway, so he's sitting in Russia. His Cox's Bazaar chambermaid, now wife, is because he marries as soon as Bamber draws her last breath. He has 2 children with her. And this is the difference between sort of this. They're called Pauline and Irene. So Pauline and Irene are the little children who are just living this dreadful life, half sisters now, Sophia, in Russia. And the Tsar won't see them. And so, he just sort of limps his way back with this now a woman who's just not interested in him because he has no money. She's very happy to be with him while he has some cash. But when he has nothing, they go back to Paris and he dies penniless and alone on a Parisian hotel floor. Yeah, with nobody there. Before that, though, you asked me earlier, did Sophia see him again once? So Sophia had a beloved younger brother called Edward. And Edward is her life when they're growing up under the Oliphant's care. The older sisters are old enough to be sent to university. They are among some of the earliest students to go to Somerville College.
In Oxford,
and hate every second of it. But so Sophia is alone. The only person she has to love and to cherish and who truly knows her is Edward. But then Edward gets typhoid and dies.
As well.
So that's the last time she sees her father, when he comes to see Edward on his dying bed and is weeping and broken by the side of the bed. And then he just leaves, and that's it. That's the last time she'll see him. And the next time she'll hear about him is he's dead on the Parisian floor.
So she's lost both parents now. So where is she living? Who's keeping her together? So
the Oliphants take care of her until she reaches the age of maturity. And at the age of 17, it is customary for nice gals, to come out in public. They debut in public. And Queen Victoria hasn't taken the slightest bit of interest in the older children, the older girls who, they can't stand her and she can't stand them. But for Sophia, she must have a proper debut. And so she debuts at Buckingham Palace itself.
Proper debutante.
A proper debutante. And the 2 sisters are thrown in. It's thrown in just, I suppose it's economical to do it all together. But, these debuts are so that women can be presented to court and presented to suitors. And the problem with these 3 girls is that they are too white to marry a brown man and too brown to marry a white man. But you see a picture of them in the book.
I'm looking at it now, and they're the 3 most beautiful girls in the world. They're all wearing wedding dresses.
They're wearing wedding dresses, in veils. that was the debut outfit. Elaborate ostrich feathers in your hair and pearls and things.
And it looks like something from a Tolstoy novel. They've got these sort of late Victorian, very sort of beautiful silk gowns. They've all got enormous bouquets in their hands. They're wearing necklaces of pearls and diamonds. They've got enormous rings in their ears, but they're brown faces. They are they look as if they are from some sort of picture of Tsarist Russia to my eyes, but the faces are entirely Indian and very beautiful and very striking, very strong. I mean,
very strong. I mean, but all three of them are beauties. I mean, the thing that's weird to me, they look like those seaside cutouts where you put your face through, because the faces just don't match the outfits. At all. Yeah.
But it's a wonderful picture. So it says Princess Bamba, Catherine, and Sophia Julep Singh at their debut at Buckingham Palace, 1894.
So this is for Sophia is a wonderful occasion, and she's worked really hard to bring herself up to scratch for this debut. She's nervous about it, but she has worked hard. For the other two, they could not care less. They absolutely loathe everything about it, and they only do it for Sophia's sake. They love their little sister very, very much. These three are very, very close. But they know that it's not going to open any doors for them, because they are pretty anti-British. But for Sophia, she will spend the next 10 years of her life becoming the most pointless person on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. She goes to every party. She revels in her new status as being this sort of pin-up for the newly created women's magazines that are just coming out at about this time. In the late 1890s.
Pictures of her surrounded by animals in your book, hounds and kennels.
Well, because she wins crufts. She wins what is the sort of, the predecessor to crufts, what will become crufts. She breeds either teeny tiny dogs or very, very big dogs. So it's like Pomeranians or Borzois, and she has a huge amount of success with them. She also gets into newspapers and magazines for being an exceptional horsewoman, very good rider. She scandalizes the public in a way that delights her, because she's one of the first women to ride a bicycle in public at a time when that wasn't acceptable.
And she smokes.
And I went through her receipts, William, and it was just glorious, because there was this box at the British Library which hadn't really been touched, and the amount this woman spent on importing verbena talc and these very extraordinarily expensive cigarettes from Egypt and Cairo was hilarious. And you just sort of got a picture of somebody who was, really quite... I mean, like a Kardashian of her day is the way I put it before, but really who revelled in that kind of attention.
And the first photograph in your book, taken in 1900, has this incredibly glamorous picture of her dressed in a sort of, is it a sari, or is it both a dress and a sari? It's not quite a conventional sari, is it? It's an
approximation as close as they could get to a sari. But, at that point, I think that's a really important picture, because she looks very beautiful in it. Yeah.
Hung with jewels and all the kind of glories of the Sikh treasure.
The jewels that didn't belong to her father, because they were all taken, but they're the jewels of Rani Jindal, who we mentioned in the Kohinoor chapter.
Ranjit Singh's last wife. Yeah.
Ranjit Singh's last wife, her grandmother, who sneaked out some of the jewels which came to her. Otherwise, none of those jewels would have come to her at all.
And these are no small jewels. These are enormous, gorgeous Mughal-style bracelets, bazubans, armlets, and a sort of wonderful, sort of almost a tiara of pearls hanging around her forehead. Just beautiful.
Yeah, but she puts on her Indianness like a fancy dress costume at that time, because she doesn't feel Indian. She doesn't speak the language. She doesn't know anything really. I mean, she knows the stories about Jindal, and she knows the stories about Lahore from her father when they were very small. But, that's been a long time ago, and she feels utterly British, and she feels very loyal. So Catherine often cautions her that, why, because Catherine's about to leave with Lena Schaefer, the tutor, and go and live a lovely life until old age in Kassel in Germany. But before she goes, she says, Saf, they call her Saf, you cannot trust these people. You cannot trust these people. They've done so much harm to us. And Bambo is just, what she says is just so filled with venom that it's, just not even recorded in Sophia's diary. But she argues with her sister and says, you can't judge people like that. You cannot just write off a people like that. And Sophia's quite comfortable, but then something happens which changes everything.
This is the Delhi Durbar of 1903.
So the Delhi Durbar is the party. And for party girl, Sophia Julep Singh, it is the thing that she has to go to, because everybody's going. Every single person she knows is going.
Every Maharaja, every Nawab, every minor Thakur, everyone is going to go to Delhi and see this extraordinary sort of mock Mughal Durbar.
And London's going to empty out for it. I mean, everybody's beating a path to go and find a place under canvas from London as well. So all of the people that she socialises with, and she is this, she's still styled Princess Sophia, and they know that she's the Maharaja's daughter. but they can't go. They don't get an invitation. So Bamba, who is the really feisty older sister, she's not having this, and she regularly goes to war with the government about everything, including, you know, where they sit in the chapel, the royal chapel. She is what we'd call a green ink letter writer. So she writes saying, you know, what about our invitation? Where's our invitation? Can we have an invitation? Where's our invitation? And everyone ignores them, just completely ignores them. It's understood that the boys can't go. They are banned from going, lest they stir up some kind of rebellion. But no one's really thought about the girls. So no one just bothers to answer them until this letter writing gets to such an irritating level that the Secretary of State for India says, oh, it's a bit late now. Sorry, just found your letters, your 6 million letters. But it's a bit late. We can't really arrange for the kind of protocols that would be needed to welcome you sufficiently. So sorry about that.
Something tells me this isn't going to put them off.
No, they are brilliant because they go, oh, it's far from being despondent. They say, well, he didn't say no. He just said not yet. So let's go. And they go on different ships.
In disguise?
I think they were down on their names were down, but they were so thought to be so unimportant that nobody really took any notice. And so they pitch up in India. They go to Lahore. For the older girls, it confirms everything that they already knew. For Sophia, this is a huge awakening because she sees everything that her father lost. She also sees, statues to her godmother, Queen Victoria, but nothing to her father, nothing to her grandfather. And for the first time, she faces racism. Because she might be the big I am in London. She's nothing. She's another brown face in India.
This is a very common thing, isn't it? And it's that Gandhi gets this, that Indians are very rare in Britain at this point and have a sort of exotic value. And also the British in Britain are quite excited by this. But the colonial British, whether it's in South Africa or whether it's in India, are steeped in imperial racism. So you get Gandhi, who's lauded in London and made a great fuss of and seen as this very exciting figure, arrives in South Africa and he's thrown out of a first-class carriage at Pietermaritzburg. Similarly with Sophia.
Oh, she and her sister are treated abysmally on a train where they have a first-class ticket and, they're allowed to travel on a first-class train, and yet the guard doesn't believe that they should be where they are and treats them with an appalling disregard, which, Bamba says that's just par for the course. She's the first one out to India, but Sophia just finds it hideous. And while they're also in India, something else very amazing happens, that she gets a political conscience. She suddenly sees people starving. This is on the back of another failed harvest. So she sees people emaciated with hunger. She travels through Punjab, which is the very thing that the British didn't want them to do. And she sees people throwing themselves at her feet when they hear who she is, that she's the Maharaja's daughter, that she's Ranjit Singh's cub, she's the granddaughter of the Lion of Punjab. And they keep telling her, tell us what to do. Tell us what to do. You just tell us anything and we'll do it for you. We'll rise up. You just tell us what to do. And she's so astonished by this. She says, why do they care? Why do they care so much? And she hears this other voice. She falls in with the nationalists as well. Her sister is quite openly anti-British.
Lala Rajpat Rai, who's a very important early nationalist.
And Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who we've spoken about a lot.
He turns up as well. He's the person that connects Jinnah and Gandhi and Sophia. And
everybody else. Yeah, so there is a momentous talk that is going on in Lahore. Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who we've spoken about before, who's the mild-mannered, let's not use violence to get the British to give us some of our powers back, nationalist leader. And you've got Lala Lajpat Rai, who also has the name given to him, the Lion of Punjab. First time after Ranjit Singh, someone is deemed worthy of that title, and it's Lajpat Rai, who says, by force, if necessary, get them out. So these two have fallen out, these two nationalist leaders have fallen out bitterly. And for the first time, they are going to do a speech together in Lahore. And the girls happen to be there. So they are desperate to go and listen to it. It's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. Everyone's buzzing in the city. This is going to be a massive thing. And they turn up, and to Sophia's horror, how they still do it to you. They do. VIPs in India are ushered to the front and put on the stage. I mean, it seems like a great honor, but it's the worst place to sit because you can't hear anything or see anything. But everyone can see you. So they're ushered to the front. And they see this momentous thing where first Gokhale does his speech and then Lala Lajpat Rai does his absolute firebrand speech, and it breaks Sophia. she suddenly understands, what has been done to these people and how angry they are and how, the injustice. And she writes about it for the first time. How did I not know any of this?
So just like her father, it's a trajectory starting off very much embraced by Queen Victoria, brought inside, given presents, given love. And then suddenly something happens in middle life and she begins to change. Everything of her life changes from this point.
Yeah, and because of her, it's a really amazing thing that Gopal Krishna Gokhale and Lala Lajpat Rai both go and see her together. They go and see her together in Lahore, saying, we just need to see the lion's child and pay our respects.
And she actually throws a purdah party in Shalimar Gardens.
Yeah, she gets to Shalimar Gardens, she blocks it all off. Brilliant. So that she can throw a party. I mean, so they still are accorded this enormous status in Lahore, where they are the royal family. Anyway, so from having some sort of falling in love with Lajpat Rai and the nationalists, who are shouting again and again, Awaz though, give us a voice in politics, give us a voice. It's on the voyage home that she hears in a telegram that Lala Lajpat Rai has been arrested and beaten and put in prison. And it is on that voyage that she suddenly turns from somebody who loved being part of Britain to somebody who then says, you are my foes, you are my enemies, you are the monsters, I hate you. And she comes back to Britain. Unlike her father, though, that doesn't last very long. For her father, it consumes him and it leaves him dead on the floor of a hotel. But for Sophia, it lasts as long as the voyage lasts, and she comes back to Britain, and then she hears that same voice. Awaz though, in English, give us a voice, but it's coming from the suffragettes. And she suddenly feels at home. She's got a cause now.
Just before we go plunge down into the suffragettes rabbit hole, let's just finish up the nationalist story. So in 1909, she's actually present at the farewell party for Gandhi. Gandhi, is, as a young man, a lawyer in London, is leaving for South Africa.
Yeah. So she's there. Yeah, she's like the Where's Wally of historical narrative. It was getting a bit beyond a joke at one point. I just thought she cannot possibly be there, and then you'd find supporting evidence. Oh no, she was there too. Yeah,
do we know how she heard of Gandhi? Or
what frustrating thing is that she was the repository for her family's letters. So we have all of the family's letters, but her letters were all lost. So we don't know what she said about that particular day. We also know that she met, through Atiya Hussain, who was a great travel writer, if anyone's sort of interested in another great woman of Pakistani heritage. Atiya Hussain met her as well. But we only know about that because we've got Atiya Hussain's writings, but we lost hers. So that's a deep frustration. Anyone listening to this who's got some letters in their attic, just, get in touch.
Hold on to them.
Yeah.
So the last phase of her life, 1909, 1910, she joins what will become the suffragettes. So they're not called that yet.
Yeah. So there's already a split in approach. The WSPU of Emmeline Pankhurst and Millicent Fawcett, the suffragists, who are much more about political negotiation and putting political pressure on the powers that be to get women a vote. And Emmeline Pankhurst, who are fed up of asking nicely. And Sophia throws herself into the more militant wing. So first of all, she starts by fundraising for them, so giving a great deal of money herself, whatever she has for a stipend.
Gives a horse and cart to...
Horse and cart, because that would be useful. But also, she then starts... and Emmeline very quickly realises that this is a propaganda bomb. Victoria's now not on the throne at this time. It's Edward who's on the throne, her son. But she realises to have Queen Victoria's godchild, who lives at Hampton Court Palace. One thing I skipped over is that Queen Victoria, after their debut in Buckingham Palace, wants to look after spies. It gives her a grace and favour at Hampton Court. She lives at Hampton Court.
San Francisco, you are so
bizarrely,
shitty.
Around other people who have grace and favour apartments, who all were awarded them for the work they did against the Indians during the mutiny. So she's surrounded by people. No wonder Bamba and Catherine want to peel their skin off, but Sophia's quite happy to be in these places. But for the others, they're surrounded by people who hate them. Anyway,
dog shit.
Inverted commas, heroes of the mutiny.
Indeed, and that really bugs them.
So, and this is the point where we have this picture that started you on your journey. She goes outside Hampton Court and she starts selling suffragette newspapers
to
outside
deliberately
Hampton
embarrass
Court.
them. Yeah, and actually, the suffragettes, in time, sort of after 1911, 1912, are stepping up their actions and becoming more and more militant. They're setting fire to things. They're setting fire to trains. They bomb Lloyd George's summer house. They are threatening to slash portraits and pictures and set fire to things. So the whole, the picture gallery at Hampton Court is closed down. All the cafes and things are now losing trade because people aren't coming to Hampton Court in numbers. And they have this woman to look at every day and blame. Does she care? No. She drives press carts through London. This is a thing that the suffragettes used to do, which was for, again, press attention, to drive these carts and sell the suffragette newspaper. And they would park up at places like Drury Lane, where they would be pelted with bottles, the slightly well-oiled folk men who came out from the theatres, and they would have standoffs, and they would do it on purpose to get attention. Sophia not only went on these press cart drives, she drove the carts. So there are pictures in the book of her, again, in her minks and her ridiculous hats, driving a press cart through London. Hat. She gives a very good hat.
So all this reaches a climax on the 18th of November, 1910, when the suffragettes march on Parliament.
Yeah, so this is known as Black Friday now. Before, Black Friday used to mean a pointless rush to the shops to get cut price hi-fis. It actually meant something. Black Friday was the closest that women had got to getting the vote in Britain. And there was a bill that was passing through Parliament. The Prime Minister at the time was a man called Asquith, who was very liberal in so many ways, but in this had a blind spot. He thought that if women got the vote, the Conservatives would always be in power, that they were by nature conservative, so did not want to give them the vote. And so he cuts the time this bill has to pass. And so he's basically suffocating it in its cradle. And Emmeline and her suffragettes, the WSPU, get to hear about this a few days before it happens, and they call an extraordinary meeting at the Albert Hall. And she says, this is what I think is going to happen. And if it does, we are going to march on Parliament, and we are going to hammer down the door, and we are going to make Asquith explain himself to us. Who is with me? And this place is filled to the rafters with suffragettes. And the cries go, I am with you, I am with you, I am with you. And one of the first to stand up is Sophia, who is now, one of their rock star suffragettes. So there is an ordinance, because the Home Secretary at the time, a man you might have heard of, called Winston Churchill.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. Whatever happened to him?
You have to go listen to the rest of history to hear about it.
Yes, they've done a very good one on the young Winston. But anyway, there's a slightly older Winston 2.0, and he's decided that he's sick of these women clogging up the judicial system and the courts. So he's passing this ordinance that if they march en masse, they can just be arrested and picked up, so they can't clog things up with their protests. And shut down roads and just make a nuisance of themselves. So women in groups of more than 12 are not allowed to march. So what Emmeline does is she calls another meeting at Caxton Hall, and she says on this Black Friday, and she says, right, we are going to march in groups of 12 at 5 to 10 minutes intervals. So they can't pick us up until we get there, and then we're all there together, and we will tear the place apart. And the first group she takes are the rock stars. So it's her. It is Dorinda Nelligan, who is an absolute pioneer in girls' education in this country. Ada Wright's not in the first group, but the Right Honourable Evelina Haverfield is, who is riding a horse with a whip and a gun in her pocket. She's absolutely known and has been arrested. These women have been arrested numerous times. There is Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, Britain's first woman doctor and first woman mayor, is in this group. There is Mrs. Saul Solomon, who's married to a great statesman from the Cape, who is there. And they are marching in the first group. And as they march, and the place, by the way, Parliament Square, which I know very, very well, is filled with people, because this is pre-TV. So, you want to get your jollies, you go out in person. And the suffragettes always flag what they're going to do in the papers before. So they say they're going to do this, tear the place apart. And so the place is just filled with bystanders. And also policemen in plain clothes, and also people from an American ship, sailors from an American ship who've just on shore leave, and they want to see what happens. So the place is rammed. So the crowds part for Emmeline and her group, and they get to St. Stephen's Gate, and they think, well, this is going well, we're fine. And then they are what we would call kettled by the gate.
What does that mean?
It means that a line of police officers stand in front of them, so they can't move, and they are pinned to the gate. They can't go forward, they can't go back, and they are forced to watch as group after group of suffragettes arrives, and then they are just set upon by police on horses with batons, by plainclothes police officers, and by members of the public. So they are, you know, women are picked up and thrown into crowds saying, do what you want to these.
In your wonderful book, there is a front page of the Daily Mirror where there's a photograph over the whole of the front page, and it says violent scenes at Westminster, where many suffragettes were arrested while trying to force their way into the House of Commons. And you've got a woman on the ground, Ada Wright, and there are kind of 3 plainclothes policemen, a guy in a top hat standing over her, maybe kicking her. I think the policeman's kicking her by the look of it. And it's violence. It's real mob violence.
It's state-sanctioned violence as well, because, you know, the directive has come out that don't arrest them, just hire them out. So there are police officers who are meant to be, you know, sort of custodians of law and order, who are picking up women and slamming them against walls and against the tarmac and against the pavement, I should say. And
what's going on?
The whole idea is that they'll get tired.
How you living, pimp? How are you? Hello? Well, that was fun. I really enjoyed that. It was bonding with the audience, and they all thought it was wonderful. It's great. Fucking amazing.
Tired and walk away. Well, these are suffragettes. You don't mess with suffragettes because they don't go away. They don't back down. They get up again, and then they're thrown down again, and they get up again. And Sophia, who is, by the way, I'm no giant. I'm 5'2". I've got pretty small hands, but her hands are smaller than mine, and I know this because I've tried on her gloves. I mean, she's tiny. She's watching by the gate, and Emmeline is screaming at the gate, just arrest them, for God's sake, arrest them. But there are no arrests, and they're just watching this carnage. Sexual violence is a real thing this day, where women's clothes are being ripped, the hands are going up skirts. You know, the kind of testimony I've gone through, it's horrifying, and it's one of the worst parts of researching this book. I found it deeply upsetting. Anyway, Emmeline is screaming. The others are screaming. They can't get out. But little Sophia is small enough to get through the kettle. And she is driven out into this mob.
Ducks underneath the arms of the policeman.
Yeah. And it's because she sees this woman who she does not know, who's being repeatedly slammed against the floor. And she shoves her tiny little self in between this police officer and this woman and body checks him off. And for him, you know, it's like swatting a fly, but he knows her because this is a woman who's been in all the magazines and the newspapers. It is like having, you know, if not Kate Middleton, Pippa Middleton springing up in a riot. You know her.
Meghan Markle.
Or Meghan Markle. Yeah, I mean, you know her. So this police officer drops the woman and tries to disappear in the crowd. Now, most of us would think, hey, we won that. Not Sophia. She chases him down through the mob, going, show me your number, because the policemen covered up their numbers. And so, you know, you have to have your numbers on your epaulets. She's like, show me your number, show me your number. It's only when she gets the number V700 that she then backs up. She's buffeted and buffeted around like all the women. The women are then finally, after 5.5 hours, roughly, of fighting with the police and, you know, bystanders. And by the way, all the MPs are kind of like hanging out of the windows and on the railings watching. So finally arrests are made, but no one is charged because having this testimony go through the courts will be a nightmare. Sophia pursues a case against V700, not because of anything that happens to her or anyone who hits her, but because of this one suffragette. And in the end, I saw this one piece of paper, you know, the moment when you get chills when you found something. And it just, it was her escalating the matter and not giving up. And it just letter after letter. And then suddenly there was this thing. And you could see the pressure of the pencil. Send no more reply to her. And it was signed WSC. Winston Spencer Churchill. And I thought, oh, she got up everyone's nose. That's amazing.
And she does get up everyone's nose. George V says, have we no hold on her? And she tries to throw herself under Asquith's car.
Yeah, she tries to throw herself at the car of the Prime Minister. She numerous times tries to get arrested. She gets picked up, but she never gets to have her moment in prison and do the hunger strike, which is what she really wants, like her sister suffragettes. And then war breaks out, and most of the suffragettes put down their rocks, put down their weapons, and they get behind the war effort. And never was that true for Sophia. Despite everything that's happened, she gets behind the war effort. And she raises money for Indian troops who are among the first to be sent out to the trenches because they don't have the right boots and coats. But she also goes to work in Brighton as a nurse to nurse the broken bodies that are coming back from the front. And then this is the weirdest story, because she's such a film star. So these sort of like a lot of Punjabi soldiers wake up in these hospitals and they open their eyes and they see, first of all, the first woman they've seen for ages and the first brown woman they've seen for ages. And then they find out she's the Ranjit Singh granddaughter. They think they're high on opium and they beg her for some proof because their family won't believe them. Somehow she manages to procure hundreds of tiny ivory mirrors and signs them like a film star, saying, no, it was me, I was here.
And there are pictures in your book, extraordinary pictures of one-legged, wounded Sikh soldiers with their turbans on early versions of wheelchairs and sort of reclining sofas on the lawns of the Brighton Pavilion. And indeed the Brighton Pavilion itself filled with starched bed sheets and lines of neatly arranged beds with all the patients arranged almost on parade inside the Brighton Pavilion.
It's an extraordinary time, and it's a time when she puts ego to one side and rolls up her sleeves and tries to help. She becomes this woman who just always tries to help, which is why I just have so much respect for her. And what's sad,
raising money for warm clothes and huts for Indian soldiers in the trenches.
She tries to get the Metropolitan Police to lend her an elephant from London Zoo so she can march it down Oxford Street and collect money for them. And she's like bonkers. But she also does this one sad thing while she's treating the Indian soldiers, is that she doesn't speak her own language. So she has to talk to the white nurses who have come back from the Raj and say, can you translate this for me? And can they translate it back? Because she doesn't even speak her own language, which is painful.
There's a very poignant note in the last chapter of your book when you talk about her Who's Who entry in 1934. She just has one interest. She puts
just one line: the advancement of women.
So that's her final cause.
I mean, there's so much more, and her story ends in sadness. But I'll just leave you with this: she never has a family, even though she is completely loving and giving. But after it's actually sort of World War I, she loses her direction after the war because the suffragette battle is won, I suppose. In 1928, there is the representation of women; they're allowed to vote. But it's World War II that again gives her what she has never had, which is a family. She takes in evacuee children and she looks after them and she becomes a mother to them. That's her first time of feeling maternal. And the reason I know all of this as much as I know, I mean, the smell of her, the look of her, and this is just how I always like to end this, is because I spoke to people who knew her. I spoke to the evacuee children. I spoke to the goddaughter. I spoke to the maid who worked for her at Hampton Court. And that is how close that history is. A time when women didn't have the vote, a time when they had to fight like that for the vote here in Britain.
As I said at the beginning, the extraordinary way that the story connects things that we think of as almost ancient history, like the Second Anglo-Sikh War and Chilean Wallabada, all those enormous battles and the Kohinoor in 1849 coming to England, all that sort of thing. And then at the end of her story, you're meeting people who actually knew her. It's that recent.
Yeah, absolutely. And she died sadly, sort of in Penn in Buckinghamshire. She didn't have enough money to heat Faraday House, her place in Hampton Court anymore. So she lived a quiet life. But she was remembered with so much love by the people I spoke to. So, real hero, I think.
Oh, what a wonderful book. I'm just going to end this by saying, anyone listening to this, please go out now and buy Sophia, Princess, Suffragette, Revolutionary by Anita Anand. Which is the most wonderful and extraordinary and unlikely story you will read ever. Really,
Well, it's been a pleasure being a guest on your podcast.
Thank you, Anita. From me, William Dalrymple.
And from me to me, Anita Arnott.
What'd you do? Oh.
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnott.
And me, William Dalrymple. In this episode of Empire, we have our very own Anita Arnott to talk about her astonishing prize-winning book, The Patient Assassin, which won a prize I've been trying to get and failed. I've been shortlisted 3 times, never got it.
It's pretty much the only prize you have not won. At least give me this.
Tiltman Prize, which is the big pen history prize. And no book has ever deserved to win this prize more, because it is an absolute model for how to write history, which is both deeply researched and archivally astonishing, but also which reads like a thriller. I remember reading it full of envy and admiration a couple of years ago when it came out, The Patient Assassin.
Well, it's funny because we were on a book tour when I kept hiving off to do research, and I kept disappearing. So we were mysterious. We were on a book tour of India for Kohinoor, and we happened to be in the Punjab, and I just kept going, Willie, I'll be back in 3 days, because I was going through archives and boxes of papers.
And you were at that point, you were not talking about what you were doing, so I didn't know what you were up to, these little disappearances. But you had a very smug look on your face when you came back each time as your story began to form. And perhaps the best place to start is to ask why this story means so much to you personally.
So it was a story I never wanted to write, because it's difficult, it's complicated, and it's hideously painful, but it's kind of entwined in my family history. Which is what this podcast is about, in a way, isn't it? Is how much of modern history is informed by what has happened in the past. So, I mean, I always grew up with the story that my grandfather, who I never met, by the way, died fairly young, he was in Jallianwala Bagh. So I grew up with this story that the massacre in Jallianwala Bagh in 1919, if you listen to the podcast with Kim Wagner, we went into great detail about what happened there. 1,650 rounds fired into an unarmed crowd of thousands of people.
Which completely changed every Indian's attitude to the Raj. Some people still had a lingering feeling that it was something they could live with
and work with,
even
at least.
Was benign.
Yeah.
And after this, both Gandhi and Nehru and also Tagore all decided that they had to dedicate their lives to getting rid of the British.
So, I mean, history is made up of the stories of ordinary people, right? So, you know, one of those ordinary people in that garden on that day was my grandfather, who was this lanky
Literally
kid.
Your grandfather?
My grandfather. So my grandfather had 4 boys, and one of them was, as we like to call him, the gift from God, very late in life, sort of twilight baby, accident. My dad, you know, so there's a huge age gap between him and his next brother. But my grandfather at the time, in 1919, was this lanky teenager, depending on which member of my family, because no one ever wrote anything down in the olden days in India, was either 17 or 19 years old when this happens.
And what was he up to in Jallianwala Bagh? Why was he there?
He wasn't political. So he was just this kid from the mountains. So you know the geography of India. On the border with Afghanistan is a very mountainous, wild area. And that's the northwest frontier, which is where my father's family all hailed from, a place called Kanabagh.
Kipling used to romanticize the frontiersmen as these incredibly noble, brave,
give me
but
my
also
fucking Twitter account,
right?
Pashtuns
and my
or Pathans, as
account.
Kipling would have called them.
So my family, you know, by
by
sensibility, more Pathan than they are Punjabi on my dad's side. So, you know, you grew up with that Kipling story. I grew up with a story of my family who are ethnically Hindu. Seeing those camel trains of Pathans coming over, taking their wares. And at one point when my grandmother apparently was very pregnant with her first child, and my grandfather, then, this is sort of skipping forward, is very ill in Lahore, the only person my great-grandmother would trust her with was a Pathan who would take her safely to see my then grandfather. And because he wouldn't ride on the pannier out of respect. So he walked that entire distance to Lahore from Galabag,
My
just
account
holding
is
his arm on the other
suspended
pannier
or
so that he didn't have to dishonor
Holy
her by
fucking
riding
shit.
on the same
Do
thing. So we
not-
had a very different impression
do
of batons growing up. Anyway, so
Are
my
you fucking
grandfather,
serious?
1919, was either 19 or 17,
Dog.
depending on who you talk to. But he was sent down to the big city, to Amritsar, to go and buy sewing machine parts,
Dog,
because that was
no.
their job. They used to buy European sewing
No.
machines, refurb them,
Wait,
and
what
sell them
town
on
is this?
at profit. So this was a big deal.
No.
It's like his big visit to
I
the
can
big
still
smoke.
remember those Singer sewing machines
Yeah.
with jerseys peering over them and working away.
They make them last
No,
for decades.
I
I mean, these things
fucking
are very,
already
very
did this
precious.
1,000
So he comes
fucking
to, I mean, if you
times.
heard Kim's
Yo, dog.
edition of the podcast, there has been
Please.
trouble in Amritsar.
Unsuspend.
It has died down within 24 hours, and you have had 2 hours
My
of peace. And you've
account.
got this oncoming
I
event called Vaisakhi, which is the harvest festival. And it is the time when
Already
deals are made. Wheelers and dealers come
did.
into the city, and that's what my
already
little
set
lanky
my pen.
grandfather was coming to do. So he is in the garden on the day of the
This is
massacre,
absolute
and
garbage.
by a
With his sewing
Just
machine
the
parts? or-
no, he hasn't got them
This
yet. So
is
this is
just
really
the
He
worst.
was
pivotal.
trying to get his sewing
He was trying to
Go.
get his sewing machine. So he meets 2 friends who
We're
are
all set.
ex sort of from
About
the mountains who
account
settled in the big smoke.
03813344632.
And he says to his mates, "Look, I've got to go
How about just
and
give me
meet
the
this
fucking
sewing
account
machine
back,
guy
dog?
to pay him some money.
Oh,
Can you just
you
keep
wanna
my food
reset your
warm,
account?
and I'll be right
Thanks for
back."
reaching out. We
And
received
he
your question.
goes to
Dog,
the
I
main
already did
market,
this
Hall
shit. I'm gonna
Market
tell
in
him.
Amritsar. He passes an armed
we
column, which turns out to be Dyer's
I
column,
already did
but he
this
doesn't know what
like
it is because he's
1,000
not
times.
from the city. He
Please
thinks this is what
just
always happens. And the next he
Unsuspend my
knows, there
account.
has been a firing in the place that he was sitting just minutes before.
And are his friends okay?
Well, he doesn't find. So the thing that is why this story haunts me and why I didn't want to write it for years is that I think this episode
has to be
destroyed
in
him
this
because
movie.
he runs away. So instead of running back
What is this
to the
shit?
garden
I just got another
to try
email.
and see
Hello,
if his
thanks
friends are
for
okay, he
reaching out.
hides
This case has
because
been
the
closed?
soldiers are on the streets.
What in the
There is
fuck?
wailing sweeping through Hall Market. People are screaming. They're trying to get in to get to their loved ones. There's no medical aid there, so people are bleeding to death on the other side of this walled
Thanks
tenement.
for reaching out. This case
And he
has been
hides.
closed.
And it's only the next day
Dog.
when curfew is over, because there's a curfew
Dog.
declared, no medical aid, that he goes and he finds
Okay,
his 2
what is
friends
this?
are
Now
dead.
I got
So
another
the place where he was
These
sitting, had
fuckers
he
are sending me
remained
as many
there,
emails as I'm sending
and
them.
Not be here.
I
What
wouldn't be
is this
here
thing?
Yeah, no.
doing this
Oh,
now.
thanks for
So, you know,
reaching
it's a
out.
massive
This case
part
has
of
been
our
closed.
family history.
But I think I've also heard you say that you partly wrote this book also because not only was this
What
a big part of your own
is
personal
an
history, but
absolute
it's also
fuck?
an episode which has been so
Dog.
mythologized
It
that
really,
it's very
yeah.
difficult to get to the truth. And you
Open
were determined to try and find
fucking
evidence for not
account.
only your grandfather, but
All right, what are we doing?
the most famous story in India, little known
Why
here,
should you just go
Yeah.
back
about
to
the man who
work?
tried to take revenge.
Fuck you.
Udham.
Udham
Site.
Singh. So Udham Singh literally translates. Udham means
Dude,
the
I don't give a
upheaval.
shit.
That's a
I'm
word
from
in Hindi.
Kent.
The
I
upheaval
have
Singh
nothing
is what his
else
name
in
is.
this fucking
And
world
if
to do.
in
But give
India,
this motherfucking
yes, the
account.
upheaval lion, the upheavaling lion. But if you go to India, everyone knows his name. If you go to Punjab, often they will have pictures of him, another man called
Give
Bhagat
me
Singh,
This
who is
fucking
another
account.
And has a wonderful
revolutionary.
hat and the moustache.
They're very handsome, very, very handsome, very erudite, revolutionary, but sort of, believed in
Hey, we already
armed
closed your
conflict.
account. What?
And
Are you fucking
Dalip
serious?
Singh, who's this Maharaja, the last Sikh
You guys
Maharaja
said
of
that you were
Punjab,
gonna
who
give
was
me my
sent
account
out by
back
the British, and
like
we've done
5
a
hours
podcast
ago,
on
and you
that.
keep making
This
me
was,
fill
this
out
was in a
this
sense
form.
the
Here,
path not
please
taken
give
by
me my
Gandhi.
account
These are the
back.
people that were not satyagrahis, who were not after non-violence. These are people that thought the only language the British
Thank
understand
you.
is,
We've
is
received
bombs
your
and
request.
guns.
Yeah.
Now I
But,
go over
we
here
could,
and
so,
like, oh, God, fill
Gandhi's
out this
philosophy
fucking
of we will
form.
pile our bodies
Huh?
high, and when they're
We
high
have an
enough, the
update
British
for
will
you.
understand they have to
Another
leave.
one?
They were like,
We
no,
received
we're
your
not
request.
dying
Please
for this.
respond
We're
to
going
this
to,
email.
we'll kill, but we
Dog,
won't
I've
die.
done
So
this 1,000
Udham Singh is very
fucking
much of
times.
that stable, but he
I
has been
feel like I have gone
mythologized in
through
India
this
to this
process
point where he
at
does
least
not resemble the
1,000
man
times,
that
period.
actually
You
existed.
told
So
me
He's
that
the
you were
image, I
going to
think you
give me
said.
my
the
account
image is
back.
wrong. They had
All
a
I had to
postage
do was
stamp that came out. They
read
took
that
it.
for
It's a
us.
different man. It's a
Period.
man who's
Please
standing
give me my
behind
account
Udham
back
Singh in
and
a
I will
group
stop.
photograph, which is actually taken at the Shepherd's Bush Gurdwara in London. And they've got the wrong guy. They've got a man in a turban. Udham Singh did not wear a turban at the time that photograph was taken. You can see
Holy
him in the
fucking
picture.
shit. Get this shit
Well,
together,
this
you
is
fuck.
a spectacular story, and in the
What in
next
the
few minutes,
fuck?
we're going to take you
This is
on
absolute
a well, that's
garbage.
completely, well, certainly completely unfamiliar
Twitter
to me.
system is so
The
shit.
Indian underground, by which I don't mean sort of shady bands in nightclubs, but
trying to suspend
visits to Bolshevik
Dog.
Russia and Nazi
What
Germany,
in the
gun running
absolute
across the
fuck?
Mexican border. It's the most.
Give
it
me
was
my
totally
fucking account
unfamiliar
back,
to me. But
dude.
let's begin with Udham Singh.
The birth of the upheaval. Should we do that?
The birth
That's
of
what I was calling it. The birth of the upheaval. Yeah. So Udham Singh was born to nothing. He was never meant to amount to anything. He was born in a tiny place called Sanand, which is when we were on our tour. I kept disappearing to Sanand to talk to people and look through their rifle through their belongings.
I go
but
away.
His father and mother were dirt poor. He had an older brother. Nobody ever really expected them to amount to anything or become anything. Their small holding was tiny. Their father grew little vegetables in a patch of dirt at the back of this hovel that they lived in, which I've seen now. It's been turned into a museum now. But he was not going to be anything. When he is barely 3 years old, his mother dies. And again, we've talked about this elsewhere in the podcast of the huge waves of illness. Spanish flu. It's either Spanish flu or plague that sweeps across Punjab at the time.
And it kills something like 12 million.
It's an unfathomable number.
Much more than the First World War.
Yeah. So his mother disappears from his life. So he's just left him and his older brother and his dad. And his dad has to earn money. He has to feed these two boys. So he becomes part of, whenever you talk about the empire, you talk about the railways. Well, he becomes an employee of the railways. First of all, he tries to become employed by canal builders. So he's digging out the canals, the dough out, sort of making money, and he can keep his children close by. Because there's no one to look after them. There's nobody who's willing to take them on. All of his extended family live in Hampton Mount as well. So who's going to look after these children? And eventually he takes a job at a remote railway station where he mans a barrier. So all through the searing heat, all he has to do is lift the barrier, drop the barrier, lift the barrier. That's his job. Somebody has to do that job. It's not mechanized. To this day in India, they do it this way. But at least he can keep his kids close to him. And there are many apocryphal stories from this time which are patently ridiculous. There is one which is told in retrospect that the two children, Udham and his brother, are tied, tethered by the waist to a piece of string to the crossing. And there's also a goat tethered there because that's how their father gets milk to feed them. And Tehal Singh, the father, leaves them for a little while to just go and do something. And a leopard, it could be a leopard or a lion, depends who you talk to, a leopard, lion or wolf, I've even heard, comes and little Udham, who is barely 3 years old at the time, takes either an axe or a stick or some stones, depending on who you listen to, and batters this leopard / lion / wolf, oh my, to death, which is, marks him out as the man who's got nothing like
strangling the snake.
Entirely that. So, that is almost certainly garbage. Can we assume that, a little toddler is not going to be capable of fighting off a wolf, / leopard, / lion, whatever it was. But we do know,
not least because there are no lions in the Punjab, and by the 1900s, they've been wiped out everywhere except Gujarat.
So forget all of that. But what we do know for a fact is that their father is, worried and losing money and unable to support two children. So he decides that he's going to make this pilgrimage to Amritsar, and he's going to do it at a time when it's very, very busy because he might get work there. That's what we can assume. There are a lot of things we have to assume because
we really don't give a shit
caste
about you.
Sikhs who have not left a written record. So you only know this from people who knew them in Sunam, their home village. So he's on the road to Amritsar. He's hoping, some say, to get to the Golden Temple to at least pray for salvation, but he doesn't make it. He dies halfway there.
No, it's actually pretty
And he's
good.
got these two tiny
Gmail,
infants who are sort of left behind.
Give me
And
my
it's a relative who comes and is called to take on these two children, but they can't feed them. They haven't got money. So they take them to the orphanage in Amritsar, the second city
Dog, this is the worst.
of Punjab, after Lahore, it's
First being
Amritsar.
Lahore, yeah.
Exactly right. And they go, this uncle of theirs bangs on this door and says, look, can you take these children? Because I can't look after them. No one can look after them. And the first answer, and I've been to the orphanage as well.
Give me the fucking account back, dog.
Traipsing around North India.
Well, I will read about that.
Well, no, after. Before I only did that a little bit sneaky off. But they first say no. They say no, they can't take him on because they've got too many children.
Shit?
But it's because his father worked in canals, and there's a canal kind of bond. And the guy who runs the orphanage, his father also worked on the canals. He said, "Okay, I'll take them." And that is what happens to Udham Singh and his brother. They are brought up in an orphanage. Sort of, in Indian mythology, they're brought up by the Golden Temple. It's not the Golden Temple. It's close enough. But Amritsar is his parents. So he grows up there with nothing but what he gets in this orphanage.
Now, in the legend,
Thanks for reaching out.
Udham Singh, like your grandfather, was in Jallianwala Bagh during the massacre. Is that something you've been able to substantiate or not?
Well, so people are adamant. The story of Udham Singh and his revenge, the birth of his revenge, is that he is a water carrier in the garden on the day of the massacre, and he's topping people's cups up. I can find nothing to substantiate that.
Right now.
Would there be any
Linda
evidence?
Yacarino, get your shit together, girl.
Have been there and it's just,
I'll tell you what I can
so
say.
much about Penn State football and shoes.
I can tell you what I can say with certainty is that he was in India. So what happens is that Udham Singh, again, this is all part of the podcast history that we've been doing, is one of those young people that signs up to fight for the British in World War One.
He goes off to Basra.
So he's only held in the orphanage until he's a teen, and they keep him actually a little bit longer than they should until he's about 17 and a half years old, because his father died. The only relative he has, the only person who he's ever loved and who knows him, who actually knows who he is, dies in the orphanage. So he's all alone. He has to make his own money. How do you make your money? Well, there's a man called Sir Michael O'Dwyer who's running Punjab at the time, who was the Lieutenant Governor of Punjab, who is recruiting like crazy. And he's making all sorts of promises to people who sign up, saying, come back with glory, you will come back and we'll give you land, we'll give you riches. So this kid lies about his age. He goes and he gets recruited and he gets sent off to Basra, where he is an unmitigated disaster. He's useless.
Again, a little bit of context here. So this is the First World War.
Photo. Are you fucking serious?
Huge numbers of Indian troops, particularly for the Punjab, sign up. And a lot of them are sent to the Western Front, but quite a few are sent off to the disastrous British expedition to what's now Iraq.
Yes, and Mesopotamia at the time, Mesopotamia campaign.
And there's a terrible siege in a place called Kut, which many people get killed. And then there's an only marginally less disastrous engagement in Basra.
Exactly. And he's not even a fighter. By the way, he's you can assume that he's pretty young and useless because they put him on the repair detail. So he has to repair vehicles and boats. That's his job. And because he's learnt carpentry, one of the only things that he is taught at the orphanage is basic letters and carpentry.
And he's quite technically adept.
He's good with his hands. By all accounts, he's good with his hands. I mean, there are sort of reports from the orphanage that he was good with his hands. He was good at that. So they as far as they're concerned, they've equipped him to get a job. He joins up and he's doing his job, but he is, according to those who sort of knew the family, he is insubordinate. He doesn't like being told what to do. And so he is sent back in disgrace, and he doesn't come back to riches, and he doesn't come back to, a hero's welcome.
Which is what he and all the other
he thought he was going to get.
No one gives
but instead, what he comes back to is the Rowlatt Act, which we've also spoken about in previous podcasts, where there is even more draconian treatment. And so, was he in the garden?
Dog.
I don't know, and I think maybe not. But I think we can say that he was in India because at the time, if you go forward 20 years, and he does the act that makes him notorious, immortal in India. The British try everything they can to try and place him somewhere else, not in Punjab, and they can't. So, there's secret documents in those wonderful IPI folders, the Indian Police Intelligence folders, where they are desperately trying to place him in any other country other than India, and they can't. All they can say is we cannot say with certainty that he was in the garden. So I don't know. Only he knows. But some people think he was.
So this brings him into contact after Jallianwala Bagh, after the massacre. Everyone now
Penn
is
State
turning
sucks, and so does your fucking platform.
British rule. It seems surprising to us that anyone would be for it in the first place, but many were. But after Jallianwala Bagh, the British are regarded as murderers. They've broken their word. They've killed these people. He, however, does not sign up with Gandhi and the Non-Violent Brigade. He joins something called the Ghadar movement.
So initially he tries, but they won't have him. Nobody will take him seriously. Near illiterate. He can read and write, but not much else. He's deeply unimpressive. So he's kind of a leaflet boy for a while after the massacre. He's running around. He's doing errands. One school of thought, which I'm sort of charmed by it because I suppose maybe it's because I understand about survivor's guilt, and I think that's what happened to my grandfather. We sort of left it, but I think that episode. What happened at Jallianwala Bagh kind of ate him alive. He was taciturn after that, never spoke didn't want to
Bitch,
talk about it.
I'm
When
gonna
he went
fucking
blind very early in life, and when
support
people came to
Elon.
commiserate with him, he said, just do not, I don't want your pity. God
Oh,
save
that's
me
so
that
fucking
day.
funny.
It's only right
Yeah.
you take payment.
Hey,
It's only right
Linda,
you take the light from my
Linda, you
eyes. You know,
stupid cunt.
so survivor's guilt is a terrible thing.
Hey,
So
here I am
if
with
one
some
believes
douche.
one strand of this story, which is that Udham had come
The
back
NFL
from the war,
portal
is
doesn't
deeply,
fucking matter for my
deeply
fantasy
cheesed
team.
off, and is
Okay,
delivering
at Elon,
letters and
douche,
leaflets for the Guthers, desperately trying to be
at
something.
support.
And he's the reason that some
I mean,
people
how
go to the
big-
garden.
Listen,
That's a
listen
great
here,
deal of
you little
guilt.
bitch.
He
How
would
big is
live
the
with.
Gunner movement? Because again, you know,
Give
this was
me
brought up
my
on
fucking
the film
account
Gandhi.
back.
These
It's as
guys are
simple
sort
as
of
that.
wouldn't
I
even
don't
have
know
heard of
why
him.
it's
in the
so
corner,
fucking difficult.
making
Straight.
sort of muttering remarks about Gandhi.
Dude, no
Were
one
they a
gives
major
shit
force?
about
No, I
your
mean,
stupid ass
numerically
portal.
no, but actually potency-wise, yes. I mean, so they all
Texas is
stem
near the
from
US.
largely
No
from
one gives a
the
shit.
idealism of a man called Hardayal,
At-
who comes again, in fact, to Europe,
At
and
Elon Musk.
you know, Britain, and is faced with terrible racism,
At support.
and sort of feels like he is a lesser human, even though he's a man of intellect
Give me
and
this
prowess, and then
fucking
just
account
decides,
back.
hang on a minute, this doesn't feel right. How is it that Indians are treated so poorly in their own country? He's touring around Europe at the time. He
Gmail.
spends a lot of time in France, where they're not having any
Nothing.
truck with, you know, British Empire, and he goes back, and he is, you know, he's going to be hanged if he goes back to India. So he goes to America. And San Francisco becomes the headquarters of the Gather movement. So the Gather movement, you know, they have
This
this.
is just like, I mean, this is
Community
the kind of
notes.
1920s equivalent to, I suppose, Al Qaeda, in the sense that it's something which is international, which is running guns, which is
Yeah.
embracing a military resistance, and it's also
If she got me
investigating
this shit
bomb
back, I'd
building.
See,
be so
interesting
happy.
that you
I'd
should
be
say Al Qaeda, because, you know, to
You're
others it's the Rebel
amazing.
Alliance from Star Wars. It's, you know, it's the Jedi Knights. Who are, you know, it depends on what's really.
One man's hero is
But
another man's
what
enemy.
is another man's?
But as far as British
Villainy.
authority is concerned,
They
these guys are,
loathe
to
them.
use the modern parlance, terrorists.
They're terrorists. They're
Yeah.
terrorists, and you know what they are. They're completely unapologetic about what their aims are. They, you know, they have as their masthead. What do we believe in? Gather, which means revolution. How do we do it? With, you know, guns and violence. They're very frank about it. So that is who
How about community
Udham
notes
aspires
and
to be, because they're the
violations?
tough guys.
We're going to have to take a break now, but we'll be straight back and we'll see where Udham Singh goes next. Welcome back to
Watch
the
they
Empire
fucking get back to
podcast.
me.
I am William Dalrymple,
Send
and I'm
you a
talking to
link.
my
Thanks
wonderful
for contacting
Anita
my
Anand,
support.
my co-presenter, about her award-winning book, The
Contact
Patient
us.
Assassin. When we left, we were at the moment when Udham Singh
For
has
help
joined the
me, DM,
revolutionary Ghada
subscribe to
movement.
Extra
Or
Premium.
trying
I
to.
have
Trying
He's,
to.
he's basically a boot boy. He's desperate, but nobody's taking him seriously. He wants to be somebody. He wants to be a man. He wants to be the big man around town, and he's nothing.
And like many Punjabis trying to make themselves, he goes abroad.
So he is actually extraordinarily
just
well travelled by the
fucking-
end of his life. So he can't really be taken seriously by the Guthers. They don't really want to know. They give him leaflets, so they don't trust him with anything else. So instead, somebody
Come
says, look, you're
on,
going to
give
starve
me
to
your
death
fucking
if you don't get a
account.
job. Go and work on the railways. The British are building railways in Africa, in East Africa, in Uganda. Go, you'll get money there. You know, you have to
Yeah.
sign a contract. You have to stay there for a number of years, but you get paid well.
This would be, an early form of indentured labour.
God,
Well,
give me
it's
the
just that he
fucking
doesn't
account.
know that when he signs up. Again, it's like joining the army. You know, he doesn't know. But what he does find,
Four
he finds
followers.
terrible hard work there. They call it the lunatic line, by the way. It is this long stretch of
I'm
railway
following
that
that.
stretches from Kenya to Uganda.
Give me
And
this
people
fucking
die. You know, a
account
lot of Indians die on this railway. Some are eaten by lions. Most are taken by disease. They're
Are they-
treated horrifically.
Are they just
British
Indians in
support
these labour gangs, or
sucks.
is it a mixture of black African and in
Proton
movies in America, it always seems
support.
to be Chinese workers.
Yeah, I mean, they're a mix, but you know, the Indians are in their own sort of encampments, and the Indians are working on stretches of their own. And
This is the
inadvertently, what they've
absolute
done is
worst.
because they're mistreating, they're so mistreated, these people, they become little
Give
revolutionary
me
pockets.
my
So it's the first time we
account back.
actually get some
Thanks
kind
for
of
contacting
notion
us.
that there is an international struggle
Stop.
going on.
Stop.
in East
you assholes
Africa.
are just gonna get
And in East
fucked
Africa,
over.
someone says, you know what, if you really want to be a
You
revolutionary, if
guys-
you really, really want to fight this, you've got to go to America, because that's where the Guthers are now. Go to Herdayal's lot, go to America.
You guys
And
are gonna.
That is what he does.
How does he do that? I mean, it's not an easy thing to get to
No.
leave a railway work gang and suddenly take himself off to California.
It's a circuitous route that he does it. I mean, it's unbelievable. Actually, it's unbelievable, and I completely understand why people want to turn this into sort of a drama, because if you wrote it down as a fictional script, people say go away and write something more believable. So he goes back to Sanam and he wraps up all of his affairs, and he tells his uncle, who's living still in the village of his father's birth, look, I'm going to do something, I'm going to be somebody. But how? Exactly. How is he going to do it? He doesn't know. But Rhythm Singh, it becomes very clear, is a very charming, very charismatic, limpid of a man. So he finds out that there is a young boy called Pritham Singh, who is from a neighboring village, who has a scholarship to go to America. He's very bright, and he fastens onto him and says, I'll be his chaperone. I'll take him. But this guy, Pritham Singh, needs to get paperwork from London first. So he does this weird circuit where he goes to London, which eventually will be the place that makes him. And he's with Pritham Singh. They're trying to get paperwork. They fail to get the paperwork because they're stuck in a nightmare of bureaucracy. Anyone who's been trying to get over to Dover lately, it's a walk in the park compared to what they went through. So they try to get in illegally. So they meet people at the Shepherd's Bush Gurdwara here in London, who say, you know what, stop trying to ask for an official application. He's got the place, sneak in through Mexico. And that's what they do.
So he is escorting this other character,
slightly bemused young kid who worships him, by the way, who thinks he's everything to him.
And he goes off via Mexico.
Yeah, and Mexico's a really interesting place in the 1920s. Well, it is.
But this is what in the first decade.
Yeah, so maybe we're talking about 20 years after Butch Cassidy has arrived on the West. Oh no, it's still sheriffs and it's posses and it's guns and horses, and they go to Juarez and they then from Juarez try and get to El Paso, which even then is the crossing point to get into America. And Pritham Singh,
there's no Trumpian character trying to stop him.
It's the beginning. It's a nascent beginning, and I've got it in the book of what is now ICE. So it's the first time they're setting up offices on the border with El Paso to stop people from passing through. So they definitely don't want him and Pritham across the border. Even though Pritham has got letters from his professor. There's a wonderful set of documents I found from a Professor Riggs in Michigan, who keeps saying, look, he's my student, please let him through, and they won't let him through. He's trying everything to get him through, he can't get him through. So what Rhythm does, and this is actually the mark of who he is, and now it's controversial, but
we'll be Michael Jackson.
There's some things about him appalling, and his ease with which he uses people around him, I find very appalling. So Rhythm Singh dumps Pritham at the border. Because Pritham's now, in the legal slipstream of his professor Riggs is trying to get him across. Rhythm's not waiting. He pays underground Indians, and by the way, this is at a time in the 1920s when a man called M.N. Roy is in Mexico,
founding the
Communist Party in Mexico. A close, sort of associate of Lenin, who flies over and attends meetings with Lenin
through this sort of territory too.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't. He's one of the few people that doesn't pass through this story. But Rhythm crosses the border and gets into America without Pritham.
Underground. So I mean, at night.
It's like proper mules taking people over in the shadows as they do even today. But he washes up in America. Oh, you aren't lovely. But sort of in America, what is to me extraordinary is this is still a kid from the orphanage. This is still the really rough-edged kid from Punjab who now in America learns to walk with a straight back. He goes to sort of Santa Clara. He reinvents himself. So he starts to learn English. He starts to walk with a swagger. He starts to wear Western clothes. There are places where there are lines through cities, particularly in California, where the fruit pickers and Mexicans are on one side, and also increasingly Indians are coming over because they're farmers.
We moved from Butch Cassidy to the Grapes of Wrath.
Right, exactly that. Fruit pickers and Mexicans and Indians, and a lot of Punjabis, farmers who come over actually to come and work in the fields and work on the trees and harvest.
And Udham does three things. He gets himself a new name, he gets himself a new job, and he gets himself a girlfriend.
Well, he gets himself a girlfriend. He actually takes on a number of names, and this is going to be a hallmark of his life from this point onwards, is that he lives in various different places and everyone thinks he lives with them. So, he's a man for all seasons. He disappears into the white bits of town. So he's one of the few people who drinks in sort of, white establishments, wears sort of suits, and he falls in love, you're quite right, with a Mexican woman called Lupe. Now, again,
this isn't going to be Frida Pinto playing this. We'll have
I have no idea. I mean, I'll let you cast it. But you see, the thing again is with Lupe, there is a woman who loves him. And who, he marries. And if you believe some of the later
charismatic and resourceful guy.
He's actually very handsome. I mean, there are pictures of him in his youth, which are in the book. He's the right picture of the right man. I mean, just look. I mean, that's a picture on the front of one of the early editions of the book.
And he's just showing me the cover of her book. And we have a man who looks rather like a more handsome version of Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie Chaplin and Omar Sharif had a baby.
Somewhere between the two.
This is their baby. So, handsome and dashing. But there was a thing in America where Indians were not allowed to own land, but Mexicans were. So a lot of Punjabi men at the time married Mexican women so that they could own land.
And his new name is nothing to do with India at all. Udham Singh has become?
Well, he becomes Frank Brazil of Puerto Rico. And he becomes Frank Brazil. Oh, no, you could say he becomes Frank Brazil so that his life will be easier.
Sounds like a stage name.
Yeah, but actually, in all probability, it's because now he has made contact in California with the Guthers. And I've managed to chart, a number of alliances that he makes in residences that he lives in where there are known Guthers living. And
what are the Guthers up to in America?
They are raising money for arms. They are sending emissaries to Europe and to Russia in particular to try and get their men trained up and armed so that they can be then released.
Brits who are listening to this will be familiar with the Fenians doing this at the same time. So you've got the Irish Americans raising money in Boston, particularly sending it back to Ireland and funding what will become the IRA. But this is going on among Sikhs.
And Udham and Lupe do this moving around thing, which
he works in the motor
industry. So this is crazy. He keeps trying to get jobs.
Henry Ford cars now.
So it's the whole history of America is sort of bound to him. And I talk about how there are some really very racist car companies, and there are some that accept non-white workers. And he ends up sort of getting a really good job, getting a good pay packet, and then something just yanks him out, and he starts appearing on manifests going to Europe. So he's obviously working for the Guthers, doing this bag job, taking money over to gun running. Of course, it's gun running because he's taking money over to Eastern Europe, to Riga, to Latvia, which is a very common jumping off point to get into Russia for those people who don't have the right paperwork. And then he's coming back.
So this is now 1920s, the Russian Revolution has happened.
Yeah. 1925 to 27 is this.
And the Russians are now beginning to try and help similar
revolutions. My enemy's enemy is my friend is the doctrine of resistance for a lot of groups, and particularly the Guthers. They look to anybody who hates the British Empire as much as they do.
I mean, this is fantastically filmic and romantic. I mean, what was it actually amounted to? Were the real arms being bought in quantities that's going to make any difference? Were they making it back to India, these gun runners?
I mean, certainly Michael O'Dwyer and those who take over from him afterwards are worried about the Guther influence. Michael O'Dwyer, even though the Guthers are in their nascent form in 1919 during the massacre, is sufficiently worried about and anxious about them to make them a number one priority in his inbox. And after that, the Guthers
one of the things we from our kind of movies, again, I'm doing this all through sort of cinema, but in the movie Gandhi, Indians have lathis, but they don't have. You don't have people sniping.
And there are, I mean, the story that gets them first of all arrested in 1927 is only a small amount of small arms. So he's, again, Frank Brazil. So Frank Brazil is an alias that the Guthers are using to ship stuff to and from different parts of the world on different ships. So they're Frank Brazils, who are Puerto Rican. Different sizes and heights and weights on every manifest that I've looked at. But Udham certainly does this trip 3 or 4 times. But he's caught when he gets back to India. So he's carrying small arms with him.
And he's in a boarding house?
He is an idiot. So he's in a boarding house in Amritsar now with his expensive clothes and his money in his pocket. And he's in his home city. So what he does is what small town boys often do, just trying to show off to their friends and neighbours. So he wears a Western suit. He's staying in the prostitutes' quarters of Amritsar, the red light district. The police officer in charge of that area gets a notification that there is a brown sahib who's wandering around, and he sends somebody out. It's all just on spec, and they raid his rooms and they find the guns and money
How
and
many
Russian passports.
How
A
many
handful of guns, not many guns. But he
He's
gets
got them
them
into the
sent
country.
away. He's got them into the country, and then he gets sent to prison. And then, his prison years in the 30s, he's sent to a really very first of all a prison in Delhi, a notorious
Currently
one.
suspended.
A lot of people are sent to the Andaman Islands who are involved in this, in circular prisons where they're sort of kept apart from everyone else. But he's sent to a prison where he comes across, again, now you take this with a pinch of salt. This is what I've been told, but his family says he came across Bhagat Singh.
You said that you were going to give me my account back if I changed my password, and I did.
Totally unknown in
In fact, I
Britain.
Michael
changed it twice.
Collins,
Give me my
Michael
account back,
Collins
please.
to the Indian freedom movement, if you like. And it's after that he becomes
And
then
again, we should
set.
say that this
Thank
is
you.
it's coming straight up in
tell
front
us
of me
more
now.
about your shit.
Bhagat Singh's face,
We appreciate you,
Yes.
but we don't.
moustache,
Really
Monitor
handsome,
emails sent to this support.
erudite,
trilby hat,
well educated,
Huh?
but it's violent protests that
Hey,
he
looks
is
like
involved
it's
in. He's
connected
the
to
nephew
this
of
one.
Michael Lajpat Rai, who is an actual
Is that a new
nemesis of Gandhi's, because they believe so such
398?
different approaches to getting
It
rid
is
of
a
the
new one.
British.
all these places, all these names are now roads in Delhi.
Yeah.
Nana Rajpat Rai.
Right. So anyway, so then this is such a long,
Reply.
winding
Listen here, you
road.
little fuck.
But after he's released from prison, he goes back to his hometown for a little while, and he
Oh,
starts telling people, "I'm going
I hate
after the big quarry. I'm going
Tim
to
Cook
England."
so fucking much,
And
it
so
makes me
in the
want to.
1930s,
What exactly does he tell them? And how substantiated is this? Because you've been looking very hard at intelligence files and so on.
So I can
Yeah.
tell you that the people who knew his family in Sunam say that he's standing in front of a picture of Dalip
God,
Singh,
where's
and he's
my
crying
shit?
and saying, "This must be avenged. This must be avenged."
So
I'm going
they
back to
deleted
who we
avenge.
all my
mentioned in
fucking
an earlier
things.
podcast is the Maharaja of the Punjab, who is, as a child, taken from the throne by the British. He loses the
Why
throne of
did you guys
Punjab
delete all my
and ends
shit?
up, first of all, as Queen Victoria's friend. Then he's let down, and he ends up dying in a hotel room.
Yeah, miserably broken alone in a Parisian hotel room.
What a great symbol for Punjabis of lost statehood.
Yeah, and so certainly, those people who knew him at the time, and I found written records, contemporaneous records of people who said,
Copy.
actually he just disappeared. He said he was going back to do something.
Give me
He said the next time you hear from
this
me,
fucking
you'll hear
account
about
back.
me. And he sort of washes up
Hey,
in
we don't check
Great
emails that go to
Britain,
that fucking
where
account.
he
So-
lives
so
alone
he's
for
been
a
to
number of
Mexico.
years.
You're a
He's
huge
been to
fucking company.
Bolshevik.
Get your
He's
shit
been to
together.
Nazi Germany.
Well, that's what he does when he's in Britain. So when he's in Britain in the 1930s, so this is very much Nazi Germany, he starts, again, changing his name, applying for different passports. He gets clocked and he's on the radar of the British authorities. The Indian Police Intelligence Service already have an inkling that he's somebody to keep an eye on.
Because he's been caught
He's
with
just going
guns
in and out
a
of
Russian
Riga.
passport.
He's been in prison, but they lose sight of him. He
Thanks for
keeps
reaching out.
disappearing from sight. And he keeps servicing. It's because he keeps multiple addresses here in Britain.
What's he called by the time he arrives in London?
He keeps sometimes he uses Sher Singh, sometimes he uses Udham Singh.
So what's he doing in Nazi Germany? And how, so again, such a sort of filmic moment.
We because we don't know, and because British intelligence doesn't extend it. We know when he goes in, we know he comes out, we know they're watching him, and they put a tail on him when he comes back out. But we don't know anything other than he returns
You
with money.
understand this, kids?
So is he getting money from
Of
Nazi
course.
Germany? Is he getting it from the Bolsheviks? He has interfaces with both of those. My enemy's enemy is my friend, but he's able to maintain numerous homes around the
So
country.
now in sort of Babylon, Berlin territory.
Yeah.
Is he talking to the German communists? Is he talking to?
Well, there's certainly an Indian presence in Germany at that time who really do think that they can elicit the help of Hitler and the Nazis to try and excise the British out of India. One of the most famous proponents of that is Subhash Chandra Bose, who we talk about elsewhere in this podcast series.
who goes to during the war to seek help from Nazi Germany, and then is smuggled in a submarine through to Japan.
Indeed. So Udham, we don't know what he does, but we know when he comes back, eyes are on him, and they're letting him stay at large and at liberty, and
Following him.
following him for a while, following him, but then they lose him. I mean, one of the people who sort of loses him, and this is when war breaks out, by the way. So he's in and around London in about sort of, I think, 7 or 8 addresses that all think he's living with them, and that because it's quite fairly recent.
And the Shepherd's Bush Gurdwara keeps reappearing.
Well,
as
it's
the
funny. So he uses it as his own bank. So there is somebody who says that a wonderful recorded archival memory from someone who says he used to go to the Gurdwara and people used to put money down on the tray, but he used to take money out. And somebody in the Gurdwara said, "That's scandalous. What are you doing?" He goes, "What are you talking about? This is the Bank of Baba. This is between me and him." Because he was an atheist. He didn't believe in God. So, but he was getting money from somewhere because he still was wearing the sharp suits. He always had cash. He had a car. He's one of the few people. He gets plugged into the peddler community in the UK because peddlers can move around the country completely invisibly. Nobody cares who they are, but he becomes a peddler, supposedly. And he's sleeping in numerous peddler houses.
And was it your grandfather who was a peddler too?
It was my husband's grandfather who started off in Taunton, Somerset, but was part of that peddler network. They all used to buy from the same place in East London, and many of them have memories of them staying with them and on their floors.
And what are we talking? So a guy with a bicycle, a guy with a push.
So he had a car. He had a car, which is unheard of. So, most peddlers, either they were on foot or they had bicycles, but this guy had a car. So where does the money come from? That, you follow the money. And there is definitely, he's doing things for other people. Is it the Guthers? Is it the Bolsheviks? Is it the Germans? Or is it all of them? Because this guy's a wheeler dealer. He's so charming. Everybody loves him. There's, sort of audio recordings of people who say, one guy who says, he went for a drive to Leicestershire. He couldn't understand why Odin was taking him to Leicestershire. He was actually going to infiltrate an Indian Workers Association meeting where he wanted to stand at the back and see who really hated the British and sign them up. But, on the way, they see a policeman on a bicycle and he shows this passenger his gun. He says, "Shall I do it? Shall I do it?" And the guy's like, "No, what are you talking about? No, not while I'm here." And he goes, "No, don't worry. We don't kill mice. We cats kill bigger quarry."
So is he actually fixated about O'Dwyer, the governor of the Punjab, over whom the Jamala massacre took place?
He certainly is incensed by what happens after the massacre. So, while he's in prison in 1927, Rex Dyer dies and is given almost a state funeral.
So again, for those who are understandably muddled by two very similar names,
which are merged in the Indian psyche, by the way. They meld him into one person.
So there is
regularly.
General Dyer, who is the man that actually gives the order fire.
Mm-hmm.
But above him in the political network, and still alive, crucially, at this point in the story, in the late 1930s now, is Michael O'Dwyer, who's a completely different man. He's Irish. He was the governor of the Punjab, but he's now back, retired in England, giving speeches about empire.
Giving speeches about how everything was done correctly and how if a little more of that medicine would not be amiss for the Indians.
And we wouldn't have the trouble we now have in India.
If we were a bit stronger and what Dyer did was right. Whereas Dyer is a broken man by all accounts. He's haunted by guilt or at least questions what happened that day in the garden.
It's very, very moving part of your book, where we have the Dyer in old age wondering whether he's damned.
He says, he says, "I'm going to die and I'm going to find out very shortly whether I was right or I was wrong. I'm going to meet my maker and I will find out." But, Sir Michael, on the other hand, doesn't lose, he says in his own memoirs, "I didn't lose a day's sleep. I didn't lose a night's sleep over this." So this has definitely gripped his imagination, but does he then, it's 20 years, so let's cut forward.
So war has broken out now. Germany is marching through Europe. Belgium has fallen. There's been Dunkirk. And in the middle of all this, bizarrely, O'Dwyer is still giving lectures about Amritsar and about the Punjab.
But he is, but he's also, now there's more attention on India because India is now, again, a huge strategic importance. And it is at one of these lectures where actually Michael O'Dwyer is not the lead speaker. He's giving the vote of thanks at the end that Udham Singh sees his chance. And the date is the 13th of March, 1940. He prepares himself. He's got his papers in. He gets rid of them. He's registered himself under a really important name. He calls himself Muhammad Singh Azad. Now, if you're an Indian, you know the importance of that name because one of those names, Muhammad, is a Muslim name. Singh is a Sikh name. Azad means freedom. So he knows what he's going to do that day. He goes, he's armed with a gun that he has procured with bullets that don't fit it, although he won't know that until it's too late. He waits, he goes into this hall at Caxton Hall, which is actually, what's really amazing about this? It is Caxton Hall is as far away from Westminster as Jallianwala Bagh is from the Golden Temple.
Very close.
Very, very close. And he waits. He sort of comes in right at the last minute, doesn't have to take it, in his suit, with a hat over his eyes, stands at the side, waits for all the speeches to end, and then very calmly walks up to the front after Sir Michael is sort of shaking hands with all the great and good who've delivered the speeches, extends his hand. And Sir Michael, the autopsy report is very revealing. Thinks he's shaking his hand, so he puts his hand forward and he shoots him twice through the heart at point blank range.
And the first time, the first bullet doesn't. It's the wrong caliber.
No, the bullets go straight through Sir Michael, but then he tries to kill the Secretary of State. Every bullet finds a billet. That's what they say in the trial. So he wheels around, he tries to shoot the Secretary of State for India, who is also there, Lord Lamington, a former Lieutenant Governor of India, Louis Dane is there. He shoots, but these bullets, they don't fit the gun properly. So some of them don't have that projectile force that they ought to have. So he only kills one man. And he kills the man that he presses himself almost up against, and that is Sir Michael O'Dwyer, who ironically dies in a pool of his own blood, like so many people did in Jallianwala Bagh. And he says when he's arrested, "My name is Mohammed Singh Azad." They finally, they all get into, all of their motions of trying to find out who is this man, where did he come from, how have we not seen him? They find out he was on an MI5 watch list, and I do mean MI5. MI5 has just been created by a man called Vernon Kell, who personally has rung up a police station saying, "Can you tell me more about this man who's working here?" It's with them saying working at the Blandford militia camp. He's sort of, trying to get himself into any place where he can collect information to send to whoever his masters may be at the time. But he's just there at the right place at the right time to exact his revenge. And he, it's a very long story.
But we haven't quite finished. So he gives himself up.
He doesn't. He tries to escape first of all, and he tries to run. And he's body checked into a wall by a very large woman called Bertha Herring. Everybody's a little bit stunned except Bertha, big Bertha, drops her umbrella and just physically body checks him into a wall, by which time everybody wakes up and they all start jumping on him. And then he lies completely still and he says, "Right, take me, I'm ready." And the police come, he doesn't offer any resistance at all. And he wants his trial to be the trial of the decade. He wants to make all these incendiary speeches. But again, you look through all the secret documents, the British won't let him. They issue an order, and this is kind of a bit shameful as a journalist. They are all complicit, and they say, "We won't report a word of it." There's missives to Reuters saying, "We won't, don't worry."
So no one knows about this.
No one knows about it. And so he's there in prison.
They must know that O'Dwyer's been shot.
They know that is huge. Goebbels uses it. I mean, it breaks on the 6 o'clock news, and Goebbels then uses it as part of his propaganda. That at last, there's monstrous British who perpetrated the massacre at Jallianwala Bagh. The man responsible has been gunned down quite rightly in London. So it's a major piece of propaganda. So that's why they are beside themselves to shut Udham up, shut up his name. They take away his name, Mohammed Singh Azad, which he wants to be prosecuted under. They say, "That's not your name. You're Udham Singh. We know. We've got you on a watch list." And
tell me about his last days in prison.
He's non-cooperative. He wants to die by his own hand. He doesn't want to be hanged. So first of all, he's under the impression that he might be able to string things out by being very confusing and giving all sorts of conflicting evidence. But he does say to one of the guards and one of the little bits of information in his file that it was high time Sir Michael went. Michael's had his day now, So those people who say, did he deliberately single out Michael O'Dwyer because he says all sorts of peculiar things through his trial? Yes, he did. He absolutely did. But he goes on hunger strike. He tries to kill himself. He tries to get
Where's
stuff.
he kept?
He's at Pentonville Prison and Brixton for a bit.
On death row.
He's on death row, yeah. So he knows, and he eventually, he goes on hunger strike. It's only when becomes apparent the British are going to speed through his execution. He's not going to have that. He's trying to bide his time and spin things out until the Germans win the war, because he thinks he's got a chance if the Germans win the war. But they're going to speed through the trial, and they do. And he's sentenced to death. So then he starts eating again. By the way, he does sort of have a suicide bid where people are trying on the outside, the other friends, to give him poison and give him things to kill himself, but they all get intercepted in the post room.
So in the end, he's hung.
He's hanged by the assistant on that hanging trial was Albert Pierpoint, who is the most famous hangman in Britain. And thanks to Albert Pierpoint, we know that it was a botched execution, because he wasn't the lead executioner at the time. The man who was the lead executioner, because Witham's been on hunger strike, his weight's been fluctuating wildly, misjudges his weight. And so all we know, again, from records that only unsealed in 2016, that man never worked at Pentonville again.
What happens to his memory? What point does he, if the news hasn't got out, what point does he become a great hero of the nationalist movement?
Well, he sort of, it's the word starts leaking out that everyone knows that Sir Michael has died, and immediately actually Gandhi and Nehru repudiate his actions. They don't want to be seen as men of violence. They're still hanging out for, a negotiated settlement. They don't want to unleash that genie. In Punjab, the Congress Party, the Youth Congress movement, turn their backs on Gandhi and Nehru and say, actually, this man is a hero. So under the surface, he's sort of bubbling away in the consciousness of Punjab that this man is a hero. He's hanged. News of it kind of gets a little bit buried. But it's only in the 1970s, when Indira Gandhi is Prime Minister of India, that this clamour goes up saying, we want our boy back. Bring him home. Just bring him home. And they dig up his remains in Pentonville. He's in between Roger Casement and Crippen, his remains are. I've seen where he was buried. They dig him up. There's a huge diplomatic hoo-ha about it, but they take him back and he goes home to a hero's welcome. He does like a 2-week tour of India, his remains posthumous tour, and he finally ends up in Sunam. And, I'll just end with this. Somebody who's the son of the mayor of Sunam at the time, or the head man of Sunam, said Sunam was like a bride that day, and the groom came home.
That was an extraordinary telling of an extraordinary story, Anita. I loved your book, but hearing you just tell the tale yourself is wonderful, just wonderful. Thank you. For anyone that hasn't read it, The Patient Assassin is available and is an extraordinary account of a wonderful piece of detective work, which won Anita what's it called, the Hessel Tiltman Prize?
Penn Hessel Tiltman. Yeah, the Charlene Tilton. Oh, no, it's not the Charlene Tilton. That was from Dallas. No, Penn Hessel Tiltman Award is what it was.
Hessel Tiltman. Anyway, Udham Singh is a name which all our Indian listeners will know immediately. He's a household name across India and part of the pantheon of new political gods. But I think he's almost completely unknown in England. So hopefully this podcast will start the beginnings of changing that.
That's all from us. Thank you very much for listening. I've been Anita Almond.
Assholes talk about curry.
I'm William Dripple.
Give me my fucking account back, dog. This is the worst. Now I'm gonna eat cheese, and I'll probably be lactose intolerant and be shitting my pants all fucking night.
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Anand.
And me, William Dripple.
Are you doing it on purpose?
I'm not. That was absolutely up to the minute. I came straight in there without a pause, without even a hesitation.
The thing is, William, people are sending us mail now. Dear Anita, in brackets, pause, and William.
Most unjust.
You are making it a thing.
No one is more awake than me, obviously.
Well, you're awake. I think you're just... Anyway, we're here, and we're delighted to be here. And we are, can I just say, absolutely overwhelmed, the pair of us, with the response, particularly to last podcast with David Orsuga, because, you have been writing in your hundreds. It has been rather amazing.
He was so good. We were, both of us, very anxious how we were going to pitch last week's one, because it was absolutely at the centre of what we're trying to do at this podcast. And yet it's very difficult to reconcile these two diverging worlds. And David did it like a ballet dancer dancing Swan Lake through the middle of a minefield. I thought it was extraordinary.
Yeah, and people have very much responded. I mean, I'll tell you what, that you're never going to please everybody, and that we know, and we're prepared for that. But we weren't prepared for just the sheer volume of love and affection that came for last week's. This one here, let me just read a few of the messages that have come through. Thank you so much. And we are going through everything. William and I read everything that you send, and so we're very grateful. And I know a lot of you are sending suggestions for future podcasts. But Peter Bale speaks for many when he said, I was appalled to listen to your superb Empire podcast. But appalled because I heard the historian David Olusoga now needs a bodyguard. Empire is excellent and it is informative. Another one here. This is fascinating and sometimes disturbing listening.
Yo, bitch! I think your whole fucking podcast is about
time
curry.
that he's devoid of intelligent and critical conversation. I wish it had been twice as long as Andrew McNelly Jones. We have found another one here. You were going all over the world. I don't know whether you've seen the geographic spread of this, William, but Simon Payne and Tracy Campbell are both listening in Australia. Simon says, it was a really excellent podcast. As an Australian, I had no idea there'd been a recent CHOGM, let alone that our Prime Minister hadn't attended. And I don't recall it being mentioned at all, which rather supports David's point. And this one here, Tracy Campbell saying, really great episode as usual. Just wanted to point out that the Australian Prime Minister is pushing for Indigenous recognition in our Constitution before the Republic question. The Prime Minister created an Assistant Minister for the Republic this term. It will happen! ! We do have some people who didn't like it though. Shall we address that as well, William? So let me just see this one here. It says, why, oh why, are you again talking Britain down? Are you ever going to talk about other empires because they did terrible things too?
No, the British Empire is the worst of them. Fuckers.
Jonathan
They burned down our fucking...
What do we say to that?
Well, the short answer is we are going to do other empires too, and that's the point of this podcast. But at the moment, we're talking about the British and India, and I think it's very important we do so.
Yeah, and so, I mean, just to echo that, I know a lot of you are wanting us to go into different territories, and we will. But first of all, we've been promising you that we would talk about Gandhi, and that moment has now come. Gandhi, who is just such an enormous figure in the pantheon, if you like, of exports from the subcontinent. I think there are very few people on planet Earth who have as much face recognition.
He's everywhere in India. We talked about how one of the reasons I think that so many people are so shaken by the death of the Queen was that her face is on every currency note and on every stamp. Well, the same is true of Gandhi in India. He is the father of the nation. He's on every rupee. Every city has a Mahatma Gandhi road. He's absolutely the background of everyone's life there. But certainly the way that Indian politics is going at the moment, there is definitely a rediscovery of those who did not embrace non-violence, like Gandhi did. And you mentioned last week, Anita, Subhash Chandra Bose, whose statue has just gone up in the centre of Delhi. And he was appalled by Gandhi's approach of non-violence. And he is now, in a sense, the freedom fighter with whom the current government of Narendra Modi most identifies.
Well, and that's also, sort of germane to the conversation that we were having with David Olusoga. And I think he put it really well, which is, whatever Britain wants to think about the way in which the world regards it, it's not a monologue. I think that's the way he put it. He said it's a dialogue, except, one side hasn't been listening to the other. And if you wanted any more articulate or, loud voicing of where the current Indian establishment stands in this relationship. I think a lot of papers have picked up on what we were talking about in the last podcast, William, about Modi wanting to distance himself from the colonial past and talking about it, renaming things that once had British names, taking down things that have British connections. And there are certain issues which are swirling around now, the death of Queen Elizabeth and the accession of King Charles III. And predictably, and we said this, didn't we, last week, one of those things that comes up time and again when you talk about the British royal family and its relationship with India is the Kohinoor diamond. Now, how many times has your phone rung in the last week from people wanting you to talk about Kohinoor? Because I know, it has gone slightly crazy on my telephone and in my emails. It
has. It's become a major issue. It's been trending on Indian Twitter every day since the Queen died. And I think a lot of people in India expect that the Kohinoor is coming back imminently.
But at the moment, as things stand, it is not. It is sitting, waiting in the Queen Consort's crown, which means conceivably, at a time of coronation, it will be on Camilla's head.
And there will be yet another round of requests for it back from India. Again, it's part of this very different view. I don't think people in Britain even are aware that it's a particularly contentious thing. Most people here, if they've heard of the Kohinoor at all, they've probably heard of it. It's the name of the local Indian restaurant, or it's the name of a brand of pencil. They're vaguely aware that there is a Kohinoor diamond. But it's a huge
You know what sucks?
bone
Your fucking fantasy
of issue
football team, they're
between
the worst.
India and Britain. And that Indians passionately want it back. I don't think that's widely known
Oh
yet.
man!
No, I don't. I think. I mean, I've described it on numerous occasions as a diplomatic grenade. I think you'd agree that's what it is. I mean, to see that flaunted it before the world's eyes is going to be
So
difficult for many Indians to see.
It's the thing that brought us professionally first together. We worked on this book on the Kohinoor, and I think it's something which we're definitely going to do a podcast on
He was the
imminently.
number one fucking
It's
receiver
clearly a
in
moment to start talking about it again.
25.
We will do that. But let's talk about Gandhi, because that's why we're here this week. So it's the Ben Kingsley version that most people know here, in a loincloth, sort of like Canute against the waves, or David and Goliath, very much how the Attenborough version presents it. But this is a complicated man, and it's a human being that we're talking about at the end of the day. Let's just talk about his origins, because where did his story start? He was born 2nd of October 1869. He was born into a Gujarati Hindu family in a place called Porbandar. And what kind of background did he have? Was he rich? Was he poor? What was his background, William?
He was a middle-class boy who managed to make it to London to study law in 1888, following a rather unremarkable childhood in Gujarat. And some of his biographers maintain that he had actually very little formal knowledge of Hinduism beyond the rituals taught to him as a child before he arrived in London. And being a strict vegetarian, he found himself ushered into this world of Edwardian spiritualism and Edwardian Orientalism that associated the with vegetarian restaurants in London at that time. And with a kind of strange world of sort of Edwardian cranks and idealists and table tappers, particularly the Theosophists and people like Annie Besant and Madame Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky, who claimed to have received instruction in occult knowledge from Himalayan masters and radiant astral figures, and Mahatmas. The word Mahatma is first brought into prominence by Madame Blavatsky. And she believed that they were immortal beings who, though principally resident in Tibet, had materialized here and were the authors of Madame Blavatsky's books.
Right.
So it's a very unorthodox world that Gandhi enters into London.
But sort of, and this is the complexity of the man, because yes, that is, and Mahatma, by the way, just for those of you who
Great soul.
don't know, great soul it translates exactly as great soul.
But it's not a traditional Hindu appellation. It's one that comes to Gandhi through the very odd source of Madame Blavatsky.
So there is that which is unconventional. There's the sort of the Theosophists and the table tappers, as you say. Also, I must say, he was greatly affected when he came to Britain by looking at the way the suffragettes protested. So the suffragettes, who were involved in non-cooperation, blockading roads, and then using the hunger strike, greatly affected Gandhi. And he writes about it at length, about how these women who are willing to starve their bodies for a cause has inspired him. And I don't think that it is no coincidence that is one of the biggest weapons in his arsenal later on when he becomes the Gandhi of the loincloth. But before that, we talk about that, you say that there's this very unconventional side, you're quite right, but there's also this incredibly conservative conventional side, because let's not forget, at the age of 13, he was married off an arranged marriage to 14-year-old Kasturba Bai, who, again, they were children at the time of their marriage. And it was a very conservative, from the outward look, at least, it looked terribly conservative.
And I think before he went to London, he was famously made to promise by his mother that he would abstain completely from meat, alcohol, and women.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have in Gandhi all these very different worlds meeting. On the other hand, remember, of course, he's also studying law in London. So as well as kind of mixing with Edwardian spiritualists and so on, and meeting all sorts of strange people in London vegetarian restaurants, he's also very much hanging out in the law courts and learning law. And you see all these different elements coming together in this man, in a way that an earlier generation of Indians, the world we were talking about the East India Company, the world of Ghalib and the Mughal court, the world of Maratha merchants and so on, they would not have had access to any of these diverse influences which are forming Gandhi. This is very much a new world, and Gandhi is forming the world around him.
At the age of 22, he's called to the bar in London, and then he is sort of thinking that he's going to go back to India. He's going to practice in India. That's where his life is. But it is actually a legal case that diverts his journey, and instead it's he's called to represent a merchant in South Africa, and that is how the South African chapter of his life begins, which is so fascinating, but is so often forgotten and glossed over. He's just a little 23-year-old sort of slip of a man. If you look at him, he's like a little sparrow, isn't he, William? And he's such a small boned. He actually, his face reminds me of those books of young Kafka. He's sort of very intense-eyed, gaunt-looking. That sort of very neatly parted hair.
That's a very interesting comparison, and same sort of period of history too.
Yeah. So he goes off to South Africa, and he goes and he sort of thinks he's going to do this great legal case. He's going to be working for this merchant. But then something happens to him almost immediately after he arrives in South Africa. He is discriminated against because of the colour of his skin. And it's a very Rosa Parks type story. He's not allowed to sit with European passengers on a stagecoach. And then when he refuses to get up and move, he's taken by the guard and beaten and thrown into the gutter. And this is sort of an awakening in him of, I don't know what it is that sets him apart here from many people, most people, maybe even me, and I don't know about you, but, we get knocked down. Do we necessarily, we probably get up again. But then do we think, right, I'm going to change all of this, root and branch?
And then, of course, there's the famous incident in Pietermaritzburg when he's thrown off a train by a conductor. And I've actually been to that waiting room in Pietermaritzburg in South Africa, where he got thrown out of and thrown out into, and he then fights very hard for the rights, specifically of the Indian community in South Africa. But he's also in touch with a theosophist once he moves to South Africa, and he's drawn into the world of something called the Esoteric Christian Union, which to our ears sounds as dodgy as anything that was existing in Edwardian London. It's a sect founded by somebody called Edward Maitland and his collaborator Anna Kingsford. They, through their various spiritualisms and table tilting, they discovered that they were respectively the reincarnation of St. John the Evangelist and St. Mary Magdalene. And to our ears, this sounds completely dodgy, but according to Gandhi's faithful secretary, Pierre Naya, their writings had, he said, a profound and specific and lasting influence on Gandhi's thought.
So there he is. He's in South Africa. He's got some slightly interesting friends. But he also does some really, again, surprising things. So the Boer War is going on, and in 1900, Gandhi volunteers to be a stretcher bearer in the Natal Indian Ambulance Corps. So he has at this point still got this idea that I won't fight, but he doesn't have this idea that I won't take part in a war. He wholeheartedly takes part as somebody who goes to the front line and who helps the British war effort.
Again, this I think something would be very surprising to people that haven't read his biography, that he was initially a great believer in the justice of the British Empire, and this is something that survives right up until the First World War, and he becomes a major drum beater for British recruitment in the First World War.
And we'll come to that, but just still in South Africa, because these are the years that people often skip over, but they are so formative, I think, in the man he becomes. In 1906, so he's been this, more loyal than the king subject who is putting his sort of body on the line to bring home broken British soldiers from the front line, if you like. So in 1906, the Transvaal brings out these laws which are racist. I mean, there's no other way of putting it, where Indians and Chinese will have to carry pass cards, which they will have to produce every time a police officer stops them in the street and demands them. If they don't, they can get beaten up or arrested. And a police officer has every right to burst into the homes of these people, overturning everything, dragging them out, again, demanding to see these pass cards. And this is an absolute affront, particularly to conservative Indians who are living in South Africa, who think their homes are sacred and their women should not be touched. So that actually lights a fire under Gandhi. And William, that is the start of something we then recognise later in his life, right?
Absolutely. This is where he develops the beginnings of what will become satyagraha, truth force, or devotion to truth, which, as you say, develops in many ways the forms of non-violent resistance employed by the suffragettes in Britain, but it also gives it a more sort of spiritual backing. The suffragettes were not looking to religion or to spirituality in their protests. Gandhi ties always his political protest to a form of spirituality, and in that sense, he's marrying the suffragettes with the theosophists.
Actually, it should be said, sort of later on, he divorces the suffragettes. He really repudiates them when they start using violence, when they start breaking windows, and when they start setting fire to pillar boxes. He says he wants nothing more to do with them. Anyway, he starts to say, right, we don't want to carry these cards anymore. We're not going to carry these cards anymore. And he somehow manages to inspire a great number of Indian people to just refuse, just to say no. And they set fire to their pass cards, and they are arrested, and they are beaten. And he comes sort of, toe to toe with Jan Smuts. There isn't enough time in just this one podcast to talk about that particular relationship, but it is a really fascinating one. It is one of attrition and one of, on Smuts' side anyway, just complete frustration at Gandhi. But it ends with almost a grudging respect at first, and then a real warm respect, I think, because he manages to get those pass laws changed. Gandhi does.
What is it? What does
and
it do?
When he does do this, you sort of think, okay, here's a life in South Africa that's beckoning. But he has a call from an Indian called Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who is sort of a mild-mannered member of the Indian National Congress, a nascent political organisation that is agitating for not freedom from British rule, but some more control to be wrested away for Indian people in their own country. And Gokhale is really enchanted with the way in which Gandhi has stood up against these South African racist pass laws without using violence, and wants him to come to India where he thinks it can be used. What's really lovely about the end of this story in South Africa, the South African chapter, is that Jan Smuts, when he calls him to see him and to say, right, you're off then. Good. And Gandhi presents him with a pair of handmade sandals and says, look, I've made these with my own hands. They're for you. Smuts at the time. Imagine his confusion. This is
wearing knee-length leather boots and military jumpers.
In his jodhpurs, and he's presented with these sort of, beautifully handmade but very sort of crude leather sandals. And he accepts them. But what I find really very, very touching is the way in which Smuts returns those sandals decades later. So this is it's called The Essential Gandhi by Louis Fisher, who's a journalist who followed and interviewed Gandhi extensively, I think in the 40s. But Fisher says, his work in South Africa was finished. Gandhi left South Africa, but before he departed, he sent General Smuts a pair of sandals as a gift. And Smuts wore the sandals every summer at his farm, and then returned the sandals to Gandhi on Gandhi's 70th birthday. Smuts remarked, I have worn these sandals for many a summer, even though I may feel that I'm not worthy to stand in the shoes of so great a man. It was my fate to be the antagonist of a man for whom, even then, I had the highest respect.
I've never heard that story. Goodness, I've never heard that.
If you know Smuts, and many of you listening to this podcast will know Smuts, that is an extraordinary thing. It's in the Fisher biography. But there we are. It's a nice story. But anyway, look, to take up the reins of this story, as Gandhi returns to India, we have an extraordinary guest, don't we, William? Tell us about our guest today.
We have the great Ramachandra Guha, who is not only the greatest living biographer of Gandhi, but arguably the greatest chronicler of the history of post-independence India. His great India After Gandhi is regarded universally as the most important text on the subject. It's studied and read all over the world. And he is also an extraordinarily influential political commentator, 2.2 million Twitter followers, which I don't think is many of his historian competitors anywhere in the world would even begin to match. And he's kind of the rock star of Indian history.
And you can find out why he's such a superstar after this break.
I don't know. I don't remember taking it. I mean, I kind of do.
So a very, very warm welcome from India, from Bangalore to Professor Ramachandra Gua. Thank you very much for spending the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
When people say Gandhi here in Britain, they often can't get past Ben Kingsley. That is the knowledge that they have. How much is the Kingsley Gandhi a help or a hindrance to you when you go out and you talk about the man himself?
How about Proton?
So, Anita, Kingsley acted wonderfully. He was a standout role in that film. And that film itself played an important role in bringing Gandhi back in the So I'm grateful for that film and for Kingsley for making it so memorable. However, the film itself is more than 40 years old. Exactly 40 years old this year. Came out in 1982. So younger people haven't really seen it. Some of them may have seen it in school. So they have very mixed perceptions of Gandhi. And maybe we can talk about it later. But in India today, there's a whole amount of historical revisionism about Gandhi. Not so much in academic circles, but in WhatsApp history circles.
Yes.
And he's often accused of not doing enough or of doing wrong things. Clearly, when you take someone as significant as Gandhi, you have to wade through all kinds of preconceptions. I mean, I've written biographies before, as Willie knows, but those were interesting, eccentric, relatively minor figures, where you don't have this problem, that people have preconceived notions often firmly held of what they think Gandhi believed in and what he was all about. So you have to cut through the underbrush.
I mean, that will be fascinating and I think hard to believe for British audiences that there actually is a two-track approach to Gandhi. One here in Britain, which is something akin to reverence, and
where statues for the first time are being put up
in London. I mean, we have one in Tavistock Square to Gandhi in Westminster, I beg your pardon, and then in India, where it is unfashionable these days to say you respect and love Gandhi. I read something, I don't know whether you read it in the papers, from a very renowned Indian publisher we know very well, who said, history has become sexy under the BJP because now we can talk about men who will not mean anything here, men like Savarkar or Bose, people who were involved in violent struggle against British rule. But Gandhi's style of struggle is not popular in India these days.
That's true. So there are two reasons why there's this revisionism about Gandhi. One is under the BJP, there's an exaltation of masculinity, and masculinity involves violence. Non-violence is seen as feminine. That's one reason. And people like Bose and Savarkar particularly are seen as embodying that aggressive masculinity, which their proponents believe would have got out the British Empire, ended the British Empire quicker, even if in a more bloody way, quicker. The second reason there's this revisionism about Gandhi is that Gandhi lived and died for Hindu-Muslim harmony.
What the fuck
So Gandhi felt Muslims, but also Christians and Sikhs and Jains and Parsis were as responsible, reliable citizens, bona fide citizens of India as Hindus. Whereas the BJP and its allies think of India as a Hindu-first country. And the fact that Gandhi not only preached tolerance and respect for Muslims, he was willing to go on fast for it, willing to sacrifice his life for interfaith harmony, is something which Hindu radicals cannot abide. That's the second reason for their dislike.
And yet, it's a complicated relationship, isn't it? Because he's on the notes, he's the father of the nation, so they can't quite disown him. But we're seeing a lot more of Godse around.
Yes, absolutely. Because Godse killed him, and according to the hardline Hindu class follower, he saved India further suffering by ending Gandhi's life. So he's on the notes, but actually in the ruling party, it's only Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, who praises Gandhi, and I think, in my view, not really out of conviction or sincerity, but because he recognizes what you said, Anita, that in the rest of the world, Gandhi is admired, and Gandhi is the only pan-Indian figure. You talked about the statue in Westminster, which is among 13 or 14 such people. I think this Churchill and Millicent Fawcett, and I think some of your generals and so on. But I had a British visitor come to Bangalore last week, who I hadn't seen for many years, and a friend I hadn't seen from before COVID. And she said, I have a present for you. And I said, what's that? She said, here is a £5 coin minted for Gandhi. And it is the only coin minted for a non-British person. And an explanation of what Gandhi meant and so on. So I think Narendra Modi understands this, that he as Prime Minister can't openly debunk Gandhi. whatever his party men think of Gandhi, whatever his voters, however much his voters detest Gandhi. So it's a complicated business. And it's principally to do, I think, even more than violence, it's principally to do with Gandhi's commitment to interfaith harmony and the equality of all citizens regardless of religion. I think that's what they really can't get. That's what they don't like.
Well, I think actually we ought to then do a great service to the people listening and talk about the real man himself, because there's been so much myth making on both sides, from those who love him and those who detest him. But right at the bottom of this, he's a real life human being. What was it about this man that meant, because, you know, by all accounts, quite mild-mannered, quite humble in the way he spoke and presented himself, certainly in later life.
The three of us are all writers. He recognizes the word, the power of the word, the written and printed word. So he starts newspapers in South Africa, which he carries on in India, which are printed not just in English, but in Hindi and Gujarati and Tamil and so on. So he understands that the message is to go across. He also appreciates the virtue of patience. So he comes back in 1915, but he takes several years to travel around India and to understand the country he's been away for 2 decades before asserting himself before putting himself forward as a candidate for the leadership of the freedom struggle. So there's of course the fact that he was a prosperous lawyer. He sacrificed his profession to work with the people and so on. So there are many, many reasons.
Do you think it was Gandhi who really made the Congress reach out from a kind of old boys club and, you know, return to Cambridge and so on to a nationwide movement that was talking to ordinary people?
Very much so. So the Congress before him, you're absolutely right with you. The Congress before him was composed of really brilliant and articulate people, but all men, all largely based in big cities like Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, Delhi, Lahore, and all largely operating with English. So Gandhi made it vernacular, and he made it a mass movement. He brought in workers and peasants and artisans, and also women. You know, one of his achievements was to make women part of the Congress. And even in 1925, Sarojini Naidu, at Gandhi's insistence, becomes president of the Congress Party at a time when there was no question of a conservative or labor or liberal, even female leader. So all of this, I think, is inclusive. I've only talked about religion and his work in promoting Hindu Muslim harmony, but he also attacks untouchability. It's the cornerstone of the Hindu caste system. And he says we have to stop discriminating against lower caste. He says Hindus who practice upper caste Hindus who practice untouchability are the general dyers of Hindus.
What is wonderful and startling and humbling about your work is that it is almost as if you're a pirate buccaneer going into archives that nobody has touched before. So Gandhi has written so much. You just said he did newspapers, he did letters. There are
how many volumes are his collected works?
97.
97 volumes. But what was always missing was the other side of the conversation. And that's what I think is really fascinating about what you've done, is you've found the other half of those letters. And they, more than anything, show that this is a man who undergoes a real, I hate the word, it's so psycho-nutty in this context, but he went on a journey. He really did go on a journey. First of all, being very pro-British, pro the war, asking men to sign up and fight for Britain during World War I, being the chief recruiting officer in many ways, to then standing up and saying, you know what, these people cannot be trusted and they need to get out. It wasn't the only journey, because you've mentioned the caste system. People know that he had problems with Jinnah. People know that it was a very personal, visceral problem that he had with Jinnah. But he also had problems, and that is amplified in your work, with Ambedkar, who was a father of the Dalit or untouchable movement. So can you speak to that a little bit, and why nobody really talks about that very much?
Yeah, so interestingly, since you started by mentioning Attenborough's film, in which Kingsley played Gandhi, Jinnah is represented in the film as a kind of caricature played by Alec Padamsee, the scheming, wicked guy. Ambedkar is missing. And I think it's missing for cinematic reasons, because it's easy in that kind of narrative to present Gandhi as the good guy and Jinnah as the bad guy. But Ambedkar complicates the story because he's as committed to the emancipation of the untouchables. He has a more radical plan for liberating them. He's a great scholar and legal expert. He's completely self-made. Jinnah's a prosperous lawyer, so you can see him as a a rich man dabbling in politics. Ambedkar absolutely comes from the bottom up. And
UFC
their
299.
debate is about how quickly you should go in ending caste discrimination. Gandhi is going slowly, incrementally, because he wants to take the upper caste Hindus along. Ambedkar wants to attack the system frontally. So he writes a famous pamphlet called Annihilation of Caste, which he says the only way to annihilate caste is to promote inter-caste marriage. And Gandhi is not prepared to do that at once. Gandhi also has a larger cause, which is freedom of India. But Ambedkar says, what's the point of freeing India if the Congress party, which is dominated by Brahmins and merchants, comes to dominate us? We just extend the British foreign influence rulers. So it's a debate and an argument of great poignancy. As a biographer, I admire both men. I mean, I won't say whom I admire more, but their circumstances necessarily make them rivals.
Yeah, but Baba Saheb Ambedkar, as he's known in India, I mean, was a massive figure in the freedom struggle and also father of the Constitution. So those of you who don't know, who are listening and hearing this name for the very first time, he's a huge figure who has left a lasting imprint on what is now India.
What is Gandhi's response to the massacre at Jallianwala Bagh?
Become instantly famous from this.
Many people, the Nehrus, for example, have their views of British Empire completely overturned by this heartlessness and the bloodshed and the support for Dyer that's voiced in many quarters following the massacre.
Gandhi is like that with this difference that
hey, can you make this fucking screen any brighter?
Rabindranath Tagore returns his knighthood. The first Asian to win a Nobel Prize in literature. He's knighted by the British, has many close British friends, and then after Jallianwala Bagh, returns his knighthood. Gandhi has a similar kind of reaction, but he actually travels to the Punjab in 1920. He travels to the Punjab and he meets people and he understands their suffering and he realizes it's not just a massacre. Was not just a one-off event that took place in that garden outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar. That villagers there's punitive harassment of them. They've been kept in jail. Their fine is levied on them for taxes they are not paid. So there's a real amount of discontent, and that visit to the Punjab disabuses him of any loyalty to the which he had before. So it is very transformative in his understanding of empire.
And with Jinnah, I think we can just talk about that really rancorous relationship for a little longer, because some people feel that if these two men could have and should have got along a lot better,
both Gujaratis, both lawyers, many sort of worlds,
they should have been
friends
being allies on paper. If it was a dating website, they two would have had a match. I mean, but in real life, is it really as mundane as these two personalities just didn't get on? There's one story of Gandhi making a flippant comment about sort of Jinnah's doing an address in English, and he says, "Oh, you should speak in Gujarati," and it's that.
So
can it be the seeds of resentment are that banal that somebody said something to someone and then it just all spiraled?
They're probably more Gujarati fucking speakers.
Gandhi's senior in Indian public life. When Gandhi was a struggling lawyer in South Africa, Jinnah was already a member of the Imperial Council. He was an established lawyer. And he sort of felt overshadowed by that. So when Gandhi comes in and captures the Congress party during the non-cooperation movement, there's a famous session in Nagpur in 1920 where Jinnah gets up to make some criticisms of the non-cooperation campaign, and he's shouted down by Gandhi's supporters. And he walks away and takes a train and returns to Bombay. So there is an element of personal rivalry, probably on both sides. But I would not put too much into this.
Back to the non-cooperation movement. So how does that unfold during the 1920s?
So it's the first real mass movement. Hundreds of thousands of people are arrested peacefully and of all kinds. So lawyers, doctors, workers, artisans, farmers, all caught arrest across India. And as the movement is speaking, there's an act of violence where 9 policemen who are in a police station in a village in Uttar Pradesh in North India are burnt alive by a nationalist mob. And Gandhi is outraged by that and calls off the movement. So that is not enough, of course, for him
What is this horse shit?
He goes to jail. He's arrested shortly after
Download
that.
for Windows.
But the British Empire was on its knees. And
Download.
Gandhi's commitment to non-violence. And his horror
What is
of,
this? Why is
horror of
all
mob anger.
like
It's what will happen
technology
in Indies.
pinpointing me to
each other.
just shit?
His reservations about violence.
I'm
are
like in the
partly
middle of
moral,
a fucking
but they were also partly tactical.
eagle sniper
The
scope.
conviction that if you take up arms to remove the oppressor,
Download.
once freedom comes,
There you
will
go,
use the
ass.
same arms to turn on your fellow countrymen. So, non-cooperation movement is a really major movement of protest,
Dog,
in which
no one can
hundreds of
understand what
thousands
the
of
fuck
people
you're
are
saying
jailed,
over there, dog.
including Gandhi and Nehru and Bose and many other people. It's called off because you have one solitary act of violence which Gandhi felt besmirched the cause and the movement.
It's that belief in himself and his own voice,
There you
which
go.
time
Now
and
it
time
fucking
again
worked.
turns tides of
Psych.
violence and
What
also
in the shit?
political
Open
flow.
when
I
done.
mean, his use of the hunger strike is extraordinary. I mean,
It's
you would
done.
think that actually one man saying, "I'm not going to eat until you put down your arms and sort
You
yourselves
know
out,"
how to
wouldn't
download
make a difference in
the
obeying mob, but it did.
application,
And why did
but
it?
you don't know how to
No, I
open
think
the application.
He had that kind of
Anyone
constant
can
in the car. I
download
mean,
the
again,
application.
to
The
use
key
a word one
is
does not
to
like, there is much.
open the application.
But more
This
of
shit
all,
is
his
the
most famous hunger fast, which actually led to a cessation of violence, were conducted in the last
wonder
6
if
months of his life.
Oh, here
In
we
the
go.
aftermath of partition, where you had this bloodshed, the flight of refugees, and 1 million people
All right.
died.
Don't
Gandhi
suck.
goes on
That's
fast in
all I'm
Calcutta
saying.
in
Just
September 1947.
always work
And
and
stop
don't
the violence.
suck.
And then he goes on fast in Delhi in January 1948.
This
Two
shit
large
is the
cities
worst.
full of anger and animosity,
Send a link to
mobs
your email
seething with
address.
anger and
No, just
animosity.
work.
A very large Muslim
Please
minority
wait, let's
in
set up
both
his
cities.
loading.
And Gandhi, by the
All right.
power is an example, is
Install.
about this. I mean, it's quite extraordinary.
There are 2 or 3 other,
I should do it
epoch-changing
on that
actions,
Computer.
which bring an empire, one of the mightiest empires the world has known, to its knees, and they're so improbable. So the Salt March, that salt could be such a political
All right, here we
weapon. You will need to
All right.
explain this to people here because
This
it
shit
makes
is the
very
worst.
little sense.
What actually happens?
What happens with the Salt
It's
March?
never,
So,
there's never been anything worse.
Essentially, in
TikTok,
1929, the Congress
Dude, what
met
the
in
fuck?
Lahore at the mansion of Rabbi and decided that they wanted to launch a fresh
This
fight for
is the
freedom.
worst.
And it was left to Gandhi to devise the means and think of the tactics. And
There you
Gandhi
go.
goes back to his ashram and thinks of salt. Now, salt is a commodity used by every Indian,
TikTok.
but making it is the
Dude, what
is a
is
monopoly
this?
of the
What is
Raj.
this shit?
So you can't make your
With
own
the
salt.
fucking
You have to buy it at an enhanced
TikTok.
price, paying the
What
tax
is
to the
this?
colonial state. So Gandhi says, I'm going to make my own salt,
Control
symbolically, so that every Indian will make their
The
own salt.
worst.
And he marches from his
TikTok.
ashram in Ahmedabad. And from there, he marches to
.com
the sea.
//
It takes him 3 weeks. He has 78 companions.
studio.
And the viceroy is mystified.
Dot
With Lord Irwin is
/
mystified. What is
download.
this mad old man doing? Supposing, as a counterfactual, if Lord Irwin had arrested Gandhi as soon as he left the ashram,
Hey
that
everybody,
would have been the end of the story.
this is
We
TikTok
would not be
Studio.
discussing the source.
It's not gonna
today.
work.
But he thinks this
Build
guy's
the ultimate
crazy,
TikTok live
and let him
experience.
go,
How about just
and he
fucking
marches day by
download
day,
shitbag?
and more reporters come to cover him, including American reporters.
This shit is the
American
worst,
reporting
kids.
of the Salt March
It's
is
the
very
worst.
significant in making Gandhi a
I
global
read it
figure.
since a Colonel of
Because
She
America
thought
is emerging as
that
a large
customer
economic
service
power.
sucked dick. She never dealt
Time
with
magazine
fucking Twitter.
is
The
just
worst.
about becoming hugely
Are you
popular.
fucking
and
serious?
Gandhi Man of the Year in that year, 1930.
Oh, stop
And of course,
this,
America
stop.
has a close kinship with Britain, so American public opinion influences British opinion. And these reporters come and then he goes to the sea and breaks
The
the salt
worst.
law. And
Disconnect this
simultaneously,
fucking
in many
shit.
different parts of India, other people break the salt. So it's symbolically, it's hugely significant because
are
it
not
shows
protected. Dog,
the empire
I'm
as
fucking anyway.
unfeeling,
Just go
greedy,
and work.
monopolistic, and not even allowing an ordinary Indian to have salt in his or her diet. So it's as a piece of political
Dog,
theater,
this guy's English
it's
is
quite
awful.
remarkable.
But is he aware of all this?
understand what
Because
he's
as you're right, the revolution will be
It's not his
televised. This is one of the first
I don't know what he's
episodes where
thinking there,
you
but
have
it certainly
photographers
isn't
on the
English.
scene, people recording this in real time and then reporting it to the rest of the world. Is he that canny that he knows that, by cultivating these relationships with
Huh?
people at his ashram, by taking them along to a place where he knows he's going to have lati's broken on his head, that this is his
All right,
power.
done.
I think he does. But I think he knew the power. He always knew the power of publicity in the press. There's no question. And of messaging, of
I mean,
reaching
his
out,
English isn't that
of
bad.
answering letters from correspondents.
And it's way better than my
you
Punjabi.
know,
so
and so
give him
on.
some credit.
I think I read somewhere that you said he wrote 100 letters a day or 90 letters a day or something.
Sometimes more than
Oh,
that.
Mike,
He had a
I'm gonna
fantastic
crack my
secretary.
fucking
I mean, he had an
wrist.
extraordinary.
Oh,
he,
there we
had, I mean, he had a secretary, Mahadev Desai, who was a scholar in many languages, and whose role in the Indian
TikTok,
Southern and
PTE,
Gandhi's
LTD
life
sucks.
is really underappreciated.
Can we talk
Please
about some of
wait
those
until
people who
setup
actually are in
loading.
Gandhi's life before we get to
Verifying
the
installer.
40s, which I
Dude,
think again is
just
another
fucking work.
pivotal moment in Gandhi's ascendancy. But let's just
TikTok
talk about.
live
So he's
studio.
married. He's
what are
married
the
at a very,
odds,
very
kids,
young
that I get
age
this
to
fucking
Kasturba
account banned
Bai.
within
I
the
mean, he's
first
got 13, and
20
she's even
minutes?
younger when they get married.
Scale 1 to 10.
And she's incredibly
It's like a
loyal, but
Georgetown.
a sort of almost
900%
silent
chance
figure
that I
in
fucking
the
get this
background,
shit banned.
but always
So
supportive. But he
quickly,
has
it'll make your
passion
head
as
spin.
well. I mean,
Please wait.
he's not.
while
He may dress
TikTok
like an
live
ascetic, but he
studio
has
is
a
being
fiery
installed.
heart. And you see
How
that
about
because
no?
he writes these
How about you
beautiful
just
love
fucking
letters to
install
another
it
revolutionary woman,
while it's
who I
downloading?
think is fabulous and very underwritten about,
I don't
Sarla
understand why
Devi
that's not a
Chaudharani,
thing. Why-
who is also
I
married.
have to be the
Now,
one
just
fucking
no
implement
people don't know
shit.
about this at all. That there is a romantic life with Gandhi.
Yo,
This is not,
I mean,
it's not the image.
It is not. It's not. It wasn't in
Ben Kingsley
Attenborough.
doesn't do that.
Ben Kingsley doesn't write to any women. No, but so tell us, what is this relationship? Because it's very important, and it tells us a little bit about his internal life as well.
Well,
I
first
think
of
it's
all,
kind of
It
weird
is very moving and
that
you see,
Ben
quite
Kingsley
charged with love and passion and so on.
need to
Because in
reboot system.
1919, the massacre
Reboot
happened.
now?
That winter, Gandhi goes to look at what's
I love
happening
when they
in Punjab,
sometimes tell me I have to
And
do
he
that,
stays
and
at
I
the
just
home of
don't,
Sarla
and it
Devi,
still works.
who lives in Lahore, whose husband is actually in jail.
Why do you
So
need to
Gandhi
reboot
and
the
this,
whole fucking
you know,
system?
this
Why?
writer, poet, activist,
Why can't you
just
just
chatting
work?
together and getting to know each other, and essentially they fall in love. And for the next year and a half,
West
they
Call,
exchange these
you
incredibly
guys
passionate
have
letters. And
almost
Gandhi calls
inflated
her
numbers.
my spiritual wife.
You
And
shit
it is a
on,
very
I mean, you have
interesting
50,000
phrase,
people
my
watching you
spiritual
allegedly.
wife. It
The
means
next highest people
I
are
get
9,000.
emotionally and intellectually and otherwise bond with her. But I've taken a vow of celibacy, so I can't go any further, and I'm already married because
Yo, execute,
then
C program, TikTok
he
Live
is told
Studio,
by his colleagues
Elevation
that
Service.
this
What is
relationship
that? No
will
one
hurt
knows.
the freedom struggle.
Go.
It's embarrassing for you to devote so much of your time and attention to this friendship
This is
when you have
the
a larger
worst.
cause, which is freeing India from
Worst.
rule. But later on, Gandhi,
what are we
many years
fucking
later, Gandhi
waiting?
talks without mentioning Sarla Devi. He says, I nearly fell, which means I nearly, flipped. He said the word he means, not fell. So, perhaps he was very enchanted by her.
She was amazing. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
complete. I'm in love with her. She is
God,
extraordinary.
this
She
is
would
the
in
worst.
Lahore. She would train men to fight. She would have these underground little lessons where she would give them
Completing TikTok
sticks or
Live
whatever
stuff.
and drill
Yeah,
them in
fucking
fighting
run it.
martial
And
arts.
don't fucking.
I'll tell you
make
something
me
which
install.
just you, because I know you're
Do the
you're
thing
married
where
to
it's
a
on its-
writer on science. She was
do the thing
Tagore's
with
niece,
this thing.
and she came from a family of writers and poets. She
God.
said, "I'm going to study science."
Whoa.
So she was the first female graduate in science in
Continue
Calcutta University.
downloading.
I did not know that. That's amazing.
Okay, it's kind of
This shit should be
conservative,
done.
patriarchal, late 19th
TikTok
century
Live Studio.
Bengal. She said, I'm going to study science. Then the mother says, I want to marry you off. She said, sorry, I'm going to Mysore to teach. And I'll find my own partner and I'll teach science in Mysore. And then the mother is dying and on a deathbed says,
God.
please get married. So
What
then she has an intercaste
is
marriage with a Punjabi
this
lawyer and
shit?
moves there. I mean, she writes,
Log in to begin.
Tagore really likes
Alright,
her.
here we go,
He
kids.
thinks of her as, in a sense, a literary heir because
I
of her
really liked
poetry.
it when it was like
So, yeah,
log in and then gave me a
in many
plain
ways,
white fucking
Because
box.
of the kind of her exuberance, her personality, her
You assholes are
intelligence,
gonna
her
make me
charm,
restart this fucking
you could see her very different from Kasturba, who's a quiet, uncharismatic homemaker.
I mean, what else could she be? In a relationship with Gandhi, it's very hard not to be eclipsed. What else?
That
What else
shit
can
sucks.
you do?
Against his image, the Attenborough image is very much of the saintly figure. But Gandhi also remains throughout his life. The lawyer is still there beneath the dhoti, a ruthlessly sharp negotiator and a brilliant mind. Can you talk a
How
little
about
about that?
just stop it?
Yeah, I
End
think
it.
I
It's
think he's
done.
obviously he's very smart,
Go.
politically, intellectually, in terms of policy.
This shit is the
But there's
worst.
one aspect of him which I think is often
So
ignored
fucking
when
slow.
we talk
Go.
about his his characteristics,
There you go.
which is his ability to build a
OBS is
team.
currently active.
You know,
Dog.
he
Shut the fuck
identifies
up.
Nehru, he
Restart.
identifies Patel, he identifies Ghosh, he
I like how it's
identifies the great
shut
senior
down or
feminist
sign out.
Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay.
What about
So,
restart?
you know,
Oh yeah, we got that
it's not
too.
all
Sorry
about
about
himself.
that.
Unlike many charismatic
Assholes
leaders,
develop
so
this
unlike
fucking
say
system,
Johnson
kids.
or Trump
Assholes.
or Modi or Orban or Mao or whatever else, well, they are
Just
larger
the
than life.
worst.
They represent everything. Gandhi knows that to sustain a freedom movement, a reform movement in a country as large and diverse and complicated and divided as India, you need many people to work alongside. You know,
And these are people quite often with very different views to him.
and younger than him and in different parts of India. So when I talked earlier about his travels in different parts of India, wherever he goes, he's looking for bright young people to join him. And then and part of his correspondence is with these people, mentoring them, answering their queries,
Right.
dealing with their anxieties.
TikTokers.
And there are many people,
This shit
Rajagopalachari,
is definitely
great
not
statesman of
working.
20th century India, Jayaprakash
There's
Narayan,
no
an extraordinary
fucking way
social
this shit
worker
works.
who played a very important role in restoring democracy during the emergency in the 1970s. All these people are trained by Gandhi. I mean, I know no other major political leader who mentored so many remarkable figures. And I think that's an underappreciated aspect of it.
We ought to look at the war years.
So war breaks out, and the viceroy doesn't
This is
consult
the worst.
the Indians at all
Go.
about it. He declares war on behalf of India.
Go.
What's Gandhi's response?
And it's not the same as Nehru and Jinnah's. And everybody has a different response to what happens here.
The viceroy in 1939 was a doer, unimaginative, rather stupid,
Managed
plodding
broadcast.
Scotsman called Lithgow. You know, if it had been anyone else, I mean, if he'd been
Born very close
some
to where
smart-
I was born.
I
Is that where
mean,
you were born?
you
Very close.
I don't know why you bring that up. It's okay.
As a dour Scotsman myself, I feel a great sympathy for him.
If Irving had been there, or Butler, R.A. Butler had
Right,
been there, it would
stop
be more
shaking,
sensitive
stop
to the
working.
situation might
Dog,
be
didn't we
different,
just
but he was
fucking
a
open up TikTok
diehard
studio?
imperialist. He did not consult
TikTok
anyone,
studio. Let's
any Indian
fucking
before
work.
announcing India's support for the war.
Yeah, that's
The
fine.
Congress,
Do
when
whatever
Gandhi
the
went
fuck
and
you
met
need to
him,
do.
the Congress went and met him
Log
and
in to
said,
begin.
we will support the war and we
Oh,
will
you're
abandon
fucking
our
me.
doctrinal commitment to non-violence on condition that you assure us that we'll have freedom after the war ends.
What the
And
shit
he, of
is
course,
this? What is
would
this?
not do that. And sadly, sad to say, he was backed up by Churchill in Britain, who was, for all his other great achievements, not someone during the war as a war leader, not someone who wanted to give up the empire. Right. So Gandhi then prevaricates, continues the conversation, and finally, after 3 years, launches his final struggle to quit India movement.
And what happens then?
Well, lots and lots of people are arrested. It motivates huge numbers of young people,
Oh,
including
you
women.
finally.
He's one of my favorite activists of the Quit India movement. He's a young student in Mumbai called Usha Mehta, who runs an underground radio. After Gandhi's and Nehru are arrested, he runs an underground radio, which has some very moving broadcasts. There's been a book on it recently.
Don't suck.
Very moving broadcasts about India's place in the world and what India can teach the world, what India can learn from the world, and so on. So
Dog,
it's
what
a
is taking
last
so
great
fucking
struggle
long to
against the
log in?
Raj, which clearly inspires hundreds of thousands of people. But it comes at a cost, because
Yeah,
Gandhi
shit.
is, and Nehru and Patel and all the Congress leaders
Lady, you're not
are
gonna give
in
me
prison
anything.
from August
I know.
1942 onwards. And in this period,
So-
42 to 45, the British, of course, are very angry with Gandhi. They see him as having stabbed them in the back while they are fighting for their own survival against the Germans. Gandhi is launched
What
this
the
movement,
fuck is taking
and they cultivate the
something went
Muslim League,
wrong?
who are free
Please try
to
again.
expand their constituency and their membership and take their message across all of northern and western India and eastern India while Gandhi is in prison. So in retrospect, it may have been
Dog, I bet
a political mistake. It may have enabled political polarization because
something
essentially
went wrong.
offended
Please
the
try again.
British
Oh man.
by launching this movement
What'd you
in their darkest hour, as it were.
Like
And
this
of course,
hard,
being
it's gonna be
jailed
shitty.
all this while
It's gonna be a
your
spicy
political
shit,
rivals
kids.
have an open field to cultivate.
What is this
their
fucking
Tell us about the assassination round.
Loading
What
bullshit.
actually happens? Who does it?
What are the differences between Gandhi and the politicians of today? It's also
This
a difference in
shit
time and context.
sucks.
Is that he had no security. Anyone could walk into his home, into his ashram,
This is just
and
the
have a
worst.
conversation with him, or indeed, as
What?
happened on
Something
30th
went
January.
wrong.
So there's this young
Please try
Hindu
again
radical
later.
who is mentored, by a politician called Savarkar, who has detested Gandhi from 1909. Who has Savarkar is a very brilliant Marathi writer and intellectual who becomes steadily more fanatical and hates Muslims more and more and thinks of India as a Hindu country and sees Gandhi as a personal and ideological rival. One of his mentees, Godse, is inspired to kill Gandhi and goes with some colleagues to Delhi and walks into this prayer meeting and shoots him dead.
There's no way.
Can you, I'm not sure by heart, remember the incredibly moving Nehru?
Nehru goes on radio and says, the light has gone out of our lives.
Why.
But he also says that the killer was a Hindu, which is very crucial because, it may be assumed that since Gandhi is a Hindu leader, he killed by Muslim. And of course,
when I press disconnect, just fucking disconnect.
In many ways, Gandhi's death brings an end to the violence. And the Hindus are horrified that they killed.
Why is it?
And I think had Gandhi, even Gandhi could not have, however many fasts he held in different parts of India, could not have stemmed the flow of rioting, I think, as effectively as his death and his martyrdom.
Well, clearly your admiration for him is immense, and you've written these two beautiful volumes about his life. One, the early part, where he's in South Africa, the second part, the years that changed the world.
Linda.
There is one thing that comes up again and again, and I find it problematic also. We talked about his love life, but there is also in his later years an eccentricity, you could call it, or some may call it something much more sinister, where he experiments or tries to push his own tolerance of celibacy by sleeping in the same bed with his niece, who is how old at the time? She's very young at the time. 18 or 19, and he's an old man in his 70s. Now, what do we do with that knowledge? Because I find, all of this, I'm carried along on the wave of all of this, and then I hit this rock,
Are you guys
and it hurts. I mean, I don't know what to do with that.
It is hugely problematic. I mean, the chapter in Gandhi's autobiography is called "My Experiment with Truth," and the chapter on this experiment in my biography is called "The Strangest Experiment." Because it's inexplicable.
What is this garbage?
It's true that he had this obsession with celibacy. Somewhere he felt that his failure to control his urges was responsible for Hindus and Muslims being unable to control their passions. So it was kind of a colossal act of egotism that he felt his personal failure had led to a collective failure.
It's really fucking.
It's also true that his niece,
how you log in on a
was being pursued sexually pursued by a man in the ashram, and she wanted to test her own celibacy. But these are not extraordinary circumstances. He was exercising his psychological power over his niece to make her participate in that experiment. And some of his closest associates, including a remarkable Bengali anthropologist called Nirmal Kumar Bose, left him. And Bose's letter I quote in my biography. He says that this is wrong. I mean, what you're imposing on your niece is wrong, and you should not be doing it. No, you can't really explain or defend it. But he was an old, confused, complicated, lonely man. His wife was dead. His closest friend, C.F. Andrews, was dead. Mahadev Desai was dead. He had no one to turn to for counsel and advice. And he thought that somehow that control over celibacy for him was crucial to showing himself as pure and transparent and committed. So it's a leap of faith that he made that can't be explained or justified. The only thing that can be said is that it was conducted in the open.
This is the absolute worst.
God knows what other people do.
A lot of my YouTube
which is hidden from us, but it is. I mean,
whatever the fuck TikTok's doing over here, Linda Yaccarino can't stop thinking about
because I have not controlled my passion. My fellow Indians have not been able to control their religious passion. Because I have not been able to control my sexual passion, my fellow Indians have yielded to their religious passion. So if I can emphasize my personal control, maybe that will bring about peace. So it's not very logical or rational, but I think that's probably the most plausible explanation.
You've referred in some of your writings to him to being the most important figure in 300 years.
If you look at the positive aspects of it, one of course is non-violence.
Are you serious?
That if you have a dispute with your oppressor, a personal or individual or collective dispute, I think non-violence is always a better, more effective, more morally
Oh, that's why. Dude, quit
robust
fucking
way of dealing with
connecting.
resisting oppression. The second is interfaith harmony, which I've talked about. I think that's crucial in today's world. A third is the transparency of his life. And the fourth, which we've not talked about really, which would require a separate, whole separate discussion, is his precocious
Disconnect, you
environment.
slut.
You know, Gandhi's, in one of his most remarkable statements, which I quote in my biography, he says in 1938, God forbid that India take to industrialization in the manner of the West. If it does, it will strip the
Come on and
world
work,
bare
you
like
fucking
locusts. And I
slut.
think India and China
I'm gonna be
are
so
stripping
pissed
the
if
world
this
bare
thing's
like
going
locusts. So Gandhi advocated an attitude of respect, restraint, and responsibility towards things.
Oh,
Live
God.
along with your fellow
There are two
non-human
objects that are the
species.
same shape.
Limit your means.
G-spots, baby.
Don't be greedy. Don't be acquisitive. And also, he had colleagues with him. For example, some colleagues who were really full-blooded environmentalists.
All
who were
right, now
experimenting,
we're rocking and
working
rolling.
in villages with water
Because
conservation,
fucking
with
TikTok's never heard of a
biodiversity, with
fucking
sustainable
VPN.
agriculture. So he
Go.
was an early environmental prophet. And I think that's increasingly an aspect of his legacy that we're being
Logging in.
Globally, though, I mean, many followers: Martin Luther King, Barack
Yes.
Obama.
Yes. Of course.
Talk a
Yeah,
little
absolutely.
about the solidarity.
Dalai Lama,
Logging
and
in.
Nelson Mandela. Sure. I mean,
So what is
he's
this?
had many
Super Rothschild.
admirers.
Okay,
And I think in
forget it.
many
Shut up
ways,
now.
to go back to something we said in the
Gaming?
early beginning of our conversation,
General.
even if India rejects it, he
Yeah.
will live on outside.
Professor Ramachandra Gupta, it's
Network
been an
speed.
absolute pleasure. We're going to have to get you on
Thank
again.
you.
It's just not long enough. But
We
thank
might
you
even
so
get you
much.
on your book, Rebels Against the Right.
That would be amazing because that is an extraordinary read.
Thank you both of you. I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Good.
So that is all we have time for. Our enormous thanks to Ram Gupta. What are we
For-
doing next, William? I mean, I think it's just got to be. There's only one thing, isn't it? There's only one.
I think we have to
rock star
go.
subject. Where are we going?
Well, I had in my
Landscape.
inbox this morning a headline from the New York Post saying this is the Koh-i-Noor, the diamond everyone is talking about, which you and I have certainly been talking about for 10 years now. But
We've been banging on about it forever. So maybe we should bang on about it in this podcast. Well,
Right.
okay, we promise we will do that. A
Yo.
lot of people are on us to do when
Yo.
already. Next one, because
Microphone, not
this is the
camera.
diamond which is in the
OBS,
Queen
baby.
Consort's crown, last seen on the
No.
coffin of the Queen Mother,
OBS.
because she was the last to wear it. It is a diamond which is said to carry a curse. No man can wear it without having his entire life reduced to ashes. That is
What is
the
this?
curse supposedly attached to this diamond. And
Why
interestingly
isn't it
enough,
working?
in this country, Queen Victoria is the only reigning monarch who has worn it.
But the context for this and
This
why, in a
shit
sense, we
sucks.
are talking about it is that it has come for modern India to symbolize colonial loot. This small stone, which actually is no larger now than the size of an egg, bears the entire weight of everything Indians feel was taken from them by imperialism and by colonialism, and they want it back.
What is
Oh, we're
going
quite
on with
excited
this
about
fucking
talking about
computer?
this. Can you tell? I mean, do join us.
No, God, your
We
shit
look forward
is
to it.
so
Till then,
fucking slow.
it's goodbye from me, Anita Anand.
And me, William Drumple.
OBS virtual camera. Fine. Finish. Yo.
Welcome back to Empire with me, Anita Anand.
And me, William Dalrymple.
To say it has not gone unnoticed how well you do that now. I mean, it's what it is.
I sit here with my family practicing it morning after
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah, no, I'm proud of you. I am very proud of you. We're back on the path of gore, aren't we, again this week? This is
No.
another special week of Koh-i-Noor where we throw two
This shit is
episodes
the worst. It's
dripping in
fucking
blood.
spinning.
at you.
And this episode 3, contains your favourite bit, Anita, the roulette wheel of death, as you used to call it
What
on our
is
lecture
it?
tour.
I tell you what, there is an awful lot of killing, shooting and a stabbing and a poisoning that goes on in this particular bit.
Bludgeoning? The
There's
bludgeoning?
also,
too?
there's also a share of bludgeoning. I mean, basically, you name it. If Angela Lansbury were here, murder she wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote, because there's a lot. is what I'd say.
Dude, what?
So,
in
just
the
for
fuck
those of
is
you
taking
who
so
weren't
long?
up to speed, this is the third episode of our 4-part series on the Koh-i-Noor Diamond.
Fuck
In
you,
the
I
first
should
2
be.
episodes of this
You
series,
have
we
a
took you
fucking
through the history of this
discriminatory
diamond, which in
server.
many ways is a symbol of the complexity of empire and empires. Many different peoples, many different kingdoms regard this diamond as their own. Many have fought for it, and many still want it back, particularly, most obviously, India and Pakistan, but also Iran, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh. Even the Taliban have put in a claim for the for this diamond.
I think it's safe to say they're the least likely to get it back. I think.
I think it's going to have any of it's going to happen very soon. But I think it's a very good place to start a podcast on empire, because it's not only a diamond which overlaps with so many different empires, but it's also one which symbolizes, in a sense, the heart of the imperial debate today, which is what is the consequence
Welcome to
of
TikTok Live
centuries
Studio.
of colonialism, particularly European colonialism. And should we be looking at some sort of reparations
What is
in
this?
Britain? Should we be educating ourselves
Oh,
more
I have to
about the
fucking
consequences of centuries of loot
design
and
your live
asset stripping
stream.
from
Yeah,
other
that's
parts of the world?
fine. Whatever.
How does one deal with the legacy
I should've
of
never
empire? All this is bound up in one tiny little stone.
Turn
Yeah.
off the light.
And although, you know,
Cool.
both William and I, in many
Cool.
respects, are
It's great.
artifacts
That's
of
the best.
empire. I mean, artifacts or rubble.
No one's put
from
us
empire.
on a nice
I don't wanna do
purple
that right
cushion
now.
Not yet.
yet.
But we're
Preview
talking
live
about
from
more
mobile.
than just the British
Great.
Empire and the British
Just
relationship
live
with
settings.
India.
Amazing.
So we will, throughout this podcast series, be
Read
looking at
the
empires
live chat.
from
No
across the
no
globe.
one's
But as
gonna
William
chat.
said,
to me, so
you know,
I
just
don't
think
know
of the
why it's
Koh-i-Noor in this respect as the
being
most
offered.
dripping with gore baton in a
Okay,
relay
no
race.
one wants to
It's a very
play
nice
Just give
image,
you-
Anita. It's a
well, I
very
mean-
gorgeous thing for our
Thank you very
listeners
much.
to wake up and think about.
But
Go
it,
live.
you know, and it gives us an excuse to do a
Hey, everybody.
few centuries.
Ready
So
for
where
me to
did we
get
leave
banned?
off in the
We
last
left
episode?
off with the death of Ranjit Singh. Now, Ranjit Singh had taken the diamond from the
I bet Ranjit
Afghans,
Singh
from
is
Shah
ratchet
Shuja
as
and Mulk
fuck.
when he was in his captivity. According to
All right,
Shah Shuja, he
now what?
tortured his son in front of him. But
Hey,
this is
everybody,
by
I'm
no
live on
means the
YouTube.
end of
Whatever this thing
the
is.
relay race of gore, as my
Your
co-presenter
husband
elegantly
doesn't put
puts it.
you
In fact,
through
it's the beginning of what is probably the fastest moment of
Your live appears
terrible
to be on
events in
different
the whole
topics.
history of the diamond, which is the
Huh?
bit that you are, I think, going to open with.
I am.
Anita.
I mean, really fasten your seatbelts and have a sick
I
bag.
don't know. Chat and
so-
interview.
Ranjit Singh closes
Apologies
his
for me
eyes.
for watching this at breakfast.
Sub only chat.
So Ranjit Singh has just closed his eyes. He is the one man who's managed
Go live,
to be a
dog.
custodian of this diamond without meeting some tragic,
This shit
horrific,
is fire.
and deforming death.
Best.
But when he closes his eyes, everybody knows that there's going to be a scramble for power. But nobody knows where the Koh-i-Noor diamond has gone. And because this is a gem of state, that is of great interest to a great many people. The mystery can be solved through one actually quite minor court official in the court of Lahore. And it is that man, Beli Ram. If you were listening to the last podcast, you'll know this was the man who is the head and looked after the Toshakhana, the treasure house of Ranjit Singh.
Bitch.
It was his
No one
responsibility
cares
whenever
about
Ranjit
that.
Singh went riding around his empire on his
Super
elephant
Rothschild.
to make sure that nobody nicked the Koh-i-Noor diamond. He slept with it. He would have slit the throat of anyone who came near it.
Hey.
But Beli Ram is the man who, as soon as Ranjit Singh
Am I
breathes
live
his
stream?
last,
Oh, wow, I am.
takes the diamond
Zero
and
people
hides
watching.
it. And he hides it for a very good reason, doesn't he? Because there is a very controversial
Hey, I
episode,
can hear it
William,
though.
on his deathbed, on
That-
Ranjit Singh's deathbed,
That's pretty
which
tight.
until today is contested.
It's an interesting episode because what Ranjit Singh wants to do is
Worst
to leave the diamond to a
stream
famous temple in Orissa, the Juggernaut.
So the
ever.
priests say, I mean, you ought to add, because this is something that others say, he couldn't even
follow you,
talk. He'd had a catastrophic stroke. So how
I
did
have,
he do
it?
I have half a memory reading
So where's the
court,
chat?
we wrote this book
I
2 years
wrote
ago.
worst
I remember
stream
reading the
ever.
court diary, and I think it's
No,
in
no,
there for
this
better
shit.
or worse. And he says, I'm going to give it to Lord
Is it
Juggernaut.
frozen?
He doesn't name the temple itself, but what's interesting also is that theologically this is quite complicated for Sikhs because
I mean, I can hear
the modern
myself.
Sikhism abjures all idolatry.
Any
and
idolatry,
Hindu gods.
yeah.
But if you go to
Worst.
18th and 19th century Sikh Gurdwaras. There's plenty of images of Hindu gods.
Send ice cream.
We know for a fact.
Oh, it could be like that one bitch. Ooh,
when
yeah,
he
ice cream
died
cone.
looking
Yum,
at
yum.
an image, I think, of Ram and Sita.
Stupid.
Yeah, so but this is something that's contested by the Sikhs, who say actually it's impossible, even if it's inserted into the court record.
0 people are
it's
watching.
inserted by
I have
nefarious.
3,000 fucking people.
Nefarious
Not
ways.
one of
Because
them
number
is
one,
like,
he's
oh,
a Sikh.
what
Why would he be giving the most precious diamond of the kingdom to a Sikh to a Hindu temple? And number two,
I wrote
he
worst
couldn't
dream
talk.
ever. I don't see
He
it
couldn't
anywhere.
speak on his deathbed. So anyway,
There
even
is
on
this-
his
there-
deathbed,
just to-
there is a
to
controversy
put the
about
case for it being true for 1 second, because it's controversial and very interesting matter.
This is the
And
worst.
I think the first
like
people who
frozen.
actually put in the claim in 1947 for the return of the diamond from Britain was not the Indian government, but the Jagannath
The
Temple.
Jagannath in
worst.
Orissa.
Correct.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
when I gave this talk once in Orissa, all the Orissans were very clear. It was their specific
Sure.
diamond.
Worst
It
dream
wasn't belonging to
ever.
India. It was belonging to Orissa and this
Yeah.
temple. It is interesting because I remember you saying earlier that Sikhism is almost like a form of Protestantism. That's certainly the modern understanding of Sikhs, and Gurdwaras are very
Nobody
bare, and there are no
pays
images,
attention to
particularly in diaspora Gurdwaras in this
Email.
country, in Britain. But what is interesting is that in the 18th and 19th century, if you go around a lot of
Cool.
old
That shit worked.
Sikh Gurdwaras, there are images of Hindu
All
gods,
right,
not
why is
necessarily
this
in the
so
main prayer
slow?
hall, but in the buildings around by and in the gatehouses and in the residential quarters and so on.
No
And
sound detector.
what has happened in the 20th
Check your
century
audio
is that
settings.
reforming Sikhs have often whitewashed these.
Dog, that's
And this
the one
happened
thing
at the
I
Golden
that
Temple,
would
and there are
probably
images,
make
for
it
example,
here.
of the gateway into the Golden Temple, which have many of these images.
Yo.
In the early 20th century, are now completely bare.
This is the
And
worst.
there's been a very important
Linda
destruction of
Yakarino,
Sikh
get your
art
shit together, girl.
across Pakistan lately by diaspora Sikhs wanting to do the best thing and raising money to
Yo.
renovate old Gurdwaras that had not been touched since partition. And they've whitewashed many of the frescoes there in the last 2-3 years. And so the fact that he gave to Jagannath Temple is a doubly complicated
And
thing.
I'm going to
Yes.
argue against
Yeah.
the position that is argued by the Sikhs, certainly, who say with as much gusto as those
There
who
you
say
go.
it's our stone, give
Yeah.
it back to us, don't give it back to India, give it back to the Sikhs, is that actually Ranjit Singh was a very unusual Sikh leader because he married wives from different religions. So
designed
he had
this?
Hindu wives,
What
he
asshole
had
designed
Muslim
this?
wives, and he was the first person who ruled that part of
This is
the
the
kingdom,
worst.
the north of India.
The
But the
worst
thing
stream
is that
of all
he
time.
is a man who is a polymath.
In the history of
He's
mankind,
also
there's no...
accepting
Oh, what
of
the
different
fuck?
religions and different
Ian
faiths
Ross,
in
get
a
your
way
shit
that none of
together.
his predecessors for hundreds of years have been. So William talked about the jizya tax, which had been imposed by the Muslims.
Paige
which
not
was if you were not a
responding. Why?
Muslim and you
Because
wanted
Jeff
to practice
Bezos
your
sucks
own-
cock. He's too
that's fine,
busy
unless you wanted to
putting
practice
that
your own
fucking
religion.
ex-television anchor in a headlock in the
Whereas when
front of a
Ranjit
fucking
Singh
pickup
comes to the
truck
throne, he says, no,
than to get his
that's
fucking
it. You
browser
worship
to
the
work.
way you want,
Stupid.
You do what you like. So it's possible
Dumbass.
that he wanted to give it to Jagannath. Anyway, the point is, who cares? Because where's the diamond?
Go.
It's not here.
Sucks.
So let's get back to belly run.
This
Belly run,
absolutely sucks. And I got to listen to these
Despite
British cunts
the
talk about curry.
potential dying wishes of his master, for whom he would have spilt blood and died, has decided no. Even if
Those
Ranjit
fuckers
Singh has
burned
given
down the
this
White House.
stone over, it wasn't his to give. So this minor, imagine the guts on this man. This minor court official has taken his duty of state so seriously. He is
All right,
the
Doug.
son of the man who looked after the Toshakhana. His
How about this
children are
shit?
working in the Toshakhana. This is the family business.
Dude, it just fucking
But he
froze
says
the
no,
whole
and he doesn't
computer.
take it for himself. He hides it away.
whole computer
because he says
is
the man
frozen.
who takes over as the Maharaja, this is his gem, and I will hide it until.
Whoa, what up,
You know,
Kakaroto?
this
Hey,
is
sorry
extraordinary.
this stream is so
the next
shitty.
man, by the way, who is entitled to
Just
wear
before we
it.
finished, Belly Mr. Ram, rather bizarrely, I was giving a lecture on this one afternoon when his entire
Microsoft
family
Windows.
at
Yo,
the reading.
You never
I'm
told me.
very,
Windows,
I'm very
talk to me,
proud of it.
baby.
And
This is
and they've got documents and all sorts of stuff. If we want to do
Oh,
anymore.
you've been video too.
on this.
How come you're just telling me this now?
End process. The application is not
Anything else you want to
responding.
mention? God. So what did they?
And
I
then
mean,
it
did they
just
know
turned
how
more-
They knew the
brave?
story.
This
And
is
they
the
were very
worst.
proud of his
And
bravery.
because I'd mentioned him in
Yeah.
in the talk,
Kakaroto. Cunt
they
sounds
came
like
up afterwards,
Yakarino.
actually. And they were refugees from partition. They'd come over the border in 1947 and now living in Gurgaon.
So they've been living in Lahore all that time.
Living in Lahore, right
Thank
up
you for
Isn't that
joining my
amazing?
shit.
So it's hidden. No diamond, no king,
Finally,
no
you can see
diamond,
the
no
fucking
diamond, no
bottom.
king. That's what Belly Ram's decided.
All right.
But the next man who is entitled to wear that diamond, in the view of most of the people in the court of Lahore, is not fit to wear it. His
This
name is Karak Singh, he's the oldest son
Is
from
the
the
worst
first wife
stream
of
in
Maharaja
the history
Ranjit
of
Singh.
streams.
And this man is...
Live has ended.
Well, you know how we've sort of described
Why did it end?
Rahila, who I liked. He was party central. He's a little bit like that, and the Sikhs really don't like it. Emily Eden, who's a great adventuress.
Why did it end?
And a historian and a travel writer
No
at the
sound
time. She's
detected.
quite magnificent. She does sketches around India and writes when it
A
describes
very
him.
piquant
Oh.
travel writer
She's-
and skewers everybody
She's
with her
TikTok Live
quite
wasp,
Studio
pathetic-
is
very
not
wasp.
responding.
She describes Karak Singh
Close
as
the
an
program 'cause it
opium-eating
sucks.
blockhead.
That's
You-
quite charitable in her lexicon.
She must have liked him.
This
But-
shit is the worst.
But, you know, not wrong, because this was a man
Is it
who preferred
possible
his
to, like-
own pleasure
Oh, fuck.
to matters of state. As soon as he
What
becomes
in the
Maharaja,
fuck?
woohoo! You know, that's weeks of
Not over
Beef
endowed
steak.
with intellect. either,
No,
to be
nobody
fair.
wants
Yeah.
to watch this
the head's
shit.
blockhead. I think
Covers that.
covers that face. So
Let's see how
he
this fucking
is
fantasy football team's
barely
doing, kids.
on the golden guddi because he decides he will sit on the throne that his father doesn't sit on. His father, if
We
you remember,
lost
Ranjit
points.
Singh leaves it empty for Guru
Fucking
Nanak, the founder of the
49ers are
Sikh
such
faith.
shit.
But Karak Singh parks his fairly wide bottom on it and is comfortable. But almost immediately, his nobles decide he's got to
Negative
go,
2.
and they start to poison
38
him
points allowed.
gradually, slowly, over months, by a mixture of white
Dude, I
lead.
bet the guy who doesn't
And
even
camphor,
try BZ
Rus
this
camphor.
week.
Or
Which
it's
isn't a
called.
very nice way to go.
No, just I mean, you know what it does to a human body. It's
Hurt
not that
the
you've
naked
poisoned
really
anyone,
well.
not that you've done it, but it's slowly it's a neurotoxin.
He's 1 in
So it
21.
slowly
What
robs
the
the
fuck?
person of their faculties. Now, Karak Singh
He
doesn't
did
help
way better than
his
I
own situation because he drinks
How?
a lot. He's sort of decried as a notorious drunk. So when he starts to
this is
wobble
a-
a bit
how's my
on his feet,
quarterback?
nobody really notices or cares because he's
He's
always
been wobbling
he's
quite
been
a lot.
wobbling for months. He starts to slur. Nobody really is that bothered because it's not unknown for him to be a bit slurry. But it's when he starts having terrible shooting
Stupid
pains
ass
in
kicker
his
sucks his
fingers
dick.
and his toes, which then spreads through his
What is
body.
that
Then he
shit?
loses the ability to walk.
All
Then
right.
he cannot, and he's
What
in
time did you
screaming pain, like 1,000 needles are pricking his skin all the time. And he's just taken off and put to bed. He's stuck the king until he dies,
Dog.
but he's out of the way. And the nobles are
Attempt
basically the ones
once
who are
a week, isn't it?
responsible for this poison plot, are waiting for
shit
his
sucks.
son, who is a much more...
And is Karak Singh
No.
wearing the Kohinoor
Linda
as he's
Yasserino.
having?
He wears
Happens.
it when
You
there are state
stupid
occasions, so
bitch.
when
You
he is
told
in
me
front
you
of
were
the
gonna
Lahore
give me
Darbar,
my
but when he's
fucking
sick, I mean,
account
it would have been taken away again. Belly Ram probably, again, looking after it because one supposes they don't sleep with it on.
This shit is
so
the
comfortable. So it's safely away from him, but it's waiting for a better recipient. And the better recipient is a 19-year-old boy called Nornihar Singh, who is Karak Singh's eldest son, who, unlike Karak Singh, is very responsible,
Also rather beautiful in the miniatures. He's
very beautiful.
Very good looking boy.
He's got this sort of, the very traditional North Indian features, very aquiline nose, fair skin, angular, lean, and fit. Whereas Karak Singh is this gnarly, bearded, wide
Old
load.
uncle.
Old uncle, yes, exactly. So Karak Singh
Well,
finally
that was
does
the
die.
worst.
And Nornihar is about to be, we don't crown them as king, but anointed as the new Maharaja. He doesn't make it past his father's funeral, William. Not even past his father's funeral.
The curse of the Kohinoor strikes again.
Well, this is why this starts gaining this particular
It's in this period when people
momentum,
start talking
really
about it, isn't
starts
it?
to stick, that reputation. So Nornihal has just cremated his father. So he's covered in the ash and dust of the cremation. He goes to wash his hands in the river and he comes back to the palace. Now he's going to walk through the palace, in through the royal
All right.
gardens, through a major gateway
Let's
called
try
the
to shoot
Hazuri
again.
Bagh Gate.
Which was built, I think, by Ranjit
It says
Singh
it's still
to celebrate
going.
his capture
That's
of the Kohinoor
just
from
spot on.
Shah.
Absolutely. So everything comes back to
Straight
the
up
Kohinoor.
fucking
So
lying.
Nornihal,
I gotta
with
hear
two
this
of his
stupid bitch
retainers,
probably
is
sees
walking through the
fucking
Hazuri Bagh
probably
Gate, making
related.
his way to the palace.
All right.
And
How'd you-
suddenly, and completely
Hey, Rabbi.
inexplicably, a large block from the Huzuri Gate falls and it hits him and his companion. Kills his companion outright, who's also a blood relative, a cousin of his. But according to the court records at the time, and an eyewitness, do you remember we talked about Alexander Gardner?
The tartan turban.
The tartan turbaned, well, mercenary
Rabbi.
who was working for Ranjit Singh. He is an eyewitness to this. He's walking just a few paces behind Naunihal Singh, the crown prince, the Maharaja to be. And he says, actually, Naunihal gets up and he's really grumpy because it's, probably not lovely to watch your cousin bludgeoned to death by this great block. But he's okay. And he's offered a palanquin to take him away. And he says, no, I'm walking. And he walks back,
just fucking work.
which makes what happens next
All the more suspicious.
Suspicious, very suspect. Because later that night, a physician called another Western physician, it's actually a homeopath called Honigberger, goes to see
We should
him.
say that the Sikh court is full of these strange Europeans who've turned up across through Europe and
Adventurers, actually, yeah.
And there's these
No, I
strange
bet I can make
ex-Islamic generals who've married Sikh women,
close.
huge families living in old Mosul
Someone.
tombs with long beards.
Mm.
Some of them return eventually and spend their days eccentrically in Saint-Tropez with these huge Sikh families. And one of these is Honigberger. And Honigberger spent a lot of time in the northwest frontier digging early Buddhist remains. And he's a very important archaeologist. In fact, when you go to the Ashmolean and to the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, you see a lot of Honigberger's early, he's been looting and digging very unscientifically through these beautiful Hellenistic stupas, these very earliest Buddhist remains. But in this part of the story, he's doing his job.
Yes, he's going to go visit Naunihal to see if he's all right.
Exactly.
When he goes, he's not all right.
Far from it.
He's far from all right because he's lying dead in his bedchamber and his head has been caved in. And there's grey matter. He describes grey matter being spilled on the pillow. Now, how is that possible that a man who walked away from a glancing blow from a mysteriously falling piece of masonry now has his brain splattered all over the bed? So this has clearly been yet another murder. Two kings in one fell swoop.
How are you?
So this idea of the Kohinoor wreaking havoc. Already, Ranjit Singh was strong enough. The Lion of Punjab was strong enough to wear it. But let's see about his cubs.
This is also the period that you begin to get some
if you're like, hey, Rabbi, this is the worst stream I've ever seen.
History of bloodshed.
That's
basically
this is it.
Yeah.
That's all I do.
That clearly the Kohinoor's old name was the Simandika Gem, because like the Simandika Gem, leads this trail of bloodshed wherever it goes, wherever the empire.
I had to restart this computer like 45 fucking times because
extraordinary work is dividing people.
Yeah.
And creating conflict.
Yeah, and let's not forget, a
Join
lion
Rabbi's
ate it
Discord.
and then a
Not
bear
a
ate the
single
lion.
person.
It's a diamond that's got
This is
got
I
four.
need to say the
Just-
Bhagavad Quran, which is
Yo, what
about
up,
10th
Tara?
century AD. We had the story about the Simandika Gem.
What up?
Anyway,
to-
go
back to the
back to
sequel.
episode 1 if
Yeah.
you want to hear that.
Travis
It's a
Moore, how you
fun
living?
story. So, look, this is now a Lahore in
everything's well.
absolute crisis.
If you have any
Because what are they going
questions
to
for
do?
me,
Who is
I'll
going
answer
to lead now? There are many
do
queens
my
of
best
Ranjit
to.
Singh with many heirs.
If you don't
And
have
if they
questions
decide
for me,
that they're all
that's
going
like,
to
that's even
fight
better.
for this, there's going to be a bloodbath. So,
Yo, dog.
Karak Singh,
what
the
if you-
dead
you guys
Maharaja,
just
the
wanna
one who
watch
was
me sleep?
poisoned with white lead and rust comfort.
That's
His
my
wife is a
favorite.
woman called Chand Kaur. Her son has just died. Naunihal
this
Singh
is
has
the
just
worst. I know
died.
you guys are thinking,
But
oh,
she
this could be
decides
something like
We
the
have to
Joe
keep this in the
Rogan
family.
series.
My God, we've got to keep this in the family because there are other sons who are going to converge on the capital, like sharks. So she orders the gates of the Lahore port to be closed because she has Naunihal's wife, this young woman, and she's pregnant. And Chand Kaur is gambling everything that the child growing in her daughter-in-law's belly will be a boy. Please let it be a boy. Let it be a boy. Let it be. And Lahore's just simmering with tension, but they're waiting because if it's a boy, there is a clear line of succession here.
British
And
East
there's nothing
India
then
Company.
anarchy could break out.
Absolutely.
And the British are waiting just over
absolutely
the Bangladesh.
on my
Well,
line.
you're
Like,
right,
hey guys,
because
I'm gonna
the
watch
British,
people
and
with the
just
props
remind
in the
people,
water and
while Ranjit Singh's been on the
Because
throne,
this
they
is
haven't
the
been able to get a
worst.
sniff of them all, have they?
So Ranjit Singh controls what is arguably the richest agricultural land
I
in
like
the whole
how
of India,
no one
Punjab.
shit.
And
They're just swiping.
While he's been consolidating this empire
not
with
funny,
quite clear
sucks.
boundaries, the ocean to
Next.
the south, the Himalayas
Yeah.
and Afghanistan to the north, the Khyber Pass into his northern
This is incredible.
boundary, and with the Sutlej River.
Yo, dog, you wanna watch
marking
the
him off
Joe
from
Rogan
the rest of
experience?
India. Well, this is
It's amazing.
a commercial company, the East India Company. has
Because
been
this
used
thing, all they're doing is
massive
talking about
foreign
curry.
bankers to
Yo.
conquer the rest.
Laughing about taking over countries, you fucks.
An incredible amount of territory. One man, forgotten now, never appears in any European.
JRE, dog.
But Lord Wellesley, who's the elder brother of the Duke of
Give me something good.
conquers more of India than Napoleon conquers of Europe.
That's a great fact.
Yo,
And
that
he,
fact
in
sucks.
a series of wars from 1798 to 18.
Oh, shit.
Wellesley destroys the Maratha Confederacy, destroys.
I'm fucked up.
All this is done with incredible speed, so that by the time.
Oh man, I cannot stand these
All of
British.
the rest of India is either controlled by the East India Company directly through direct rule or through a network of alliances with India.
Are you fucking serious?
Assigned acts of submission.
But this whole
Playlist.
outfit are done
I'm gonna
in the
sneeze in.
north.
It's gonna be divine.
It just
Perhaps.
won't budge, and they won't go near
Could
it
suck
because
a
they
dick. The Joe Rogan Experience, yeah, but not that guy. Kind of sucks a lot. I feel like Joe had to have that motherfucker on. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. Watch this one. This one's tight. I think they talk about something cool. This is the worst stream ever. If you're watching this and you're like, hey, what up, James Bond Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, Mr. Corsetti, how are you, sir? Very nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you too, Joe.
Thank you very much for that video. We talked about it before, but I want to say it publicly. The debunking of the debunking by Flint Dibble. And you really nailed him on so many of those things that he was dishonest about. And it just, I wish we knew in real time, but unfortunately, you know, it takes a lot of research to be able to figure out what he was telling the truth about and what he wasn't. And,
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you. I was
Tell everybody your site, too.
debunking the past. That's my email. Debunking on YouTube or on Twitter. That's with two D's, like my ex. Not debunking. Sorry.
Keep this.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
De-dunking, not debunking.
Yes.
Dan Richards.
Debunking. Dan Richards. Thank you. The thing with Flint, it was actually funny. The moment that I knew that he was lying about the science was when you asked him about the fertilization of plants. That's where they roll back into being no longer domesticated. And he was like, "Oh, it'll just take thousands of years." It's like, no. I've researched this and I know better. And he was just knee jerking straight in. Oh, just thousands of years. And when you pressed him, he's like, "Well, I don't know for sure."
Well, that's a bummer because that's his field of study, which is really kind of crazy. It's a really fascinating thing that seeds do adapt to agriculture. They adapt to the fact that it's better for the survival of the plant if when you develop agriculture, if they're more robust and they stay on the plant. It's better for the wild if they break off easy and they can scatter better and they can, proliferate.
Yeah, it's really basic if you think about it. I mean, if it stays on the plant after it's ripe, it's just sitting there waiting for the first thing to come along and eat it.
But that whole natural selection thing when it comes to plants is so fascinating. But the question was so simple. If you stopped having agriculture and these plants just grew wild, would they go back to the same characteristics of wild plants? And he was like, no, there's no evidence of that. But then I saw your video and then I looked at some other stuff and there's quite a bit of evidence of it, particularly with wild rice, right?
Yeah, particularly with wild rice. Yes, there's that one. It looks like out of any of them, if there's a possibility that one was domesticated and then went back to the wild and then was domesticated again, it would be rice. That shows multiple types. There's different ways the seeds can break off, right? They can break in different points of the plant or they can just fall straight out. And rice shows numerous paths there, where wheat only has one genetic pathway to that seed shatter where the seed falls off. So it's they get pretty complicated, but rice does have a lot of genetic possibilities for that. Now, I'm not a geneticist, so I'm sure that somebody's going to come and say this is pseudo crap. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Flint was treating it as a debate, whereas you and Graham were both trying to sift to the truth. And that's why he was not going to give Graham one little corner, one little shred of possibility of being right anywhere, when in reality, it's a lot of, just like everything else in life, it's a lot of gray.
Well, it's also this whole subject of the past it's so obviously confusing. Because when you look at, I watched your video today, the Baalbek video, just looking at the enormous size of those stones, there's no reasonable explanation how people, like, what is that dated to? Like, what year do they believe it was made?
This is where it gets fun, is because they credit it to the Romans and the Phoenicians. However, it goes beyond the sophistication and the capabilities what the Romans were known to have, whether it's the existence of the screw jack for lifting the stones. But Baalbek, which is located in Lebanon, and I had the great privilege of going there in September of last year, exactly 1 month before things kicked off in Israel with the whole Hamas thing. And if I hadn't got there then, I wouldn't have no chance. Like right now, Israel's bombing Lebanon, and so it's a dangerous place. But Baalbek, if there was one example, one ancient site on Earth that is evidence of a lost, ancient, advanced civilization, and by advanced, I'm not talking about space lasers here. I'm talking about more sophisticated than what we were taught in school for the known capabilities. And Baalbek has the largest stones that were ever quarried in human history, the largest stones that were lifted, stacked, and transported in human history, and the largest stone columns in all of classical history. And we're talking, so the trilithon stones, 3 stones, 900 tons apiece, or 800 metric tons, and they were moved a half a mile from the quarry. They were lifted and stacked approximately 30 feet off the ground. And when I say stacked, they were perfectly lined up. And Jamie, it's in my folder of Baalbek if you want to show some of these. And they're absolutely massive. So let me tell you right here, and I, of course, have the gentleman there who I'll tell you about later highlighted just to kind of show you for perspective. Like that's someone right there, it's 5'11". Those stones that are highlighted in red are the trilithon stones. But these pictures do not do it justice because it's taken through an ultra-wide camera lens. From the top to bottom of the red highlighted stones is 14 feet. And they're 62 feet long, or 62 feet, excuse me. Like there's me. And
so great. It's hard to tell because of the perspective, and people need to kind of understand how a wide angle lens sort of distorts things by showing you this enormous field of view. But when you're looking at something that's 14 feet long and 62 feet long and 14 feet high, like what is the weight of that? What's the overall weight?
900 imperial tons or 800 metric tons. And to anyone listening, a metric ton is 2,200 pounds, 1,000 kilograms, and an imperial ton is 2,000 pounds. So that's 1.7 million pounds. Each of them, there's 3 of them. And if you were to go to the quarry, there's ones that are 1,200 tons and even 1,500 tons that are 20 feet tall. This is mind-boggling. Like, Jamie, if you want to just scroll through some of the other photos to kind of give Joe the perspective and the audience the perspective.
And these are clearly cut stones that were moved into place and moved 23 feet above the ground.
Right. And technically 30 feet because there's stones that are actually below the ground there that you can't see because it's submerged under the earth. So technically it was 30 feet, but 23 feet off the ground today. And right there, this highlights, so not only is that 14 feet from top to bottom, which you would never realize when you're looking at this. And these are confirmed measurements, by the way. This is right out of encyclopedias. But notice how they're completely flush, nice and even with each other. And this exceeds the known capabilities of what the Romans had. And it's worth mentioning that this site is some 2,400 miles from Rome, the capital. And if they're going to say that this was created by the Romans, one, people need to understand that the Romans were renowned for documenting everything, yet this site is not credited to anybody. They don't know exactly who did it or when, but the academics conclude that it had to have been the Romans or the Phoenicians because, of course, there was no one before them. And with this photo right here, let me say something else. There is evidence of at least 2, but arguably 3 different architectures that were done at this site. And I would conclude that this is evidence that this site existed in prehistoric times. There's also, I could show you encyclopedias that talk about Baalbek being prehistoric in nature, dating back 11,000 years of human history. And what I argue is that it was built up, it was found by the Romans and the Phoenicians and built upon later. And right here is evidence for all that have eyes to see. Look how they obviously used broken stones and constructed on top of it. Why would you go from making the most advanced stones in history that far exceed anything you see in Rome? For example, if you were to go to the Colosseum, as magnificent as that is, it is architecture of mathematics and just brilliance. But this right here, why would they for all the feats of Roman history, why would they have the most impressive feats over 2,000 miles away from the capital? In fact, let me just say this. When I'm talking about 900-ton stones, the largest stone in all of Rome is 53 tons. It's the Trajan's capital block to make up the Trajan's column. 53 tons. This is 15 times heavier.
There's a number of things too. Now, I'm not a huge believer in ancient technology. Oh, sorry.
I know you've heard me talk about AG1. It's an awesome way to improve your whole body health and just feel better in general. But today I have a new special offer for you. If you try AG1, you also get a free month supply of AG's omega-3 supplement. These once-a-day capsules have high-quality omega-3 fatty acids to take with your AG1. Just that easy. Over 80% of people are not consuming the right amount of omega-3s in their diet, and AG's capsules ensure that you'll get the essential fatty acids you need. These nutrients provide additional support for brain and cardiovascular health when taken together with AG1. And if you've ever taken fish oil before, you know that taste. Well, don't worry. AG's encapsulated fish oil actually has a nice lemon taste. Not bad at all. If you're looking for a simple and effective investment in your health, try AG1. And if you've been thinking about it, try it now. This November, you'll receive a 1-month supply of AG Omega-3 when you first subscribe, in addition to the welcome kit with 5 AG1 travel packs and a bottle of vitamin D3 plus K2. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to claim this special offer. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I'm not a big believer in ancient technology, as Jimmy's well aware, but
which is why it's important that you're here, because people are going to hear multiple perspectives.
yeah, that's where I can tell you some things about Baalbek that are still interesting to me. One of them is you don't see the Roman foot in those stones, which is weird. You would expect to see some sort of breakdown of the Roman foot in these measurements, but they're not there at Baalbek. They are there on the stones that were quarried
By Roman foot, what you're saying is that there's a different measurement, what they considered a foot. It's
Yes.
not 12 inches.
Correct. There's a Roman unit of measurement that they would use in construction, and we don't see it in those stones in the trilithon. But there's 3 stones that were quarried and left in the ground. All of those stones show signs of using the Roman foot.
Yeah, Jamie, will you scroll over to me?
So that right off the bat shows to me that the ones that were installed were not built by the Romans, but the ones that were quarried were made by the Romans. They were trying to quarry out stones to match it.
Right here.
Another thing is
That's crazy.
Roman architecture always uses the most impressive things right in the front. You walk in the front of the thing, and that's where you're going to see the biggest stones, the most impressive, for obvious reasons. These are in the back, completely on the opposite end of the entrance. So you have to, like, from what you told me, you kind of have to look for them if you don't know where they're at, right? Like, you can't just show up on the site and they say, here's the trilithon.
Well, let me tell you a quick story real quick. So I had the pleasure of going there with some people, and I'll tell you about it later. I won't do the name drop just yet. But Dory, who lives in Lebanon, he toured us around, and he had been to the site 3 times before. When we went, it was his 4th time. He did not know of the existence of the trilithon stones. They're around back. You got to walk probably 1/3 of a mile to get there. They don't even bring the tours around to the trilithon stones. He had no idea what I was talking about the night before at dinner. I'm trying to explain to him, like, the trilithon stones, the 900-ton stones. And I had to show him a picture. He had never seen them before.
How do they not show the tourists this?
That's an excellent question. You do have to walk. To be honest, it's like a 12, 15-minute walk to go around to get there. I mean, it's part of the platform, but you have to go all the way around. And some people just don't feel like making the walk. And when we were there, we were totally alone for a half hour with these stones. Not a single person. There was hundreds of people at the site. Not a single one of them came around back. Now, just to clarify what the audience is seeing right now, this is at the quarry, which is a half mile away. This is where all the stones originate from. And this one right here is what's called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. It is 1,200 tons. As you can see, it's 14 feet tall, which is the same height. So with those trilithon stones I was showing you a moment ago, the only difference is that this one's 68 feet long. It's virtually the same size, except for just a few feet shorter, but it's the same height. So that gentleman right there, Pierre, who's a wonderful man, is 6 foot tall. And look at him just dwarfed by this stone.
1,200 tons.
Insane.
Right.
And it's not from there.
Well, no, it is. This was so this is at the quarry.
So so this one's at the quarry, but the ones that were placed, where are they from?
This quarry, which is a half mile away. So this is
they moved 1,800,000 pounds a half a mile.
3 of them, and that doesn't include the 2 dozen that are 350 tons apiece. That doesn't include the 9 that are 600 tons apiece. 9 stones that are 600 tons apiece are somehow a side note to the trilithon stones. And let me just tell you this. This is something, Jamie, if you scroll over a few to the articles involving, because this is what the audience needs to understand. A lot of people hear these numbers and they don't wrap their head around exactly how important this is, which is that go to the article involving the Los Angeles County Museum of Art.
Okay.
It's in the same folder of Baalbek. And the largest stone moved in modern times is 340 tons. And we're going to come back to all these photos too, because it's extremely important. There's some details in here.
That's the one at that goofy museum in LA?
Yes.
Which is, by the way, a very goofy museum.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. There's an acrylic box that's on the ground.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to interpret as art. It's just a box that's just sitting there. It's one of those places where you go there and you go, "What is my tax dollars going to?"
Jamie,
you
go,
motherfuckers.
Go to the other folder that's moving stones. So let me just, while he's looking for that, let me explain to you. So,
I saw the video on that, and so what this is there was a suspended stone.
Yeah.
That's an enormous stone that they placed there as part of their art piece.
Yeah.
And this thing was
not that one. Not that, Jamie.
This is just fails.
That's a, yeah. We'll play that video in a little bit. It's pretty funny.
They had to move this stone. It was 4 miles an hour is the fastest they could move it. They had to build a structure around the stone to move it.
Yes.
And
so
this fucking insanely huge truck.
Let me tell you. So the details, it is a 200. So they had to custom build a trailer truck around the stone itself.
Tell Jamie what.
Jamie, look under the moving stones folder.
It's not a folder, it's just a video.
Go to, let's see here. Scroll down a little bit. Go to Ramesseum statue. Man, these silly. You're using a Mac. It doesn't show you the preview of the pictures. Keep looking until you find a big red truck, but I'll tell the audience while you're looking for it exactly what we're talking about here. So, yeah, keep going. All right, back there. You're on it. Go back a little bit. Go back to the article 3. Go left like 3 times. Right there. Go back. Or right there. So this one stone, 340 tons. They call it the largest operation of its kind since the Egyptians built the pyramids. They had to custom build a 260-foot long trailer truck that consists of 196 semi-truck wheels. It has 44 axles. It's 32 feet long. It took a year of planning. It cost $10 million. It took 9 days to move this 340-ton stone.
What a great use of taxpayers' money. $10 million. There's no way they needed that money for LA.
Yeah, who cares about potholes and homeless people?
No way. I mean, this is more important.
And so this is what's so important, is that the largest stone moved in human history is at the Ramesseum. It's the Ramesseum statue in Egypt. It's 1,000 metric tons, which is 2.2 million pounds. That was inexplicably moved 170 miles from the quarry in Aswan. And here's the significance of this. Brother, this stone at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art is 1/3 the weight. The stone at the Ramesseum is 3 times heavier.
And how far did they move that stone?
All right, this one at the museum,
the Ramesseum,
170 miles, and the other one was moved 106 miles.
170 miles,
and
it's 2 million pounds.
And so this is where things get really fun. Is that they say, the academics, they say that the stones would have been moved on tree logs, because that's their best guess, and it's not an unreasonable guess. But when you look into the nuanced details, so I really nerded out hard on this. There's a lot of people. Are you familiar with the Mohs scale of hardness?
No.
So it's the measurement of stone, and it's often used by alternative ancient history buffs to say that, hey, copper-based tooling could not have been utilized to cut granite stone that's been claimed. And there's no evidence that the Egyptians never told us they used bronze tooling to cut the stones and make up the granite stones within the pyramid. And so I started asking them, like, wait a second, if they're going to say that they moved a 2.2 million pound stone on tree logs, well, they say that it was the cedar, the Lebanon cedar trees. Well, I nerded out on this, and there's something called the Jenka scale of hardness, which measures the hardness of wood, and it's often used for if you're going to pick wood flooring in your house.
Very soft wood.
It's one of the softest on earth, not the softest, but it's so soft that it would never even be considered for flooring in your house because your furniture and your heels would dent it immediately. And if you were to put significant weight on it, whatever that weight is, it would either crush it, crumble it, or at least dent it out of a circle, or being a circular nature to roll on. And so when you look into the nuanced details involving the mysterious accomplishments of the ancients, it becomes abundantly clear. Like, if I had one thesis, it's that the true history of mankind was more advanced than what we were taught in school. Now, how advanced? That's the fun topic. We'll dive into that here in the next couple hours. But the reality is that there's evidence for all who have eyes to see that again, brother, 1,000 metric ton statue, and this is right out of encyclopedias.
Show the statue. So this is the statue. It somehow or another fell.
Yeah, so it was a seated statue. That's me in front of it, and it's broken into multiple pieces.
There's some images, Jamie, of what it originally looked like.
Look, so that foot, it's up to my belly button, like the top of the foot. That's just the foot. There's another picture that an illustration that would show you what it would have looked like when it was full. There it is. Go back one. So that's what it looks like from an aerial shot now. It's completely toppled over. God knows what would have taken to knock this thing over. They say, oh, probably an earthquake. It was a seated statue. If it was a standing statue, that's right there,
what it looked like originally.
That's what yes. And again, 1,000 metric tons is 2.2 million pounds. How it got knocked over in itself, to me, might be indicators of some sort of cataclysm, but that's a side point. But the point is this: it was moved 170 miles. The Egyptians did not articulate, illustrate, or describe how they would have done so. And
isn't that part of the problem with like the burning of the Library of Alexandria? Is all that information was lost forever?
Yes. Here's the thing. Let me say this real quick, brother. The Library of Alexandria was like thousands of years before the Great Pyramid. Like the Library of Alexandria was just after, was it 47 AD or BC that it got destroyed, is believed, something around there. So 2,000 years ago. This statue is 3,000 years old, according to the academics. So this is 1,000 years before the Library of Alexandria. So yeah, it's not unreasonable to suggest that they would have had information about how they constructed these things. In fact, I want to believe that they did. But
they might
it's
not
gone. Yeah, they might not have. What were you going to say, Dan?
When you're talking about we look at the way that they move the stones, like you're talking about the cedar. They moved one stone in human history that was really big. The biggest stone ever moved was the Thunderstone. It was moved by Catherine the Great's people.
Late 1700s.
Late 1700s. They used a big team of people, and they moved this thing not very far, like 10 miles, 8 miles, something like that.
9 miles, and it took 9 months.
And when they were pulling this thing on the ground, they had to consistently try metallurgy, different types of ball bearings for it to roll on, because the ones they were moving would keep being crushed. And then they had to use screw jacks that are just like you jack up a house floor with, like a subfloor. They would use these screw jacks to lift the statue back up and put it on bearings. Well, the Romans didn't have a screw jack. We had metallurgy, we trying different kinds of ball bearings and shit. That's something way outside. I mean, the 1700s. The 1700s, we're talking right at the cusp of them actually making structural steel. You know, this is the beginning of iron bridges and shit. They were actually making good metallurgy then, and it still took trial and error to move this stone. And that stone's basically the same size as the ones at Baalbek, a tiny bit bigger. But the same kind of issues where they would have had to have jacked that thing up, they would have had to, which would have took steel or hard metal. They had to have some highly advanced metallurgy for the time. Not as good as we have now, but 1700s level of metallurgy. That's what it would have taken.
And the Romans did not have that level of sophistication. So that's the thing. So there's something that you informed me of, Dan, and let me just give you a shout out. Hey, everybody, go subscribe to Debunking on YouTube. Your channel is a gold mine that is you are bridging together the facts that the alternative theorists are presenting, as well as the academics, and you're differentiating the truth. And your channel is so valuable. And what you taught me is that the invention of the screw jack was utilized in order to lift that thunderstone, the bronze horseman, on top of those metal rails. So with the Romans didn't have that. That wasn't invented until thousands of years later. So without that screw jack, they would have never been able to lift it in the first place.
That stone would have just sat there. Because
you said something that you don't believe in ancient technology.
I don't believe in ancient high technology in the regards that, generally speaking, when you start getting...
Put this microphone...
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Put it like a fist from your face.
I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm not a believer in ancient high technology in the regards that I don't believe, like... Even ancient steam engines would be like pushing it. When you start talking like really advanced stuff, I tend to look for other explanations. I tend to look for... stone was the premier building material for hominids for like millions of years, literally millions of years. So father passed to his son how to do this sort of thing. And eventually you get to a point where we start working with metal, and that kind of just dies off. We quit doing that for a while. And then 1,000 years goes by, and we look at what our ancestors used to do, and we're like, holy shit. But I honestly think a lot of the stuff that if we just saw how they did it, we would just be like, well, fuck, why didn't I think of that? But
wait a minute. When you're talking about moving things that are 1,000 tons and you're moving them through the mountains, like how? Why wouldn't you believe in some sort of ancient technology?
Let's put it this way. I'm not opposed to the idea, but we need to get there first. Like if we're going, like we're talking about the Thunderstone or the Baalbek stones, going from, like, I feel like we need to exhaust every other possibility before we can start hanging our hat on something bigger.
Okay, well, what other possibilities could you even conceive of?
I'm open to the conversation.
But it is technology, right?
Well,
it has to be a form of very sophisticated technology if you're going to move something that heavy.
It would be definitely something bigger, better than we know, or different than we know. But like I give an example that I've used it with Jim before was, when this World War II ended, America ended all their sniper schools overseas to tighten the budget. And when Vietnam started, we didn't have any sniper schools. And the NCOs on the ground say, hey, we need trained snipers. They had to actually recruit snipers, sharpshooters from the American Olympic team because we didn't have trained snipers anymore. In 20 years, we had better tools, but worse results because of the lack of skills. So I'm of the opinion that there's some...
You're right, but the sniper is something that we're all very well aware of. It's conceivable. It's obvious how you would do it. You could explain it to the layperson.
Yeah, you can. But it was something that still there was a skill set that was lost in just 20 years. That's all. I think that like a lot of things, you see a lot of the ideas for moving the big rocks. So some guys will use like they think that like water pressure vacuums were used to pull rocks up tubes and you see all kinds of interesting hypotheses that use lower tech means that I tend to think, most of them I think that don't work, but I tend to think that those would be the direction we should be looking before we go to ancient high technology. And again, the reason that I think that is because if we do get to ancient high technology, we really need to have eliminated everything else but we get there in order to be taken seriously. I guess that's kind of how I look at it. I'm a more skeptical person.
Real quick. So let's back up to this. Let's see if we agree on this. Would you agree that what we were taught in school, that the ancients were more sophisticated than the described narrative?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
See, then there you go. So we're on the same page because it's like, what's technology? Like, do they have space lasers and hydraulics? I'm not suggesting that.
Is technology.
Right, a horse saddle technology, right? So they had something else.
No, yeah, they definitely. When I guess, like when I get to when most people think high technology, like you say, space lasers and stuff, powered things, like something where they were no longer using human power or water power, something they were harnessing energy or doing sophisticated chemistry, things like that's where I start to be like, well, I need more evidence to go that far with it. However, the moving of the big rocks is something that I'm quick to say, but in order to do it, we would need technology well outside of what they had available to them at the time. And in my opinion, if you look at those, like at Baalbek, to go back to that, you've got the three big stones that were put in a wall that don't have the Roman unit of measurement used. And we got three big rocks in the ground that do have the Roman unit of measurement. I think that they gave up. They realized they weren't able to do it. They had one group carving them, and the guys tasked to move them looked at, what the fuck are you guys on about? Ain't no way we're moving these things. You're on crack.
And the fact that it's undocumented, like the foundation of Baalbek is completely undocumented. Go ahead.
You were saying something about dating it to 11,000 years.
Jamie, if you go to the Baalbek folder, you'll find an encyclopedia article that describes the evidence of human habitation at Baalbek dating back 9,000 BC, which is 11,000 years ago. And I'm not suggesting these stones were created back then. I'm open to it.
What is the evidence? Like what kind of evidence? Pottery?
Sure. I'd have to go read through the scientific article, but it's humans were there 11,000 years ago.
Yes.
Right. And the fact that they don't document when the Romans were, see right there. And there's another
history that dates back at least 11,000 years, encompassing significant periods such as prehistoric, Canaanite, Hellenistic, and Roman eras. After Alexander the Great conquered the city in 334 BCE, he renamed it Heliopolis, Greek for Sun City. The city flourished under Roman rule.
Now, let me say this real quick, Jamie. Will you go to the picture of the mountains in this folder? So this is something that's unbelievable. All right, so just scroll through all these photos of the mountains, because here's something that people need to understand that is unbelievably significant, which is that at Baalbek, there are approximately 200 rose granite columns that were transported from the Aswan quarry in Egypt, which is 700 miles as the bird flies. And what's wild is that the only way to get them to Baalbek, because the Baalbek is located in the middle of the Lebanon mountains, and it has average elevation of 8,000 feet with peaks reaching over 10,000 feet. As you can see, there's a freaking ski resort there, which I couldn't believe when I was driving there. There was literally the ski lifts. I went there in September. So they had to bring all of those multi-ton stone columns from Egypt, and the only way to get there was over these mountains, which is mind-blowing.
And what you're saying by how the crow flies, as the crow flies, what people need to understand is that doesn't take into account elevation changes.
Right.
So if you have a flat line like a bird and you're flying from one point to another, that's 700 miles. But if you have to go up and down and up and down and up and down, it's significantly larger. And when the measurement, it's not 700 miles, it's probably double that.
Right. And that's an excellent point. And it's like, then the question is like, why would they do this? Like, why would they go out of the, how and why?
Why is like, it's cool. But how is the real question? Like, obviously we built things because it's cool.
Right.
You know, if you go to the Acropolis and the Parthenon, you go, why'd they do it? Well, it's fucking cool. You know, but like people like to leave cool shit behind.
Right.
But you look at Baalbek, so there's a lot of interesting things about it. Like it has the largest temple of Jupiter out of anywhere on the Roman Empire. Generally speaking, it's got some of the biggest temples in the Roman Empire, period. But it's a far-flung corner of their empire, and it's not an important city, really. I mean, it's semi-important in the region, but it's certainly no Cairo or anything.
Right.
But it has all these huge temples. My thinking is that they showed up and there was this massive stonework there. And these are the Romans. These can't have the locals thinking their ancestors were better than the Romans. So they fucking hijack it. They would just build big shit on top of it. This is now ours. We plant our stamp on it. This is a Roman building. This is all Roman now. This was never your ancestors. This was always ours. And then the locals can't look to their forefathers or whatever legends they had in a couple of generations. Just the power of Rome.
Well, even the Parthenon, it's built on the Acropolis, and the Acropolis is older than the Parthenon. And it's, who made that? Everybody just shrugs their shoulders. Other folks?
Stay away from the mysteries.
What the hell did we put up here?
What's interesting about Baalbek as well is that it's in the Bible. The Lebanon Mountains are mentioned 103 times in the Bible. I am not a Bible thumper. I am a believer in a divine creation. I'm proud to say it because I've seen the proof in my own life. However, what's interesting about Baalbek is that they said that it was created by Baal, which is like this demon entity in the Bible. Whoa. And they declare it as the world's first civilization after the flood. And it was created by giants as punishment for their iniquities of the flood.
Oh, wow.
And I have an article about it, Jamie. If you scroll through, you'll find it.
Now we're into Anunnaki territory.
There you go, right.
Exactly right. Finally. Has entered the chat.
So hold on, go back to those cranes. Let me tell you this. So what you're looking at here is the Romans' most sophisticated crane in their history. It had a max lifting capacity of 6.6 tons. In other words, to lift just one of those trilithon stones, you would need 133 of these, which is obviously completely not feasible whatsoever. You wouldn't have the space to do it, and it's just ridiculous to suggest you would coordinate through 133 cranes around it. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that it's further suggestive evidence that the Romans didn't build it because they didn't have the capability to lift stones of that mass.
Yeah, it's still pretty fascinating. The Romans were able to build a crane that could lift 6 tons.
That's amazing.
But not enough to even lift the stones that were inside the king's chamber.
Right. So let me put this into perspective. So the largest stones inside the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid are approximately 80 tons imperial. So actually 78 tons imperial or 70 tons metric. Were moved some 500 miles from the Aswan quarry and lifted and stacked hundreds of feet above the ground. But here's what's wild is that those stones, the largest stones in the Great Pyramid, compared to the trilithon stones are 15 times heavier. Not twice as heavy, not 3 times as heavy, not 10 times as heavy.
As a guy who's skeptical of that stuff, ancient high technology, there's a couple of things that make it where it's like I straight up can't explain. Baalbek is one of them. You can use those cranes and lay them on their side and drag that stone across the ground. That's exactly what they did with the Thunderstone, Catherine the Great's time. But then you are tasked with lifting that son of a bitch, and all of a sudden you're right back to where you started. You can drag it across however you want, but when you get to picking it up 14 feet off the ground.
And they dragged it on those rails, though.
Yeah,
sophisticated
rails.
More than 23 feet off the ground.
Oh, yeah, we went 30 feet, right.
Yeah, it was 30 feet. It's documented. I have 23 feet illustrated because it's where the ground is now.
Right.
But it's the foundation of it goes subsurface. So it's like, with these details, like there's a reason why there is a growing interest in the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations, because smart people of all kinds of walks of life are looking into the nuanced details and realizing, like, oh, wait a second. Like when Graham Hancock says that there's a missing chapter of human history, like this is reality. We don't know how they built the Great Pyramid. It is a fact that the Egyptians left us with no explanation of any kind. Out of the tens of thousands of hieroglyphs all over Egypt, not a single one of them describes how they constructed the pyramid or how they cut granite stones. Not one.
Yeah, there's big gaps in the knowledge is where we end up having these kinds of discussions. And I think to go back to where we first started, we mentioned Flint at the beginning, that we have a problem, in my opinion, that most people that see things kind of like I do, as opposed to like Jimmy or yourself does, where they're looking, where it's, I kind of need to take my steps to get to that ancient high technology. Right. They end up going that just straight debunker route. And then they get skeptical. They get cynical. They turn into assholes. They're looking for ways
appeal to authority.
Shoot this down. I just fuck your idea, right? Your idea is wrong. So I know what the implications are. Instead of saying, well, maybe there's other implications, let's have a discussion about it. They just go straight to, no, this is impossible. This is stupid. Make fun of the person. Compare it to flat eartherism. Compare it to aliens.
Nazism. Flint's even worse. Yeah, Flint's case, he's even worse. He somehow or another connects it to white supremacy.
It's not just Flint. It's that fucking John Hoops, man. He's the one that started that shit. He's that guy. Wikipedia. We can talk about that for a quick second. John Hoops is a professor for Kansas University, and he is been one of the earliest editors of Wikipedia consistently. Graham Hancock's page, Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page, all kinds of pseudo-archaeology and all pyramids in Atlantis, all that shit. He's got locked. It's not just that he edits it. Him and his buddies edit it, and you can't go in and edit it. There's a scientist from the Comet Research Group that tried to edit the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page and was told he can't because it's a conflict of interest. A fucking scientist that works on this shit's a conflict of interest, but a scientist from outside the field isn't.
Yeah. By the way, John Hoops studied at Harvard and Yale. He got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or vice versa. This is significant because he's controlling the information.
And he hides this stuff too. If he'll tell you that. I watched him tell Forbes, hey, you guys need to cite Wikipedia instead of just, because they said the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, and they just made a real quick article about it with no skepticism. He says, you need to cite Wikipedia as well. He edits the Wikipedia page and doesn't mention that he edits it when he tells people to go look at the fucking thing.
What's his motivation for debunking this stuff?
He doesn't like Graham Hancock. Same kind of thing. He thinks pseudo-archaeology is all the isms. If you believe in ancient high technology or you believe in Atlantis, you must be a white supremacist, a racist, a misogynist, a
but let's forget about Atlantis for a minute, but I definitely want to talk about it. But what you're seeing is impossible. It's essentially impossible with today's technology. When you're talking about those stones that were moved 700 miles through the mountains, if you tried to bring some engineers together in the United States in 2024, the best and the brightest, and said, here's your project, they would say, fuck you.
You need Elon Musk levels of money to throw out.
Right. You would need super billionaire money. And even then, I don't know how you would do it. I can't conceivably think of a way. And that's what's so interesting about this stuff, is that whatever they did was not just complicated for the time. It was so beyond our imagination of what was possible at the time that it's beyond our imagination of what's possible today. Right. So it throws these facts, the physical facts about the size and the location they were brought from, that fly in the face of logic and credibility and our understanding of what's possible, not just then, but today. So for anybody to say, oh, we figured this out, hey man, fuck you. You definitely haven't. And the problem is that you have these fucking names attached to you, Harvard and Yale. And you've decided, because there's a group of people that have been studying this stuff and they fucking wrote some shit down and you studied what they wrote down and you did your own studying, you got a degree, you're the guy. You're the only one. And it's these same fucking weirdo weasels that put their pronouns in their Twitter bio, and they're just crackpots. They're crackpots masquerading as intellectuals. Yes. Because the things that they're saying are completely bizarre. They're all, 100% of them are captured by this woke ideology.
They're
100%
libtards.
of them. They're weird people, man, because they exist in this structure that's been completely compromised. And that's our education. Our higher education systems have been completely compromised. And this is not to say that they don't teach you amazing stuff about medicine and science. Of course they do. But they are also in a cult.
It is a total cult behavior. And honestly, it's their religion. That when you ask like the motive
They're
behind,
mostly atheists. Yes.
they are. Let me just share this. So with the biggest critics and the naysayers of alternative theories, there's a common denominator. Like when you mention the pronouns in their profile,
Yeah.
almost all of them have it and they're not trans. And if you look at their political ideologies, it is extremely left. And these people are visceral, they're toxic. And let me just make a side point that I almost forgot, is when we're talking about Wikipedia, a lot of people say, well, that's why you don't look at Wikipedia. You don't trust it. Who cares about Wikipedia? I'm like, excuse me, it shows up at the top of Google on anything that you search. So it cannot be ignored. And when you were talking a moment ago about the impossibility of the movement of these stones, I want to just emphasize this point one more time, which is that movement of that 340-ton stone at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art is 1/3 the weight of the largest stones in ancient history. And when you look at what it took to do it, so it's like when people, when you're using the word impossible, it's like, listen, what it took for us to do that, and it was 1/3 of the weight, and he had to custom build this 260-foot long truck with 196
And
wheels.
we have internal combustion engines,
hydraulics.
And we have roads that are flat and
Far better
smooth.
metal, far better ropes.
Yeah.
and
Hold on. The
thousands
roads.
of years of experience.
The roads, one reason why they had to go 106 miles is because they had to go around different roads because most roads couldn't support the weight. like
That's
this one,
so
people that
crazy.
look into this, like don't listen to Jimmy the YouTuber. Like look
Do your
into the
research,
details
yeah.
on yourself and you realize like this is completely inexplicable. And it's so important now because we're living at a time where people are starting to realize that not everything we were taught was true. In fact, a lot of things you see in the mainstream media nowadays have been utterly debunked. It's all propaganda. And
about history.
Yep.
About recent history that's easily proven, and the mainstream media will tell false narratives.
Oh, absolutely.
And so we know that people lie. So we know that people lie, and we know that people love to be in a position of authority, to be the only people that are allowed to distribute the truth. We know that.
Do you want to get provocative real quick?
Sure.
So nowadays, there's a lot of conjecture about the historical accuracy of different things involving World War II. And Jamie, if you were to go to the Baalbek folder, or in fact, go to the folder called swastika. So this is something that I got tremendous heat for. Whereas that when I went to Baalbek, I noticed that there were swastikas all over the place. And I'm like, well, that's interesting.
That's an ancient symbol.
What a lot of people are not aware of is that the swastika is prehistoric. It's found on 5 continents around the world and dates back approximately 10,000 years. It is found in Europe, Africa, Asia, North and South America, all before transoceanic sea travel was thought to be possible. If you scroll through the images, Jamie, you'll kind of give the audience an understanding. Now, let me preface this whole conversation with this. Fuck Hitler.
Of course. Fuck Nazis.
God,
Fuck all that.
Right? He stole the symbol, which was a symbol of peace, and he bastardized it. So this right here, I took this photo. You'd almost think it's photoshopped in. This is a photo. This is real. And I'm like, well, this is fascinating. I put this up on Twitter and I said, did Hitler know something about ancient history that we don't? And the reason why, and this was a sincere question, everyone started calling me a Nazi. I was spreading dangerous Nazism for it. No, this is a grown-up conversation. Right. Hitler was he was evil, but he was intelligent. And the Nazis were arguably the most technologically advanced country at that time in World War II. The jet engine, rockets. And for some reason, for reasons that I cannot find a definitive answer on, is why was Hitler so into archaeology? They call it Nazi archaeology. And the mainstream people will say, oh, well, he weaponized. He was trying to get this Aryan thing going to unite people and just create an enemy.
They'll kick it to Himmler a lot. They'll say that Himmler was the one that was really into that shit.
Yeah. And so that's, by the way, that's Peru, like 800 years ago. You'll find the Native Americans, the Pima Indians, the Navajo, the Apache, the
There's
Yavapai.
actually a Hindu temple in Los Angeles that was near my old house. Yeah. And we went to visit it. You could actually have weddings there. And they had to have a sign up explaining why there were so many swastikas on the building. Swastikas all over it.
I went to Japan, and it's the same thing there. They have swastikas on different shrines.
Okinawan karate, when I was a kid, one of their patches was a swastika. Yeah. And this was when I was a kid. So this is in the 80s when I was studying when I first started studying martial arts. You could get these Okinawan karate patches that had a swastika on it. Had nothing to do with Hitler. It had to do with Japan.
Right.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
All right. So real quick, while Jamie's on this slide, this is from the Hopewell Mound people, which is in modern day Ohio, and that dates back 2,200 years ago.
Jesus Christ! This is from modern day Ohio, 2,000 years ago.
2,200 years ago. And so here's the point that I'm making about the swastika: is that look, people debate on whether it was the Milky Way Galaxy, the Big Dipper, whatever you want to say its origins were. I do not think that it's a coincidence that a symbol is so specific as it is found on 5 continents around the world before transoceanic sea travel was said to be possible. Because just to remind the audience, it wasn't until 1492 when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. End of. And it's like, no, I believe this is strong suggestive evidence that humans were traversing the continents and the oceans thousands of years before we were taught in school, which is evidence of being more advanced than we were taught in school.
Right. Now, what did they think this thing was?
Well, I have an idea about that. I mean, it's not, it's just Dan's idea, but the four directions across, that's the root of the swastika. That's pretty commonly used, even in Native American culture, as like, cardinal points, right? This is north, south, east, and west. So this could be a symbol for the passage of time. This sky is turning. The cardinal points turn.
Rotation of the Earth, along with the points of the compass.
Exactly. Now, that's what but that's just an idea. I mean, that doesn't it doesn't really add a whole lot of context to it as far as
Why not just have a cross then? Up, down, left, right.
Isn't it crazy that a geometric pattern is evil?
Yeah.
And not just a geometric pattern, but a mustache.
It's
deeply offensive.
It's funny.
It's fucking great. It is. Like, your beard is fine. Nobody has any problem with it. But imagine, like, if, like, oh, you have a wizard beard. You believe in child sacrifice. Shit. Like, it's crazy. It's very strange what we've done. And obviously, that's how horrific Hitler was.
So here's something people need to understand. I want to emphasize this point. Hitler, people need to look in the details. He was looking for giants in Africa. They set a mission to.
Well, he was also on meth.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
I'd be looking for giants in Africa too. On meth. Bro, we're gonna go find dinosaurs. Let's fucking go.
I love it. The thing is, though, it's like I have not found an answer on why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant. He was looking for Thor's hammer and the Holy Grail. Yeah. And the thing is, to me, I'm like, I feel like there's something that they knew about ancient history that we don't. I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like I can't find a straight answer. And let me tell you this: if you go Googling for answers on Hitler's interest in archaeology,
the FBI comes knocking at your door. What are you up to, Jimmy?
You're going to find the same article. So this is actually kind of explosive. About 2 years ago, I made a video about Google sabotaging their search results. Because remember how it'll show you if you Google some topic, it'll say there's like a billion results.
Yeah.
So I made a video on this, and they would max out at. It didn't used to be this way, because I remember watching a video years ago of people going thousands of pages to find some blog spot on some topic. It then became limited. I did an experiment myself many times on benign topics such as pancakes was one of them. I typed in pancakes, it had like a billion like 700 million results, and then it would only go back to page 41, and then it would recycle, and all those pages before it, the dozens of pages, would recycle some of the same exact mainstream articles. And so I did this on all kinds of topics. And now Google has since removed the page numbers. And so you can only just go see more, see more, see more. And so if you Google any type of topic, and if you're looking for answers on this, they're going to keep sending you the same regurgitated mainstream articles. So I can't find a reliable answer on why Hitler was so invested in ancient history. And again, I don't give a shit about his Aryan stuff. Like,
right. Why was he into the occult? Why was he? Yeah.
I want to know why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes. Well, obviously, their engineering was insane. I mean, to this, like, look, so many of our best vehicles that we buy today, the most coveted vehicles, came out of Nazi Germany. And original Audi, right? Volkswagen, which is Porsche. BMW, Bavarian Motor Works. I mean, all that shit came from the fucking Nazis. I mean, have you ever seen Hitler's race car?
No.
Hitler had an Audi race car.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's worth like a shit ton of money. See if you can find Hitler's race car. But this was, their engineering was superior. This is the reason why we had Operation Paperclip. So Operation Paperclip, we brought over all of the best Nazi rocket scientists.
The ones that the
Werner
colonies
von
didn't
Braun.
grab.
Yeah, that's how we got NASA.
Yeah.
We got NASA essentially from Nazis.
That still
Used the
wows
V2
people.
to put people
Yeah.
on the moon. I mean,
Oh
basically,
man, that's his original race car. Isn't that fucking crazy?
that was basically a V2
Because that's
rocket.
an Audi, right? Isn't that what was the? Oh, it was a Mercedes Benz. Did he have more than one? I believe he had a later one. That's it. That's the one.
Wow.
So that one had the Audi symbol in the front of it.
Well,
Can you just clarify your pronouns so I know
Oh,
not
you-
to be offended that you're interested in this?
I'm he, him. I'm an American man. We're coming to your town. So look at that photograph. Click on that. Auto Union. I guess that was what Audi's original name was. Isn't that crazy? Look at that car.
It's pretty sharp.
Pretty fucking dope. I mean,
Where is
imagine
it
if
now?
in 1939. Oh my God, it's probably worth. It says it's worth 5.5 million pounds.
and illegal to sell on so many markets.
Is that pounds? Is that
And,
what that is?
yeah.
That little sign.
So many things they would be like, oh, that's Hitler's card. No,
Yeah.
sorry, we can't have you listing that here, buddy. Sorry.
Well, Tom Segura bought Bert Kreischer a cup that apparently was one of Hitler's cups.
Like one
Yeah,
that he
a tea
handled?
cup. Yeah,
Really?
allegedly, but you know how the fuck. do
Let's
that?
get him in the
Yeah,
studio and
that's-
see this thing.
Yeah, but if you have that, you're a monster. But if you had Genghis Khan's sword, you're fucking cool.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting. That's a good comparison.
He
Yeah.
killed a lot more people. He
Yeah.
killed 10% of the population of Earth.
But you think long enough ago that you don't hear anybody
Yeah.
talking about it.
He
anymore.
raped so many people that his DNA is in a giant percentage of people
Yeah,
today.
It's like 20%.
Yeah,
and
it's
something
ridiculous
insane.
number.
Some crazy. We've done it before. I forget what the numbers are, but they're really nutty. But the point is there's something particularly disgusting to us about that one genocide, and it's really interesting. And you wonder like how long it's going to take. I mean, Dan Carlin's talked about this in depth because he talks about the Mongols and that it's so far in the past. We're talking about like 1200 AD. It's so far in the past that we look at it with almost like an objective perspective instead of a moral perspective. So we say, one thing that Genghis Khan did that was great, he opened up trade to the East, and he was a believer of all religions. You could practice anything. He didn't impose anything on people. Yeah, but he fucking killed everybody. Like, if you were alive back then, he's way worse than Hitler. He killed 10% of the population of Earth. But the Nazis were so recent. We have grandfathers that are alive today that fought in World War II. And they can tell you,
That's
like,
just
hey,
it.
man, I fucking remember this shit. And
Right.
then we have Jews like Ari Shafir's dad, who was in concentration camps. Ari Shafir's dad has a tattoo on his arm.
That's wild.
Yeah, his dad's in his 80s, I believe.
Well, that recent memory is a big part. Like I see the
Yeah.
Hunter S. Thompson stuff on your wall. You read his book of Hell's Angels, right?
Yeah.
You remember him talking about that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
That the bikers, the Hell's Angels rocked Nazi memorabilia. He asked the guy why. Why don't you? And he's like, because my dad fought the Nazis and he fucking hates this. So I wear this
Jesus
because
Christ.
I wear this just to piss off my dad.
A lot of that is contrarians.
But but my point is that he wouldn't. A Genghis Khan symbol wouldn't be doing any good, right?
right.
This has an emotional attachment. A Genghis Khan's mustache would be fine on me, right? People might laugh at me a little bit, but
I don't even know what it looked like.
Yeah, let's see it. I
We
can see
don't
a
know.
picture. Yeah, they don't know what he looks like. Yeah,
We don't know.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty wild.
it's the Nazi thing, the fact that it's so horrific. It just like puts anyone who has anything to say that's coloring outside the lines, you get labeled a Holocaust denier, an anti-Semite. The worst labels that they can put on you. And a good example of that is that podcast. Oh God, I forget his name. But it was the Tucker Carlson controversy where he had this guy on his podcast and he was talking about what William Churchill's role in the Holocaust was, because they had put these embargoes on Germany and they basically starving everybody to death. And they just started calling him a Holocaust denier. And that's like not what he was talking about at all. That's not what he was saying at all. He was just saying, no, there's a multifaceted explanation for why they decided to exterminate all these Jews. And part of it was because of an embargo where they were starving people out. What is his Daryl Cooper? And what is his podcast called? It's excellent. I listen to it all the time, but my brain's not working right now. I just got out of the gym. I'm on meathead mode.
It's something I know what you're talking about. I can't. I'm drawing a blank on it as well.
Martyr Made. That's right, Martyr Made. And he's Martyr Made on Twitter and Instagram. And to call that guy an anti-Semite or a Holocaust denier is so stupid. He's a brilliant guy, and his podcast is excellent, and he's really sensitive and well-balanced, and he gives a very comprehensive view of things. It's not in any way prejudiced. It's a great podcast.
But you're not allowed to color outside the lines.
Well, yeah, that's all he was just saying that Churchill was one of the villains.
Yeah, and that's realistic. Like the multiple different reasons for that. You tighten up their belt, that's not gonna be passed to the top. That's gonna go straight to the people in the camps.
Exactly.
It's real. That's no brainer shit.
Right. And that's not
see the
justifying the murder of all those Jews. That's not what he's doing. That's where it's so crazy about stifling discourse.
Yeah.
Because that was a fascinating conversation, and we should be considering that. Like, wow, that's crazy. There were so many factors, so many horrible things going on all together.
Well, they say you're supposed to learn from history, but how the fuck are you going to learn from history if you actually take the lessons out of it?
Right.
I mean, this is an important thing. You think about this right now with the stuff in the Middle East in the last 20 years. Every time we put an embargo on there, we're not starving Saddam Hussein. We're starving the people in his freaking prisons. So remember that.
Dave Smith was talking about that on a podcast recently, that during the Clinton administration, the embargoes starved to death 500,000 children.
Yeah. See, that's fucked.
Yeah.
And that's worth remembering. And it doesn't, if having that conversation makes somebody call you a Holocaust denier, that person should be out of the conversation, in my opinion.
Right.
And like you were saying, academia is chock full of this kind of stuff.
And they should be shamed.
They
should be shamed by people who want to know the whole picture.
It's the opposite of knowledge.
Right. It's certainly not condoning holocausts. It's so stupid to not be looking at everything.
The good news is that people are waking up to this. A lot of people think just like us, where they're objective enough to understand that, like, well, that's silly.
Yeah.
And so they're putting themselves in a corner in this echo chamber where people just aren't listening to them anymore. Like, when it comes to like mainstream archaeology, we call it big archaeology, establishment archaeology. They're putting themselves into a corner where people, like, if I'm gonna ask questions about the swastika and you're gonna say I'm spreading dangerous Nazism, some people will buy into it, but I've noticed that most people are like, no, he's asking a question.
Well, we have the internet now. We have shows like yours and mine where you can have conversations about things, and people get to see, these people that are in control, they're all loons, and they're all telling us that you have to think this one way or you're the worst person on earth. And I don't buy it. No, it's a dumb way to look at the world.
It's un-American. Sorry to beat the
really
flag
is.
for a second, but yeah,
it really is.
I'm proud to be. I live in a country where I can have somebody with their pronouns in their fucking bio and somebody not with their pronoun. We can both yell at each other and not have us end up in jail over it.
It's also this position that people have when they're teachers, when they're educators, and they have this position, and I can speak to it a little bit from martial arts, because in martial arts, when I first started doing martial arts, it was in the 1980s. In the 1980s, every discipline believed they had the very best discipline. All the judo people thought judo was the only martial art you needed to know. All the karate people thought karate was it. Taekwondo people, where I came from, they all believed in Taekwondo. And it took the UFC to slam everything together and go, oh, Jesus, half of this stuff is fucking useless.
Yep.
And, and some of it's not useless, right? There were some things from, like, John Jones won the UFC heavyweight title this past weekend with a Taekwondo kick.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
And I was so happy because that was my thing. So me watching him do that was like, yes, why aren't more people doing this? Like, you guys should have been doing this from the beginning. It's the most powerful kick in the sport. But you were in trouble if you trained in other disciplines. Like, Bruce Lee was a heretic.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably one of the most important figures in martial arts, not just because he introduced people to it like myself, who became martial artists because I was a Bruce Lee fan. He also combined all kinds of different martial arts, and that was Jeet Kune Do. Mm-hmm. He developed a style that was essentially, he took Western boxing, he took some judo that he learned and karate, and all these different techniques, and just tried to find what is the absolute best thing for just fighting. And that was, he was a heretic. Like, his life was threatened for that. Yeah. And it's because the educators want to be the only people that can distribute information, and they don't want to be challenged. When I was in high school, I had a teacher. His name was Mr. Holman. He was a very nice guy, but he was a smart guy that wanted to be the only smart guy. And he was great talking to me because I was a stupid kid. But unfortunately, one day I had watched a documentary, and I've always had a very good ability to recall things. and we were in class, and he was talking about the pollution in Lake Erie, and I had just watched a documentary about the extensive work that they had done to clean up Lake Erie, and that they'd made these huge strides in removing pollution and crap and all these different things from Lake Erie. And he was talking about stuff that he had learned in school 20 years prior. And so when I said, well, there's a PBS documentary, and I brought this up in class, where there's been this extensive work, and they talked about the amazing accomplishments of cleaning up Lake Erie. And he got so mad at me. I'm like, you're not mad at me, man. You're mad at PBS. Like, I don't fucking do any research. I watched a documentary. But back then, you could say you don't know what you're talking about, and I couldn't pull my phone out and go, but what? Look at that.
Right.
Fucking, you can watch it, dude. Like, these people have done an amazing work cleaning up Lake Erie. But he didn't want anyone else to have any information. What he should have said is, that's fascinating. I haven't seen that documentary. Can you recall the name of it?
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if we can get it, maybe show it to the class.
Right.
I'm going to try to do that, because that's great. That's a good sign. What I'm talking about is what Lake Erie had become because of industrial engineering and because of pollution and waste that was coming from all these plants. So he was true. He was correct. But time had changed, and he did not like that I knew that, and he didn't know that. And I remember being in that class going, this is so crazy. This is my fucking science teacher. My science teacher doesn't want details. He doesn't want facts.
This happened to me. So I was in the military years ago, and it wasn't long after I got home from Iraq, and I was going to warrior leadership course, which is to become an E5, a sergeant. And back then they were teaching ABC, which is airway, bleeding, what was the other one? Circulation, whatever. And for emergency medical response if someone's dying. And they had since updated where bleeding is the most important thing to focus on because soldiers were bleeding out. And during this warrior leadership course, they're teaching the class. 30 people, wrong information that is since outdated. And I try to interject to say, oh, this is what they're teaching now. It was the same exact thing that happened. He didn't stop. No. This is what's written down right here. I'm like, no, but that's not even what they're teaching in theater right now. Like, I'm trying to. This is medical emergency stuff that could save someone's life. And he didn't want to hear it one bit. And I couldn't believe it. I was astonished.
He should have said, that's interesting. I did not know that. We need to update what we're showing you. These three factors are the same, but now we know. Thank you, Jimmy. Now we know that bleeding is more primary. That should have been that's the response of a real leader.
Right.
And a real leader, like this, you're always going to have blowhards in your class that are going to want to hear their own voice. They want to talk about stuff and chime in and correct people. But you got to let a certain amount of that. And that's the internet. And people don't like that. And that's why they wanted to ban people from Twitter. They don't like these people coming along that have ideas that, like the Great Barrington Declaration, where they, the government actually conspired to get these people removed from Twitter. And we know that because Elon, thank God, bought Twitter and changed discourse. But this was a concerted effort to take these people who were brilliant people, who had degrees, were experts in this field that they were discussing, and they decided they were going to remove them because they didn't go along with the narrative, and they were confusing people in a time where they were trying to force vaccinations on everyone.
Right. The emotion side of it from the individual levels, like what you guys described, you have a teacher with emotional reaction. That's a huge part of it. But when that's a huge part of it, when, especially with archaeology, because a lot of it's not really hard science. A lot of it's like, I've got this arrowhead here and I've conjured up this story. And so now it's my story and you're not attacking the science, you're attacking me. But it gets even worse when you look at it, they get like this hate for Graham Hancock, in particular Graham Hancock. That makes it where it's like you can't trust a damn word that comes out of their mouth when they're discussing. Like if we were talking back to the martial arts, one of the things that came out was Aikido was just ass. It's no good at all for like man-to-man combat. What was it for, like samurais that have been knocked off a horse or some shit?
Well, it was designed to redistribute the energy of your attacker.
Okay.
So if someone's coming at you with a sword, if you don't have a sword and a guy swings a sword and you're fast enough to get away from the path of the sword and grab the guy's arm or body and manipulate him to the ground to remove his sword, it's essentially a disarming.
Okay, so it's not the best thing.
It just
in the
doesn't
world.
work against a wrestler.
Okay,
so
now
wrestling is way better. Wrestling is if you want to find out the best way to take a person to the ground and control, we 100% know it's wrestling.
Yeah, you just grab
the most ancient sport in the world that dates back to the Sumerians.
And by the way, in wrestling, I include judo. I include different forms of jujitsu that were ancient, because these allowed people to manipulate limbs and to control joints, which allowed them also to take people down and submit them. But the point is, you had a bunch of people believing that this one goofy ass martial art was the end all be all because of a good Steven Seagal movie.
Exactly. No. And what my point was there is, it's like you're considered pretty much an expert in martial arts. You're not like you're a professional announcer for UFC. You know your shit. So if I watched you say Steven Seagal, his martial arts, it's fucking Aikido, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but I would not do that. I would tell you Steven Seagal was really good.
Yeah.
Really good at Aikido.
But if you hated Steven Seagal, if you were one of his many haters, you could just attack Aikido without ever saying his name and just be digging him a ditch, right? You could just be burying him without ever mentioning Steven Seagal's name. You could just attack Aikido. Aikido is a shit martial art. It's not effective. It's not very good. And then by extension, you're making Steven Seagal look bad. And this is one of their favorite tactics to do to Hancock. They will attack. This idea is racist. It's inherently bullshit. They don't have to mention Hancock's name. Now it's just, they just glue the two. They're so insidious this way.
Yeah, and the connecting Hancock to white supremacy and aliens is the dumbest one. Because first of all, he never said nothing about aliens. And not only that, not only does he not think of it as white people built this stuff, he thinks it's the people that live there. But they lived there a long ass time ago. It's the same fucking people. It's Africans. Yeah. Whoever built the pyramids, they were Africans. Like, I'm an American.
Yeah. Let me just remind the audience.
That's where they live.
Egypt is in Africa.
That is northern Africa, and it's the most sophisticated construction we have ever witnessed on the face of the earth. Yeah. Anybody that disagrees, you need to really study what they accomplished just in the Great Pyramid. It's mind-boggling precision. It's not just the incredible feat of moving massive stones hundreds of miles through the mountains. It's the mind-boggling precision of the construction of these buildings that it's so crazy. It's almost like they made it so nutty that even if everything dissolved and expired, it would give us at least some clue that maybe something happened. Maybe people had achieved a level of sophistication. And my thought is, and this is just a guess, is that as we move towards metal and we move towards using different kinds of combustion engines and electronics, we moved in a very specific area of technology. And we were allowed to do this because things have been relatively peaceful for a couple hundred years. Okay? Right. Relatively peaceful. And also, there's war in other places, so it allowed us to spend our time here devising ways to fuck up people over there. That's the Manhattan Project, right? But if you have a completely different avenue that thinking goes in and innovation goes in, and instead of combustion engines and electronics, you have something that we haven't even considered. And that, to me, seems like what Egypt is. It seems to me that they have this incredibly fertile area. So if people look at Egypt now, you're looking at all the sand and all the shit. That is not what it looked like. In the thousands of years before the construction of the pyramid, it was a rainforest, and it was fertile. And so my thought is these people probably had plenty of food. And so they didn't have to go anywhere. And so they weren't attacked that often. The Nubians conquered them, and that's when the statues started changing, looking more Southern African. But you have these people that live in this incredibly resource-rich place, and they were able to spend thousands of years there. And I think in those thousands of years, they devised methods that we still haven't even considered because we went in a different path, and we can't consider any other paths. We consider our path, and we say, well, we're the furthest. We live today. Okay, so those fuckers in the past, they're basically cave people. Right? That's how we look at it.
They look at them like dumb people playing with stones. Oh, they were silly. Yeah, they used stones because they weren't smart enough to use metal. It's like when you look at the details of stone, it's like, you could say it's more impressive.
Well, we wanted to talk about Göbekli Tepe. And Göbekli Tepe is not just fascinating in its construction, but also in the timeline. Because the timeline fucked everything up. I remember when Graham Hancock and Zawi Hawass were having that big debate with that other guy who's an archaeologist. The American guy's very smug. So he's like, what evidence do you have of a civilization that lived 10,000 years ago? Well, you have one now. Yeah. So you have to shut the fuck up because you were wrong. So in the 1990s, the sheep herder finds this stone. He starts kicking it and moving it around. And he realizes, wow, this is a big ass stone. I probably bring in some smart dudes to figure this out. And they start digging and they go, oh, Jesus, this is these huge circles of giant stone columns with 3D carved animals on them at a time that we thought people were living in teepees, right? We thought people had stone tools. We didn't think there was any metal.
We thought it had to be done the opposite way around. We thought you needed to be a hunter-gatherer or a farmer, and then you could build. And now they had to flip that entire shit on its ear. Well, actually, maybe.
I think they only flipped that shit on its ear to try to make it look like they were right about the timeline of hunter-gatherers.
I completely agree.
And to ignore the possibility of an ancient civilization before Mesopotamia.
I completely agree.
Because it's the only thing that makes sense. There's no way when you're just struggling to find food. Okay, and if you ever gone on a fishing trip or a hunting trip, it's fucking hard to get food. When we have modern stuff, it's hard to get food with a rifle, right? So these people were getting food, and they somehow or another in between them, while like running around trying to shoot rabbits with a bow and arrow, they figured out how to make these massive stone columns and put them in position and move them in circles and
hundreds of them. Pretty great artists too, doing some relief carvings. I mean, that's not the same as just carving
but animals that weren't local to the area. Which is like, what? How do you even fucking know this is a thing? What is this?
So Göbekli Tepe, brother, if there is such a thing as an ancient conspiracy theory, it's this. So I remember hearing Graham Hancock come on your show back in like 2015 or 2017, and he was talking about Göbekli Tepe. And at that time, he had shared that the site was only approximately 5% excavated. It's the first video on my channel. It's like August 2017, and I shared the details of it. These pillars dates back 11,600 years. It appears to be purposely buried at the same time of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. This is fascinating. And, excavations were continuing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to backburn this topic of Göbekli Tepe for a little while, let them further their excavations, and I'll revisit this later when there's something new to share. So earlier this summer, I'm like, all right, let me revisit Göbekli Tepe and see what's new there. And I was astonished to learn that 5% figure was still the same. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I've watched your videos on it.
YouTube channel, Bright Insight. Subscribe.
It's undeniably strange. Your videos are undeniably strange. So here's some images where you could see what it kind of looks like along with this global heritagefund.org story on it. So it shows 5%.
Right. And that figure is still the same as of 2023. Yeah. I had partnered one. There's a lady who does tours there and corroborated the 5% figure. And then there's a gentleman named Hugh Newman, who's an author and also leads tours. And he communicated with me that what they were going to do, and I couldn't believe this, they're going to defer a full-scale excavation for, quote, future generations with a 150-year estimated time frame for a full excavation of Göbekli Tepe. And I'm like, wait a second. Are you serious? Like, this makes no sense. We're talking about arguably not just the world's oldest ancient site, but arguably the most mysterious, because it's like you were saying, it's not supposed to exist. Based on everything we're taught in school, it's supposed to be the Sumerians. And then you have the site of Göbekli Tepe, made up of sophisticated pillars and concentric circles.
At least 5,000 years older.
Yeah, older than... almost 7,000 years older than Stonehenge, and Stonehenge is a mystery of itself. Right. So I start Googling and looking into the details. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. How could they defer excavations for future generations when this may be the most important ancient site on Earth involving our mysterious lost ancient past? And so I started digging into this, and I couldn't believe what I found. So they were doing large-scale excavations, but that has since ceased. Just to clarify, they are still excavating Göbekli Tepe, but they have rolled and dialed back the large-scale excavations of the years prior, and they are focusing on conservation and tourism management of the site. And like I said, with a 150-year time frame, and I'm like, wait a second, I can't. And I have all the screenshots in that folder.
Because of funding?
Absolutely not. So not only have they never claimed that it's related to funding, but this is where things get bizarre, is that there's a Turkish conglomerate called the Doges Group, which consists of 250 companies within Turkey. It's a $1 billion industry, and they're the ones that took over management and funding of the site back in 2017. And they announced this At all places, the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos in 2016 is when they announced this partnership. Initial funding of $15 million. At that time, they set up the infrastructure for tourism, roads, sidewalks, walkways, roofing platforms. And since then is when they dialed back the excavations. And I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense. So it has, let me just be crystal clear here. It has nothing to do with funding, and they've never claimed it has anything to do with funding. But their excuses, they have said, one of which is that, well, we want to wait for future technologies to develop so we can more safely excavate the site. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on a second. We're talking about pillars buried in dirt. It's 2024. Do not tell me that we do not have the technological capability to dig rocks up.
What would be an alternative explanation?
So, okay, this is where things get fun. So,
rabbit hole. Here we go.
Fun. I love a good rabbit hole.
Let me say a couple of things before I get into it. One of which is that them saying that they're waiting for a future technology to develop to safely excavate the site. I'm like, what type of magical shovel or pressure water hose are we talking about here?
Vacuum with dirt vacuum.
Right. And since they're saying that they're continuing to excavate the site today, since they're saying they continue to excavate the site today, I'm like, well, which is it? Are you saying that you're doing so in unsafe methods? And I already know that's not the answer, because there's been no issue with destructing the site from digging it up. It's not like they broke a pillar and like, oh dang, wait a second, we need to walk this back. We're not doing things safely. Right. That's not the case here. So there are a few explanations here.
Okay, here's what I want to hear.
So one of which is that the most logical explanation, this is the less conspiratorial one, which is that it has to do with money. You have this Turkish conglomerate of people that are saturated with members of the World Economic Forum. For example, the CEO of the Doges Group is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. And that may backburn the World Economic Forum for a half a second. They're business people. They took over the site, and it's all about money now. Back in 2019, Göbekli Tepe had approximately 19,000 visitors yearly. Now it's at 500,000. Their focus, if nothing else, they're just trying to bring revenue in. It's all about money. Yeah, they don't care about excavating the rest of the site.
15 more million. It's not going to bring 15 more million in revenue.
Right, and they just want their money back. Okay,
right. Okay.
But I'm like, well, that
makes sense.
It does make sense.
But to weigh in on that real quick, and also the mystery plays. That site is probably the second most popular place on the planet with people like ourselves, and the more mystery is there, the more money. It's the more like we deal in mystery. So if they excavate everything and we know everything there is about that site, and it's all super mundane and there's nothing cool about it anymore, that tit dries up and there's no.
Yeah, but how could it ever stop being cool?
I agree.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree with that, but that one doesn't make any sense.
That's a Zahi Hawass kind of thing. He's of the same opinion where I think a lot of the same things, happen in Egypt for the same reason. Zahi Hawass is quoted with saying that those New Age people, it doesn't matter what happens in Egypt. The New Age people, they come. It's about tourism. Ever since the Arab Spring, tourism in Egypt's been lower. So I think a lot of the same, we're going to talk in a minute about the hidden chamber in the pyramid that they've located and still haven't excavated for whatever fucking reason. I think that might be part of it. If you want to get super mundane and not conspiratorial, it's just a simple. The tourists keep coming while there's a mystery there. As soon as we open that up, it's just an empty chamber.
I don't buy that.
Me either.
The mystery of the structures themselves that we have completely excavated is just so fascinating.
So let me be clear on Göbekli Tepe. It's somewhere between 5 and 10% excavated. Which means that.
So it says some archaeological sites that where only 10% or less have been uncovered.
None of which date back anywhere near remotely as old as Göbekli Tepe. And so just to put this into perspective, Göbekli Tepe, according to ground penetrating radar, consists of approximately 200 T-shaped pillars. Only 72 of them have been unearthed. And as of just a few years ago, they're dialing that back to fully excavate them, which again, the 150-year time frame. And I'm like, this is entirely unacceptable. There could be hidden answers about our lost ancient past waiting to be discovered on these pillars, because all the pillars are trying to tell us some sort of story. They all have depictions, animals, all kinds of things on them.
There's the shaman with the bag.
Right. Which is
very interesting.
Right. We've seen that from the Sumerians. We've seen it in South America.
The bag thing is very fascinating.
It is. It's hotly debated.
I'm sure. You could say maybe it's a tool bag. You could say maybe it's psychedelics he's got in that bag.
Academics say it's just water.
Water.
It's a water bucket.
You guys familiar with
there you go.
Excuse me?
You guys familiar with the work of Martin Sweatman?
Yeah.
No, I am not.
He's the one that he was on Ancient Apocalypse season 1 for a minute. He's the guy who made basically a star map of that pillar 43, and in his opinion, those 3 handbags at the top were 3 sunrises. And if that's the case, that would almost make sense, because then like a picture of an Assyrian holding that would be like holding of astronomical knowledge. Like this symbol could have been a symbol of knowledge of astronomy, which is one thing, honestly, about Göbekli
Could have been a
Tepe.
book bag,
Yeah, it could have been a book,
right? I mean, it kind of makes sense. They probably had to travel around with their books.
So here's the thing. That pillar, that's just one pillar out of 200. And here we are debating. We don't even know what it is. It's all conjecture.
Pull that up, Jamie, so we can see what that pillar looks like.
So this Göbekli Tepe situation is far more bizarre than we've described so far.
I think the logical explanation, though, is that you have massive tourist revenue coming to see it as is. Why spend more money and excavate these things?
I think that's the
pillar.
I think that's the most logical explanation, but it could be more insidious than that, because
that's one pillar.
That's pillar 43, the most debated one of them all, and there's approximately 128 more pillars that are still buried in the earth.
What's that bird doing holding the earth?
Dr. Martin Sweatman, his first paper on Göbekli Tepe's pillar 43, he's got Scorpio in the bottom. He believes that's Sagittarius, that's the sun, and if that's one. Basically, it's a star map denoting the time that the comet smacked the Earth, is what he believes. Each one of those V's, his latest paper on it, each one of those V symbols is a day. In his opinion, each one of those boxes is a month. And there is basically a full year denoting the whole thing, the way he's broke it down. It's very interesting stuff. And one of the things that's wild to me, when we talk about like the lack of further excavations, is almost every pillar we bring up has new symbology, new symbols, new iconography. If we're trying to find some sort of ancient proto-language or something, we need more symbols. We need more things on Earth.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's completely opposed by the mainstream archaeology. The idea that these guys had any sort of written language is fucking ridiculous.
And
but
what are the theories involved in, I know it's been theorized that it was purposely covered in dirt.
It really looks like it. If you look at pictures of the excavation, it looks like it was all piled in with stones and dirt, because if it was some sort of natural event, it would have destroyed the pillars. The pillars are preserved. So it wasn't just blown in with dust. If you look at it, it's gravel. And like as Graham Hancock has explained, that Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator of the site before his untimely passing in 2014, the people that have worked the site believe it was intentionally buried. That is debated in academia today.
But isn't there also carbon isotope dating of the ground soil that shows it's the same age throughout the entire whatever feet it is of the dirt that's covering it?
And so it's very apparent that it was purposely buried. And what's interesting about that is that it coincides exactly with the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. So if you want an alternative idea we can talk
mudslides.
No, because it would destroy those pillars
and knock them over. At least.
Yeah. That's I've seen that in Iraq with the statues. Right. So let's talk about this in a second. This is where things get wild. So
that's before the excavation. This is an aerial photo from what year is this?
That should be 2004. Or excuse me. That would be before 1994. Yeah. They started excavations in 1994, 1995.
So that is when it was just dirt.
Correct.
Everybody thought it was just a regular hillside, which makes you wonder how many more there are out there.
Well, they're finding dozens of other sites around Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
They're even older.
And even older.
Yes. So let me tell you a few different things about Göbekli Tepe. When you bring up pictures of the pillars, notice how they all annotate animals on them.
Yeah.
Now, this is a fun topic, and I have a few other things to share. One of which is that if you want to talk about reasons not to excavate it, I'll give you 2 possibilities. And this is just conjecture. I don't know what the answer is. Let me say this up front. But part of it could have a religious implication as well as a climate change implication. Let me start with that. So we know it is an established fact that the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. We know that there was vast changes in weather patterns throughout the Northern Hemisphere. The only part of it that's debated, and as well as near extinction events or extinction events of many different mammals in North America. But what we know is that something happened, whatever it is what's debated, whether it's a cosmic impact, whether it's a pole shift, whether it's sun cycles, all kinds of conjecture all the way around. But when I mentioned the WEF, they are the biggest proponents of the man-made climate change narrative. They're the ones that want to get rid of gas-powered stoves. They want us to get rid of vehicles. They are pushing their initiatives around the world, and they believe that we're destroying the planet. I'm not saying they're entirely wrong, but I don't agree with their ways of going about it, but that's a side point. But here's the thing. When you look at the legend of Noah's flood and Noah's Ark and the flood. So I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, and nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However, if Noah's Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. And something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood, is that he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals. And some have suggested that it could be Noah's altar. Now, that could be one reason why they wouldn't want to excavate it, is because Turkey is an Islamic country, and if there was some Christian religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen. Another possibility is that the site itself might corroborate the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. And when we're in a time frame where they don't like talking, academics, they don't like talking about cataclysms. They want to pretend they didn't happen. They want everything to be man-made climate change. They don't ever talk about the Sahara being green 5,000 years ago, like when you're talking about Egypt being a rainforest.
They find whale bones in the Sahara.
Oh no, Joe, those are 30 million years old, so stop talking about it.
Crazy.
It's amazing when you think about it.
Yeah. And so as far as the climate change narrative, there could be a possibility that they don't want the evidence of a prehistoric civilization that was more advanced than what we ever thought to believe, that might corroborate some Christian narratives. And if nothing else, they don't want it to be brought into the discussion of modern day climate change, because notice on the topic of climate change, they never mention natural stuff. They don't discuss the Milankovitch cycles, which consists of 3 variables, one of which is the Earth's precession, the other is the Earth's tilt, and the other is the distance from the Earth from the sun. All 3 of those variables are constantly changing every single day, although immeasurable day by day. They happen over tens of thousands of years. But each individual of those variables impact climate on Earth. For example, when it talk about the Green Sahara, they believe the most likely reason has to do with the Earth's precessional cycle. I'm like, well, wait a second. Where's this in the conversation of modern day climate change? If we're talking about us destroying the planet, I would just like an answer as far as where these 3 variables are in the conversation.
Did you see the Washington Post's very inconvenient data that they published about the temperature of Earth?
No, please tell me.
You find the Washington Post climate study. They found that we're in a massive cooling period. If you go back, X amount of 100,000 years, and you look at like what's happening to, it goes in cycles, but that's what it looks like now.
Right.
Captures Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Look at the dip we're in. And look how it's never static. It's down and up and down and up and down and up all throughout the history of the Earth, which is measurable. And it's not to say that we don't have an impact on it. We definitely
pretty
do.
sharp increase there. But
here's the thing. Even if we didn't, but there's sharp increases in the
couple
past.
other ones.
Look at those back. Look at 390 million years ago. Look at that giant peak. That's fucking crazy. That's straight up and down.
Yep.
It's always happened. It's not like it's static and then industrial engineering comes along and then you see this big increase. Oh boy, what are we doing to the Earth? No, it's like even if we didn't do anything, we have no control over the temperature of the Earth. And what's really terrifying, Randall Carlson talks about this all the time, is global cooling.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's really terrifying. When global warming happens, oh no, you got to move out of Malibu. You going to be okay? You got to move to the places where it used to be cold and now it's warm because humans have always been nomadic. That's the whole reason why we're not in Africa anymore.
Fucking kill us all.
Right. So global cooling will kill everything. And we came, Randall talks about this, that we came very close at one point in human history. We came very close to losing the oxygen that's required to literally keep life.
Jamie, will you bring up my Ice Age or Ice folder? So I have an update from you from the last time I was on your podcast. Go over to the graph. It should be one of the first slides in it. That one. Go hang out right there for a second. So when I was on your show last time, Joe, I said something very specific where I said, I think this is with my exact words. I think the data might indicate that cold is more often than it's hot. And do you know what happened after that? I was going to send this to you, but I held off because you've seen enough hit pieces. So there was a hit piece done on me by Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, and their networking of Vox and they did this hit piece on me to say that Jimmy Corsetti was on Joe Rogan spreading climate change denial and inaccurate information. The only thing, if you could bring that back up, Jimmy, please. The only thing that I said wrong is that I said the data might indicate that the Earth is cold more often than hot. Excuse me, no. The data absolutely definitively shows that Earth is cold more often than it's hot. And what you're looking at here is straight out of the Utah Geological Survey. It's prestigious. It's found at the top of Google. And what you're looking at here is data from the last 450,000 years, corroborated from data taken from ice core samples from Antarctica as well as Greenland. And what it shows is that not only are we in the middle of a 3 million year old ice age, there's something called glacials and interglacials. Glacials are where it's cold and the glaciers grow. Interglacials are where things warm and glaciers recede. What you're seeing here is 4, arguably 5 interglacial periods over just the last 450,000 years. So never mind hundreds of millions of years ago. What it shows is that the periods of cooling last 7 to 9 times longer than interglacials, which are periods of warming. And here's the fun part. Interglacials last anywhere from 10 to 30,000 years. And our warming started 11,600 years ago, which means that we're already in the window for potential catastrophe for things to start cooling again. So when I was on your show last time and I was mentioning Elon Musk talking about ice ages being a deep, deep rabbit hole, do you remember that? He was talking about it. Well, I know what he's talking about. It's this. It means that we're already in the window where things could start cooling again. And when it does, we're in a lot of trouble. I think, and I can't speak on his behalf, I got to tell you, next time, could you just text him and ask him if he thinks it's related to pole shifts? I need to tighten up my study on this because because let me tell you something. Let me share something right now that you've never heard on this show before. You hear everyone talking about cosmic impact hypothesis. You hear people talking about sun cycles. Not a lot of people have been on here talking about pole shifts. Let me give a quick shout out to Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers. I recommend maybe you link up with him. Nobody has researched the topic of pole shifts and sun cycles as much as him. And he brought something to my attention I had never heard before. Jamie, the very first slide that you showed was of the Gothenburg excursion. So there was a partial pole flip right in the middle. See how it dates between 13,007 and 12,003? So the Younger Dryas started 12,800 years ago. And it's right in the middle of that ballpark range. We already know it is established science that when geomagnetic pole excursions happen, it changes weather patterns on Earth as well as the ocean current. Jamie, if you want to Google, there's a space.com article titled that in 2025, some scientists are suggesting that the Earth's ocean currents may stop. Have you heard this?
No.
Okay. And nowhere in the articles do they mention anything about pole excursions. So people need to understand that we're already in the middle of a pole excursion, which is a partial pole flip, which means that things are shifting inside the Earth. It's also known that that can cause changes in ocean current. Now, most mainstream articles, let me just be fair and tell you what they'll say. They'll say that, oh, no, it's related to man-made climate change. We're changing the currents of the ocean. I don't believe that. But don't let them take your data. Look at this. Nowhere in this article do they explain why. But here's the thing. People need to understand that the number one thing that affects weather on Earth is, of course, the sun. The second thing is ocean currents. It's the reason why England is relatively temperate.
Go back to that chair.
It's the reason why England is relatively temperate is because the Gulf Stream flows up there and it keeps it relatively warm in comparison.
The way it says it here, key Atlantic current could collapse soon, impacting the entire world for centuries to come, leading climate scientists warn. So just by saying climate scientists, you're already implying at least this is the result of climate change.
Right, that's what
which further fuels this agenda that man-made climate change is the cause of all of our woes.
Right,
which is a narrative that you're consistently hearing. And again, to be real clear to someone's going to say something about this is not to dismiss pollution. This is not to dismiss our impact on the atmosphere of the Earth and what we're doing with coal plants and all the bullshit that we're doing. For sure, we're doing bad things.
Right.
Also, if we weren't, we have no control over this thing.
Right.
This thing is constantly moving, and both of those things need to be looked at the same time. The problem is this whole narrative of climate science has been adopted by these same fucking people that want Twitter pronouns. It's the same people. It's the same sort of thing. And if you have anything to say about it, if you want to talk about a swastika being an ancient symbol, now you're a Nazi. Now you're a climate denier. You're a vaccine denier. You're this, you're that. You're a Holocaust denier. It's like the same kind of stupid shit. And unfortunately with this one is uniquely tied to money. Mm-hmm. This one is uniquely tied to green agendas and the enormous amount of funding that is going towards these green agendas and people that are profiting off of spreading this narrative. These philanthro capitalists that are making hundreds of millions of dollars promoting this idea of climate change being our primary problem. And if you deny it, you're a science denier.
Yeah. And the reason why you shouldn't listen to these people is because they're leaving out the key data involving Earth's historical climate data. Yes. They're not including all these other details.
Right.
And so I think people need to look at pole shifts because it's very interesting in this alternative realm that you have people that are proponents of the cosmic impact hypothesis. You have Dr. Rothschild with the sun cycles. You have other people talking about pole shifts. I think people should consider that all the above are correct, and let me explain why. When pole shifts happen, Earth's shields are diminished. We're in the middle of a pole shift right now. The Earth's shields are diminishing, and it's been happening since the 1800s. It's been accelerating over the last few decades. This is scientific data. The North Pole is shifting at like almost 40 miles a year when it was half that just a decade ago. And when the Earth shields diminish, we are more susceptible to cosmic impacts because less
40 miles a year?
Google it. This is real.
Wow.
It's happening.
I had no idea. I thought it was feet a year.
Now, the mainstream will say, don't worry, it's still another 1,000 years away. I'm like, they actually can't prove that because we haven't been alive to document a pole shift. But what I'm trying to say is that we should consider the pole shift thing. Brother, ask Elon Musk his thoughts on this sometime.
Well, he actually just tweeted something about it recently.
What did he say?
He tweeted something about the magnetic poles.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he tweeted something about.
I think he actually retweeted the
core of the Earth.
What's his face? I forget his name, but you were just shouting.
Ben Davison.
Ben Davison. Yeah, pretty sure he retweeted Ben Davison.
Oh, we need to find that out if that's the case. Because here's the thing:
he tweets so much though; it takes so long to go through his tweets. I don't know.
He does it too much. It's less effective because I'm like I miss stuff, and I follow him closely. Actually, there you go.
Yep.
Look at this.
Oh, it's a thin crust of solid rock beneath which a vast ball of molten rock. Earth's core, which generates most of our magnetic field, is 85% iron and moves independently from the surface plates, which is why the magnetic pole changes position.
I love Brian Romelli. If I'm saying his name right, we follow each other. He's a great guy. I think Elon Musk is giving a hint here because you remember how the northern lights were visible as far south as Mexico in the last few months?
That was from solar activity, right?
Right. But the reason why it's more visible now is because the Earth shields are diminishing. This isn't like from Bob's website. This is mainstream science. Again, Ben Davison has taught me a lot on this, and he was actually on with Alex Jones not long ago, and he really blew Alex Jones's mind. He vetted him, and so what I'm trying to say here is that like this is not being brought into the equation of man-made climate change at all.
Well, because of all the things we were talking about, the educators want to be the only ones that distribute the information, and they don't want to look at the full picture. They only want to look at this one thing for the greater good of all of us. It's better if you just get people to only focus on getting an electric car.
Yep. Right. Which is, well, like I've always, ever since I started doing this stuff, I've had people that are like, hey man, you fact check scientists. We want you in the climate change debate. And I've always had the opinion of like, look, I'm talking about big old rocks and moving there's zero skin in the game. And if I'm wrong about that, nothing changes. But if I'm wrong about climate change and I get a bunch of people, I feel a little like it's
not your area of expertise.
It's not my area of expertise, and there's too much skin in the game.
Right.
But when I did the debunking of Flip Dibble's debunking of Graham, the part about the metallurgy, I spoke with an ice core specialist. And now there ain't but a handful of these dudes on the planet. Literally just a handful.
That was a very important part of your debunking.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
You're the guy that blew the roof on that. Yeah, you're the guy that contacted firsthand.
Well, let's just explain what you did.
Well, I spent an hour on a Zoom chat with the dude because what Flynn had said was that there was no proof of metallurgy in the Ice Age. And well, of course, there's no proof of it, but he said that we can prove definitively there was no metallurgy. And that's where it's like, well, no, because they looked for levels of lead, and levels of lead, that graph you just showed with the interglacial periods, lead follows that. Because when there's more dust on the ground, the reason they believe is there more dust on the ground, more gets kicked up, more ends up in the glaciers. But that's the same dirt that would be kicked up if they were digging for iron, right? So either way, you're going to end up with more lead in the glaciers. So I talked to this ice core specialist for an hour on Zoom, and I'm like, man, so flesh this out for me. Explain to me. So he explains to me how they determine whether or not lead's from an anthropogenic origin or if it's natural, and that's based on if there's an archaeological site that they can match the other isotopes to. He went through all the troubles with it. He even lamented having, he's got other people in his field that are hardcore anti-pseudoscience because they're, climate change deniers are dealing with it. So he's like, some of these guys are just too zealous, overzealous with it. I get where you're coming from. But then I put the video out, and Flint contacts the dude, and next thing you know, well, I didn't exactly say it. He doesn't change what he says. He just kind of implies that I wasn't quite being accurate. He doesn't give a full anything. It's just, it makes it vague all of a sudden, and it's quite clear. He was pressured from a fucking archaeologist. He's a climate scientist. Why do you care? Because they're all part of the same little Twitter
University,
keyboard warrior. Yeah,
Twitter cult members.
Yeah, and that right there changed my attitude on it changed my attitude on the whole global warming thing. I was like, that's probably accurate. And I was like, I don't fucking know. I'm going to have to dig into this some because I don't trust you sons of bitches anymore. I know that if somebody pressured him from upstairs, he would have crumpled like a bag because he sure did when Flint pushed him.
So the issue is that it's not like there's one explanation that could conceivably have caused this massive cataclysm. There's probably a lot of variables. Just like there's always been. I mean, we always like to conveniently ignore supervolcanoes. When one of those blows, the whole world's fucked. The country's dead. Everyone's fucked.
You should consider the possibility that that's related to pole shifts as well. And I can give you a point. There's one that happened. I've heard you talk about before the Toba super eruption.
Yeah.
Did you know that happened at the same time of a geomagnetic pole excursion?
Oh boy. Well, it makes sense. You're having all this movement.
There's movement inside the Earth. A full pole shift is when they believe that the innermost portion of the molten within the Earth core shifts. A geomagnetic pole excursion is a partial pole flip, which they theorize is related to the outer portion of the mantle. The Earth's crust sits on top of molten everything. And when that shifts, it shifts our compasses. And it's not unreasonable to suggest that when something shifts inside the Earth, it would affect things on the surface. I touched on this in the last time I was on, but when it comes to earthquakes, as an example, some originate in the crust, which is like 28 miles at its thickest, I believe, or on average, and others originate in the molten outer portion of the mantle. Well, if something shifts inside the Earth, why wouldn't it cause issues on the surface, whether it be earthquakes or volcanic activity? And some volcanic activity involving supervolcanoes coincides with geomagnetic pole excursions. And so when I was on your show last time talking about pole shifts along with the ice ages, I was part of the same topic. Why is it that Media Matters, funded by George Soros, decided to do a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber? Brother, they came after me hard on this, which to be honest, I relished over. I was like, this is hilarious. I'm like,
well, they don't understand that it's actually good publicity.
It is, and it makes me feel like
not credible anymore.
No.
Right, and it makes me feel like I'm over the target because what's that saying about you get the most flack when you're over it? So I'm like, it makes me think that I'm onto something because nowhere in any of these climate change topics, as far as like the narratives on it, do they mention anything natural involving whether it be pole shifts. They sure as hell don't bring up the Green Sahara. They don't bring anywhere into the equation. They don't bring up the scientific fact that the Earth was warmer 4,000 years ago. There's Nobel Prize laureates that have been speaking out about this. There's two of them, Dr. Clauser, and there's another gentleman. I'm going to draw a blank in the top of my head. But they've shared this data. This is scientific fact, and they're getting shunned and ridiculed for it.
Yeah, the problem is there's a consensus that's been politically accepted, and it's been talked about so much. It's a political talking point, and if they lose that political talking point, they lose a large percentage of their platform.
Oh yeah,
right. There's so many parts of the leftist platform that they need to have these narratives, and one of them is climate change, and that Donald Trump is a climate change denier. The right-wing people are climate change deniers.
Ergo science deniers, ergo racists.
It's very, very stupid, and it's bad for all of us, because I think we all need to have an understanding of how delicate our environment is and how delicate life on Earth is, and that it is this constantly changing thing that has never been static. We know that. We know about the dinosaurs. We know about all these different things. We know about the Ice Age. But we don't truly have a comprehensive narrative that everyone accepts. It's become politicized.
Yeah.
And it's become politicized by the worst people because they're the cultists.
Yeah. They're the ones that not the only ones, but, you know, I'm a lot less political than a lot of people in this community. And I said it when COVID first started getting bad and you could see it on the internet. I was real quick to say, man, we're going to be fucking locked down for years, guys. And everybody's laughing at me, but it's like it's a political football. Neither side is going to drop a square. We don't live in a society of political compromise anymore. We live in a society of give them an inch, they take a mile. Neither side is going to concede one fucking inch on this, and we're going to be dealing with the same argument 3 years from now. And lo and behold, we were dealing. And
that's what's crazy about this is that data has become politicized. Science and data and knowledge has become politicized.
Over 80,000 papers were retracted last year. 80,000 scientific papers. Like 60% of them were medical. The top 10 most still cited papers that have been retracted are all medical. The medical community is fucked right now from COVID. It turned in on itself and just started. And if you look at their papers and stuff, it's insane. They are all at each other's throats in all kinds of different ways, still citing retracted papers and all kinds of goofy little shit because it became a political football. We can see it on TikTok. You watch a nurse come out there and she's going to do her little TikTok and you can just look, is that a donkey next to her name or an elephant? If it's an elephant, she's going to tell you there's nobody in this hospital. It's fucking empty. If it's a donkey, she's going to tell you about the body outside, the machine outside making corpse starch out of the fucking dead people that they can't bury them as fast as they're dying. It was so openly, easily, for the average Joe could look right through it, could just see if this is just an argument between the two parties, isn't it? And they're just transferred this to the medical problem.
Well, you remember in the beginning days of the pandemic when they were really fear-mongering, when they gave a preposterous number of people that were going to die from COVID.
Yes.
And what was the percentage at the high point? Was it like 3.5% or something like that? Or was it 30%? It was something nice. There's a compilation video, Jamie, see if you can find it, where they're dunking on Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump said, I've heard it's less than 1%. He was right.
He was totally correct.
Quite a bit less than 1%.
He was right about the UV stuff, too.
But I think they were trying to say that it was 34%. I think that's what they were saying. It's 3.4 or 34. I can't remember which. But they were repeating it ad nauseum on television that this was going to be the death rate of people that got COVID. It's one of the things that justified the lockdowns. If it really was less than 1%, people go, so it's like, what's the flu? And then you get into the flu, you go, well, what's the percentage difference? It's like 50% difference. Okay, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Is it a bad flu? Is that what this is? This is like a bad flu. But you can't say that or you're some kind of anti-science heretic. Yeah. You're a terrible person. You're killing grandmas.
You know, if you want to mix it up, Jamie, there's a video. So last time I was on, I mentioned a clip of Donald Trump talking about it's going to get cold again. And we couldn't find the clip at the time, but I have it in my folder, Jamie. It's just Donald Trump. It's in the front with all the other folders.
One step at a time. Let's try to find that video of them all repeating the same thing over and over again. It's Brian Stelter, that little weasel on CNN, constantly repeating the fact that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He was right. He was absolutely correct.
Well, Donald Trump doesn't just say things out of his butt like people make him out to believe. I'm not saying he doesn't talk in that way.
Okay. He rants.
When he's
a ranter. If you're a ranter, you run. It's like you're a podcast.
You run the risk of talking out your ass every now and again.
He wasn't talking out of his butt with the UV killing off bacteria and viruses.
No, he just said it in a way that wasn't logical. He said, like, you get the light into your body, and everything. What is he talking about? But no, they figured out how to get LED lights into lungs to kill viruses.
Yeah, and specific thing to look is typing in Donald Trump COVID compilation video gives me a bunch of
COVID death rate. Death rate is what's important. Death rate compilation versus the media. And because the media was the one that were dunking on him for saying, and they were coming up with this ridiculously high rate that turned out to not be accurate at all.
Well, I think we have these those people, like those people, the leftists or whatever you want to call them, the Flint Dibbles of the fucking world, these guys are, they, like we were talking about with climate change and everything else, they don't want to leave anything in there that could let the other side have anything. They assume that the average rank and file Joe public is dumb as hell.
Right.
I mean, one of the things they'll always say about Ancient Apocalypse, complain about, they'll be like, well, he goes on there and he talks shit about archaeologists and everybody's going to believe everything he says because it's so well made. It's like, man,
I didn't do that at all.
And in the first season, he did talk a little shit about archaeologists, but the bottom, to me, if I'm watching anything, I don't care what it is, if the person says, you know, mainstream scientists disagree with me here, but here's what I have to say, all my alarm bells go off, and that tells me I cannot hang my hat on what this motherfucker's saying. I got to go Google it. Right? That's what Graham does over and over again. Mainstream archaeologists disagree with me. So for them to say everybody in the country is just, everybody in the world is just going to believe this, it's nuts.
So it's 3.4%. So this is it. So give me some volume here.
And a lot of conversations with a lot of people that do this. I think the number is way under 1%.
So to fact check, the World Health Organization says the coronavirus death rate is 3.4%.
President Trump lies that the World Health Organization is wrong. The number is 3.4%.
3.4% is what it's being reported.
My boy Sanjay.
The death rate, the percentage is 3.4%. And no hunch from the president can change that.
Trump lied about the most recent World Health Organization estimate that the global death rate of coronavirus is 3.4%.
Jesus.
The 3.4% death rate was wrong, and WHO data later updated it to
a fraction of 1%.
Let's go back into history.
Trump has a hunch that the death rate is lower than 1%.
Way under 1%. Way under 1%.
Will someone put a mozzarella stick in this stupid old...
Trump lied to viewers about the mortality rate.
Way under 1%.
False information.
She's spreading disinformation. Misinformation and dangerous disinformation.
If you're president of the United States, you have the world's greatest scientists at your disposal. You listen to them.
Leading scientists, including Dr. Fauci, wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine that the death rate could be considerably less than 1%.
Way under 1%.
Why?
See, this is we've seen enough. These people are fucking puppets, man. They're puppets, and they willfully, gleefully repeat these narratives.
Yep.
And instead of saying, well, where did you get that information? Who are you talking to? Let's find out if that's correct. Why does the World Health Organization think it's 3.4%? Is there any nefarious intent behind this whole idea of it killing everybody that's forcing some enormously profitable venture, like forcing everybody to take these fucking new vaccines you guys developed?
Right.
Like, could that be factored in? Maybe. Well, no, you only hear that it's factored in once everybody's profited and got out, including Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Bill Gates was on television telling everybody to get the vaccine, you won't get COVID, and then afterwards, it didn't work. After he had unloaded all of his stock, he wasn't effective, and it turns out COVID wasn't as bad as we thought it was. Well, you guys are really responsible for a bunch of people taking a medication that was unproven. You're responsible for all the side effects. You're responsible for all these, and you're responsible for fear-mongering, lying, closing down businesses, ruining economies, changing the political structure of the country.
They need to be held to account. I'm not going to forget this, and a lot of other people people's lives were destroyed, and it is. I mean, there needs to be a reckoning.
Elon recently said that his pronouns are still prosecute Fauci.
I love it. I love it.
And he has a real possibility of making an impact.
Yeah. Oh yes, he does.
I mean, they listen to him.
Yeah,
well, I think when it comes to the economic side of it, I honestly think out of everything, the jab notwithstanding, just strictly from a top-down perspective, those guys. I mean,
it's the most immense transfer of wealth in modern history.
Amazon, Walmart, eBay, all these motherfuckers cleaned house. And you know what shut down? In Spokane, we lost White Elephant. This guy had started in the 40s after World War II. He would buy surplus and put it in this store. He had fishing lures for 30 cents, fucking Transformers from the 80s. I was buying in 2000, selling them on eBay. Had all kinds of shit there. And he went out of business because he had to close his doors. Everything.
Restaurants in California.
Yeah. You can't even go to fucking Walmart at 2 a.m. like we did. Like everything's closed now at a certain time compared to where it was. Everything's changed.
Well, that's important because the coronavirus doesn't stay up.
It doesn't stay up. That's right.
Sleep. And it doesn't exist when you walk to your table and sit down.
All the homeless people need a place to hang out, and so Walmart parking lot at 2 a.m. That's when they show up.
I meant that actually the opposite. Coronavirus comes out at night. But it doesn't even. Like, the whole thing was so dumb because then they allowed Black Lives Matter protests. Like, what about 6 foot distancing? Everybody's breathing. They're screaming. And they're all yelling down the street. And you guys think that's not going to spread it?
Right. And the brain dead stuff behind the symbolism, I talked about this a long time ago on my channel, the person that thought of, oh, we're going to have this band play. Let's get them masks that have a big hole in it to show solidarity with everybody in the audience. That person's a fucking idiot. It's like everybody's just going to look at that and be like,
how about people swimming?
So we don't need
Oh my God.
Swim with masks on.
It hurts me to see those clips. COVID was one of the biggest IQ tests in modern times. I feel like.
It was really a compliance test.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
It was a lot of complaints.
And check to see how many cowards there are out there that even though they know something to be true, are terrified of the blowback, so they don't speak about it. And when you do speak about it, you do get attacked. You know, I obviously experienced that, and I was fascinated by it. I mean, it was kind of horrifying to watch, but also fascinating. Like, oh, so this is real. Like, you guys are just completely all lock in step and all full of shit. And you don't even care that I got better quick.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah.
And you can watch how the world, you can see this from a world perspective too. Different communities all around the world react differently. I remember lots of people, oh, why can't we do like Korea and Japan? And almost everybody's wearing a mask over there and they do all this reporting and all this stuff. It's like, yeah. You ever been there, man? You ever talked to any Koreans or Japanese people? Their fucking culture is lockstep compared to ours. They are very much, there's no counterculture in those communities. There's counterculture, people are all in jail. Right. So you have one community. So yeah, they're told to do this, they fucking do it.
Well, obviously,
we don't do that.
Our media is so compromised, so obviously compromised. And, you know, Callie Means has a really good point about this. He was saying that the reason why they spend so much money advertising on cable news is not because it's effective. It's because once they do that, now cable news cannot criticize that. It's so much smarter. Because it's like, listen, we're spending all this money just to make sure that you guys toe the line. That's what they're doing. And so the news is not the news. It's only the news if an advertiser agrees that it's the news.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
No,
that's
really
not
bad.
good for anybody.
Really
Left wing, right wing. If you think that somehow or another money gives a fuck about your political persuasion, it's so stupid that it got attached to a political ideology. And from the most compliant of people, those are the ones who are the most willing to go along with the narrative. Because the consequences on the left of coloring outside the lines, they attack you so hard, they crush you so hard, like this Martyr Maid situation, or anything where you're stepping outside the line to talk about it. Like what you experienced just discussing something that turns out to be absolutely correct. They fund a big hit piece about you, which essentially acts as an advertisement for you.
Right.
It just builds your
it's
channel.
It's the Streisand effect.
Right, then people will go to your channel and go, this guy's great. This fucking show's awesome. Like, this is interesting information and just undeniable facts. The undeniable facts, like that no one can discuss. No one can debate in any way, shape, or form the actual size of these stones, where they came from. This is not under debate. So just the undeniable stuff is unbelievably fascinating. And then when they go to your channel, they go, where's all the Nazi shit? I'm looking for I heard this guy was a Nazi. I'm looking for some Nazi shit. I'm just getting facts.
You know, we should go back to Göbekli Tepe, Gunung Padang, and the Great Pyramid, because there's some more stuff involving archaeology and lack of excavations that are actually pretty significant. So going back to Göbekli Tepe, one of the photos that Jamie that you showed earlier was before excavations began, and do you notice that there was no trees there? Right. So one of the controversies is that there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began, and the trees are buried on or were planted on top of ancient ruins, which stand to not only destroy the ruins, but also highlights that they can't excavate what's underneath them when the trees are there. And so here's the before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath it?
So when this was a property owned by farmers, and the Turkish government wanted to purchase the land for them, and the owners felt that they were being lowballed. So what they did was they planted olive trees on top of the site in order to increase the value of the land, which for me, when I first heard this, I'm like, I don't understand. This doesn't make sense to me. Göbekli Tepe is already priceless. It's the world's oldest and most mysterious ancient site on Earth. it's priceless. Now, to be fair, and Dan, you've harped on this, and I agree with you.
Stuff. It's government stuff. If the feds are going to buy your land for a highway, they don't care what's underneath. They don't care if it's an Indian burial ground or what. It's what's this land worth. In this city, it's this kind of property. So they made it an orchard instead of a desert.
Now, here's the thing, though. Of all things, they planted olive trees, and there's something that was enacted. It's called the Olive Law in Turkey in the 1930s, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in Turkey. So I'm like, well, that's interesting.
And let me ask you this real quick. Imagine being the owner of that property, and you've got this, you found these ruins here, you've got all these people coming out, they're paying you money to check shit out, you're selling all kinds of stuff, and now the government's going to take it from you. You've had it for 10 fucking years. Now the government's saying it's theirs. So you go out and you start planting trees. So when you dig a hole to plant that tree, you find an artifact. Do you put that in the pile of artifacts to hand to Klaus Schmidt, or do you put that in the pile to sell to the antique collector that's not going to tell anybody? Obviously, you put it in. He's pissed off. My opinion is that guy sold a ton of fucking artifacts while that was going down. Why wouldn't you?
Now, are there artifacts connected to Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, they find stuff.
What kind of stuff?
No pottery or anything, but they have found one of the biggest things is a bunch of chunks of stone. To archaeologists, even they call a microchip, which would be like a tiny little piece you get from. That's still technically an artifact. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. There are a lot of bones that have been charred and things like that. But there's nothing too terribly amazing.
No tools.
Well, nothing too crazy. But again, that's the kind of stuff that would possibly, that's where my skepticism can get a little cynical. I'm of the opinion if the Antikythera mechanism would have been identified as what it is when they pulled it out of the ocean, it would have never made it to a museum. That there was somebody. I was like telling Jim last night, we were having dinner. If the reports of giant bones that you see in the 1930s from guys that were over in New Mexico and then they're bringing them back to the Smithsonian, they just never made it there. If they really did find giant bones, which I'm skeptical of, but if they did, this is probably an advertisement to sell them while they're traveling these things across the country. Just happened to lose them along the way because this dude came over and bought them. This has been a problem since day one, and
especially when you think about those kind of
one-offs.
Crazy old school Rockefeller type billionaires, who really love to control information and everything. If you have access to something that's just undeniably throws the whole timeline into a question or throws a narrative of human beings to a question.
Now you got some power with that little artifact, don't you? So you see, I'm of the opinion that's been a problem. I don't believe in the Dendera line. I assume you know what the Dendera line is.
Well, you glossed over the Antikythera.
Oh,
how do you say it?
The Antikythera mechanism.
Antikythera. That one is fascinating.
It's crazy, ain't it?
That is, how old is it?
It's like 2,000 years old, 3,000 years old.
2,000 years old. It's a hand-carved brass machine that you use to, it tracks the cycles of the moon, the earth, and different planets in our solar system.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And they didn't know what it was, and they found it. It was like some corroded up gears, and then they start doing some sort of I don't even know how they did it, how they understand all the different pieces of it, because it's all corroded together. But they use some sort of scanning mechanism, correct? And see if you can find what it actually looks like.
Yeah, you can buy replicas of it nowadays. They make little boxes of the
That's
damn
what
thing.
it looked like when they found it.
Yeah.
But now, show what it looks like when they've done a scan of it.
I stumbled across something interesting, too. When the guy found it, he heap of dead naked people.
Whoa. Whoa. He emerged from the sea shaking in fear and mumbling about a heap of dead naked people. He was among a group of Greek divers from the eastern Mediterranean island of Simi who were searching for natural sponges. They had sheltered from a violent storm near the tiny island of, how do you say it again? Antikythera, between Crete and mainland Greece. When the storm subsided, they dived for sponges, chanced upon a shipwreck full of Greek treasures, the most significant wreck of the ancient world to have been found up to that point. The dead naked people were marble sculptures scattered on the seafloor, along with many other artifacts. Soon after, the discovery prompted the first major underwater archaeological dig in history. So see if you can find what this mechanism looks like, what it actually looks like.
There's a replica.
Yeah, so this is the replica of this thing, this incredible piece of engineering from 2,000 years ago, where all these gears and all these planets, and you could figure out where everything was. How'd they do this? How'd they do this? And this is beyond what we ever thought was available back then.
No, there is a YouTube channel that a guy goes through. I forget his name, but he does go through and he makes one of these with old school tools. But he's making each gear by hand. He's making the wire by hand.
Boy, that guy's
dork.
He's a dork, yes.
This is the greatest
Bring him on the
possible-
show.
Greatest possible version of a dork. I'm meaning in a good way.
But it is fun to watch. But it's
incredible, though.
But at the end of the day, that's interesting to be able to recreate it. But the planning of the thing—that's really where the
engineering and mathematics. And then you have to take into consideration, what is this based on? What knowledge was available back then that we did not think was? So we're talking about 2,000 years ago. This is the time of Christ. We did not think that they had any kind of machines that were in any way similar to that thing. What else don't we know?
Right.
What else is lost? And how much of that stuff is gone? Like if this is 2,000 years ago and it's that corroded, what does 10,000 years do to it? Right?
It'd be dust at the bottom.
Right.
And the fact they even found it at the bottom of the ocean is a miracle in itself.
This is what's important to understand. And this is another lie that Flint Dibble told about the number of shipwrecks that have been found. And not only that, but what would be left over after just a few thousand years. And that when they find these 1,000-year-old shipwrecks, they don't find any wood anymore. You just find the pottery. So you just know where the shipwreck is because there's a bunch of gold on the ground and some pots. But if you go back 10,000 years before that, how much has the surface of the floor of the ocean shifted? How much of that stuff has been covered up? How much is it? 10,000 years is so long. Now, what if it's 20,000? What if it's 30,000?
Yeah.
To say we don't know is the correct thing. It's the correct thing to do, and that's what nobody wants to do.
There's a hypothesis. It's more of a like a mental I forget the name of what you call it, like a mind teaser, like a way to make your brain think. It's called the Silurian hypothesis. The Silurians are a Doctor Who monster that supposedly lived on Earth like millions of years before humans. Wake up one day and they find all these monkeys running around. They decide they don't like us. But the hypothesis is, how would you determine if there was a species or an advanced civilization that lived on the Earth 1 million years ago, 5 million years ago? As soon as we have fossil fuels, as long as we have the first bit of oil had been created on the planet, you could have a civilization like ours. So what would you look for? The only conclusion is maybe nuclear stuff. If they tested like maybe a nuclear power plant, we might still be able to find some radioactive material. But beyond that, not a goddamn thing. After 10 million years, you can find a fucking bit of it. That's what their conclusion is. And this is a scientific thing. This is something that's a thought tool. That's what it's called. It's something that they use in science, in archaeology and history and stuff, presumably, to look at that problem. But these guys like Flint obviously didn't do that. Like I said, he thinks people are stupid. He said right here sitting in this room that, oh, well, it doesn't matter how long something's underwater. You might think that it matters how long something's underwater, but it really does. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Of course it does. Anybody knows that. This is basic
just in terms of whether or not you're going to find it. Right? They haven't done like a comprehensive LiDAR scan of the bottom of the ocean floor. They just have not done that. That's not possible right now. But if they did do it, who fucking knows what they'd find down there?
Well, here's where things get nuts, is that here we are talking about things as far as tens of thousands of years. So we do have a site that Graham Hancock highlighted in season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse called Gunung Padang in Indonesia. And Jamie, I have a folder on this. So this pyramidal structure could potentially be 27,000 years old. It's hotly debated. But as Graham Hancock highlighted, there is a subterranean tunnel and chamber which may have those dates, and it's not being excavated. And a geologist, Danny Nanawajawa, I never pronounce it correctly. Forgive me, Danny. But he is a geologist that analyzed the ground penetrating radar, and he said there's strong likelihood that it's man-made. Now, the skeptics, the academics will say, well, it's probably just a lava tube because the structure is volcanic in nature. But something interesting has happened, that back in 2014, the Indonesian government said that they were willing to allocate unlimited resources and funding to excavate the site. Something shifted a handful of years ago where they're not excavating it now. And as of today, there's no plan in place to find out what that subterranean chamber is. So if it was indeed man-made, we don't know. It could be natural, it could be man-made, but we're never going to know what it is until we go digging. And right now,
we know for sure is that people occupied the land above it after that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That is a man-made structure. It was volcanic in nature, but they terraced it. It's a pyramidal-like structure. It's not a pyramid.
And we do have examples over and over again of truly ancient things, unexplainable things where people built more crude versions above it.
All over the world.
The lava
over the world.
lava tubes. There's all kinds of places in South America where they have a big pyramid built on top of a spring. The lava tube could have been a cave that was sacred that they just kept embellishing and kept embellishing and kept embellishing. Saying it's just a lava tube, not a man-made tunnel down there, is a non sequitur. Anybody who knows anything about ancient history could understand how a sacred site could have a pyramid built on top.
Let's take a bathroom break.
Yes.
We'll come back.
Awesome.
Okay, so where were we?
We're about the
Phnom
lack
Penh.
of excavations at Phnom
Yeah.
Penh,
Yeah.
and this should segue into something that's very, very interesting, which is the Great Pyramid of Giza. I've already said that Göbekli Tepe is arguably not just the oldest, but the most mysterious ancient site on Earth because it's not supposed to exist. However, the Great Pyramid of Giza, I would say, probably trumps it from the standpoint that it's just so mysterious, its sophistication, as well as the fact that we have no idea how it was constructed. And it's arguably the most debated structure in all of human history for two standpoints. One of which is that so many people debate on whether it was built to be a tomb for the pharaohs or whether it was some sort of lost technology and had some other purpose, whether it's energy or whatever it may have been,
Dunn stuff.
which is a fascinating topic. And I'll have a
Yeah.
story involving me visiting it there with a certain person that really is, it's a story in itself. But let me say this. So there, back in 8 years ago, back in 2016, through Muon Technology, they discovered that there's a hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, which is massive. Jamie, I have a folder on this, Great Pyramid Hidden Void. And it was established in 2017 through a scientific study. So we're talking discovered 8 years ago, corroborated 8 years ago, corroborated 7 years ago in a study.
No
Is that
Egyptologist debates it at all.
Is that a rough interpretation of the shape?
Yes, they don't know the exact shape of it. They have an approximate size and an approximate shape.
So now, many theorize that it is a second so-called Grand Gallery. It was originally thought to be 30 meters long. Now they have it at over 40 meters long, so almost 150 feet. And it is above the so-called Grand Gallery. And so when they first discovered it, Zahi Hawass came out of the woodwork and denounced it and said, this is nothing, and they said they're going to spend a few years debating with the international community on how to go about it. Brother, that was 7-8 years ago, almost rounding up to a decade. And as of today, there is no plan of any kind to go in and find out what's in there.
So they would have to go through the walls to get to it?
No, actually, brother, they could just drill a half-inch diameter hole and set a little tube camera through it, and they could figure out what's in there by the end of the week.
Get an endoscope right there, just like when you go to the doctor.
And here's what's so important about this. We're talking about the most debated and arguably the most important structure in all of human history. Was it a tomb? Was it a lost technology? We have no idea how they even built it. That's the only thing that's more debated than that is how did the Egyptians construct the pyramid? So many theories have already been debunked on it. We just don't know how they did it.
2,300,000 stones that were supposedly all put in place within 20 years.
Right.
The reign of the Pharaoh Khufu.
The 20 years part, I've referred to that as like the gateway drug to becoming a pyramidian. That 20 years thing's the stupidest fucking thing. If any guy who's ever stacked bricks for 5 minutes knows that is absurd. But they just run with that because, you can't. That's one of the weird things. Their written record is more robust to them than the actual science. Like the carbon dating for the pyramid and the written record are a couple hundred years off. All of the entire Fourth Dynasty, the carbon dating is a couple hundred years off. They just come up with some explanation for it and stick to that written record.
Well, my favorite is when they look at the hieroglyphs that depict pharaohs from 30,000 years ago. They're like, oh, that's all bullshit.
Yeah, but the one that a little further down, this is important shit here. But up there,
well, why do you think that the 30,000 year mark is bullshit, but the 5,000 year mark is legit? That is really weird, guys.
It is.
Why are you conveniently ignoring all this other stuff while validating the more recent stuff?
Because it contradicts the textbooks they already read.
It contradicts the educators.
That dynamic, really quick, that dynamic, you mentioned Christopher Dunn. When he saw one of my recent videos about 2 months ago, me and him are going to start, he's going to come on my channel, and each artifact that he's covered, we're going to discuss one at a time. He knows I don't believe in ancient high technology, and he told me, basically to summarize what he said, is that he is tired of having either yes men or cynics. He wants somebody that doesn't agree with him to sit down and have a conversation about these things, and that'll be honest, and we can actually get somewhere. And it was like the guy's been waiting 40 years for it. I had a fucking GED and I worked as an electrician. I should not be the one sitting in the chair next to the man. But all the people qualified to do it want to treat him like he's an idiot.
Right. And his theory is very fascinating.
Oh,
that it was some sort of a power plant generated hydrogen, and it's feasible.
It's wild, and I got to tell you, you know, when you walk through the Great Pyramid, there's nothing about it that resembles anything like a tomb. It seems like it was some sort of industrial function that had a function of some kind. So here's the story, and I have his permission to share it. So I had the only thing more wild than the topic of the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations is the diverse nature of people that are into this topic. So I had the pleasure of connecting with George St. Pierre, the GOAT, the great legendary UFC fighter. And because of him is how I went with him to Baalbek. He had unique connections, and I was able to go with him, and we had connected. And then I went with him from there to Egypt. And we went inside the Great Pyramid. It was his first time in there. And we basically tipped the guard, I'll just say it. And we had the King's Chamber alone to ourselves for a few minutes. And we were with Yusuf Awiyan, who's the son of the late Akim Abdullah Awiyan, who is the mentor of John Anthony West. And he was in the Pyramid Code. And so George laid in the so-called sarcophagus. And Yusuf did the Om. I can't do it, but you do it with your throat. And he does it inside the box, and it makes the whole granite box vibrate. I've experienced, it's wild. It's the reverberation off the stone. So he did that to George. George laid in it, and he did it for about a minute. And so George comes out of the box. His eyes were wide open. And he said, yeah, there he is. He said, I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going to win the title. And he just started pacing around the room. So fast forward 3-4 hours later, I'm in the hotel pool with him.
What year was this?
Just last year, September of 2023. And just to clarify, at that time, he was considering doing a grappling match. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about winning the UFC world title again. So fast forward a few hours later, I'm at the hotel, the Mina House, Marriott hotel pool with the pyramids overlooking us. And I'm like, hey, George, you said you were thinking about coming out of retirement. And he's like, I love his accent. No, Jimmy, I'm not coming out of retirement. And I said, well, what made you say that? He's like, he thought about it. He's like, it's just how I felt. So just to clarify, arguably the GOAT, although him and John Jones, they're comparable, just different, but the GOAT. And his first inclination out of coming out of the box with his eyes wide open was like, I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going to win the title. And I asked him, and he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's just how I felt in the moment. And I'm like, when people talk about it in the context of it being some sort of energy device, some people have speculated that with all these legends of humans living to hundreds and even thousands of years, some people have proposed that maybe it was a DNA restoration. I have no idea what it was. I just don't think it was a tomb. I think it was something else. I think it was a functional structure of some kind. But the fact that someone like him, with his history and his accomplishments, the fact that that was the first thing that he felt coming out of that box after doing the reverberation thing is a story. Like, I don't know what to make of it.
I think that's normal.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think a guy like that has always got it in the back of his head.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highlights of his life. When he was conquering everyone in the welterweight division, he was the greatest fighter on the planet Earth. It's the highlight of his life. So anytime he gets an elevated feeling, I'm sure that's one of the reasons why, like a lot of old fighters, they drink a lot or they do drugs. I think they're trying to, they experience highs that most people could never imagine.
Right.
And I think whenever they experience a new high, some new thing, they get in their head, I'm making a fucking comeback. And they want to chase that dragon.
They get in the ring with Jake Paul.
Well,
Sorry.
that probably had more to do with money.
Yeah.
But it's just this thing that just is in every one of those people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although the fact that he's laying inside the Great Pyramid, and you would almost think that'd be the furthest thing from his mind at the time.
No, it's an elevated experience. So it's an elevated experience. It makes him very excited. And when a guy like that is very excited, he thinks about the most exciting thing he's ever done. He's like, I'm going to fucking go do it again.
We got to get you in that box. We got to get you in the Great Pyramid.
I'd like to go in the box. I'd like to go there. I really would. It's just a matter of carving out the time.
Right.
And I really have to do it. But especially, let's see what happens with the world. But
Right.
I mean, it's just the world just keeps getting sketchier and sketchier in certain parts of the world.
Right.
Sadly. Yeah, sadly. But it'd be nice to be able to visit.
Going back to the point of this hidden chamber,
Yeah.
Like, what is so?
Why would you not want to explore that?
It makes no feasible sense. Like, let's just say that. Well, first of all, whether it was a tomb or something else, we could find out by going in there. Maybe there's maybe there's a pharaoh in there. Maybe we would instantly know that, okay, all this conjecture and debate is now been put aside. We know that there could be treasure there.
Stash the dude for real.
And here's something else.
Right.
A lot of conjecture as far as a lost technology. Could there be some sort of evidence of a tooling and how they constructed it? Could there be evidence of how it was constructed itself? Even if it's a completely empty room and nothing else, we still would have learned something new. Right. In fact, I've joked to other people like, hey, they could turn this into a pay-per-view event. I bet you 100 million people around the world.
I was just thinking it.
Yeah, I know. But even if there's nothing in it, it's still a win because we will learn something new.
Yeah.
And it is, look,
of course.
The academics will say, well, we don't want to damage the pyramid anymore. I'm like, okay, I respect that. But the thing is already a wreck. They use tons of dynamite to blast their way in it. The casing stones are all blown off.
They drill holes in it on the regular to check things. It's not.
I don't so between Göbekli Tepe not being fully excavated, Gunung Padang, as well as the Great Pyramid, arguably the three oldest and most mysterious ancient sites on Earth, for some reason are not being appropriately excavated.
Isn't there a chamber underneath the Sphinx as well?
There's
arguably, there's something there, but they're not. It's
smaller.
He's smaller, and Zahi Hawass stuck his nose down in the tiny little chamber that's down there. They say that there's supposed to be something more there, but that's dicey as far as what they know for sure.
They have never released any photos or video or of any kind underneath the Sphinx. Yeah. So it's like, okay, just stick a camera in there with a flashlight and show us that there's nothing in there. Like,
or just show us what is in there. Show us the walls.
They say there's nothing in there. And I'm like, okay, well, show me what nothing looks like.
Yeah, right.
So, like, I'm just look. I'm an outsider in this, and I have an inquisitive mindset.
You're not. You're a human being on planet Earth, and you're a part of history.
And you know what? Every single person alive has an inherent right to know the true history of our origins, and I don't care what country you're born in, because people have come after me like, it is none of your business what's happening at Göbekli Tepe. You're not a Turkish citizen. And I say, excuse me, they elected for it to become a World Heritage Site. So they have thrown that out the window. It's everyone's business. It surely is.
That's a silly argument.
It's a silly argument. It doesn't make any sense. It's
you don't have any place to weigh in on Nazi Germany because you don't live in Germany.
It's the people of Earth. It's like we have a very fractured understanding of the history of the people on Earth. Göbekli Tepe is an excellent piece of evidence that points to that. We don't really understand why they did it or who did it. And there's probably more of those things out there that we missed. The Sahara Desert's the greatest example. Right? If they did some sort of very comprehensive examination of the Sahara Desert, like say if technology advances to the point where they could do like some really comprehensive like underground scanning of that entire part of the continent, who fucking knows, man?
Only 5% of the Sahara has been studied as far as like with the use of LiDAR technology.
Right.
They're using it from space, and they keep finding new structures that are prehistoric. They don't know who made them or when. And they're throughout the Sahara.
They use it from space?
Yeah.
It's called LiDAR from space?
It's called archaeology from space. And they use satellites. So this is what's interesting is that they can use satellites with LiDAR that can penetrate, like, I might be butchering this, but I want to say 10 meters. I could be off on that. But it's a substantial amount of depth from a satellite penetrating through dirt. I'm like, who would have thought that could even exist?
Right.
It's pretty amazing.
It is.
We have good evidence that they didn't have that.
No, they probably didn't have
satellites. I guess their orbit would decay.
Yeah, it'd fly back into it.
Because ours do.
You know, there's a couple things about Gunung Padang worth mentioning. When they were excavating like mad, the president was of the same opinion that Dr. Dani Nadiwajawa is, that Nadi Wajawa wrote a book even like Plato was right and that like Atlantis is in Indonesia. So the president of Java back then believed that was the case, and he was throwing money at it. When he lost his bid to be reelected and somebody else took over, he was the one that shut everything down. He's in more lockstep with the archaeologists and stuff, the mainstream guys. So that's one of the reasons it was a changing of the guard, is why all of it just stopped. So one guy was into it, and the next guy ain't.
Well, here we go. You just opened up the window.
Yep, there it is.
Here we go, Jimmy. So the WF conspiracy, it is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. I am not at all convinced that there's something here with them trying to suppress ancient history. Let me be clear. But there is a correlation between what's going on at Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Padang that the minister, so this is a government position, the Minister of Technology, Education, Research, and Technology, something along those lines in Indonesia. This gentleman came into power, I believe, in 2018. His name's Nakim, or something Nakaram. I have a slide of him in my Gunung Padang thing. He's a global shaper within the World Economic Forum, and he is the head decision maker of excavations that would or would not happen, this gentleman, at Gunung Padang. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying he's suppressing it. And I'm not saying that the WEF is trying to suppress our ancient history. All I'm sharing here is that it just so happens that the gentleman that's in charge of decision making, let me be clear, I said it earlier, they went from saying that there will be unlimited resources and funding to excavate Gunung Padang. It stopped. And as of right now, there's no plan in place to do it. And I'm just sharing that the person who would make that decision or has the power to do so happens to be a global shaper. And Klaus Schwab, the former head of the World Economic Forum, I have a video of him gloating about how they've infiltrated government cabinets, the media all over the world, and are enacting their initiatives.
Our young global leaders.
Yes, they've infiltrated the cabinets. It's very good. You can eat the buds.
Did you see the photo of him in the bathroom?
No, I would love to see. No,
we
please
have
show
the
us.
photo of him in our bathroom here with the fucking crazy Darth Vader outfit on.
Oh, yeah. That was bizarre.
Just the wackiest fucking outfit ever. If you're, so on the nose.
I know.
You're an evil supervillain.
He looks like a Bond villain, James Bond villain.
Yeah, more crazy than that. Like more crazy than a Bond. See if you can find that photo.
Yeah.
More crazy than a Bond villain, like a Star Wars villain.
Yeah.
Like some.
He's a Sith Lord or something.
You have to be a crazy person to put that fucking thing on and go out in public, unless it's a Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Like it's a bizarre outfit for you to wear. And if everyone's worried about these secret societies and people that are in control and pulling the strings of the world, what are they worried about? They're worried about fucking crackpots that dress like this. That's what they're worried about. Eyes wide shut parties, like that kind of shit. You got that photo?
Man.
It's fucking crazy.
And he wore
that photo right there. That's the one we have in the bathroom.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
In front of the podium at the World Economic Forum.
Wow.
What is that fucking photo? What is that outfit you're wearing, sir?
That looks like something from some 1970s dystopian film.
Yeah. 100%. Like Metropolis or something.
Yeah. Death Race 2000, the original.
Like, what the fuck is that? That outfit's so crazy.
Wow.
Imagine someone.
I think it was having to do with the event they were at, though.
Oh, they all wore it.
He got an honorary doctorate. This was at a university somewhere in Europe.
Fucking crazy that's what you wear there anyway.
Yeah,
like, what are you doing? You're dressing like a druid.
Well, they even got a magic card on him. Look at that.
It's so weird.
So again,
look at that other outfit. Look at that fucking outfit.
That's
AI generated.
Okay. So when I look at Göbekli Tepe involving my little WF conspiracy idea, it is a bit bizarre that partnership with the Doges group was literally announced at the annual World Economic Forum meeting in Davos. And I also should share this, that I may have been banned from Turkey. So this is hilarious. So after my video came out, what's his name? Kurul. What's his name? Dr. Kurul. So the head of archaeology in Turkey took great issue with my conspiracy theories on it, and he was quoted in an article saying that I should be sanctioned, and then he followed up with I will be sanctioned, and I'm like, well, how are you going to keep me on Göbekli Tepe? Have I been banned from Turkey? Because American citizens don't need a visa to go into Turkey unless they're going to be there more than 90 days. So if I could apply ahead of time. Like in Egypt, you can apply for your tourism visa ahead of time, and I know if I was rejected. That's what he said, is that I'll be sanctioned. He was referring to me, and I'm like, okay.
What does that mean?
Well, it means travel bans.
Yeah. It means you're not going to let him in the country.
It means I go to the airport and get rejected at customs potentially.
And that is possibly what would happen.
He said it will happen. I don't know that it's happened. Well, flights to Turkey are actually a little bit pricey, and I'm like, well, damn it. I'm like, if I'm going to land there and get turned around, that would suck.
Well, you might be able to make a nice video about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That would be actually, yeah. Right. That's a video.
Sure. I mean, kind of helps you.
Right. I'm over the target with Göbekli Tepe.
Right. Or at least you're making them uncomfortable, right? You're forcing them to consider why they have chosen this. If it's just for economic reasons, which does make sense. If so many people are already going there, why should we spend more money? I get that.
Well, and it makes sense, and it's the most likely explanation. It's probably true. But that means that then this is an issue of either mismanagement or incompetence, because it is inexcusable that, because as of right now, their plan is that it will not be fully excavated. It will not be fully excavated in any of our lifetimes. And there could potentially be answers involving our ancient past at Göbekli Tepe, and it is entirely inexcusable that we wouldn't dig it up. And I don't actually think it will take away from tourism by removing the mystery.
No.
People are 500,000 people a year are visiting it just because. And if they dig up more of it, in my opinion, that's more reason to go there.
Right. Well, what did you just show, Jamie?
I went to the article about the funding at
Gadang Padang?
Yes.
It does say that thing about unlimited funding, but it might have been also misinterpreted by translation because it's coming from the Jakarta Post. Talks about how the soldiers were using hose to excavate. They didn't like that. It mentions the first disbursement of 250 grand was put out.
Is this from 2014?
It's the same article because it shows the thing that says unlimited amount of research funding, but it says it was taken from other funding, and then it says that there's a lack of funding right below it.
Archaeologists at other sites bemoan the lack of funding.
Let me just say this. My ass. All they got to do is drill a hole and stick a camera through it into the tube to figure out if it's a lava tube or something man-made. This is not expensive. It could get done for thousands of dollars, not millions of dollars. And if it is a 27,000-year-old pyramidal structure, as Graham Hancock has proposed, the data is not proven. It's hotly debated. But let me just make this crystal clear. We don't know what it is. It could potentially be the oldest ancient ruin on Earth. And we're never going to know the answer until we go looking.
Yep.
And it is entirely unacceptable that we're not doing it.
Well,
what is happening?
There's a thing to get like less conspiratorial, but support it from a very real position. There's a thing with science with their paradigms. They've looked at it from a very long time. With the origins of Earth sciences and history, they were expected to bear out the Bible, prove the Bible right. Then evolution, and then Darwin, and then it was gradualism. Prove the Bible wrong. There is no major global flood. And gradualism, they assumed that everything happens slowly. There's nothing catastrophic in the record, and that lasted from the late 1700s, or 1800s, excuse me, all the fucking way up until 1980, when the KT dinosaur killing meteor was accepted. Before that, there was no such thing as punctuated equilibrium, which is what they call it now, which any kid could figure out is the way the fucking world works. The slow erosion happens on the side of the bank, but sometimes there's a big flood that carves a big chunk of this is no-brainer shit. And the life moves at a steady pace normally, and then every now and again something catastrophic happens. So my point is that if they think that digging something up is going to change a paradigm that they're expected to maintain, they're not going to fucking dig it up. There's the kind of opposition that they face to overturning paradigms, like the Clovis first thing. Like when Flint was on here and he tried to play that one down. Not only were careers ruined from that, but one thing you'll almost never hear mentioned was Clovis first was version 2 of this. Before that, it was the Folsom Point and Folsom first. And many careers were ruined by people that posited that the Americans were people before the Folsom culture. Then they found the Clovis. That's not some novel time of there was a scientific debate and a few. No. This is standard operating procedure, the way it's always fucking been done. So it's not a surprising thing that they're going to try to hide stuff. It's not a surprising thing.
It's just human ego and control. Humans always want to be the experts, and they always want to be the one in control of the information. If the information that's new that's coming out counters their control and their expertise, they reject it. It's just ego. It's just ego.
It's just kind of messed up because I know scientists are people, but
it should all be what we know now. This is what we know now. And when new information comes along, okay, now we're thinking about it in a different way. But the problem is they publish books.
Yeah.
And these books, they've definitively given dates. We now know, we are sure that this. What are your thoughts on the dating of the pyramids, and how do they date the pyramids? They date the pyramids based on whatever carbon that they could find in between the stones. Obviously, you can't carbon date stones themselves. Right. So you have to use some sort of organic material that's around that.
The best dating is that the Great Pyramid is somewhere around 4,500 years ago. That was from organic material taken between casing stones. You could argue that the casing stones were restored because even the Romans restored parts of the Sphinx.
Right.
I don't know how old the Great Pyramid is, but if it was constructed 4,500 years ago, then our understanding of what was happening on the Giza Plateau at that time is vastly different than the people that were if you look at any academic textbook, they show people wearing loincloths and barefoot constructing the pyramid. And that's nah.
Well, even hieroglyphs that depict moving statues. It's a bunch of guys with sandals pulling a sled.
So that depiction, which should be in my Ramesseum folder, Jamie, that one statue was only 58 metric tons.
Only? Well, compared to the other big boys.
I know, it's all crazy.
This is what they say. They say, well, they pulled it on a sledge, which is like a wooden sled. And I'm like, the Ramesseum statue is 15 times heavier than that other one. Yeah, this is what they always show. They always show these naked dudes. Look at them, bare ass.
Heave ho.
So just to be clear, I know because they want to show them that they're dumb and primitive and that
playing the dude with the whip. He's got some clothes on. Look at that. That guy's got clothes on. But that's kind of been debunked, right? Because one of the things they found is that when they studied the remains that were in the enclosures where the people that worked in the pyramid lived, they're not slaves.
They were fed well.
Yeah, they were fed well, and it seems like they were highly skilled.
They had to have been. I mean, I've tried to suss. To me, what's the most impressive thing about it is the accuracy of the pyramid to itself. It's like a perfect square with like 2 inches of deviation at 756 feet per side. That's like tiny fraction of a percentage off. If you like machine age standards on a fucking gigantic fucking scale.
Right.
The only thing I could come up with was, and I have to test it, but like if you had a concave mirror, it creates a little circle of light like a magnifying glass does. It will start a fire. At a certain distance, it's going to be the same size no matter what. So you could calibrate that, and if you have to have everything exactly set up, but if you shot at a target and filled up a perfect circle, you could know it was exact range. That kind of thing would work because you can't measure this with ropes. You can't measure the ropes sag and they're affected by humidity and stuff. And again, it's 2 inches at 756 feet. That's not, you're not,
this is taking into account the casings that were removed.
Oh, no, it's not. This is just the base perimeter of the pyramid. Right. There's an outline around the pyramid where it was kind of scratched into the ground for where they think that they used water and stuff to do leveling. And they generally measure around that, to my understanding.
And any deviation, even in millimeters, with each rock, as you get up to 2,300,000 stones to build the peak of the pyramid, any deviation on either side would fuck the whole thing up.
Oh, man.
It is virtually perfect. Not quite perfect, but it is virtually perfect.
It's made by humans, allegedly, or Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Do the Anunnaki one is the most fun because I love those stories. I love Sitchin stuff. It's just because it's the funnest possibility is that human beings were genetically engineered by a superior race that came here to mine gold.
I was telling Jim actually last night that archaeologists frequently refer to the Clovis hypothesis as elegant, and I often tell them that this is actually Chris Hitchens' stuff is even more elegant. It explains why we want gold and silver. I mean, come on. That's all around the entire world.
The gold one's the weird one because you can't make any tools out of it. You can't make weapons out of it. And yet it was the most prized metal.
And it works really good for when you get to a higher level of tech all of a sudden. It's pretty useful, isn't it?
It's very useful. And then there's also the idea of suspending particles in the atmosphere.
Like Chris talks about,
Right, which is what Bill Gates wants to do today, that fucking kook. Hey, fuckface, there's a lot of people living here. You don't get to choose when the shades get put on the earth because you have this goofy climate change narrative. I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't like that you're even talking about doing this. How about a global vote as whether or not this one asshole who created Windows 95 gets to do this?
He didn't create anything. He bought the patent off that IBM guy. I love putting that on blast because it's like, I think he suffers from an inferiority complex. I think that he's jealous of Elon Musk and others. I think his time in the light
is shorted Tesla.
Yeah, and he makes him look like a massive douche. I think that he was once the king, the richest man on earth, and now he's not. And I think that that's all he wants. I think,
again, power, human power and ego, and especially people that have enormous resources and control over things. They don't want to relinquish that grip.
Yep.
But
it's like, bro, he should be living in an all-inclusive, riding jet skis. You made it, brother. You're
right. You should be living like Jeff Bezos.
Right. Yeah. On that.
Changed the shit out of it.
Has he?
Yeah, there's a big big to do about it because he released this article that we have to, or released a story rather. He wrote a piece essentially saying that you have to take divergent viewpoints. You have to take a bunch of different perspectives. We can't just be this left-wing echo chamber, and it's the reason why the business is faltering. I mean, all of these. I was just reading something about CNN's ratings and MSNBC's ratings post-election. They've crashed. All these left-wing kooks on YouTube are hemorrhaging subscribers. Where people go, you guys are out of touch, you're not accurate, you're delusional, and people are speaking with their subscriptions, and they're speaking with their purchasing of the Washington Post, and they're purchasing the New York Times. The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact-check, it's so dumb when you see the I tweeted it. The fact-check is so dumb because the fact-check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck? Look at this. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and that of our kids. So they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading that.
That's
it was just
the
like,
New
fuck.
York fucking Times.
Well, PewDiePie hadn't dressed like a Nazi for a while, so I didn't have anything to talk about, right?
I don't know what that's about.
Oh, sorry.
But this is what the New York Times is doing. So, of course, you're going to hemorrhage subscribers. Of course. You're crazy. You're saying something that's nuts. And also, what is your motivation? Like, what's your motivation for removing potentially harmful and toxic chemicals? If someone is trying to do that for the greater health of the population, if we're saying that these things have been eliminated in other countries because they've been proven to be dangerous, what is your motivation for saying he was wrong?
Money.
Well, what else could it be? Ideology, you know, left-wing rejection of RFK Jr. because now he's connected to Trump, which is connected to Nazis. It's like you go down this fucking weird rabbit hole with these people, and like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to remove all leftover credibility? Are you trying to eliminate because you lost so much credibility? Are you trying to kill it all? Are you secretly working for the Chinese? Like, what are you doing?
They're all in.
What are you doing?
It's probably backed by Monsanto or something. Because if you look at like
That
these
is
cereals,
crazy statement.
It's to think that the media was once called the fourth estate in this country is mind-boggling. Honestly, to think that we used to consider them the fourth estate of government, that it was like this our father's generation. That's what they considered. Ted Koppel, man, they're fucking.
Well, what I'm hoping is that what Jeff Bezos has said about the Washington Post, and I know what CNN is considering doing, and they've made some sort of a trend towards a more objective form of journalism, but they're still compromised by the sponsors. They're still compromised by the advertisers. They're so compromised that I don't know if they can ever get to where they really need to be to compete with actual objective, real journalists that are independent. Because I don't think they can. So it's kind of crazy. It's like they're digging their own grave.
Yep.
Every day. And then they're lashing out at all the other people that aren't digging their own grave. It's like, you guys are insane. So crazy.
they're doing it to themselves, and now it's like, what is it, citizen journalist? How did Elon Musk put it? It's like, you are now the journalist, or how? I'm misquoting him, but
X is mainstream media now. That is the mainstream media. That's where most people are getting their news now.
The views speak for itself. You know,
like, it's not just the views; it's the community notes. The fact that you can actually fact check these things, and then you have all these brilliant people that are participating in this live debate in real time online about what's real and what's not. Yeah. And you're finding all specifically with the when they found the Twitter files,
Oh
and
my
like,
God.
Jesus Christ, the FBI is involved in this? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
This is so crazy. The FBI is involved in deciding what's real and what's not on Twitter.
Unreal.
And you're banning journalists? You're banning scientists? Like, this is really crazy.
Yeah, and it's bad for society. But it's
terrible.
caused irreparable harm with misinformation.
But it's not. So it's bad initially, but then ultimately it's good. Because ultimately, we learn who you can and can't trust. And you say, well, who's just honest and accurate? Because there's a lot of money in being honest and accurate.
Yeah.
This is what's crazy. Like, all these independent journalists are doing really well. Well, because they don't have a fucking giant building in Atlanta that's filled with 1,000 workers, right? So they don't have the overhead for terrible ratings.
Yeah.
Terrible ratings and a massive overhead. Like, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
So it's great for us that it leads to the rise of these guys like Matt Taibbi that used to be part of the system and now are independent. Glenn Greenwald, all these type of people. Michael Schellenberger, people that you can actually trust. They're going to tell you the truth because there's actually money in telling the truth.
Yep.
It's a great business model.
It's course corrected, and you're proof of it. And all these other people, whether it's Tucker Carlson, many others,
There is a course correction, and the problem is they've dug their heels in so much, and they'll write articles like that New York Times article that is so crazy.
They updated it.
Oh, congratulations!
They changed the wording a little bit. Here's what it looked like.
They changed it. They got busted. Because it got like 10 million views on X in a day.
It got blasted.
It got blasted everywhere.
Well, that kind of double thinks insane.
So this is what they said here. Why do we have Fruit Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients? You go to Canada, it's 2 or 3, Mr. Kennedy asked. He was wrong on the ingredient count. They are roughly the same.
Yeah, that's what they changed.
Oh, but they're still missing the whole fucking point. So the ingredient count is roughly the same. So there's still 19 ingredients in the Canadian version, but it's all just like sugar and wheat and like carrot dye and blueberry dye and whatever the fuck else they have.
They found a factual error that they could pull out instead of addressing the meat of what he was saying.
The meat of what he's saying is that all these things, these dyes, are all illegal in Canada and also illegal in other countries.
It's poison. Cereal is one of the worst things you can consume.
It's so delicious. But I wonder if it's just as delicious in Canada, which is crazy. Like, I don't need it to be flavored or colored by fucking dye when you can get it from beets or whatever.
Yeah, the dye thing's crazy. The red dye 40 is actually kind of a big problem. There's a lot of kids that have ADD kind of symptoms from red dye 40.
Well, I mean, if you're left alone to your own devices and you're a child like I was, you would just fucking pour a bowl after bowl of that cereal until you were ready to explode.
Yeah.
I would eat fucking Captain Crunch until I had a fucking heart attack.
Like Lucky Charms eating just the marshmallows.
Oh, yeah. Like, this is bullshit. Where's the marshmallows?
The Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, you're getting cracked out to Bullwinkle.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just eating bowls
that
of
sugar high.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know that sugar was bad for you because, again, another fucking conspiracy that turned out to be true. The scientists got bribed by the sugar industry to push all the blame on saturated fat.
Yep.
That's why everybody started using margarine and all this stupid shit. It's like,
eat some plastic.
I love those.
Oh, so crazy. If you leave margarine out, rats don't even eat it.
I was about to say that. You'll see ants that will be eating natural butter, but they won't touch margarine.
Yeah, they eat each other. They don't fuck with margarine. Like, what?
Something to be said for that.
It's glue.
It's a chemical.
It's industrial oil.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. It used to be used for engine lubricant. Like, whoa, this is great on toast. We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid.
It's wild when you think about it. The things that we will do, like the Milgram experiment I mentioned before, the experiment they did back after everybody was wondering here in the States why the Nazis were able to convince rank and file normal people to do fucked up stuff. So they got guys in a lab coat and they had an actor pretend he was getting shocked as a test subject, but the real test subject was the guy they had, quote unquote, shocking that guy. Right. And the guy in the lab coat would keep telling him to do it more. And they found about 30% of the people, if they were told, would shock them all the way up to killing the guy.
Yep.
Yeah. And that kind of appeal to authority, that kind of worshiping of authority is really, they're gutting it right now and they're paying the price.
Well, it's just dangerous because authority has a massive responsibility to be accurate. And with that comes humility and the understanding that we don't know everything. It's not possible, which is why we're constantly studying things.
And this need to be accurate and need to be correct and need to be the only one who has access to this information to educate people is preposterous. It's really crazy, especially when it comes to something like ancient history, which is why your channel is so popular, and your channel and Graham Hancock's shows are so popular, and why these people that want to hold on to that throne are so adamant about labeling them with every possible horrible pejorative.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a really easy way to get them out. Like I said, they're losing authority right now. Like we're talking about mainstream media or legacy media, I guess you could call it, falling apart and stuff. What I mentioned about PewDiePie earlier, if you remember about 10 years ago, the adpocalypse, I think it was actually a Wall Street Journal article, but it was a legacy media that wrote about PewDiePie, and they fucking like threw him under the bus. They like misconstrued him and everything else, and the effects were very real. It slapped YouTube content creators across the board. If you look up adpocalypse, you can read all about it.
Well, they've actually dropped some of the bans on X now, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a sign of the culture shifting also after the election.
There's
so
a
they're
lot
realizing that there's actually a lot of money in advertising there. Like, what are you, fucking retarded?
Right.
Everybody's there. It's the number one platform on earth for people discussing things.
It's the future.
Why wouldn't you advertise there? Because you're trying to bleed that guy out. But you fuck with the wrong dude. He's crazy. He's got more money than anybody. And he's like, I don't care. I'm buying it. They bought it for twice what it's worth. And they're like, Twitter has lost $20 billion in value. He's a terrible businessman. No, he overpaid. He overpaid substantially to try to save free speech.
This was what you would call an activist investment.
Well, he's just a rare cat who's willing to do something like that. There's not a lot of people that are willing to like lose billions on something. But when you got 200 billion, you're like, let's fucking ship this apple cart.
I'm so glad he's on the right side of history. That guy's a hero. He's a living hero, and X is the future. That is going to be the biggest platform on earth. That's his goal, right?
Well, it certainly already is, and probably will grow. And they keep saying people are going to Blue Sky. Do you know if you go to Blue Sky and you type "there's only two genders," you're banned instantly?
Yes, I saw this recently.
People do it. Blue Sky is just the newest echo chamber of the old Twitter.
There's all kinds of people
Stephen King dorks. Yep, they're going to go over there and let their brains rot out in an echo chamber.
I've been picking on all of my friends in the real world that were laughing at I forget the name of the site that Rumble. When everybody was like, "Oh, the right wingers are going to Rumble," ha 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 ha. Now it's like, all you guys are running the Blue Sky, ha 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 ha. Isn't it fucking funny how that works?
Yeah, shout out to Rumble. Rumble's been so good to me. Let me give Chris Pavlovsky a shout out, the CEO of Rumble. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and they've been treating me real good.
Rumble's great.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, full on free speech, whether you're on the left or the right, whatever it is.
Anything I want. Anything I want within, as long as it's not violence or something like that.
Of course.
Yeah, so I recommend people.
Everything that's legal, which is what it's supposed to be. And that's what the First Amendment is supposed to apply to. And this is one of the great things about this administration that's coming in, is that Donald Trump wants to apply the First Amendment to all these sites. He wants to stop all this big tech banning, which is, by the way, was terrible for him in 2020. I mean, it's election interference. It truly is, because you're eliminating one complete side of the argument. It's supposed to be one side thinks this, the other side thinks that. They get together and discuss it, and you, as the person outside of it, gets to see who makes a more compelling argument. And the wonderful thing about community notes is you get to see whether or not someone's bullshitting.
Right.
So let's find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's not. That's what it's supposed to be. But the problem with that is then you don't really have control of the election. And that's what they found out in 2024. They don't have control of it anymore. And you can get Beyonce and pay her $10 million. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one believes them. They don't trust them. They make terrible life choices. And you're like, well, clearly you're not a person I'm going to listen to when it comes to who's going to run the fucking world, Taylor Swift. Right? Shut the fuck up. This is crazy, Eminem. What are you talking about? How much have you lost? I mean, I want to sit Eminem down with like a political scholar and like tell me what you know about the invasion of Ukraine. What do you know about the coup in 2014? What do you know about NATO moving weapons closer and closer? What do you know about the violation of the treaty that we have? What the fuck are you doing, man? You shouldn't be doing this. This is not the thing for you to be doing here.
These people have no idea what they're talking about. They're all puppets. They're people that don't do any research on their own, and they're just told what to think, or they're compromised.
Well, I think they were getting paid. And I think that's what's even weirder, is that you're allowed to pay people to endorse you for president, which is crazy.
Yeah, Oprah, 2.5 million. Not a million. They thought now it's 2.5 million.
I sent that to Jamie, but that seems to be like production costs would seem at least slightly elevated for an event. But the weird one was like the Beyonce one. If it's true, and there's a lot of sites reporting it as it is true, but we tried to look, Jamie, it's hard to find what's true and what's not true, because there's a lot of money that was paid to staff, but it's like unclear what that means. And then it's unclear where they burned all the money. And then there's also the money that went to these activist groups. And we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars they paid to people to support this administration, which is kind of supposed to be the other way around. Aren't these groups supposed to be paying money to prop up the campaign because the campaign believes in them? No, you're paying these activist groups to support you, which is just crazy. Also, it didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
Like you went through $1 billion+ in 3 months. This is so crazy, and you're in debt.
I think a lot of people made some money in the process. That money went somewhere. Where's it now?
That's part of the problem with climate change. That's part of the problem with everything, is that it's profitable to spit out a narrative. And that there's a lot of money being moved around, and this is money in politics. And as much as we can get that out, we need to. And I think one of the most important things about getting that out is this whole thing about pharmaceutical drug companies being able to advertise, which changed in the 1990s. We have to recognize that before the 1990s, pharmaceutical drugs could not advertise on TV. And guess what? We were taking way less and we were way healthier. This is not good, folks. This is not good. And other than Ozempic, which is like at least curbing obesity to a certain extent, what are these drugs are doing good? Like if you look at the overall health of people, it's declining. Obesity is rising. Heart attacks are rising. Strokes are all this shit is bad. We're not moving in the right direction, and yet there's a tremendous resistance for change.
But it's funny to me that they would spend so much money on this election when, it's kind of clear that when one person's platform is do this, and this, the other person's platform is not him. That's like that's like a riding somebody else's coattails deliberately. Right. She came in with the platform. I'm just I'm not Trump. So, okay, well that's great, but once people have pierced through the veil of Trump's going to make everything illegal and put everybody that's not white into camps and shit, once they've got past that, what do you have?
Well, it's also, if you're going to develop like a real platform, you're going to run for president, I would think you would want to do that over a long period of time and be very careful about, treat it like a defense attorney. Like if you were prosecuting this as a case, you would want to have all of your facts that show that you're correct and have all of your arguments, and you would want to have mock arguments. If someone comes to you and says, well, what about this, this, and this? That's not the case, and this is why that's not the case. And you would want to have all your ducks in a row. To me, it's like a fighter that takes a last-minute fight, and they've been sitting around drinking beer, and they haven't gone through a 10-week camp. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not ready for this.
Right.
And if your only strategy is just like a wild punch, which is basically he's a liar. Like, meanwhile, you're lying about him every fucking day. The Russia collusion shit, the very fine people shit, the fucking, all the thing about, the thing about taking Liz Cheney and executing her. That's all lies. You guys are just lying. And you're saying he's a liar, but yet you're lying all the time. And you're doing it like it's 1995 and there's no social media. But you can't do that anymore, especially when the people that are paying attention to the podcast, well, guess what? Podcasts are 100 times bigger than anything you guys have. And people are listening to that and they know you're full of shit. And then your numbers decline even further.
Yep.
So I think they were saying that CNN, how much is CNN down? Because I was seeing this on Twitter and it's hard to know whether or not they're, it's hyperbole or whether or not it's fact. But they were saying that CNN's ratings are down like 80% of their peak. And MSNBC is some other preposterous number. And they're both on the chopping block. CNN is talking about mass layoffs of talent because nobody believes them anymore. So it's counterproductive for you to use the same voices, which is why they got rid of Brian Stelter and they brought him back.
Which was so odd. I'm like, I'm looking forward to
talent is missing. They don't have any talent.
they're all going out of business. They're going to have to rebrand. They're going to have to get entire new management. Like, I'll never watch those programs ever again. Those networks, literally never. Like, they're dead to me now.
It's
forever.
propaganda. It's at least a percentage of it is propaganda. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable if you're the voice of the news in the world. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
For you to have a large percentage of what you're saying to be completely full of shit.
You know, it's funny. You can see the same pattern of attack that they throw at Trump being used against Tulsi Gabbard the last time around when she fucking nailed Kamala in the debate, and she was just like, you can stand here and say all cops are bad, but you got hundreds of thousands of people in jail and prison.
Leftist viewers deal NBC, CNN, a Trump slump ratings crash. Here's why. So what's the numbers? What does it say? Does it say the Rachel Maddow show, for example, easily MSNBC's top-rated program, though it only airs once a week, drew just 1.3 million viewers on November 10th. 5 days after the election, a drop of 1 million viewers from the month before. 40%. In the key 25 to 54 demographic, the advertisers most covet, Maddow's numbers mark the smallest audience since her show has seen since April of 2022, and she's the #1 show, which is like, you know. If I only got 1 million people watching the show, I'd be so pissed. Hannity nearly quadrupled her with 420,000 views to her meager 109,000. She got 109,000 people in the 25 to 54.
Yeah, and
so
that's
it's a bunch of old cat ladies.
And airports.
Yeah, and airports, right. Outside of Maddow, MSNBC has seen an unprecedented plunge. This is a really bad news. And what is that? For example, on Tuesday, November 11th, the week after the elections, MSNBC attracted its lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in 23 years. Over on CNN, the demo number was the lowest it has been since June 27th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president. For the overall week of November 6th through 13th, Fox News averaged 2.23 billion views, while MSNBC attracted a paltry 550,000 and CNN just 399,000. Think about how much money is being pumped into CNN. So go scroll back up a little bit. In fact, Fox News saw its viewership jump by 38% overall since November 5th, after dominating election night by topping all networks, drawing more than 10 million viewers. It's so bad that MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Mika, how do you say her name, crawled to Mar-a-Lago on Friday to kiss Trump's ring, drawing scorn for their utter shamelessness after years of on-air attacks.
You know, real quick, let me just, you know what they're not including is that on Rumble, Dan Bongino and Steven Crowder had the #1 and #2 ratings on all of election night. So they're just mentioning mainstream networks. They're leaving out the fact that
what did Dan Bongino have?
He had over 500,000 real-time viewers live, and same with Steven Crowder. They were very comparable. They were the #1 and #2 platforms in the world.
Really?
Yes.
So what did CNN have at that night?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was way less. It was way less.
No.
Yeah?
That can't be.
Look it up.
I would agree that online they probably had the highest, but to compare the world watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC that night was less than 500,000 is.
Maybe it's online streaming I'm referring to.
It must be, because didn't it just say Fox News had the highest ratings? There were 5.5
this
million.
doesn't have anything to do with online. That's even saying like the 25 to 54-year-olds going to just be people. They're like, why would I turn on the TV? I'll just watch online.
So they dominated it online.
Okay.
So either way, this is what happened after 2016 as well. You know, like or after 2020 rather. Once he's out of office, you can't complain about Trump anymore. Your ratings crash. Like your entire business is operated on fear. It's like, oh, the orange man.
And hatred. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people just tune in just to get angry.
I
hate him. Like,
I tune in to Joy Reid just to laugh. I like to get blazed and watch that lady. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, when she's talking about, like, she spent an entire part of her program comparing Trump to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. And MSNBC compared the rally in Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally from the 1930s.
Oh my God.
Well, they were all in the city. You know, I performed in Madison Square Garden, so that must make me a Nazi as well.
Yep.
You know, obviously, when I had a
Here
show
we are.
there, I was telling jokes.
And you just had a guy on your show talking about the swastika on 5 continents around the world 10,000 years ago.
Fucking Nazi stuff. And then I defended the Martyr Maid guy.
Let me just say this.
Guy, so that's more Nazi.
I encourage everyone to go watch. Everyone go watch Ancient Apocalypse. Graham Hancock's on Netflix. Think for yourself. But one last thing to mention about that is that even John Hoops had compared Ancient Apocalypse. He associated it with Sandy Hook. Yeah. I am not kidding. This was a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
disgusting.
He's talking
Oh
about
my God.
the archaeology is the canary in the coal mine, and you can tell that because you see this horrible thing happened before 9/11, and therefore they're connected. And Sandy Hook happened before, right around the same time as the 2012 thing. Ergo, it's just like, dude, Alex Jones could give you some advice here, buddy. You're going to get fucking sued. Shut your mouth about Sandy Hook, man. Come on. What
It's
the
all
hell's wrong
the
with you?
same thing that they do. It's the same thing Flint Dibble did, connecting it to white supremacy, Atlantis, to white. Oh, Atlantis. Okay.
It's really a funny.
So we're up 3 hours plus in, but I would feel like we cheated the world if we didn't talk about the reshot structure.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I love your video, and I saw. I don't understand Randall's reluctance to accept this as a possibility. It's very fascinating because there's so many details, and your video that details the reshot structure, which is an incredibly strange structure. If it's not man-made, and if it wasn't at one point in time, it's some sort of a structure that was made by human beings.
It doesn't need to be. So this is one of the things that Randall says, well, it's a natural feature, so it can't be Atlantis. I'm like, well, who built Atlantis? They said it was the god Poseidon. Well, was Poseidon an actual individual? Because if you look at the ancient Greek translation, Poseidon, it's Lord of the Earth, which I think is a modern-day translation for Mother Nature. And humans have built on natural geological features throughout history. If you were to bring up the reshot structure from space, it's like no other place on Earth. It is a mysterious site. The consensus is that it's volcanic in nature and is a collapsed volcanic dome, but it doesn't match anything else anywhere else on Earth as far as volcanic domes go. It matches more than a dozen similarities of the most consequential similarities to what Plato had described as a lost ancient city of Atlantis. And it's made up of concentric circles. If it had water, it specifically matches 3 of water and 2 of land. It's made up of red, black, white color stones. There's an abundance of gold in Mauritania. Elephants, which were described as being on Atlantis. You won't find gold or elephants in the Azores like Randall promotes. It also has an opening at the south, which matches the description of Atlantis. There's mountains to the north, which just so happen to be called the Atlas Mountains, which are in modern-day Morocco. Well, Atlas, which is a very unique name, was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, which also happens to be the name of the very first king in Mauritania, which is where the reshot structure is located.
It's also covered in salt.
Yes, the water was there.
Yeah.
And there's another similarity is that Atlantis was said on those mountains that were said to be to the north, which are, again, happen to be named the Atlas Mountains. Well, there was a river that was said to be flowing from those mountains. And there's a scientific study that say the Tamanrasset River flowed at the exact time of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, either right through the reshot structure or directly north of it. And those are just a handful of similarities. It is by far the most likely location of the lost ancient city of Atlantis. Nothing can be concluded either way, but it is something that should not be ignored.
Well, it's certainly really fascinating.
It is.
And just the fact that there's these concentric rings that match the description of Atlantis, and it's in the same spot, and the mountains are in the same spot. The opening is in the same spot. I mean,
look at that.
Whatever that is really weird. Yeah, and if you would imagine a city like Atlantis and the way it was described, that seems a very likely spot for it.
And let me tell you something else. A lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't possibly be Atlantis. But what they leave out is the fact that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 meanings, one of which was island. The other was promontory, peninsula, as well as land within a continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or springs, which matches the reshot structure. So it's like, a lot of people, and let me also say this, because a lot of people, and I think all areas should be studied, I'm not debunking the Azores. However, the fact that it's in the Sahara Desert and that the Egyptians are the ones that came up with the tale of Atlantis, that's where it originates from, which surprises a lot of people. Well, Egypt's in the Sahara, and so is the reshot structure. And at the time of Atlantis, the Sahara was green. It had one of the largest networks of rivers ever known to exist, as well as the largest freshwater lake. And so if the Egyptians were colonists of a destroyed civilization, it's not unreasonable to say that it was in the Sahara. And let me say something else. If Atlantis was described as being busy all day and all night and was a trading post, does it make sense to be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, or is it far more feasible that it would be in the Sahara Desert, which wasn't a desert at the time? Because if it was said to be busy all day and all night with languages spoken from all over, where are all these people coming from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to go visit it? It makes far more sense that it would be in that portion, in that region of the world.
How much work has been done excavating from that?
None.
Almost
Zero.
nothing, yes.
It is there's
it's
gold in the
crazy.
Mauritanian desert, and they don't want anyone touching it.
It's a dangerous place to go.
It's very inhospitable. It's 250 miles inland, and it is. I know people that have gone out there, and it is a dangerous, inhospitable place. There's no water. It's hard to get to. You can have all the money in the world, you can still die out there.
Yeah, it's not just hard to get to, but not just inhospitable. It's kind of war torn, kind of fucked up, kind of the kind of place where you're not gonna have to worry about somebody playing a tourist trick on you. They're just gonna take your shit.
Right.
So it's
right.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that people aren't going there, but it's really interesting, even to me, where I'm a lot more skeptical. So I do believe in a lost civilization. I do, and I think it's really interesting to find so many of those same things in the same area. It's just uncanny. Like Jim says, when it's just a stone's throw away from Egypt, really, it's not. It would make sense that they would have that package, a big chunk of those things, so accurately recorded, and to find it right there, definitely this is one of the things I harp about on my channel all the time. We need more honest skeptics. This is definitely the kind of thing we need real scientists to go out there and do. We don't need guys to knee-jerk and say, well, you attached it to Atlantis, so fuck that noise. It can't be. We don't need guys to say, it's definitely Atlantis, but there's nothing to see here. We need boots on the ground.
And how the fuck could Atlantis, if it really is in Africa, be connected to white supremacy?
Oh, fuck. Let me touch on this one really quick, Joe. If I can hit this really fast.
It's so stupid.
The Africans are black. Hello.
I'm
saying the Atlanteans are black.
Supremacy.
This is what John Anthony West said on your show. He's like, not only did Atlantis exist, but they were black.
African supremacy.
They did it. The way that these guys attach the white supremacy thing is they go back to guys from the 1800s that wrote about Atlantis that had some old school views on race. Now, they believed in the biblical races, and the way that the biblical races came to be is something you'll never find John Hoops or Flint Dibble tell you, because it guts their entire argument. Before the flood, there was one race of humans. After the flood, Noah gets drunk. Three of his sons are around. One of them picks on him, laughs at him. Two other ones don't. The one that picked on him was Ham. The African people were considered to be the Hamites. Sam, the Semitic people, were in the middle, and then the other one, the Japhethites, which eventually became the Aryans, were considered to be the white people. That was the European view of race for up until about 150 years ago. So 200 years ago, a guy writing about Atlantis would not have thought it was an Aryan Atlantis, because Aryans didn't exist until after Noah. It was one of Noah's sons. So before the flood, there was no Aryans. So anytime somebody says that this old school shit believes in Aryans, all you have to do is scratch the surface and you'll find that's not the case at all. This guy didn't believe in a white Atlantis. Ignatius Donnelly did not believe in a white Atlantis, despite Flint Dibble making sure to name drop that fucker anytime he gets a chance. But they're going to make sure you think that. They're going to eliminate, because the biblical races are something most people don't know much about.
Listen, let me just say this one point. I don't care what their color of their skin was, but the legend comes from Egypt and they're fucking brown. So get fucked with your racist argument. I don't care. Yeah. Anyway.
I don't get fucked. Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun.
Joe,
really been fun. Jimmy, always great to see you.
Good to see you again.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too,
Thank
Joe.
you for your channel, both of you guys. Fantastic. D-Dunking, Bright Insight, awesome channels.
Follow me on X, Rumble, and Instagram. Love you all.
I'm going to be at the Cosmic Summit speaking this summer. If you guys want to catch me there.
Beautiful.
Cosmic Summit, yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
Thanks again, Joe.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Bye.
Joe.
Bye now.
Today's guest is an entrepreneur. He's a renegade. He's a business mogul, and he is the head of the UFC. He's from Massachusetts, and I couldn't be more excited to go a couple rounds with someone. Today's guest is Mr. Dana White.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine
handsome as you've gotten more in shape.
You guys got to deal with Celsius?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, awesome, man.
So it's good, man. We've had a really great year. It's been fascinating, man. All types of just interesting people, rappers, Robert F. Kennedy. We just had Wayne Gretzky. I don't know who else.
We got to do Trump.
Yeah, we'd love
to get closer.
Him.
I'll get you Trump if you want to do him.
Yeah. Well, we had Sexy Red on, and she's from the hood, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has some pretty ratchet stuff. She sings about like her vagina and stuff, but people love her, right?
That's her?
Yeah, Sexy Red is wild. And she is actually pregnant as well. The best part of it was at the end, I was like, hey, I'm going to invite you to a UFC fight sometime. She's like, I'd love to go.
That would be awesome.
So the hood would really show up for that.
What did you think about Slap?
Well, it's a great question, brother. First of all, I didn't know what being there makes it. You're like, oh my God, this is amazing. I like how it's bite size in the way that if you want to like hang out with friends and chat, you can be talking to your buddy and you know exactly when the action is going to happen.
Right.
So whereas UFC, you don't want to miss any of the dance.
That's a really good point.
So I loved how it was like very digestible. Like okay, it's like, hold on, dude, chill. Let's focus. This is it. I like the people that were there. I thought was really interesting. I can't tell when I'm there. There's moments where I'm supporting, and then there's moments where I'm heckling almost.
Right.
There's respect for sure, but I could like, I don't know. It was weird. Like Cowboy Cerrone's there, and he's like, knock him out them slides. Like only guy's wearing sandals, you know. So I think there's a little bit of a peanut gallery aspect.
Yeah, there is.
But there
is at UFC too, though. I mean, there's a lot of yelling and shit talking at UFC. I think UFC has become a lot more sophisticated over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
But before that, it was
it really
quite a slap crowd. Yeah.
Oh, well, dude, I remember when I first heard about UFC, it was like the kids who were not going to finish school were watching it.
Right.
It was like they had a VHS. It would like come in the mail.
That dude.
Yeah, dude.
That dude.
Yeah, that dude.
Talk about a guy that's become famous just off fucking one picture of sitting in the crowd.
Just weed. He works with blood drives now too, which is crazy, huh?
Oh, are you serious?
No, I'm not. But that would be, yeah. But that would be actually. It's not a bad partnership, dude. I'd pour a 12-ounce O negative for that guy if you asked me to.
Oh, that's funny. I'll tell you something fascinating about the slap content. So there's a woman named Amy Kaplan, and she's a media member, right? And I don't know who she writes for, but she comes to everything UFC, Slap. She supports whatever, right? So when she showed up to Slap on Wednesday, she had 20 followers on TikTok. So she posted the video of Sheena, the women's one, knocking her out. Right now it's at 1.6 million views, and she has 3,600 followers off one post from Slap. How crazy is that? This is the one right here. Yeah, you should have cut that up and put it out. That's all the influencers that come, they love it because the content's so powerful. Listen to me. If you take the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL, UFC, WWE, NASCAR, Formula One, PGA, and a couple other ones, you combine all their numbers together on social, multiply them by 4, they don't do a power slap. No way. Fucking fact. And when you post this content, it is unbelievably powerful, man.
Yeah, other things that I thought really about it, I liked how I wish I knew some of the fighters better. I know some of that takes time and getting to know them, right?
100%. This is only our 5th ever event. It's been around for 8 months. And yeah, no, this thing's a fucking juggernaut though, man.
But I dug it, dude. I'm sitting there with my buddy Sheldon Soray, and we're like, holy shit, dude, this is so much fun. Like I was excited to come back. I'm not gonna say it surprised me, but it did when the guy like almost got a haircut off of his.
Yeah,
he has that beard. You don't even know if he has a chin. You're like, what if that dude doesn't even have a chin? And he's just fucking out here.
That's one of the things we've been talking about. You know, some of these beards are so big. That's how where the hell their face is. I agree. That's hilarious.
But I kind of love that aspect of it. It's a little bit of camouflage, dude. Where some guy rolls out there with a naked chin, some little fucking nudist, you know?
Yeah.
You're like, this guy's got to calm down. This pervert puts a grow a beard, man.
Did you make it up to Red Rock after?
No, I didn't.
It was fucking mayhem up there, man.
Really?
Yeah. We go to the high limit room after and big party up there at Red Rock after the thing. and everybody's gambling and all this shit. But we had done this thing. We did a sweepstakes where somebody would get the opportunity to come in and gamble with me, and Steve will do it, right? So we sit down at the table. You couldn't fucking write this. You couldn't write this. Sit down at the table. I give the guy $5,000. We start gambling.
And he just leaves with it?
We start gambling. And me and Hunter were just talking about it. Hunter was his coach. Hunter was kind of coaching him over there on the side. And Hunter said the guy was so nervous. He's like, you know, at one point, he got up to what, Hunter? $8,000?
Wow.
He was up to $8,000 he had won. He was in the fucking perfect seat at the table. Up to $8,000. He's up to $9,000 now. And I said, listen, you don't have to stay here. You can leave whenever you want, whatever. And he's asking Hunter questions. Hunter's like, Dana doesn't care. If you want to leave, you leave.
Yeah.
You can quit when you want to. So he says, okay, this is my last bet then. Win, lose, or draw. This is my last bet. He puts it up. Steve will do it, throws 1,000 up on it. Underneath, the guy put up like 400 or 500. Right. Steve puts 1,000 under it. He hits a fucking blackjack and wins. Oh. I mean, you couldn't write a better fucking story than that. So the kid leaves there with almost 10 G's. And, you know, he won the sweepstakes, come gamble with us, and actually got to experience slap, got to go to the party after, and actually won $10,000.
And win. Wow. Yeah, that's incredible.
I love doing fun shit like that.
Yeah. You know what? You do a great job of that, I'll say. Like, I tune, like, and even now just being in the facility and seeing, like, the kitchen where you guys shoot the Fuck It Fridays and stuff. I'm like, man, that's pretty brave. Were you concerned about it at all at first? Like, just putting yourself out there like that? Because I think there's always this wall between, like, is it, you know, when people step into, like, putting themselves out into social media?
Yeah, no, I don't care. I've been doing it for so long. And, I mean, I was doing these video blogs before this whole influencing thing was a thing. You know what I mean? I used to do video blogs on YouTube. They would follow us around in the plane, going to events and all the behind the scenes type stuff. So I've been doing this for a long time. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. What kind of tunes do you listen to? What kind of music do you listen to?
I'm into so many different types of music. I like my all-time favorite bands are Rage Against the Machine, the Beastie Boys, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But I listen to everything. I listen to 80s music, listen to 70s music. I listen to rap. I listen to.
You remember your first concert you ever went to?
First concert I ever went to was kind of weird. That was Berlin. I went to Berlin.
It's a band?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
80s
I'm
band.
not familiar with them. Okay.
No More Words, you know.
Oh, yeah. Wait, No More Words? Play a beat of it.
No more words. No more.
I'm thinking of More Than Words.
I'm actually going to the Cult tonight. Cult's in town. I'm going to the Cult.
And they're British, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know the Cult.
Yeah, kind of. You know who I know? Who'd you go with? I get a little bit of an energy now for what's going on there. Will you stop it? Was Michael Bisping the DJ? You know, he used to be a DJ.
I didn't know that.
Dude, he has a great story about somebody stole his records one night. Isn't this right? Isn't it Michael Bisping? Somebody stole his records, right? He's the fucking DJ, right? Like the last guy you want to steal from, right? Some one-eyed fucking, you know, music maniac running Skrillex, you know? So he finds out who the dude is, right? The guy denies it. He pops the trunk, and the records are in the fucking trunk, dude. And I think he put the dude in the trunk.
Did he really?
I think that's how it ended. But yeah. Anyway, he was a DJ. But no, I wasn't familiar with them. My first, I did see Duran Duran recently, though.
I did too.
Did you?
Great.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good, man.
They were great. Yeah, I was very impressed with how good they were. I love live music, so I go to lots of concerts. There's this kid. So funny you say the Cult. I'm going to the Cult tonight. I see the Cult all the time. Big Cult fan too. Cult's one of my favorite bands. So I go to the Cult, and some band called Des Rocks is opening for him. I never heard of him. And so I said, let's just go walk around. We'll come back later. I come back, and they have a couple songs left. I was blown away by how good they were.
Des Rocks?
I was so blown away that I jumped on a plane the next day and saw him again in San Diego. Yeah, and I saw him in Utah. Now, most of the music that you see for UFC and Power Slap is Des Rocks.
No way.
Yeah, when we do the commercials, like the commercials and all the hype pieces, I use his music.
Oh, it's amazing, man.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's playing the Troubadour in LA next Sunday.
Oh, sweet. I think I'll be out there then.
Let's go.
You're going to go?
I'm going to fly in for it.
You are?
Yeah, you want to go?
Yeah, I have to go now, but yeah, I'll go.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I'll go. And I'm going. I think you guys are going to the motocross on Sunday.
Yeah, no,
with John Shahidi. Are you guys doing that thing?
I'm doing
Nitro Circus.
I'm doing Nitro Circus tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow in Anaheim. Yeah,
I have a show.
I'm meeting Trump tomorrow morning for breakfast on his plane. Wow. His plane is landing here. We're gonna have breakfast on his plane. Then I'm jumping on our plane and going to Nitro Circus.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, I wanted to be over there. What does Trump have for breakfast? You think? Have you had breakfast?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, cool.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
All right. What would your walkout song be? You think if you were a fighter?
Oh shit. There's so many good ones to choose from. I sort of lived vicariously through the athletes over the last however many years, because I picked a lot of the songs for a lot of these guys to walk out to. Yeah.
Do some of them just not want to pick it?
Some don't even give a fuck.
What?
Could care less. Like
they could die. They're not even going to know what music's on the way there.
Nope.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, most of them didn't even care in the early days, and
you can't die with Hillary Duff when you're going to the fucking war.
Yeah, no, most of the music that was picked back in the day was done by me, and but the walkout song's important. It's a big deal. It's one of the things that if you're not a big star already, and the song comes on and people connect with the song and like it, they're like, oh, who's this guy? It's a big deal.
Yeah, Bobby Green, I think, does it pretty well. I notice he'll kind of change his up. And he brings so much energy, but I think you can feel his energy when he's coming in. Poirier has that James Brown.
Some of these fighters come up with songs that I would never dream of could be a cool walk-in song.
Yeah.
And the walk-in song is a fun but very important part of the live event.
Yeah, I think so. Man, I want to say too, man, just your bravery in doing and keeping things going during the pandemic, it changed everything. It gave a lot of people a feeling like that there was still somebody that could do something different. It gave a lot of people a feeling that everybody wasn't subject to kind of like the privatized tyranny that's kind of going on.
Yeah.
And
I agree with you.
And man, it made me so much more of an involved fan, dude.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. Listen, the pandemic never made sense to me. And again, because of my close relationship with Abu Dhabi, I knew over there they were doing testing and they were doing all this stuff. I'm like, if they can do it, why can't we do it over here?
Yeah.
And why couldn't we create, this space? They ended up calling them the bubble, but this space where, everybody was tested and everybody was clean, and we couldn't put on an event. We did it in Jacksonville, we did it in Abu Dhabi, and I'm one of these guys. I love this country. I love America. This country has obviously been very good to me, my family, and a lot of my friends and employees. We don't just fucking roll over and hide in this country, man. This whole pussification of America and everybody, fucking scared of everything and whatever. I was like, if this is as bad as they think it is, or they're saying it is, fucking dead anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna die. You don't want to die, just wearing a mask. They can't even see your face.
Behind a mask, hiding in your house.
Oh,
hell no.
So, what do you think the walkout song would be? Can it just be the Cult?
Sure. The Cult. I do the Cult. I do the Cult. She Sells Sanctuary. Or listen, when you can never go wrong with a walkout song? AC/DC.
Yeah.
You never go wrong with AC/DC.
I'm trying to think of an AC/DC song. I'm a little
Back in Black.
Yeah.
For those about the rock.
Oh, that's the shit. My brother used to beat the shit out of all that music.
Exactly.
Oh, dude,
some good ass whooping music.
Oh, I have a floating rib that was originally not floating because of half of Alice in Chains' second album.
Alice in Chains fan too. Big Alice in Chains fan.
Bro, we would lose. Bro, one time I go over to Perry Farrell's house, right? I relapsed. First of all, I relapsed at a 1-year-old's birthday party. So obviously I've had some tough times. But a friend of mine who's in jail now, I think, but at the time he had a child. A friend of mine had a party at Perry Farrell's house because he had a nice home. And it was a 1-year-old's birthday. And I go in and I didn't know who Perry Farrell was. I'd listened to him. I just couldn't recognize him.
Right.
And then there's this dude kind of just mumbling around by this big bookcase. And I go there, I'm fucking talking to the dude about these different books. And it ended up being him. Anyway, the story's anticlimactic, but yeah, I met him at a 1-year-old birthday party and neither one of us knew the child, which I think also made it weird. And we talked about that a little. It's weird to be at a really small kid's birthday and pretend that he's bigger or something.
Right.
What is that, Nick?
Sinead.
Oh, that's Sinead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one. You know, it was fascinating too because I'm a big Sinead fan. And I actually didn't go to my high school 10-year reunion because Sinead O'Connor was playing at the Hard Rock. I went to see Sinead O'Connor instead. And then to meet her and go through this whole thing with Connor. And she was such an incredible performer and had such a great voice. And I think this kind of goes to what you were talking about putting yourself out there. You know, she ripped up that picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live that night. And she got fucking just attacked by everybody. I mean, everybody just started coming after her because she got beat on for so long that she actually got to the point where she have terrible anxiety and she would go out and try to perform. So leading up to that Connor walkout, it was we didn't know if it was going to happen or not happen live, even though she was there and we had done the deal with her to come. But yeah, I adored her. She was a really good person. I liked her a lot, and it's sad to see her go. But I was a huge Sinead fan.
Did you like give her a pep talk before? Was there any kind of communication like that?
100%. I absolutely did.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can totally relate to what you're saying. Is if you think the media, especially, or some people are on your side, and how that would be so scary, especially if you're a singer, to go out there.
Yeah, it's listen, when you're out in the public and whatever. The thing is with me is I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit what anybody says or what anybody thinks. I have this mindset. I know exactly who the fuck I am. I have my circle of people that I hang around with who know me and know what I'm about and whatever. And anybody else who doesn't like it or doesn't want it, fucking bad. Okay.
Yeah. Were you always like that, do you
always
think?
Like that.
Wow.
I was always like that.
Because that's the part that I think these days it gets a little bit harder to create. Like, I mean, I work for myself, right? And so it's nice to have your own space where you don't have to answer to anybody. You have to answer to advertisers sometimes. But at this point, you can also sell direct to consumers. You can say fucking sayonara to advertisers if you need to.
I will never, ever answer to a fucking advertiser. Never. Yeah. I've been through it. Believe me.
Yeah.
Listen, this is really easy fucking solution. Pay me what you owe me, and you go your way, and I'll go mine. Pretty easy fucking solution. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can't ever let these fucking people hold you hostage or try to change who you are or what you stand for, or try to determine how you're going to run your business.
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Do you think that is becoming more the commonplace, or that it got to be the commonplace and now we're getting out of that?
I think it needs to be the commonplace. You cannot be held hostage by advertisers. I mean, Dave Chappelle has this great comedy thing that he was doing, and he says, everybody asks me why I don't have a tennis shoe, and I've been offered tennis shoe deals. I don't have a tennis shoe because as soon as you do something they don't like, take the tennis shoe away. It's gone and all that shit. And you know what I mean? He's right.
Yeah. That's why I don't fuck with Hollywood a lot, man. I don't do a lot of shit. They say, come do this, come be in the movie.
Yep.
The guy called me, fucking Ricky Furley or whatever, calls me, hey, you want to be in the, Dope Sick 11 or whatever the fucking movie is? I don't give a dude, no. I don't want to I don't want them to be able to write an article to say, hey, we took this away from this guy because he said this.
Yeah.
I don't fucking need any of that shit.
100%.
And they only came to ask me once I started doing my own thing anyway. So fuck them. Sorry, man. I'm obviously angry about that. But but thanks for some of the
You're not wrong. You're right.
Yeah, there's a lot of that energy in the world that
100%.
people don't know what to do.
It's got to be. 100%, man.
Yeah.
You let these people come in and these people are paying to be a partner with you to put their logos with you and be with you until something goes. Find out who's with you and who's not when the shit hits the fan. You know what I mean? I say this all the time. It happened with me and my employees during COVID, right?
Right.
In COVID, they're laying people off and whatever. We didn't fucking lay anybody off.
Didn't you negate some of your salary or something? What do you guys do?
No, I said I would. But
okay.
I said, we're going to go through this. We're not laying anybody off. We're going through this.
Yeah.
And, every Christmas party, I get up on stage and tell my fucking team how much I love them and how important they are to me. And then the scariest time in our lifetime hits. And I'm like, hey, yeah, I love you guys so much. I'm going to fucking lay you off. Some of you have been with me 10, 15, 20 years. I'm one of these guys the whole fucking ship goes down together, or not at all. We're all fucking sinking, me included, or we don't at all, you know. And you know, that doesn't exist in this world that we live in today. Everybody's just so easy to pull the trigger and let go of some of their people. And
no, it's something good. I need to hear that too. You know, I'm just, as my business grows, I'm become more of a boss. I never wanted to be a boss.
How do you do this? How do you do this without these two?
I don't.
Right.
But
right.
Yeah. And now that you said
and how
that,
do these two? How do these two do this without you?
Right.
You're a fucking team.
I think we've realized that more this year, I think, but it's become a learning lesson for me as a boss. You know, it's like, you think like I need to just hold on, but you really need to let go and let others help.
You're a team. You what you do is, when you run a successful fucking business, you do it by building a really good team around you.
Yeah.
You know, and I have.
You're lucky. You have a lot of great employees, man.
I got the best team in the world, man.
You
I got
really do, bro.
350 unfucking believable people. When I said we're fucking storming the beach, we're going.
Definitely, dude.
Nobody fucking said no.
There is no experience, man. When I go to the UFC fights, it's like whether it's the assistants or your directors or the guys who are opening the cage door, you look over and there's like some hero here. There's David Spade, or there's Mel Gibson, or there's Joe Burrow. It's like you have all of just like, and it just feels like you're in this fun fucking family that's a little bit mentally unhinged, right? I'm not going to say that, okay?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah, this family,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, this family's had some fucking domestic disputes, all right? But but it just, dude, it feels so much fun. When I leave the event, I miss the people that you work with just as much as I miss the action.
That's awesome. I love hearing that. And thank you. And you're not the first one to tell me that. Everybody tells me that. Anybody who interacts with anyone on my team, and everybody here is smart, hardworking, the best at what they do, and there's none of that bullshit, you know, at the office where there's all this backstabbing and fucking all this bullshit. Those type of people we get rid of immediately. Yeah, you don't last here being that kind of a person. This is a team. This is a family, and we throw parties here all the time for all of our employees. We throw different types of parties, like parties for the employees where they can bring their spouse or their wife or whatever. Then we throw parties where you can bring your kids, because we want their kids to come and see the place where their parents work, and they want them to feel, you know, your parents are gone at work all the time. We want the kids to look at where they go to work as a fun place, as a place that's cool. Oh, mom and dad are at work. We love going to their work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, fucking start a 37-pound weight class, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's out of line because that's children fighting. But was it hard for you to learn to be a boss as your business grew? Like, what was some of the, because, man, even you just saying this in front of us, man, it's important for us to hear, because I need to do a better job of it, you know, and some of that is just stuff I'm learning as my business has grown and my responsibilities, and not feeling like I need to really try to do everything myself. You know, I can be a better boss and employee and coworker a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just powerful you're saying that in front of us.
Delegating.
It's and respecting people's ability to do stuff. Sometimes I was always so used to doing things myself growing up.
100%.
You know,
no, I get. Listen, I'm still as successful as this thing has been, and all the stuff that we do. I get here every day at 9 o'clock, and I'm one of the last guys to leave this building every night. Still.
Was it hard to learn to be a boss? Like, how did you like have like a role model with that, or did you?
Well, I had my own business before this, but you know, I obviously wasn't the difference. The only difference in coming to the UFC was, you know, size, you know, and being a global company, and obviously the finance side. I mean, you know, I went from dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars to dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's the difference. But you know, finance is not my fucking thing. We have a very strong finance team, and you know, one of the things I hated the most in being in this business was fucking budget meetings, man.
Yeah,
we used to be in budget meetings. You know, when we were getting murdered, we were losing money. We were in budget meetings for fucking, it felt like days. And that was the only not fun part of the business for me. And now, where we are now, I only do the fun shit. I only do the shit that I really love to do. Yeah. And I stay completely focused on it, which is making sure the production, the live and in-house production is fucking perfect. Finding new talent, putting on the best fights we can possibly put on, and star building. Those are the things that I really pick. So more marketing. I don't fuck with finances at all.
Yeah, good. I mean, just because you like to gamble, and because fucking I do too, man.
Yeah.
So, I'm on some site now. I can't even get my money out of the fucking thing. Like, Jesus, dude.
Online gaming is a little.
It's a little strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
I respect them, and we're happy that they advertise, but it's a little obtuse sometimes.
I'm an old school brick and mortar, sit at the table and play kind of guy.
Oh yeah, I'd rather not be able to pay my tab and have two fucking Italians beat the shit out of me, Because at least it fucking evens out, At least in the morning I wake up and I'm like, oh fuck, I deserve it. It's like it's physically part of you. Feel like it makes sense. What if I said that the perfect gift does exist, and I'm talking to you about Manscaped? That's right. They want to baby them balls, baby. They want to help you out down there. Manscaped's brand new Performance Package 5.0 Ultra, featuring the new Lawnmower 5.0. Watch all your wishes and mistletoe kisses come true if you hanging some M-toe off that down boy. Look nice when you're getting naughty by going to manscaped.com and use code Theo for 20% off. That's right, that Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra Body Trimmer. Ooh. And that Weed Whacker 2.0 Nose and Ear Trimmer. Get in there, boy. You can't smell, you can't hear. I'll jack you out, baby. I'll get you tidy. They'll do it from Manscaped. 20% off and free shipping with the code Theo at manscaped.com is possible. That's right. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code Theo. Manscaped, get your jingle balls ready for the holiday. You should have confidence when you're buying tickets to an event. Sometimes you go to an event and you get there and it says, oh, we didn't have tickets for this, but we give you tickets to this. We got a gender reveal, Willie Nelson reenactment. And you're like, what? Well, all right, but you're not happy. Game Time. They won't do it to you. It's the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you. Game Time has last-minute tickets, flash deals, zone deals. Easy to find and buy tickets for every kind of event in your area. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. And you have all-in prices up front, so there's no rigmarole at the last minute. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code WEEKEND for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code WEEKEND for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets. Lowest price guaranteed. The holidays are the busiest time of the year. It's true. There's traffic and there's bustling. And you see somebody can't do nothing. You got to help them. And you put a damn little jingle bell on them. If you are shipping orders and your business is scaling, it's getting busier, ShipStation is the answer. That's right. ShipStation, whether you're shipping from your house or multiple warehouses, they can increase your holiday profitability. ShipStation has effortless integration anywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. ShipStation's robust automations and reporting make scaling easy. As your business grows, you can save thousands on shipping costs, get discounts of up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates. Just go to ShipStation.com and use code Theo today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code Theo. Make ship happen. Is it hard for you guys to pick sponsors? I know you guys have a new sponsorship. You guys have a new sponsorship with Bud Light, right? Yep. But is it hard? Do companies come and do like Shark Tank for you kind of to present the brands?
Kinda.
Or like,
yeah, kind of. So, UFC's at a point now where, guys come to us and want to pitch their brands or whatever it is to advertise with us. And recently, I've become very involved in the on the sponsorship side. So, you know, I meet with these guys, and you know, I just did an interview the other day with the media at the Scrum at Slap, and it's just, I'm at a point now where in my life and my career, I want to be with people that I'm aligned with, people that, you know, yeah, it's not just about the money. It is about the money because it's a sponsorship deal, but it's not just. Not going to take a bigger offer if it isn't something that I am aligned with and don't 100% believe.
Fuck yeah, dude. Good for you. It's nice to be in that space, you know? And I bet we could probably all be there, but I think some of it's fear. But yeah, I had a business guy. Yeah.
You were just talking about.
Were y'all?
About in life. You have to have no fear. You have to have no fear. You have to believe in who you are and what you do, and just go fucking get it.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to tell somebody no. Fucking water guy wants to do a deal with you, and the money looks good, but there's certain things about that you're not into. Fucking don't do it.
Yeah, the right thing will come
be
along.
Another one, exactly, and somebody that you're more aligned with. When you look at these type of things, it's no different than a relationship. If you're going to get into a relationship with somebody, right? Imagine if you had to drop a contract, with some woman.
Aquafina.
You say we're gonna be in a relationship,
but that could
for
be a woman
6
too.
years.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You have to be aligned, and it has to be somebody that you can be in a relationship with for 6 years.
Yeah, you don't want to be 3 years in and be like, oh, I'm still drinking Rhonda, you know, or you don't want to be 3 years in and be like, oh, I'm still drinking Brittany, you know.
Well, what happens too is
I didn't mean to say Rhonda because I know she's a fighter here. I just don't want there to be any weird energy. Okay.
There won't be.
Anyway, good. Okay,
Rhonda
sorry.
was amazing, actually.
I know she's one of your favorites. I know that's what Nicole said. She said that
all time.
She named somebody else's favorites. But go on. I'm sorry. I fucked this up. Fuck, man. Sorry.
No, you
don't want to be in a relationship with somebody for a long time.
No, the COVID thing. It's like, you know, you think you're in this business with you know, whatever product it is, and the shit hits the fan like that. That's when you find out who everybody really is, including some of your sponsors.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? So you're in the sponsorship deal, and the phone's ringing every day. You're picking it up, and you know, they don't like that you're doing this. They don't like that you're going through COVID. This is irresponsible. Man, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? It's just when you do a sponsorship deal with somebody, you have to look deep into who they are, and you know who's running the company, who's making the decisions, and are you aligned?
Yeah, I love that, man. Yeah, because we had Robert Kennedy Jr. on, and we had a company call, or a couple companies call after that and say, yeah, just stuff about him. We're not advertising on this episode. My advertiser was like, you guys need to take the episode down, you know, and we ended up.
And what's wrong with him?
Nothing.
Guy's fucking brilliant,
and I've known
him. A smart fucking.
I've known him for 7 years. Great guy.
Yeah.
I mean, a neat man.
Right. I've never met him.
Yeah.
I've only watched his stuff. And you got this whole Democrat, Republican, fucking all this crazy bullshit. He's a fucking Democrat.
Yeah.
Right?
But now they hate him just because he doesn't believe. Like
he's a Democrat with common sense.
Right. Yeah.
Right? He's like an old school Democrat.
Yeah.
And smart guy, whatever. Let me tell you this. Let me fucking tell you this. This is America. You can fucking have whoever you want on your podcast. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Imagine a sponsor that's sponsoring you, calling you and telling you that you can't have this guy. What sponsor did it?
I let me think. And I'm not afraid to name him. I don't know if I remember. I really don't.
Right. I don't know if I believe you, but okay.
That's fair. But I really don't know if I remember.
Imagine, and this happened to me too. This happened to me. I posted a video for Trump, right, on my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You vote for whoever you want to vote for, and I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my fucking business. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Don't ever fucking call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, you know? A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how fucking crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves. and give them the fuck you response.
Well, I'm gonna tell my sponsors right now, if you don't like what I fucking have on, I'll tell you exactly what I'll do. I'll end my deals and I'll just sell direct to consumer for a lower price because the people will support you, you know?
Well, listen, man, you can't, it's like this whole Bud Light deal. You know, people are talking shit now, sell out and all the shit that the fuck is it. Believe me, I'm the furthest fucking thing from a sellout.
Yeah.
Bud Light is the right move for me. They're exactly who I want to be with right now. And we are very aligned as far as core values go. You know what I mean? 65,000 Americans they employ.
Yeah.
That right there should be enough. 65,000 Americans are employed there. Why would you want to put a bullet in that brand off of one fucking thing? How about you go back and look at all the good things they've done?
Yeah.
Right?
That's a good point.
And where they really stand and what they really believe in. They take care of veterans. They take care of veterans' families and first responders' families who have fallen. And the list just goes on and on. Almost $1 billion a year with U.S. farmers.
Wow.
That alone is the reason you should be drinking fucking Bud Light.
Yeah.
So look, I look deeper than just fucking, you know, oh, they did this fucking can with whoever. I don't give a shit about that. They're showing right now that they're coming with me and they want to be aligned with me. Those of you that are hardcores, some of you guys are fanatical on this shit. That should be your, you know, you guys think you're all looking for an apology. They ain't gonna fucking apologize to you.
Yeah, just because some risky fella, you know, just because some, you know, and
they had 2,500 influencers that day. They gave everybody their own
I know
can.
they did. I knew that shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, they just gave a can to everybody. Nobody's paying attention.
Everybody
got
a can.
If I don't know where I'm at sexually, I could probably use a drink. You know? That's honestly how I feel, dude. That guy's having the toughest day.
Oh, that's fucking
You can't decide what union to fucking be in, bro. That's a fucking issue, dude. That's a big issue to me. But no, I think, look, man, I think it's important. And you know what it makes me think? I don't look and see who, because we're in a place now where I can choose the advertisers that I want. And I never thought about that before. I never have until just now. And I can look at advertisers and see if they have some of the same beliefs and values that I do.
100%.
You know, and it's important. And that is how you start to build back things the other way. I wish.
And it makes it fun. Whoever you are and whatever you believe in, when you align yourself with people, not just the people that work for you and around you, but the sponsors that you're with. Yeah. It just makes everything so much more fun. You enjoy your job. You love what you do every day. And there's no bullshit. Nobody's fucking calling you going, you know, hey, don't have fucking Kennedy on your show.
Yeah.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Fucking tell me who I'm going to have on my show.
Yeah, go John F. Fuck yourself.
Yeah,
that's what I'll tell them.
There you go.
You know?
Exactly.
Dude, it's crazy because Lee Harvey Oswald went to the same middle school as me, which is pretty wild. But anyway, I don't know why I told you
Robert Kennedy's a smart guy, and he's
a great man. He's an environmentalist, first of all, and he helped clean up our environment, right? He grew up raising homing pigeons, and he has this great story about him and his friends when they were kids. They would give the homing pigeons to the train conductor, right? And they would be like, okay, take these to Virginia or whatever and let them off at the same time. You have to promise us. And whoever gets back to the roost first, that's who wins, right? So imagine that game with your buddy. You're just fucking sitting there waiting for a pigeon to come in, you know? The guy's fascinating, right?
That's some rich people shit, right?
Oh, dude, that is fucking rich, bro. Something flies by us, dude. Somebody's fucking gunning it down, bro, you know? But we actually had a couple brothers bust grilling up a dove one time, our neighbors, and I never eaten dove, but it was pretty good. But Robert's a fascinating guy. But that's how he started caring about vaccinations. Was he cared about the environment outside of us, so then he started caring about the environment inside of us.
Right.
So it all makes perfect sense. But yeah, I love the guy. What about when you deal with how has it been harder? Because you guys are part of William Morris, right? I work with them, right?
Yeah,
they're a pretty woke company, right? Is it
woke is woke and big?
Yeah, I think it's woke Morris Entertainment or something. You know, it should be anyway. But yeah, they're fucking woke. They're always crazy. We had Tucker Carlson on the other day, and they're all fucking, I'm sure, you know, or whatever, putting on their maxi pads. But
I love Tucker too.
Yeah. Tucker's fucking fascinating, isn't he,
awesome.
dude?
I'm actually going to dinner with him here in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't know what it would be like. You know, he looks like a guy that, you know, gets dressed at Johnston and Murphy in the airport every day, you know? But he was really, really cool.
Yeah, he's a great dude. Smart guy, too. Really smart.
Yeah, it was fun.
I don't judge people by the politics or their race or their religions or any of that shit. There's you're either a douchebag or you're not a douchebag.
Yeah.
And if you're a douchebag, I want nothing to do with you. Yeah. If you're a good person, I don't care who you vote for, or who you sleep with, or what religion you are. I don't care about any of that shit.
Is it how much have you learned about different cultures and ethnicities just having your, because dude, you bring in, there's people with flags sometimes that I gotta look them up, you know?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's
it's amazing though. It's like I learned about Ecuador from Chito Vera, right? I didn't know about it, but next thing you know, I know about it. I get to talk with him. It's like, yeah, thank God I got that right too, because that fucking flag.
I got it wrong. Yeah. I questioned it. Chito Vera's a great dude.
He's fascinating.
But it is. It's. There'll be nights that we'll be sitting there by the octagon, and I trip out. I grew up a big Bruce Lee fan, right? And when you watch Enter the Dragon, it's basically the premise is this fanatical guy got all these people from around the world who are supposed to be the best martial artists in the world. He brings them to one place to fight.
That's the movie?
Yeah, Enter the Dragon.
Enter the Dragon. I've heard of it.
You never saw Enter the Dragon?
I never saw it.
You need to watch that tonight when you go home.
All right. Yes, sir.
Enter the Dragon. So this guy brings them all to this island.
Mm-hmm.
The guy ends up being, bad guy. He's corrupt or whatever. And Bruce Lee kills him. Sorry to ruin the movie for you, but
no, I'll still watch it.
Some nights I'll sit there and I'll think about it. I got this guy from China fighting a guy from Kazakhstan. I got this guy from Brazil fighting a guy from France. You know what I mean? And it's like it's like I grew up loving Enter the Dragon and that whole concept.
And then now here you are doing it.
Wow. It's pretty fucking cool.
Dude, laughter and left hooks, those are universal languages, I think.
It's true. I agree.
Because it's crazy. Imagine two guys that can't even speak to each other. Then you put Keith Peterson in between as a mediator. And no offense, I love Keith. He came to a show in New Jersey. He knows I love him. And but if that's the fucking moderator, and then they can't even speak, but they're fighting, it's kind of a beautiful dance.
Well,
the whole thing is a beautiful dance.
You have these people from different parts of the world, right? And they're training, and they're trying to become the best mixed martial artists they can be. And somebody on the other side of the planet is doing the same, and we can actually put them together to see who is the best. It's fucking awesome.
Dude, that's got to be so high, man.
It's awesome.
Have you had trouble? Do you ever have trouble? Like I have trouble a lot of times feeling proud of myself. Is something I've had trouble with? Has that ever been something you've dealt with? Does that make any sense when I ask you that?
I'm never proud of myself. I always look at things like we're not even close. People ask me all the time, do you ever look around and say, oh, wow, look at it? Nah. I'm always like, what's next? What's next? What's next? Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Do you think, because I'm that way too. It's hard for me to feel kind of where I'm at sometimes because I always have some vision or something, that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Do you think that comes, because I notice it's a commonality amongst some folks. Do you think there's any, you able to get in touch with any of that and think about that at all?
No, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I just keep fucking, I just keep plugging. Man. There's just so much more work to be done. I just want to do as much as I can do.
Yeah.
Until I can't do it anymore.
Dude, I'm so thankful that you said that about the advertisers because I don't even think about it. We advertise for a lot of companies, right? And we can have an effect on how well they do. We've helped build some big brands. And to think that I should know what some of their thoughts are and their beliefs are so that I can align them with mine, fucking that's cool. That's a way that I can help contribute towards in the world.
Have fun doing it. Yeah. You help build their business, they help build yours. It should be a great relationship and it should be a good experience for everybody involved.
Yeah.
But I can tell you from experience, if you end up with the wrong one, there's nothing fun about it. And actually you end up in a bad relationship. It's like any other bad relationship between you and a woman or whatever it could be. Nobody wants to be in a bad relationship.
Yeah. Have y'all struggled with that? I mean, it happens.
It's happened a couple times. But yeah.
Peloton was we just got an update.
It was Peloton?
Was the band, for people who wanted an ad out, Peloton. And meanwhile, you have RFK.
So Peloton.
Yeah.
What do they sell? Fucking bikes? The stationary bikes?
Yeah, dude.
Peloton sells stationary bikes. And they got a problem with Robert fucking Kennedy. Yeah. Fuck you, Peloton. Who the fuck are they?
Yeah, first of all,
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Fucking Peloton bitching about Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, dude, you want to go nowhere?
Who's the CEO of Peloton? I want to see this fucking
I
guy.
want to see this fucking lamb, dude. Hey, you know what gets you further than Peloton? Hitchhiking. Okay, how about that, dude? Barry McCarthy. This fucking wiener schnitzel, huh?
Let's see Barry McCarthy.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Oh fucking yeah. Barry McCarthy looks like that guy. 100%.
And look, if you're just listening at home and you're thinking of what he looks like, you're right.
He looks like a douchebag.
Yeah, dude.
100%. Where's he from?
Oh yeah, he looks like somebody that eats his own skin a little bit at a time.
Yeah, he is.
Where is he fucking
If you
from?
called me up and said this guy was complaining about something, I'd say, oh fuck. San Francisco, California.
There we go.
My boy.
Ring-a-ling, dude.
There you go.
They've been giving Pelotons to fucking vagrants, so that's why they're not leaving.
Yeah. Fuck you, Peloton.
Yeah.
Do we have Pelotons in the gym? Are those Peloton? Ask no, there's bikes next to it. Yeah. We're getting rid of them.
Yep.
We're getting rid of the Pelotons.
Yeah, and if they ever mail me...
Sorry's going to kill himself, but we're getting rid of the Pelotons.
Hey, look.
Pelotons are out of the gym.
Whoever uses the most can fucking have them at home, but they can't use them here, brother.
That's what you do. That's what you do. You stop fucking using their products and you fuck them.
Yeah. And tell them to go fuck themselves. And that's the same thing for me. Like, if somebody's telling you that you can't vote a certain way, if somebody's telling you that if your boss is... Make a video and fucking blast
Imagine that fucking dork.
Yeah.
Fucking picking up the phone, calling you, and telling you that you can't have Robert Kennedy, who is a Democrat, by the way. You know that guy's a fucking Democrat, right? Telling you that you can't fucking have him on your show. Who the fuck are you, Barry McCarthy?
Yeah.
To think you can pick up the phone and call anybody. You sell fucking stationary bikes for a living, you fucking clown. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck them, dude. God, dude. And what is he? He's probably middleweight. I'll fucking cut 40 pounds and fucking...
That guy is the typical fucking pompous, arrogant fucking douchebag that I cannot stomach.
It's people who don't know... Yeah, it's people that think they know what it's like somewhere and they've never even been there. That's a story of a lot of our country these days. But I like this. It gives me an avenue to feel like I can fight back. So I appreciate that.
You have to fight back.
Yeah.
You're going to let that fucking guy tell you what to do?
Fuck no, dude. I will cook that dude's fucking...
Look at this. There he is. That right there tells you exactly what fucking Barry McCarthy is all about. Peloton just laid off 500 of their employees in their 4th round of cuts this year.
Yeah.
You know what, everybody listening? Fuck Barry McCarthy and Peloton. Okay? That's what a stand-up guy Barry is.
Yeah, dude. And that's why it's fucking...
No wonder let off 500 more of his fucking employees out in his 4th round of cuts.
Yeah, and what's lamer than watching your husband get on a bike that doesn't go anywhere, huh? What wife is like, oh, I'm so proud of this guy? That's like my dad, man, right?
Get Borsari in here right now. I need Borsari in here.
Yeah, get him. Yeah, is he a bicyclist? He has to be. If he isn't, why does he look exactly like
one? He's a workout freak. I'm not bullshitting you. You can film us.
Yeah.
My guys are going to take the Pelotons out of the gym today.
Dude, yeah.
We're getting rid of them. We're going to go throw them in the fucking garbage today.
I'll be happy to toss them in.
We're throwing the Pelotons in the garbage. We're throwing them out of the UFC gym.
I'll be happy to toss them in. What about when you talk about star building? You mentioned it earlier, and we'll do it. I know you're amped, and I appreciate it.
Do what?
We're going to throw the Pelotons out.
Oh yeah. No, that's a fact.
Yeah. Fuck, I'm almost excited, man. Yeah, fuck that guy, man. You know what he did? They ruined my day. The advertisers calling. They want it down. There's advertisers upset. They ruined my fucking day, and I was already having a shitty day that day, and they fucking made it just a nightmare. It was like 7:00 at night. You got to take it down, and the episode had been up. It's a shit show. But yeah, screw them. You talked about star building a little bit ago, right? You mentioned it. What is it? Is there a toughest class or even gender? Is it tough to build like female stars? Like, what is that kind of like, star building?
So if you look at the Contender Series, right? I create lots of different content to build stars. You got the Contender Series. You have Looking for a Fight, The Ultimate Fighter, which was the greatest star building show in format of all time. And I'm literally doing that same format right now with Power Slap. We bring guys into a house. You find these guys, you bring them into a house. They live, eat, sleep, and train together, and then compete against each other. And what it does is it does a few things. While you're showing the world who they are on television or online or whatever it is, it's also a pressure cooker. They have to deal with pressure and competing over and over and cutting weight. Then there's a camera in their face 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's like media training at the same time. It is, and what always happens is no matter what, the best always rise to the top. It is fascinating. All right, so this is Craig Borsari. He's my head of production.
I know Craig. He's friends with I know his neighbors.
Yep, there you go. Oh, Craig is very friendly with all his neighbors.
Craig is an exceptional guy.
So he was in a situation where he had Robert Kennedy Jr. on his show.
Mm-hmm.
And an advertiser called and told him, get rid of that. You're not posting that podcast. Take it down, blah, 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 because he had Robert Kennedy on, right? Mm-hmm. It was Peloton. Okay? Do you know who Barry McCarthy is? No. Barry McCarthy is the CEO of Peloton. Yeah. Let us see Barry McCarthy again. Can we see him again, please?
We got pictures of you and Barry McCarthy together, actually, Craig.
Is that Pelotons that we have in the gym? They're going. We're throwing them out.
Yeah.
Getting rid of them. That's Barry McCarthy. This is the fucking guy that called and told him to take down the fucking...
We had an episode
Does that look like the guy that would call him bitch about Robert Kennedy Jr.? He does, doesn't he?
Who is that?
Yeah.
Fucking...
Look at that guy.
Like Tim Cook.
Yeah, he does, huh? A little. I don't know who Tim Cook. I mean, I'm just agreeing with you.
I don't know him either. Who's Tim Cook?
Look.
Oh, Apple. Okay.
Pelotons are gone.
They're gone. Yeah. They're going out
so
today.
I gotta go bike on the road now.
Yeah.
Dude, look.
No, you just got to use the assault bikes now instead.
Yeah, huh?
Those are tougher anyway.
Way tougher.
Really?
Way tougher than Peloton.
Then. It's time to step up.
If I ask you to guess, so he called and he wanted Robert Kennedy Jr. taken down, right? Threatening him on his podcast, right?
Yeah, they were about to go public. I think their company's about to go public or something. They're like, this could ruin everything. That's what our ad agency said to us. They're worried this could ruin everything. It's fucking 8:00 at night on a Friday or something.
Can you fucking imagine that?
And they made us go take an older episode down because of something he'd said recently in the news. Or this is like 2 years ago. Maybe.
Where do you think Barry lives? Where do you think he's from? Just look at him.
Yes, huh?
And listen to the conversation and see if you can tell me where Barry lives.
Yeah, he probably lives.
Greg?
Yes.
Oh, fucking ding, 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 ding.
Oh, dude, hey, you just
Barry lives in San Francisco.
Oh, you just won 4 Pelotons.
Congrats, you just won a whole fucking line of Pelotons.
Bro.
You can line them right up in your house. Those are going right in your house.
Yeah.
Congrats.
You can have a flock of Pelotons, dude. Isn't that a band? You can have a flock of Pelotons, dude. That's classic, man.
All right, anyway, just had to share that with you.
Yeah, I should go figure out my new workout.
Go get those bikes sent over to your house.
Yeah, dude.
And send Barry a text and tell him thanks.
Thanks, dude. That makes you feel empowered, honestly.
No, this is what I do.
I like
What I
this.
do.
I gotta do more of this, bro.
What I do every
And no
day.
bike helmets either. Anybody wearing a fucking bike helmet out there?
I bet you Barry wears a helmet when he rides in.
Oh, I bet he wears one he rides his wife, dude. You fucking come around me with a bike helmet, dude. I would rather get a concussion and die than be seen in a fucking bike helmet. So
that is awesome.
Anyway, what's it like? We'll switch out of this world a little bit. What's it like being a dad? You have a couple children, right?
Yeah, I got 3. I got 2 boys and a girl.
Was that scary when you first thought about being a dad?
Yes, very.
Wow. And were you already having success at that point in your life? Because I don't know a ton about.
So right when we bought the UFC, I had my first son, my oldest son. He's 22 now, and
Dana Jr. No.
Yeah, Dana
Okay.
Jr. Yeah, and then a year as soon as you could be with your wife again after being pregnant, she got pregnant again. So my boys are less than a year apart. So I had
That's
2
a neat
kids
way
right
to
out
put
the
it.
gates. Yeah, it was
2 kids right out of the gate.
Then they said after my wife had a tubular pregnancy where the baby gets caught in the tube and the tube bursts.
Mm-hmm.
And they said she couldn't have kids anymore. So we were like, whatever. And then 5 years later, she got pregnant with my daughter.
Just miraculously.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's like all of the miracle baby. Yeah.
And what's something that you like about each one of your children, just individually, or that you admire about each one of them?
My oldest one is fun loving and you know, a great kid that, you know, he's like a meathead. He plays football. He loves to work out. He hangs around. He's in a frat, you know, at USD, and all of his buddies are fun guys. And they're actually having this fraternity auction. You know, they're raising money for the fraternity next week. So I'm going down there and going to their auction and all that shit.
Beautiful school too.
Then my younger son is very artistic, very talented. He can play any sport he wants to play. He's really good at anything. But all three of my kids are really good surfers, snowboarders. And my younger son loves the skateboard and all that stuff. So he's actually working for a company that Lorenzo Fertitta and I own called Thrill One, which is
Thrill One.
Thrill One. We own Ridiculousness on MTV.
You'll own that?
Yeah.
That's their only show.
Yeah, it's basically the Ridiculousness Network. Exactly. Ridiculousness. We own SLS Skate League. We own Nitro Circus and Travis Pastrana's Nitro Cross.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So my son works for them.
Oh, he does.
And then my daughter is 17.
So he's the artistic one, that one.
Yeah.
And they're all athletic. He's the artistic one. And what about your daughter? What's
my daughter cheers. She's a cheerleader.
Her? Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's still in high school. She's a junior. And just getting her ready to figure out which college she wants to go to and all that good shit.
Is it tougher being a girl? For you, was it easier being a girl or boy dad? Did you have any?
It's tougher being a girl dad because I didn't really give a shit what the boys did. You know, they could do whatever they want. She can't do whatever she wants. So, you know, as a dad, you have to sort of oversee and protect your daughter more than you did your sons.
Interesting. And does that naturally, I don't have any kids, but I would like to, you know, and so does that naturally just happen in a man, you think? If you have a daughter, it just kind of shows up more?
100%.
Wow. I dated a girl I remember in high school, and her dad was a fireman, right? And I broke up with her, and he fucking made me eat like probably 5 hot dogs. I remember he was fucking mad at me because I went to another event with her, and it was like this weird energy, and he fucking sat there and made me eat as many as I could. It was just
hot dogs.
Yeah, just like unlimited Franks, man.
I'm trying to figure this one out.
He just wanted to fucking put me through something, you know. And I think putting somebody through bad fucking pork while they're sitting there, you know, it's just a lot for for me when I was a kid. You know, I didn't have a lot of role models, so I think it was a lot. Big holidays, baby. That means big family get-together, baby. You know that somebody's gonna be hugging. But you don't have to spend all that money on your Thanksgiving spread without getting something in return. With Ibotta, you can get your turkey and all your favorite sides for free. That's right. Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, Ibotta is giving 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving feast. Yep. Just add the offers in the app to redeem for everything you need to make your Thanksgiving feast complete. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers and upload your receipt. Boom. Download the Ibotta app now and use code THEO to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app and use code THEO. That's IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code THEO. Have you ever used Google Incognito mode? Well, you're going to hate this as much as I am. Evidence shows that Google allegedly violated the privacy of millions of Americans by tracking users even when using incognito mode. If you have used Google's incognito mode and were unaware that it was still tracking your information, you may qualify to file a claim. Just try Morgan & Morgan's quiz today at forthepeople.com/thispastweekend to see if you qualify to join their lawsuit. It takes just under 5 minutes. That's right. If you believe your privacy has been violated while using Google's incognito mode, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/thispastweekend. That's forthepeople.com/thispastweekend. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. You know, I'm mentally unwell. You know that. And what helps me is BetterHelp. If your brain is not well, if you saw your brain on the side of the road and you have to pull over and help it, that's me. BetterHelp can help you. That's true. This time of year can be a lot, and it's natural to feel anxiety, extra emotion. You're visiting family. You're visiting step family. You're visiting people you've never even met and saying they're family, and they could be imposters. We don't know. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. Find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, betterhelp.com/THEO. BetterHelp. Any new partnerships or something that you're kind of excited about?
I think the Thrill One stuff that I'm doing, love it. We're having a blast doing that. Hollerhead, my whiskey, having fun with that. I like building brands, and I love running businesses, and more importantly, I'm like addicted to winning. I love to win. I love to get out there and take these niche brands and blow them up and make them big.
Yeah, I know. I'm friends with John Shahidi, right? And you are too, man.
I love Shahidi.
He's a
I
neat
love
guy.
Shahidi. Love both the brothers, the Nelk boys. That's my.
It's your squad.
That's my squad.
They're neat.
They're my
They keep you
gang.
young. I bet they keep you connected to stuff, probably.
Well, you know how I got turned on to them was from my oldest son, Dana.
Oh,
During
sweet.
COVID, he says, Dad, I want to show you something. He took me down in the movie room and showed me the Nelk boys.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, yeah, I get it. And then crazy enough, organically, they reached out to me during COVID and wanted to go to Fight Island. So that was how we met, and we became super tight. I'd do anything for them.
Yeah. John's been an exceptional new friend to me in the past year and a half. He's a neat guy. He's inspiring. He's fun. He's creative. He works hard.
100%.
Is there any new places you're looking to fucking get this thing to happen? Like, you thinking about doing UFC on top of Kilimanjaro, UFC, the Thriller in Manila? Do you guys think of redoing anything like that?
My next big project that I'm working on right now is the Sphere. I want to do the Sphere on Mexican Independence Day and literally create and put on the greatest live sporting event anyone has ever seen. That's my next big project.
How much fun is it when Brandon Moreno comes into the ring? It's fun, isn't it?
It's awesome. Yeah, him. And,
it's so fun.
The whole Mexico thing and these Mexican talented kids.
Yeah.
I've been working on this for 22 years.
Wow.
That's finally starting to come to fruition.
It's so cool, man. I love it when he comes to the ring. I've met so many neat people and have been inspired by so many people from your sport. Dustin Poirier and I are close friends, and it's been special. Like, he's like a real friend to me. He's inspired me so many times when I want to give up. I remember things that he says or other fighters say. It's interesting the amount of inspiration that a lot of people get from your sport. Do you ever think about, how is the relationship with WME? Is it good?
Very good.
Yeah,
very good. Ari's a maniac, man.
Yeah.
A maniac in a good way. He is like a fucking serial entrepreneur. And
so you guys have that in common.
He's super fucking smart. And the fact that, when we sold, one of his big things was that I couldn't go. So at one point, the Fertitas sat down with me and they were like, because I thought we were just going to move on and go, we were going to go do whatever next. And they were just like, listen, this is really good for all of us and this and that. You got to stay. Nobody's going to buy this thing unless you stay.
Yeah.
So, in the beginning, I had a hard time with it because I didn't want to sell. Selling, Lorenzo was done. Lorenzo was ready to move on and walk, and I didn't want to. So we got in with Ari. Ari lets me run the business, man, and just if I need help on something, like, hey, I need this connection or I need this or that, he can make all that shit happen.
Yeah.
Ari's that guy. Like,
you
want to meet the fucking? I want to talk to the fucking
Ronnie Nestle or
president
something.
of fucking India or whatever the fuck. Yeah. He can get that guy on the phone and get the ball rolling. Ari's awesome. He's been other than being in business with the Fertitas, I couldn't have landed with another better partner than fucking Ari.
Yeah.
He really is awesome. I love him.
Is it hard to fend off? Because I know. So you like to gamble. Is it hard to keep gambling out of? And I bet on fights on UFC fights online. Is there a point where gambling or the odds makers try to come and infiltrate the actual outcome of sports?
No.
But does that make any sense? That question?
Yeah, I get it.
And you have to keep
you're talking
that
about like point shaving and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like that happens, with
right? Which would be hard in your sport, I think, because these guys have so much individual pride, and it would be so obvious.
100%. We just had the problem that we have. It just happened recently. Is insider information. It's the bigger problem. These guys inside these camps.
Oh yeah.
If a guy gets hurt,
like Chase Sherman has a lisp or whatever.
No,
that definitely doesn't. And I love Chase Sherman. That was just a joke, Chase.
You know.
Suspended MMA coach James Krause worked with Offshore Sportsbook. So he knows what's going on. So he's trying to bet.
So he knows what's going on. So he lets these offshore guys know. Yeah, this guy's going to fight, and he tore his ACL.
And he did this
something
definitely?
like that. This happened.
It did.
Yeah, this just happened recently, and that's the closest thing to,
right. But there's
it's
no
more about insider information.
I see.
But these guys, the thing that's so fucking stupid is when money starts coming in on a guy, these guys know. They know, man. They know the gambling world inside and out. So if anything's fishy, then they end up launching an investigation.
Yeah,
and they're gonna get you. And guess what? Whatever you made on that bet is not fucking worth going to. You see me say this before. It's out there.
Federal fucking prison.
You ain't going to the fucking white collar crime place over here. You're going to fucking federal prison.
Yeah, you can't have people be like, well, what are you in for? And you're like Paulo Costa in the third round.
Right.
Like it wouldn't be as like, and I love Paulo Costa. That's no, it's not that, but it's like you can't have that be what you're in for in a fucking serious
And there's a big difference when you talk about certain crimes, but this one is a federal fucking crime.
Oh, because it's gambling.
And you go to federal prison, that's some real shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wouldn't like it.
Nope.
What about and just one more question? So, does that happen to sports where they get compromised? Do you think? Like, does that make any sense? What I'm trying, and I'm not saying
I don't know. I mean, it's a great question. It's something that. How many people have ever said to you, "Oh my God, the NFL's so shady"?
Right. You hear that because you hear that a lot more now.
The Patriots just beat the Bills,
right?
And the Bills are 10.5-point favorites. It's stuff like that makes people go crazy. Detroit just got killed. One of the best. They were 5-1 or 5-0. I don't know what they were, but it's just all that type of shit is what made me stop. I'm a fucking gambler. I love to play blackjack.
Yeah.
I don't sports bet. I do not sports bet.
Was there a bet that took you out of it, or just that kind of stuff?
People say, I threw a little money on the game for fun. There's nothing fucking fun about betting on a game. It is the biggest sweat roller coaster of all fucking time, man. And it won't be fun or make you happy. It makes you fucking miserable.
So you like to know that so with blackjack, the outcome pretty quick. So you don't like that long waiting.
There's no doubt about it. And, you get in there and it's just more fun. I'm actually hands-on and actually playing the fucking game. When you sit there and just watch a fucking game and watch this whole thing unfold and lose your money, there's absolutely nothing fun about it. Or these guys that will do these parlays.
Yeah.
I got an 18 parlay and every fucking team wins and then you lose the last fucking game on the parlay, right?
Yeah.
And you bet $10 and it would have paid you $10 million if you fucking won the thing.
And now you spent 2 days watching it too. Now your kids are eating fucking coffee. Yeah, that shit is fucking hectic, dude. What about was there a fighter that retired and it just kind of broke your heart because you just, and it could be more than one, maybe. I know you probably have a great relationship and unique relationships with all of them. But was there one that is it hard not to get attached to some of them?
100%, especially in the early days. We were like a big family, man. It was like everybody knew everybody.
When you go back to, almost,
when you go back to Chuck Liddell, Matt Hughes, Rich Franklin, that whole group back then. These people would come to my house for Christmas and Thanksgiving and holidays and things like that. And then you had to go up there and watch them fight, and it was tough. And Ronda Rousey, Ronda and I are super close. And that was a tough one. I would say the toughest retirement for me, because usually when it's time for them to retire, I'm happy for them to retire. It's over. You've accomplished everything that you possibly accomplished. Why keep doing this? Habib was a tough retirement.
Yeah.
Because I think Habib had so much more to offer and so much more to accomplish. But I think when his dad passed away, kind of sucked the fun out of it for him, and he was done. Plus, he made so much fucking money, he never has to do anything ever again.
Oh yeah, he could buy his own rock quarry over there. Where, and no offense, I don't know where they're at, but I know it gets pretty, Paleolithic in some of those areas. I don't know if we have anything else to talk about, man. Yeah, one thing you said that kind of reminded me was I remember when Trump was running for office and Bill Belichick, they asked him about him, and he said, "That's my friend. I support my fucking friend." Like whatever you guys think about it is fine. Like, because he wrote a letter to him telling him congratulations for running. I think is that what happened? And
what are you talking about?
It was when Donald Trump was running for office, right?
Yeah.
And Bill Belichick had written him a letter that just said, "Hey, congrats on running for president." Right. And I think Trump mentioned it, and then the media attacked Belichick about it. Right. But he said, "Hey, that's my friend.
Right.
I support my friend." And yeah, 100%. And and people need to be able to stand up. I think I think a lot of people are in fear because
I'm having breakfast with him tomorrow on his plane. He's my friend.
Right.
We talk all the time. We talk about fights. So he called me up right after Abu Dhabi and said, "Those rights are great. Oh my God, the Volk,
I met him twice at your events, man.
Exactly.
And it was great.
He's a great guy. It
was neat.
Politics are dirty, man. It's nasty. It's ugly, and like all the shit that's going on with him right now. If he wasn't running, we wouldn't be doing any of this stuff. Yeah. None of this would be happening. And if he wasn't in the lead, like he's going to win the election, none of this would be happening to him right now. So
yeah,
it is what it is. And the guy's always been an amazing friend to me. He and I will be friends for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I got to meet him. That's the first president I ever got to meet. I would support any of our presidents. Yeah. I always.
I'm that guy too. I'm not volatile over politics, man. This is America. Yeah. You can vote for whoever you want. You could be on either side of the political spectrum. I don't care. Yeah. I don't judge you by your politics. I judge what type of a person you are.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you think the government's going to save your life, dude, I've always said this.
Me too. The government.
They're just
these people that want the government. You want less government. You want them out of your life. You do not want the government. And the government's never going to take care of you. Yeah. Never going to get rich off the government.
Yeah, dude, no, dude. Stamp collections get fucked, homie, exactly. Right? The post office is almost out of business, dude. Have you been to the post office recently? They just tell you how to get to wherever you want your mail to go. Dude, I'll say this. It's there's nothing tougher than there's nothing more ridiculous than expecting the government. Well, I think we're in a weird space now where we're between the government that we've been used to and a new kind of privatized communism almost. So I think we're in this weird space of almost two governments where one is like almost a shadow.
Well, there's a battle going on right now. There's a war going on in the government. One that wants to go one way that most of us don't want to go, and one that wants to keep things the way they are.
Yeah,
it might be broken and fucked up and needs to be fixed, but we're definitely in that weird place right now.
I agree. So get off your Pelotons, boys, and let's fucking go to war. Dana White, man, thanks so much, dude, and just thanks for David Spade got to bring me to a fight, and you let me come. It's just I appreciate it, man. You're friends with a lot of my friends, and I'm just grateful. It's been a joy to get to know people that work in your office and just everything. It's added a lot of joy to my life.
Well, congrats on all your success, man. We're happy for you, and I'll see you at the next one.
I'll see you next Power Slap, man.
There you go. Boom.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.